This young man has been trapped in the world of cultivation for 3 years now. But he does not have any golden finger system to help him. To make matters worse, that old geezer, the elder, betrayed him and tossed him into a haunted estate surrounded by monsters hunting him down. Zhang Fan can only silently pray that the monsters won't catch up to him. But you know how it goes, whatever he fears the most always comes true, because right after that, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed in Zhang Fan's ears. Instinctively, he took a few steps back. Facing him now is a massive white tiger that can actually talk. You little cultivator. Think you can escape? Go on. Keep running if you can, Zhang Fan cursed under his breath in frustration. This fiery tiger actually caught up to him. And to make it worse, it knew exactly what kind of state he was in. His spirit had been damaged. His energy was drained. And now he was as weak as an ordinary person. Zhang Fan felt utterly hopeless. Was he really going to die here today? Zhang Fan was not ready to accept that fate. Just then, a system window appeared right in front of him, detected that the host is facing a monster, danger level rising, automatically unlocking the Supreme Sword Domain system. Centered around the estate, the Supreme Sword Domain envelopes the entire area. Within this domain, the host gains unrivaled swordsmanship, able to shatter heaven and earth. Inside the Supreme Sword Domain, any sword, be it a treasured sword, spiritual sword, or even a divine sword, must submit to the host. Watching the words flash before him, Zhang Fan was moved to tears. 3 long years of bitterness had passed, and he finally got the system he had been waiting for. Seeing Zhang Fan ignore him, the fiery tiger was furious. It let out an angry roar and charged straight at him. In that moment, Zhang Fan extended his hand, condensing sword energy, then unleashed a powerful strike that sent the fiery tiger flying, resolving the immediate threat. But he was not done yet. He wanted to test just how strong his Supreme Sword Domain really was. He pulled the sword from his back, and the fiery tiger, unwilling to back down, howled in disbelief. No way. You are just a regular person. This monster was way too chatty, which annoyed Zhang Fan to no end. For his next attack, he poured all his strength into a single strike, sending that tiger flying. The force was so immense that it hurled the beast into the sky, far enough to be out of sight. However, Zhang Fan himself was shocked at how powerful his attack was. He had torn the very fabric of the sky, obliterating everything and creating a massive explosion that shook the world. People everywhere were in an uproar over this bizarre phenomenon, from haunted spirits to 1,000 swordsmen. Even in the fairy realm, everyone was captivated by the cosmic rip in the sky, and the one responsible for this phenomenon, Zhang Fan, could not believe his own strength. He had just swung his sword normally, yet the whole sky was shattered. At that moment, the system also announced that he had defeated the fiery tiger, earning 400 points in sword domain energy, along with a beginner's reward. It also explained that sword domain energy is the energy used to expand the coverage of the Supreme Sword Domain. Specifically, every time he spends 100 points from the sword domain, the range of his Supreme Sword Domain increases by 1 meter. That means, after defeating the demon tiger, Zhang Fan has expanded his Supreme Sword Domain to a whopping 14 meters. But for him, that number still feels way too small. He opens the newbie gift box again. The system surprises him by giving him another chance to extend the range of his sword domain by an additional 10 meters. This time, the sword domain has leveled up to level 1, unlocking the ability to turn everything into a sword. Zhang Fan is not exactly sure what turning everything into a sword means, but it sounds incredible. It seems like every twig and blade of grass around here could become his sword in the future. Thinking that, Zhang Fan casually plucks a leaf, then tosses it away. When that leaf strikes a rock, it creates an earth-shattering impact. Splitting the rock in half, Zhang Fan stares in disbelief. His Supreme Sword Domain was already impressive, but with this new ability, he feels like a tiger sprouting wings. After that, Zhang Fan asks the system about the watermark in the sky. He learns that he accidentally destroyed the divine sheep barrier meant to protect this world, exposing it to 3,000 other worlds, and significantly increasing spiritual energy. Now, the Outer Realm demons can trace this watermark and come here. Are you telling me I have ruined the protective shell of this world? Zhang Fan asks in disbelief. This is terrifying. What now? Can the watermark be fixed? Zhang Fan is extremely worried. The world's heavenly will automatically repair it, but it can no longer prevent the demons from invading. Please protect yourself, host. Zhang Fan sighs deeply. This system really knows how to make things sound grim. Right now, he is just an ordinary person with no cultivation. How is he supposed to protect himself? Well, overthinking it one to help. So he should first check the effects of the sword domain. With that thought, Zhang Fan picks up a piece of wood, then gathers sword energy with his hands, instantly transforming the lifeless wood into a stunning wooden statue. This brings him immense joy. This system is truly powerful. The sword domain not only wields incredible strength, but also boasts impressive precision. However, there is one thing that puzzles him, so he decides to ask the system, is the sword domain fixed in place? Why do I feel like it can move at all? The system quickly explains. Initially, the sword domain is indeed fixed around the system's starting point. It can change or move. Zhang Fan can only expand the range and increase the level by earning sword domain points. Furthermore, if he steps outside the sword domain, he will lose all his power. That means, if he takes just one step out of this rundown estate, he will revert to being an easy target for bullies. And the kicker is, he needs to earn 1,000 sword domain points to increase the range by 10 meters. How many monsters does he need to take down to achieve that? These thoughts make Zhang Fan's head spin. Still, he quickly pushes those worries aside because right now, he needs to find something to fill his growling stomach. Since this estate has been abandoned for ages, he can only wander around, foraging for a bit of veggies and mushrooms to tide him over. Not too far away, a group of young cultivators is chasing after a wolf. But that wolf happens to be the Shadow Demon King, with unparalleled strength. If it were not for the falling meteor from the sky that injured them, it could have easily devoured the whole group. The Shadow Demon King runs swiftly and finally spots an abandoned mansion in the distance. As it gets closer, it discovers Zhang Fan suffering while eating mushroom soup. The most important thing is that he has no spiritual power, just an ordinary human. The Shadow Demon King's eyes light up instantly. It decides to feast on Zhang Fan to replenish its strength, completely unaware that stepping into the mansion where he stands would turn it into prey. Human, surrender your life. Without a second thought, the Shadow Demon King charges, but it quickly realizes something is off because of the strange look in Zhang Fan's eyes. It is a look filled with hunger. How could he not be hungry when meat is suddenly served right at his doorstep? In an instant, Zhang Fan strikes down the foolish wolf, leaving it sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, it has no idea what just happened. In fact, it did not even see what Zhang Fan used to hit it. All it knows is that it feels as heavy as a mountain. Completely drained of strength, Zhang Fan approaches, wielding a ladle. This leaves the Shadow Demon King in severe shock. It actually got taken down by a ladle. Just then, the other cultivators also caught up. They jumped over the fence, shouting without stopping, "Demon, let us see where you can run." However, upon closer inspection, the group realizes the Shadow Demon King has met its end, and in a very pathetic way. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan holds the ladle, looking harmless and completely oblivious to what just happened. A girl quickly points her sword at him and questions him. "Who are you? How dare you steal our prey?" Zhang Fan remains calm. This is his territory. None of these guys are stronger than him. He spins the ladle in his hand a few times and then slams it down onto the ground. The ground trembles violently, causing the young cultivators to stagger back a few steps. One of them quickly realizes the technique Zhang Fan just used is the great transformation into sword. But clearly, there is no aura of spiritual energy emanating from him. He is just like an ordinary person. They begin to wonder if Zhang Fan might actually be a hidden genius. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan is not thinking about any of that. The only thing on his mind is the tremor he caused that knocked over the pot of mushroom soup he had just barely finished cooking. As Zhang Fan mourns his spilled mushroom soup, the cultivators exchange nervous glances. Among them, the one they call Senior Brother looks the most panicked because he knows for sure that what Zhang Fan just used is the legendary technique, the Great Transformation into Sword. That is a level of power that even the elders of the Sacred Sword Sect have not mastered yet. When that group mentioned this, the whole crew of cultivators looked terrified. But Zhang Fan was completely clueless about what had them so scared. Luckily, the soup in the pot had not spilled out yet. After checking things carefully, he finally had a moment to stand up and chat with those uninvited guests. "Are you guys the reinforcements here to save that dog?" With every step Zhang Fan took forward, they hesitated and backed away, trying to keep a safe distance. Saying that made him feel a bit awkward. He was the Shadow Demon King, and yet he ended up calling it a dog. It was a powerful beast. If it were not, it would not have escaped from our grasp. Hearing the elder brother's words, Zhang Fan realized he had just taken down a fierce creature. It was all because of his overconfidence from being in the unbeatable sword domain, that he had taken its life without feeling a thing. But with those guys, he could sense a faint sword energy radiating from them. Probably a sword technique. He thought, "Who are you guys?" "The Sword Cultivation Sect. Tuan would like to meet you." "Young master." Seeing their elder brother being so respectful, the two behind him quickly followed suit, clasping their hands in imitation. The girl who had just attacked Zhang Fan was named Murong Mulan, and the other was Tai Shu Yu. Then, the Tuan group hurriedly apologized to him for what just happened. They feared that if they did not, Zhang Fan would make sure they would have no way back to their sect. Their attitude left Zhang Fan utterly astonished. When did sword cultivators, who usually look down on everyone, become so obedient? He then asked them how to handle the Shadow Demon King. Naturally, the Tuan group did not dare to argue and handed it over to Zhang Fan, making some excuse to leave. "This guy is way too strong. We need to get out of here fast and report back to our master." The Tuan group thought silently. and seeing Zhang Fan not saying anything else, they quickly pulled their 2 junior sisters away. However, just as they took a couple of steps, Zhang Fan called out, "Wait!" Cold sweat instantly drenched the 2-1 group. They thought they were done for, but it turned out Zhang Fan just wanted to thank them. After all, if they had not chased after the Shadow Demon King, that dumb dog would not have come running to this manor. Zhang Fan was not one to accept gifts from others, so he pulled out a wooden statue he had casually carved in the unbeatable sword domain and tossed it to them. Taishuyu caught it quickly, expressed his gratitude, and they all dashed off. Not long after, a giant bird soared through the sky, its claws clutching a divine artifact, looking incredibly smug. All the way through the air, the bird could not stop laughing loudly. "Ha! The divine artifact has fallen to the mortal realm and landed in the claws of your mighty demon king. Once I refine this artifact, the entire cultivation world will bow beneath my feet." Coincidentally, it flew right over the manor where Zhang Fan was. The sight of the Shadow Demon King, now a mere pile of bones, immediately caught the attention of the Demon King. Then, the scene of Zhang Fan tending to the fire came into its view. The creature was furious and let out a piercing shriek. "Damn it. Just a mere human dares to kill a Demon King. Humans, prepare to meet your end." As it spoke, the Heavenly Sparrow Demon King spread its wings wide and dove toward the mansion. But before it could even touch down, it was struck with dozens of lethal blows. Every single hit was a critical strike, all thanks to its clash with the unmatched Sword Realm. The Heavenly Sparrow Demon King was left reeling, unable to even let out a yawn. Just as Zhang Fan noticed the unusual noise and looked up, that giant bird had already crash-landed in the courtyard. "Oh, what on earth is happening?" Zhang Fan exclaimed. "Why is there a bird falling from the sky into a pot like this?" Suddenly, the system chimed in, announcing that he had just defeated the Heavenly Sparrow Demon King, earning 40,000 points in Sword Realm Mastery, leveling up his unmatched Sword Realm by 2 tiers, and expanding its range to 424 meters. Zhang Fan approached the bird with a mix of skepticism. This big bird turned out to be a level 7 Heavenly Sparrow Demon King. With all that meat, there is no way one pot would be enough. After inspecting its injuries, Zhang Fan guessed that it had died from crashing headfirst into the Sword Realm, triggering the system's defense mechanism. But for a fierce Demon King to go out like this just shows how terrifying the unmatched Sword Realm truly is. But honestly, he loved this? So much meat in a giant pot to boot. Perfect timing to swap out his usual dog meat feast for some bird stew with mushrooms today. After who knows how long, the Shadow Knight Demon King surprisingly began to stir. Turns out, it was not dead, just knocked out cold with a faint breath. This wolf felt its head pounding like crazy. Remembering what happened before it passed out only made it angrier. That detestable human. I will definitely carve him up to take my revenge. Just as the Shadow Knight Demon King was thinking this, it noticed the Heavenly Sparrow Demon King lying right next to it. While it was still trying to figure out why that bird was here, it caught sight of Zhang Fan busy cooking, and suddenly it realized the Heavenly Sparrow Demon King was just ahead now. Its entire body was simmering in a pot of mushroom soup. The wolf was so scared, it nearly jumped out of its skin. Zhang Fan turned around, still chewing on a piece of bird bone, which terrified the Shadow Knight Demon King even more. It was so shocked it nearly fell off the table, 1,000 questions racing in its mind. But the biggest question was, why was the Heavenly Sparrow Demon King being cooked by a human? This was utterly absurd. Then, the Shadow Knight Demon King realized that the pot Zhang Fan was using to cook the soup was the very cauldron that had fallen from the sky. It could have smashed him flat, but Zhang Fan turned it into a cooking pot instead. These two realizations led the Shadow Knight Demon King to a terrifying conclusion. Zhang Fan was not just some ordinary human. He was a monstrous cultivator, a peerless powerhouse hiding his true strength. Then it thought of something even scarier. "Donnie, tell me Zhang Fan plans to eat the Heavenly Sparrow Demon King first, and then it is my turn." This theory became even more solidified when that dumb dog saw Zhang Fan approaching with a menacing look on his face. It was so scared it froze up, thinking, what do I do now? How can I escape this disaster? On Cha Zhang Feng's side, after seeing the Dark Knight Demon King wake up, one question consumed his mind. If this guy is such a big shot, why does he look like such a dumb dog? But that did not stop him from wanting to turn it into dinner. After all, this little patch of forest was not big, and he could not leave. So how could he pass up a chance for some dog meat? With that thought in mind, Trang Hong Fum lunged forward, sending the Dark Knight Demon King into a panic, crying out in terror and whining, which basically meant, "Don't come any closer. I'm not tasty. Just let me be." The more it resisted, the more fired up Trang Hong Fum became. Seeing him like that, the Dark Knight Demon King switched tactics. It flopped on the ground, crying and whimpering pitifully. Trang Hong Fum did not understand dog language, but he could guess this silly pup was begging for its life. After a moment of consideration, he decided to back off. Besides, he could use a guard dog at home. So he suggested the Dark Knight Demon King stay and watch the door for him. Even though it escaped death, the Demon King's pride took a serious hit. Here was a proud Demon King, reduced to a mere house pet for a human. And if that was not enough, Trang Fum did not want his new dog to go hungry. So he tossed it a bone. The kicker. That bone came from the celestial divine beast. Seriously? You want me to eat a royal bone? These humans are really pushing their luck, thought the Dark Knight Demon King. But looking into Trang Fum's eager eyes, it reluctantly set aside its dignity. After all, being a house dog was still better than dealing with a lion. With that in mind, the Dark Knight Demon King opened its mouth and took the bone, only to realize it smelled way too good for a royal treat. Meanwhile, the two Ven group had returned to their sect. The first thing they did was pay their respects to their master. Hearing the familiar voices of his disciples, the old man slowly opened his eyes. Tu Van. Munsi Lan. Ti Vi. What brings you back? The two Van group quickly knelt down and carefully recounted everything that had just happened. They were sent by their master to the great mountains to look for a divine artifact. Although they did not find it, they did encounter an extraordinary powerhouse who had mastered the art of turning everything into swords. Perhaps he could help tame the sword of their sect. Their master and the elders present could not hide their astonishment, but some immediately dismissed the idea. Turning everything into swords. Come on, that is just nonsense. How could there possibly be an extraordinary master hiding out there when the mountains are filled with dangers and demon beasts? Even the master of the two Vun group found this hard to believe. If there truly was such a master in a place like that, as a seasoned sword cultivator, how could he not have sensed it? Noticing his master's growing frustration, the two Van group looked worried but still tried to speak up. We would never lie to you, master. Every word is true. We hope you can consider it. Their master sighed deeply, clearly still skeptical of what he had just heard. After all, the sword of their sect had been established for over 10,000 years, and only 3 sword cultivators had reached the divine transformation stage. The sword intent is something exceptional. Yet the transformation of all things into a sword is a level even the first master of the sword sect could not reach. But we truly felt that transcendent sword intent from that person. At that moment, it was Taishi Wu's turn to speak, sending their master into a frenzy. The 3 of you are just at the lowly level of the Dole realm. Barely training. So of course, everything you see outside seems impressive. Sword intent is not just some cabbage. How could it be so easily grasped? The 3 of you have never even encountered true sword intent. You must have been fooled by some fakes. He even thought, if there were really someone who could master the transformation of all things into a sword, then why has no one known about it until now? This is just absurd. Juan Tuen intended to explain further, but was cut off by his master. You are just like the other disciples. Hurry and leave the sect. Once you are gone, do not look back. The seal on the blood demon is weakening by the day. If you keep hanging around, we won't be able to maintain the seal much longer. You are all still young. Do not waste your lives on these old fools. As it turns out, where they were meditating was actually a massive seal. But it only buys time before the blood demon escapes. Master Duan Tuen said that when the blood demon dies to break the seal, he would fight it to the death alongside the elders, even if it cost him his life. He absolutely could not let the demon go back in time. Haha. You think risking your lives is a thrill? Suddenly, a sharp laughter echoed through the air. The sect master of the sword sect immediately changed color. This is not good. How could that demon show up so quickly? In response, a low, ominous voice rang out again. Thousands of years ago, your ancestors destroyed their own bodies to suppress me. And now, you are like birds caught in a sea of blood, ready to be devoured by me. Thousands of years later, you think a bunch of weaklings like you can stop me? The blood demon was taking shape, realizing the danger. The sword sect master hurriedly ordered the elders to activate the sword formation. They all stood up and sprang into action. Instantly, a colossal sword formation appeared beneath the sword sect master, unleashing the full power of the formation straight into the earth, the very place sealing the blood demon. But against that terrifying attack, the demon showed no fear. Instead, it mocked those sword cultivators for their lack of talent. And it was not just talk. That sword formation truly could not hurt him. The blood demon casually used a bit of force, shattering that massive sword into 100 fragments. The sword sect master and the other elders were caught in the backlash, coughing up blood. Seeing them in such distress, the blood demon below felt a wave of satisfaction. Just a bunch of useless fools daring to confront me. They really do not know their own strength. The group of Duan Tuen watched the scene, their hearts burning with anxiety. The sword sect master urged them to run quickly, and once they escaped, they needed to spread the word that the blood demon had broken the seal, so that other sects could prepare for the impending threat. However, that wicked demon was not planning on letting the group escape. In capturing him, they were just a bunch of misfits from the Holy Sword sect that had once sealed themselves away. This grudge, not even one of them could slip away. The moment that evil fiend launched his attack, the Via, the shortest one, tripped and fell flat on the ground. The wooden statue, crafted by another master, also tumbled out as a result. What everyone thought was just a lifeless figure suddenly had its eyes flash to life, and took off on its own. The bloodthirsty demon stood frozen in front of that statue, his skin crawling. But by the time he realized the statue contained the profound essence of swordsmanship, it was already too late. A flurry of sword strikes erupted, each one packed with tremendous power, ultimately annihilating the demon entirely. Once it was all over, the wooden statue fell back down, leaving everyone in stunned silence. Wait! Did they really just take down the blood demon like that? The elders exchanged bewildered glances. They had spent countless days on guard, even willing to risk their lives. And yet they could not suppress the demon. Yet this wooden statue managed to wipe him out completely. The leader of the Holy Sword Sect was the first to regain his senses. He picked up the statue and declared it would become the sect's treasured artifact. Every disciple of the Holy Sword Sect must honor and venerate this statue, together grasping the essence of swordsmanship from it. You all brought back an artifact capable of subduing the blood demon. The sect will never forget your contributions. But for now, hurry up and tell me how you encountered the Ancient One in the depths of the wilderness. At this point, he was finally convinced that the words of the cultivators were indeed true. He recounted the entire story in detail. Minutes later, after hearing the tale, the sect leader was hit with another shocking revelation. That wooden statue was made entirely of ordinary materials. What truly defeated the blood demon was merely the lingering sword intent left by someone else on the statue. Terrifying, this was beyond frightening. The master of the cultivators muttered, wondering just how terrifying the true power of that extraordinary being really was, perhaps at the level of duality, or even the Great Ascension stage. The elders of the sect were skeptical, considering that the spiritual energy in the world was no longer as abundant as before. It was already rare to find someone who could reach the level of duality, let alone the Great Ascension stage. But the sect leader of the Holy Sword Sect had made up his mind. He had to personally visit that extraordinary being to clarify the situation, instructing Mudong Mulan to gather the divine golden sword and divine essence elixir to accompany him on this visit. Mudong Mulan gasped in shock. After all, the divine golden sword was the sect's treasured artifact, and the other elders immediately voiced their protests. Sect leader, you can't do that. How can you give away the sect's treasure and the divine essence elixir? That is the sacred soil our ancestors brought back from the heavenly realm. What do you even know? The sect leader of the Holy Sword Sect interrupted them in frustration. Just this statue alone is already an incredibly rare artifact. We can't just show up empty-handed when meeting a master. Can we? Who knows? That so-called treasure we think is legendary might not even be worth a dime in their eyes. The head of the Holy Sword Sect had already made up his mind. Being honest is not worth a dime compared to flattering the big shots. He was determined to latch onto that big thigh. It is no surprise that the master, in a good mood, shared some of his secret techniques, turning the holy sword intent into an immortal legacy, truly worthy of being called a teacher. Flattery that sounds so legit. The group of cultivators was left speechless, and the other elders were completely convinced. This kid really had a knack for standing out among his peers, destined to become the head of the Holy Sword Sect with no one opposing anymore. The whole Holy Sword Sect was buzzing with excitement, preparing to pay respects to that legendary master. Meanwhile, the main character in their story had no clue what was coming. After a not-so-great nap, he woke up to find the Shadow Demon King snoozing too, so he decided to give it a nudge. Seriously? You had one job guarding the house, and you are slacking off. You want to bet I will turn you into dinner? The Shadow Demon King, rudely awakened, was fuming, grinding his teeth in anger. He shot a glare at him, thinking, do you even know who I am? I am the Demon King. Back in the day, I ruled the world, and everyone was terrified of me. Now I am reduced to a mere guard dog. How dare you treat me like this? Despite feeling incredibly wronged, the Shadow Demon King knew he was up against someone who could flatten the heavens. There was no way he could win. To vent his frustration, he could only let out a few growls, and then turn to dig in the dirt. Seeing this, he could not help but exclaim, oh my, what kind of dog are you? You even know how to dig? Well then, if you love digging so much, why do not you dig me a hole? I was just thinking about planting something in the yard, so let us go. Just then, a new character appeared, Tanaiki Lean, riding her sword like a pro. It looked like she was fleeing from some powerful pursuers, but her energy was drained, slowing her down to a crawl. If she kept this up, she would be caught in no time. At that moment, Tanaiki Lean spotted an abandoned estate ahead. Even though she had her doubts, she decided to land there. Anything was better than being caught by those pesky hunters. Then, she caught sight of him troughing Fum. This girl thought of herself as pretty smart, so she figured anyone hiding out in this remote mountain must be extraordinary. Thinking quickly, she shouted, Senior, help me. Hearing the commotion, Trap and Fum turned around. At the same time, Tun Ungekilin stepped into the barrier of the undefeated sword domain. Instantly, hundreds of invisible swords pointed at her. leaving her frozen in fear. Barely daring to breathe, a cold sweat dripped down her forehead. Could this really be the legendary sword intent? It feels like if I take just one more careless step, I will be pierced by 1,000 swords. Zhang Fan has spotted Tun Icy line. Little did he expect this ancient malevolent realm to be so lively. In just half a day, 2 uninvited guests have already dropped by. But before he could even react, the Dark Abyss Demon King charged toward them. This crafty dog was clearly trying to use the arrival of the newcomer to distract Zhang Fan, to give itself a chance to escape. But the barrier of the Sword Realm 1T let it slip away that easily. Tun Upin landed slowly and carefully, fearing the sword intent might slice her apart. Why was it that there was no one else around besides Zhang Fan? Tun Lin could not hide her confusion. Despite her youth, the aura around her felt completely ordinary. Not at all like someone with profound cultivation. However, she did not dare doubt Zhang Fan. For anyone capable of releasing sword intent was definitely no ordinary master, but an unparalleled expert, a true champion among champions. Tun Lin speculated that Zhang Fan was a high-level being playing the role of a sheep among wolves, living incognito as a commoner. She respectfully clasped her hands together in salute. I apologize for intruding on your territory, Senior. It was out of necessity, so please let it slide. This was the second time in a day that Zhang Fan had been addressed as senior by someone his own age. This deeply wounded him. Could it be that his husband was really that unassuming? After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Fan finally replied, I am not blaming you. But what brings you here? Before Tun Lin could respond, a loud commotion erupted from a distance. Not long after, a group of sword-wielding fighters appeared, looking quite flamboyant, accompanied by some fierce-looking rampaging monsters. Upon seeing this, Tun Lin knelt down, tears streaming down her face as she recounted her predicament. Senior, the Gonglong San Wanin has colluded with the demon race, wanting to capture me and offer me as a concubine to the demon king. My father refused, and to my shock, they slaughtered my entire family. I am the only one who escaped. Please, Senior, spare my life. Zhang Fan could not hide his astonishment. Gung Lumengeksun, a reputable figure in the righteous sect, could commit such a heinous act. Still, he did not rush to respond to Tun Lin. The world of cultivation is fraught with dangerous traps, and he felt it was better to hear the full story from both sides first. Although he was invincible in this estate, Zhang Fan did not want to be used as a pawn, lest he unwittingly invite disaster upon himself. Seeing Zhang Fan hesitate, Tun Gekin pleaded again. Senior, if you do not save me, I am sure to die. Don't worry. As long as you are in this estate, no one can force you away. Zhang Fan tried to reassure her, but for now, he needed to assess the situation with this group first. Leading the group of Gonglong Sign 1 was a well-dressed man named Uguku Zij. Seeing Tun Lin seek Zhang Fan's help, he hesitated to advance. Halting at the entrance of the estate, another man beside him whispered into Uguku Zij's ear. Senior brother, that girl's spiritual energy is completely drained. Why are not we going after him already? What is taking so long? Wu Kuizi shouted in frustration, fully aware that anyone capable of carving out a secluded estate in these treacherous mountains, swarming with monsters, is definitely not your average Joe. Plus, in the world of immortals, hidden talents are everywhere. So he feared that Zhang Fan might actually be a reclusive master. Meanwhile, their own cultivation levels were barely at beginner stage, and if they crossed a powerful figure, there would be no way back for them. But still, this was the border between the demon realm and the immortal world. Could it be that someone really chose this place to hide away? He could not shake off the uneasy feeling. On top of that, he did not think Zhang Fan looked like a master at all. The kid seemed clueless, especially with that silly dog by his side, making them look like a double dose of foolishness. Still, Wu Qizi did not dare act recklessly. After all, they were out in the open, and being cautious was never a bad idea. He stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully toward Zhang Fan. Sir, we are from the Guanglang Immortal Sect, sent to hunt down a traitor of our clan. We hope you won't believe her lies. Wu Qizi then accused Sun Yu Lion of being a demoness who practiced dark arts, having sacrificed her own family. She has harmed several of her fellow disciples, and is now trying to deceive Zhang Fan to seek his protection. No matter how she tries to pretend, you need to see her true face. He spoke with a tone laced with anger. Wu Qizi's intensity was striking, leaving his fellow disciples wide-eyed in shock. Clearly, he was the villain here. But he was putting on a show like he was the most righteous person around. The only one feeling anxious was the chatterbox from earlier. Why is the senior brother acting so fast? Why not just charge in? Sun Yu, drenched in dirty water, pointed accusingly at Wu Qizi. Don't you dare slander me. It is obvious that your Guanglang sect is colluding with demons, trying to pin me as their demon queen. My father aimed to expose you, and now you are wiping out my entire clan to silence me. The way she was acting did not seem like a performance. In this scenario, Zhang Fan could not tell who was telling the truth. Even he was unsure who to trust, while the Demon King's minions lounged nearby, seemingly enjoying the drama without any intention of getting involved. Just when Zhang Fan felt stuck, The ground suddenly shook. A giant with a bull's head and a fierce demeanor approached from afar. They fixed their gaze on Wu Qizi and growled, "Aren't you guys supposed to be here? Why are you still dragging your feet?" Seeing Wu Qizi unable to handle Zhang Fan, the demons grew increasingly frustrated, shoving him aside. Just a mere human. And he is messing up the grand plans of the great king. You young cultivators are all worthless. Wu Qizi felt incredibly wronged. But if he could not win, he had to endure. Luckily, those fish generals had some real power. They could handle Zhang Fan for now. The fish tribe warriors were like living treasures. Impervious to blades and difficult to deal with. If Zhang Fan were a true expert, both sides might end up hurting each other. And he, as an outsider, could potentially catch Sun Yu Lion while snagging a few clueless demons along the way. After the arrival of this fish general squad, Zhang Fan knew which side was lying. With that in mind, he felt there was no need to hold back anymore. However, Chuangulin felt a bit anxious. This fish general squad was incredibly strong. And with a few more cultivators from the Guanglang Immortal Sect, would Zhang Fan even be able to handle them? Who would have thought the Guanglang Immortal Sect was actually colluding with the beast men? Zhang Fan let out a deep sigh, disappointment heavy in his voice, then bent down to grab a random branch from the ground. If that is the case, then all of you come at me together. Do not waste my precious time. One fish general immediately charged forward, looking furious at Zhang Fan's arrogant attitude, but they had no idea that Zhang Fan's arrogance was fully justified. With a few swift flicks of the branch in his hand, he sliced that fish general into 17 or 18 pieces, leaving everyone present in utter shock. The general of the fish clan, a body as tough as a treasure, impervious to weapons, and yet he was reduced to mere food scraps by a simple branch. Tuan Goklion had already suspected Zhang Fan was a hidden master, but this level of power was just terrifying. She secretly believed Zhang Fan must at least be at the nascent soul stage, possibly even the transformation stage, all while being completely unaware that he had no cultivation left at all. The Dark Abyss Demon King was not surprised by this turn of events. Picking at a piece of meat, chewing vigorously while quietly mocking, a bunch of clueless fools. And now you understand how I felt at the beginning. Right. Ding. The system popped up before Zhang Fan, announcing that he had earned 800 points for defeating a regular demon general. However, for Zan, 800 points was way too measly. So he gripped the branch and moved in for another round. Meanwhile, the remaining demon general was so terrified by what he would just witness that his legs turned to jelly. He hurriedly dropped to his knees, tears streaming down his face as he begged for mercy, while the other two demon generals and his disciples scrambled to escape. But Zhang Fan was not about to give them that chance. Within his unbeatable sword domain, there was no way anyone could escape. The sound of slicing flesh came as multiple victims fell at once, leaving the demon general too scared to even open his eyes. Now, he was the only one left standing. At that moment, Zhang Fan stood before him, looking down with an air of calm superiority, and casually tilted his head. What was that you just said? I did not quite catch it. The demon general was so frightened he could not even form a coherent sentence. Zhang Fan had no patience left for him and prepared to send him on his way, but just as he was about to strike, an idea struck him. Now that the demon general was the only survivor, if he killed him, would not the Guanglang Immortal Sect and that demon king know nothing about what happened here? If they did not know, they would not come to his estate for revenge, meaning Zhang Fan would lose out on quite a bit of experience. With that in mind, Zhang Fan paused. Not only did he have to spare this guy's life, but he also needed to trick him into bringing more people over, so his sword domain could level up. With that thought, Zhang Fan tossed the dry branch aside. Today, I will spare your life. Go back and tell your sect leader and that demon king that I will protect Chuanagok Lion as long as we are alive. Do not even think about harming her. The Dark Love King and the Celestial Knight are both fools for their actions against Zhang Fan. Protecting Chuanagok Lion is one thing, but why the sudden change of heart to spare the Celestial Knight? After a few seconds, this guy finally caught on, tears and snot streaming down his face. I am not dying. Get lost. Hurry. Zhang Fan snapped impatiently. Before he could finish his sentence, the Celestial Knight spun around and took off into the sky. But just as he soared away, Zhang Fan suddenly collapsed, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Chuanagok saw this and her face turned pale. She rushed over to help him up. Senior, what is wrong? Just a little scratch. Help me inside. Zhang Fan, clutching his chest and putting on a pained expression, but the Dark Love King had already figured out he was just putting on an act. This performance was way too obvious. Yet it could not understand why he would do such a thing. However, the Celestial Knight, hovering in the air, was genuinely moved by his act. After all, that terrifying sword intent was not something just anyone could wield. He thought if someone could exude sword intent from such a young age, there had to be something noteworthy about Zhang Fan. The Celestial Knight assumed there was more to this story, while Zhang Fan was already running on empty. Thinking this, he quickened his pace, wanting to report this back to the sect so they could redeem themselves from today's humiliation. Once the Celestial Knight was far away, Zhang Fan let out a sly smile. Then, he stood up straight, waving his hand at Tun Noflin. Really, the Dark Love King was taken aback, thinking Zhang Fan was just faking it to make a move on Tunan Nutrivian, and felt he was being a bit too dramatic. Senior, are you really okay? Tunan Giglin still was not reassured. Zhang Fan patted himself a few times, indicating he was as good as new. But Tunan Gekian's worries did not stop there. After all, Zhang Fan had let the Celestial Knight go. She felt he would definitely call someone to settle the score. Little did she know, that was exactly what Zhang Fan intended. People often say that the elders of the Kuang Lang sect have impressive power, at least at the nascent soul stage. And that Dark Love King is also a fierce and terrifying figure, but the stronger the opponent, the more Zhang Fan thrives. After all, in this estate, he was the undefeated champion. The tougher the enemy, the more experience points he could rack up. How could Tun Nakilia know any of this? She felt terrible that to save her, Zhang Fan had made enemies with so many powerful forces. Alright. Seeing Tun Neklin starting to ramble, Zhang Fan cut her off. Don't worry. As long as you are in this estate, I guarantee that before I fall, no one will harm you. He intended to say a few words to keep her quiet, but Tin Hun Geklian was so moved by Zhang Fan that she knelt before him. Your great kindness, Senior. I truly have nothing to repay you with. Would you consider taking me as your disciple? If you are willing, I will follow my master and serve you well from now on. The situation escalated so quickly. Zhang Fan never even considered this possibility. Sure, in the sword domain, you are unbeatable. But you are actually a washed-up loser who lost all your cultivation. What could you possibly teach Sun Yulian? Zhang Fan turned down the offer. But just as he was about to brush it off, the system chimed in again. There it was. A random quest to recruit Sun Yulian as a disciple in the ways of the sword, with a special reward waiting for him. Talk about throwing a curveball on Sun Yulian's side. Being rejected so harshly left her feeling down, but she was no stranger to reality. She figured Zhang Fan, so young with such deep cultivation, would not care for someone as mediocre as her. Besides, they were not close, so it made sense for Zhang Fan to decline. But just then, he slowly walked over and patted Sun Yulian on the shoulder. I have never taken on a disciple before, but you are the exception. Starting today, you are my disciple. Sun Yulian was stunned, eyes wide, as if she could not believe her ears and had to double-check. Wait, did the senior really just accept me? Yeah. No need to keep calling me senior. It is time to change how we address each other. Zhang Fan's sudden change of heart made Sun Yulian start to entertain some hopeful thoughts. Plus, Zhang Fan was still quite young. Could it be that he wanted to take her on as a disciple, but really just for other purposes? The thought made Sun Yulian's cheeks flush bright red. But then she remembered that Zhang Fan had saved her life. That was a debt she could hardly repay. Moreover, if she could rely on him to take revenge on the Sun family for their deep-seated grudges, then what was being a maid even worth? With that decision, Sun Yulian knelt down, hands clasped together respectfully. Disciple Sun Yulian pays her respects to Master Sun. Zhang Fan could not help but nod in satisfaction. The system indicated that this girl possessed the sword body, a rare innate talent, and since birth, she had been nurturing vital energy within her. Plus, having her as a disciple would grant him a special reward now. That was what Zhang Fan was really looking forward to. Before long, the system delivered the mission reward. This time, it was a skill for sword intent manifestation, allowing him to enhance living beings by infusing them with sword energy. Zhang Fan was already feeling pretty excited about this ability. From now on, he went to find a nearby withered tree. Then, he touched the tree with 2 fingers and began to pour sword energy into it. Miraculously, the impossible happened. In an instant, that dry wood began to sprout and grow at a breathtaking speed. Sun Yulian was completely taken aback by the sight. How is this even possible? That withered tree was suddenly thriving, as it transformed into a large tree with lush green leaves. Zhang Fan finally stopped. Satisfied, the Dark Abyss Demon King was so excited it rolled around on the ground. It was so bursting with energy that just standing near the tree made it feel its injuries, inflicted by the divine weapon, healing at an astonishing rate. On top of that, the kind of technique that Trajing Pham just used. The Dark Love King had never heard of it, which only made it more certain that he was some kind of celestial being. Yet, Trajing Pham stared at that tree for a while, clearly not satisfied with this outcome. It seems that pouring out all that sword energy only got him this far. The nutrients in this land are incredibly scarce. Reaching this level of growth is already a miracle. However, since they were in the sword realm, sword energy did not cost anything and did not require effort. So Trajing Pham went all out, unleashing it on every living thing in this abandoned manor. After a busy half-day, the once desolate estate finally showed some signs of life as various plants sprouted up. He took Tun Nuki Line on a tour of the manor, then suddenly asked, Ingi Kifi Lin, do you know why I took you in as my disciple? Tun Ingrit Lin was taken aback by the question. stumbling to find her words. I am just a foolish disciple, not understanding the intentions of my master. But if you desire it, I would not refuse. It is just that this pace seems a bit fast, and I am not quite ready yet. The expression and implication behind those words clearly hinted at some things that children should not see. Trading Fuguim, however, was clueless about what was going through her mind, and even thought she might be unwell. It took him a lot of effort to take on a disciple, and he was hoping she was not actually sick. The celestial realm was vast, and it often showcased those with extraordinary talents in the realm of cultivation. They either had strong physiques and bloodlines or stumbled upon unique opportunities, shining brightly in the world of cultivation and becoming powerful. What did she think she was? Trongong Fime's overly righteous question only added to Tuan Nguk Lioness' confusion. She felt that being accepted as a disciple by someone as extraordinary as him must mean she belonged to the second category. But Trongong Fime shook his head, stating she was a blend of both. The Dark Love King, upon hearing this, so shot Tuan Nguk in a look full of skepticism, thinking to himself, what does that mean? Don't tell me this girl has a special physique too. No way. If that were true, with my strength as a Love King, how could I not see it? For Tuan Nguk, after hearing Trong Pham say this, she could not hide her excitement. Master, are you saying I could have a particularly strong physique? Absolutely. Trong Pham replied confidently. You indeed possess a special physique, which might even be why the Love King has taken notice of you. Meanwhile, that piece of trash, David, had returned, under the pressure from the elders of the Kuang Lang immortal sect, especially that Love King. He recounted everything that had happened in Tranong Fem's manor. The tense atmosphere was in stark contrast to Tun Nun Gavi Lian's feelings, as she had just learned from Tranjong Phram that her physique was one suited for swordsmanship. Special physiques, mundane physiques, spiritual physiques, extraordinary physiques, rare physiques, divine physiques, and the highest is the Tao physique. He was a love, just an extraordinary physique, while this seemingly weak human, and Teen Lin, had the highest level of physique, the Tao physique, a Tao physique. Really? Is this why I caught the attention of the Kuang Lang immortal sect and the Love King? Tun and Gritlin felt both thrilled and anxious. Just a mere demon king and a tiny little wolf king. Perhaps they can't see the whole picture. If they did, they would not just send a few demon generals to capture people. Even though Zhang Fan has made that clear, Sun Golian still doubts herself. After all, she has never discovered any special talent since she was a kid, and were not those prodigies in the whispers of the world always the ones who showed extraordinary talent from a young age? Zhang Fan patiently explains to her that the swordsmanship body is not like ordinary physical types. You can only realize your exceptional potential after awakening. Otherwise, do not even think about just a wolf king. Even the 8 major sects in the astral continent would be clamoring to snatch Sun Golian. Hearing this, a wave of longing and regret surged powerfully within Sun Golian. If only she had awakened her powers sooner, her family would not have ended up in ruins. She pleads with her master to teach her how to awaken her swordsmanship body so she can take revenge. Zhang Fan nods and instructs her to start by sensing her sword intent, before the Wolf King Sect's people come looking for trouble with Zhang Fan. The Holy Sword Sect's members have already arrived. Upon seeing Zhang Fan's dilapidated estate, the sect leader can't help but sigh. It seems too ordinary. Who would have thought a master hides here? As they got closer, they could feel a rich aura of spiritual energy, something they did not sense when Murong Mulan and Tai Suu were here last time. Even the Holy Sword Sect leader had never felt such a potent flow of spiritual energy. It felt endless, as if they were swimming in a sea of spiritual energy. The Nightshade Demon King is sprawled out in the yard, and upon sensing someone approaching, it jumps up and starts barking like crazy. Tai Suu then introduces it to his master. Master, this is the silly dog we 3 chased after. Looks like it has been taken in by this senior. The Holy Sword Sect leader observes the Nightshade Demon King carefully, then turns pale upon realizing its true identity as a Demon King. He can't believe his eyes, wondering why a Demon King is here. Moreover, it seems like it has noticed them, looking ready to charge at any moment, making the Holy Sword Sect leader unable to hide his alarm, seeing them so scared. The Nightshade Demon King finally felt a bit of that vanity it lost when it pledged allegiance to Zhang Fan. This silly dog then grows bold and starts barking to scare the Holy Sword Sect members. Little did anyone expect that after just 3 barks, Zhang Fan bursts out of the house, not holding back with a slap. What the heck? Guolian just started sensing her sword intent. And you guys are making a ruckus here. The Nightshade Demon King, hurt and embarrassed, starts whimpering and sneaks off. Once it leaves, the Holy Sword Sect members finally feel at ease to land. Zhang Fan quickly recognizes the 2 kids, but the old man with them is a complete stranger. The Holy Sword Sect leader, witnessing the scene, is drenched in cold sweat. He has never seen anyone dare to discipline a demon king of similar rank to a divine, being like it is just a dog in their home. This only proves that Zhang Fan in front of them possesses unmatched strength. At least at the level of a double realm. Mo Rongyalan spoke up first, introducing her master to Zhang Fan and mentioning that their purpose for returning was to express gratitude for the wooden statue he gifted. It is the sect leader of the Holy Sword Immortal Sect. Zhang Fan was about to ask for details. But before he could even finish his sentence, the other party interrupted him. The old man bowed respectfully, saying he was visiting the esteemed senior without an invitation, hoping for his forgiveness. Those two words, esteemed senior, felt like a heavy weight on Zhang Fan's heart. Well, this is rich. Even an old man is calling him an esteemed senior. Zhang Fan thought to himself that his age might not even match the odd-numbered years of this guy's life. Out of courtesy, Zhang Fan invited them inside. The gaze of the sect leader from the Holy Sword Immortal Sect was glued to him. What was strange was that the old man's cultivation level was not low. Yet he could not sense any fluctuation of spiritual energy from Zhang Fan. This could only mean two things. Either Zhang Fan had no cultivation at all, or his cultivation was so far beyond that of the sect leader that the old man could not detect it. Thinking this, he boldly asked Zhang Fan, I did not expect your cultivation to be so profound. Have you perhaps reached the realm of transcending the mortal plane? Zhang Fan faced the question. But he could not just say he was a useless nobody who had lost all his cultivation. If he told the truth, the old man probably would not believe him. So he just scratched his head and gave a vague response. Haha, that must be it, he said. As they walked, they spotted his disciple, Antine Lean, meditating under a tree. Zhang Fan introduced her briefly. My disciple is currently feeling the sword intent. Let us not disturb her. This way, please. Along the way, the sect leader could not help but marvel at Zhang Fan's garden. Such lush, spirit-rich plants can't just be grown with regular care. It seems only ancient caves could create such wonders. That must be it. The soil here is too poor. Even with my sword energy watering them, they have only grown this much. Zhang Fan shrugged. Then he noticed the sect leader pulling out a brown pouch from his robe, claiming it contained a gift to repay Zhang Fan for the wooden statue he had given to his disciple. Zhang Fan did not hold back and opened it to take a look. Inside was divine essence, a treasure brought back by the ancestors of the Holy Sword Immortal Sect from the immortal realm, rumored to be able to nourish divine herbs. And the holy sword he mentioned was the crimson gold divine sword, the sect's prized possession. Both items were incredibly valuable and useful for Zhang Fan, but he knew that nothing in this world comes for free. Today, the sect leader brought such precious items to him. It seemed he wanted Zhang Fan to be a support for their sect. However, Zhang Fan could not even leave this estate. So how could he become a pillar for someone else? Thinking this, he furrowed his brow, and the sect leader noticed his expression. The old man thought Zhang Fan did not like the two treasures, and became so anxious that he could not sit still. After all, these were the best offerings from their sect. Please do not refuse. Esteemed senior, the sect leader suddenly exclaimed, startling Zhang Fan. Well, if they were offering from the heart, then he should at least be courteous in return. Zhang Fan took both gifts and casually mentioned that the sacred object could be great for growing beards. That comment left the old man speechless. This was a treasure of their sect, something they had never dared to use. Yet Zhang Fan treated it like a garden plot. Truly, this guy has the demeanor of a true master. But this turned out to be good news for the master of the Sacred Sword Sect. As with Zhang Fan accepting the gift, it made flattering him a whole lot easier. Once you accept someone's gift, you can't treat them too casually. Zhang Fan was well aware of this. So he invited the Sacred Sword Sect's masters and disciples to stay for dinner. As they were chatting, they dug into the 3 giant clams he had prepared, the meat still fresh and juicy. Naturally, the master of the Sacred Sword Sect would not pass up such a great opportunity. At this point, the beef should be almost ready. Miss, could you please bring out the pot of stew? Zhang Fan. And the master of the Sacred Sword Sect promptly took on the task. Following the delicious aroma, he spotted a heavenly cauldron in the middle of the estate. Guessing this was the pot Zhang Fan mentioned, he went to lift it, but the pot would not budge an inch. The master of the Sacred Sword Sect tried several more times but still could not lift it. Upon closer inspection, he realized this was the divine artifact that had fallen from the sky last time. He was so startled that he immediately let go and took a few steps back. Countless sects were hunting for this treasure. Yet here it was, this divine artifact that fell from the heavens, being treated by Zhang Fan as merely a pot for cooking meat. Seeing the master of the Sacred Sword Sect face turn different shades of green and white, Zhang Fan felt a bit guilty. Having him carry such a massive pot of beef was indeed putting him in a tough spot. All right, let me handle this, Zhang Fan then effortlessly lifted the pot. The master of the Sacred Sword Sect was still in shock. He whispered to his disciple that this pot of stew was the divine artifact that had recently fallen to the mortal realm. Rong Yilen could not hide her astonishment upon hearing this. Really? Master, what should we do now? Absolutely nothing. I suspect the recent incident with the sky being cleaved open is connected to this high-level expert. But this is something we can get involved in, so according to you, how powerful is this senior? Not sure. But at the very least, they are at the Earth Immortal level. No wonder I could not see their cultivation clearly the whole time. Hearing the term Earth Immortal sent a chill down Mung Rung Yi Elan's spine. She silently felt grateful that when she chased after the Dark Knight Demon King here, she had not offended Zhang Fan. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. After dishing out the meat into bowls, Zhang Fan excitedly called the others to come and try it. The moment they took their first bites, the 3 disciples of the Sacred Sword Sect were overwhelmed with delight. The beef was tender and sweet, but it was perfection not just in flavor, but in the overwhelming spiritual energy it radiated. They kept eating until they were stuffed before finally saying their goodbyes. A trying for a mum even walked them to the door, reminding them to visit again whenever they had the time. But before they headed back, the Holy Sword Sect's master suddenly realized something astonishing. His time at Traming Fam's estate was just a single afternoon, and yet he had already broken through to the deity transformation stage. Honestly, that was not too surprising. After all, Traming Fam's estate was brimming with the essence of the 6 paths, the energy of Sword Kai shooting up to the heavens, plus the divine beef stew simmering in the celestial kitchen. With all that, it was totally normal for the old man to hit a new level. On Traming Fam's side, even though he was busy hosting guests all day, receiving divine energy still made him really happy. With this kind of rich soil in hand, he could feast on all sorts of fruits later. Speaking of which, Traming Fam suddenly spotted a glowing fruit in his garden. Getting a closer look, he realized it was a fruit shaped like a person. What is wild is that this strange fruit was growing rapidly, suddenly taking on the appearance of an adult in meditation. The Dark Abyss Demon King saw this and thought he was witnessing a miracle, fluffing up his fur in excitement. Tramfugum felt a little tense. Could it be that just using a bit of divine energy turned this tree into a spirit? But Tun Un Geklin quickly dismissed his concern, realizing that this process was not about becoming a spirit. Rather, the fruit was condensing celestial essence. Beneath the ancient tree, there was a humanoid form made of condensed essence, which is a sign of becoming a spirit. But this tree was surrounded by celestial energy. This was the process of transcending to immortality. How terrifying. Only trees that gather spiritual energy and transform shape can give rise to such a transcendent life form. From the base of that ancient tree, a powerful green column of spiritual energy shot straight up into the sky. This phenomenon once again caught the attention of many. Just like when mortals witnessed the celestial kitchen being shattered, the beam of light shone brilliantly like a tidal wave, with life energy soaring into the heavens, leading many to speculate that the trees in the forest were transforming into spirits. But with such a tremendous uproar, what kind of freakish spirit could it be? Far from the estate, on a mountain peak, 2 old men were watching this spectacle unfold. The essence there was like an endless ocean of life. This transformation was definitely not a simple one. One of them spoke up first. No doubt. A divine tree has transformed into celestial essence. I wonder which expert has the power to turn a divine tree into celestial essence. This person is definitely not a mortal. Let us go check it out. If there really is a miraculous opportunity, perhaps our skeletal forms won't feel so lonely anymore. As they spoke, the 2 friends leaped off the mountain peak, flying their swords toward Zhang Fan's estate. Before long, beneath the ancient tree, a young celestial being truly appeared. Facing Zhang Fan, he looked extremely respectful, having been blessed by the celestial master, forming his spiritual body, and soon stepping onto the path of cultivation. From now on, Little Celestial will consider guarding this estate as his responsibility. Little Celestial still does not have a name, hoping the master will bestow one. Zhang Fan was not exactly an expert in these matters, but since this being was condensed from the trees he planted, calling him his son was not far off. He had to think this through carefully. Transforming from ginseng into a celestial spirit meant he had been enlightened by the great Tao, which was a rare opportunity, and he was now willing to guard the estate. Therefore, Zhang Fan decided to name him Zhen Yuan. Upon hearing this name, the being appeared overjoyed, clasped his hands, and bowed deeply to thank Zhang Fan. Zhen Yuan pledged that now that his master had given him a name, he would surely do his best to protect his estate. Zhang Fan chuckled dryly a few times. Was not he the one who named Zhen Yuan? How did it suddenly become Zhen Yuan? Whatever. It is not like there is much of a difference. The most important thing is that someone is now in charge of guarding the estate, which means he can relax a bit. Little did Zhang Fan think he would have such a stroke of luck. The effects of the divine pulse that the Saint Sword Master brought were definitely not enough. At the same time, the group of people from the Guanglang Celestial Clan, along with the Celestial Beast King they colluded with, were getting very close to the estate. The one guiding them was, of course. However, as they approached, an elder from the Guanglang Celestial Clan sensed something was off. Specifically, the thick celestial aura emanating from the estate was somewhat intimidating. But then, the Celestial Beast King suddenly burst into laughter. He believed that this wild forest was the territory of the Beast Clan. No matter how strong the spiritual energy was, it was just for show, and he was completely in control of the situation. The elders from the Guanglang Celestial Clan seeing this, began to flatter him. Exactly. Your Majesty the Beast King. Your aura is magnificent, and your powers are extraordinary. There is no way you can't handle a tiny estate like this. While Zhang Fan was casually sunbathing, he sensed the presence of his enemies. He was quite pleased, not expecting them to arrive so quickly, and he did not regret putting on that bloody act in front of Wu Qizia. Those foolish ones were getting closer to the estate. The first thing that caught their eye was the Shadow Hound King lounging around, clearly a beast with some power. Yet it looked just like a guard dog. The Beast King also noticed the Shadow Hound King, because it was obvious it was just lying there. Not cultivating, yet still advancing in level by directly absorbing spiritual energy. This dumb creature thought it would definitely snatch the cultivation method as a trophy later. Little did he know that in the southern wilderness ancient realm, he would encounter such a dog with remarkable potential. Such a phenomenon surely indicated a genius among the Beast clan. If he could tame this dog as a spirit companion, it would definitely be a powerful ally in the future. The elders from the Guanglang Celestial clan were completely oblivious to the danger, and only laughed and pointed, discussing the Shadow Hound King. After that, the leader of the Guanglang sect even treated it like a guard dog and spoke up first. That little pup. Are you interested in joining our sect as a protector? At that moment, the Shadow Knight Demon King lazily opened its eyes, unaware of Zhang Fan's plan. It was taken aback by the sudden appearance of so many people. At the same time, that bold Demon King stepped forward. He coined the leader of the Guanglang sect. After all, it is my demon clan, how could we lose to humans? Little pup, are you willing to accept me as your master, and become a valuable ally of the bold Demon King? The Shadow Knight Demon King growled loudly, and the bold Demon King declared that if the Shadow Knight Demon King agreed to his request, he would bestow it with a title. As he spoke, he even reached out to pat the Shadow Knight Demon King's head, igniting its fury to the max. Just relying on you for a good time. You better remember where you are. How dare you come here and brag? The Shadow Knight Demon King replied haughtily, but this only infuriated the bold Demon King. A dog is just a mere snack. After all, you are just a pet for humans here. Would not it be better to come with me and enjoy the good life? Given that we are both from the Demon clan, I offer you a choice. Either submit to me right here, or a disgraceful creature like you does not deserve to live. Even though the Shadow Knight Demon King had already pledged allegiance to Zhang Fan, that did not mean anyone could humiliate it. In an instant, it sprang forward toward the bold Demon King, knocking him down in shock before everyone's eyes. But this is just the beginning. If it were not for the fact that the Shadow Knight Demon King was severely injured by the Divine Peak before, and still had not fully recovered, that fool would not even be standing here to mock it. The more it thought about it, the angrier it got. The Shadow Knight Demon King began to unleash an incredible power, its form growing larger and larger, transforming from a goofy dog into a true wolf. When the bold Demon King realized that his opponent was also a Demon King, panic began to set in. At this moment, the now mighty Shadow Knight Demon King charged forward to attack again. The bold Demon King clearly found himself at a disadvantage, and could only swing his axe around. But not only did he fail to hurt his opponent, he actually sent the Guanglang sect members flying in all directions. The sect leader and the elders of Guanglang were still trying to grasp what was happening. They began to view the Shadow Knight Demon King as just a slightly powerful monster. Little did they know it was a Demon King level creature. The martial artist was probably the most shocked. The last time he was here, the Shadow Knight Demon King was clearly just a silly, wicked dog, not at all resembling what it was now. Watching the Demon King struggle against the shadowy attacks from the Dark King, the members of the Guanglang Immortal sect were thrown into a frenzy. The guy with the purple robe claimed that the master of that dumb dog was the one who captured Neverthen. But seriously, what kind of power does one need to turn a Demon King into a house pet? Just as they mentioned the devil, he appeared out of nowhere. After a little break, he dragged out Sun Yulian from the house. Finally, you all showed up. He grinned with a wicked smile. On the other hand, Sun Yulian could not help but grit her teeth upon seeing these guys. They were the very scum that ruined her life. Meanwhile, the head of the Guanglang sect, like everyone else, was meeting Zhang Fan for the first time and could not shake his doubts. Clearly, this kid had no cultivation level at all. Yet he was able to hold his ground against a Demon King. The old man sensed there was something deeper going on, so he spoke with caution. You are the one who killed my sect's disciple. Ah. A bunch of useless fools. Yeah, that was me. So what? Zhang Fan replied with a defiant tone. This infuriated the elders of the Guanglang Immortal sect, but the old sect leader stopped them. Realizing that Zhang Fan was trying to provoke him, after some thought, he figured that this kid's arrogance at such a young age likely meant his power was beyond what he could imagine. Lu Zhan helplessly watched the Demon King get attacked, while that dog had latched onto him. Today, it seemed like the Guanglang sect had reached the brink of destruction. Seeing the dire situation unfold, the old man's face turned as red as a monkey's butt. He could not believe the prey was right in front of him. There was still a chance to turn the tables and bring this disaster upon the Guanglang sect. How infuriating. If only he had known earlier. Lu Zun shook off his thoughts and clasped his hands respectfully toward Zhang Fan, asking if he would step in to help Sun Yulian. Surely. He saw her unique potential and wanted to take her under his wing. In the world of cultivation, strength was everything. The Guanglang sect concedes. Stepping back. Not stopping there. Lu Zun continued slowly. If you could lend a helping hand today, I promise I will come to make amends another time. His words surprised Zhang Fan. What the heck? This is weird. Why is not he rushing in to kill me? This guy is definitely not playing by the rules. The old man observed Zhang's expression for a moment and noticed he was completely unfazed. Seizing the moment, he turned to leave with an unwilling expression, thanking Zhang for showing mercy. We will take our leave now. Facing the guys still caught in their own tricks, Zhang seriously declared, Now, Sun Yulian is under my protection. You guys from the Guanglang sect colluded with demons, wiped out her clan, and committed such heinous crimes against my disciple. Now you tell me, does that sound fair? With an air of unashamed arrogance, Zhang Fan called out. Elder 5. Hearing his name, the elder stepped forward, sword at the ready. Aye. Master Elder, I have said it before. We just need to charge in and kill him. This guy's been pretending for too long. Before he could finish, a wave of sword energy shot towards him, and he screamed like a chicken being slaughtered, then coughed up blood all over the place. Suddenly struck by a sharp pain from behind, Truckvo aghast in confusion. The impact sent him crashing to the ground like a ragdoll. While Lang Tan's icy gaze surveyed the aftermath of his work, a hint of malicious satisfaction creeping into his eyes, you squirmed at the old man's indifference and boldness. Thinking, what the heck is going on? But ignoring your grim expression, he solemnly declared, My esteemed lord, I did indeed promise to present Ningadardlin to the Demon King, but exterminating her clan was never my command. That is all on Truckvo's reckless actions. I hope his life can satisfy you. The way he shifted all responsibility onto a 10 left Trung Phum in awe. This old man is truly wicked, surrounded by an air of tense silence. Standing there, I silently observed the cruel figure before me, thinking, my strength is not fully realized yet, and he is willing to sacrifice an old man's life. This guy is cruel to the extreme. How can someone like Great Lang be regarded as a righteous figure? Disgusted by the hypocrisy, cruelty, and brutality that permeates the cultivation world through him, Trung Phum fell silent. The world of cultivation is truly ruthless. Unintentionally, I am lucky that right now, I am the knife and he is the fish. The worm in this cultivation world cannot be overlooked. With a gaze filled with righteous conviction, I pointed at the elder and declared, Old man, do you really think a single life can absolve you of the sins you have committed against my disciple? Lotin was left dumbfounded by my bold statement, astonished that after all this, he still was not set free. Regaining his composure, he respectfully expressed a desperate hope for peace. Sir, please understand the stakes. Is not the life of a single elder enough? If you refuse to let this go, the Guanglang sect will have no choice but to fight you here, all for a disciple. Is it really necessary? Hearing the threat, and Trung Phum, wise beyond his years, made a decision. You have a point. After all, Ying Lin just pledged herself to me as her master. He glanced at her, a mischievous smirk forming as he continued. Whether to forgive you or not, I will let her decide. He grinned wickedly, pointing at the Guanglang members, causing them to shiver. Disciple, your enemies are right here. Take them out. She stared at Trung Phum in disbelief, asking, But, master, their cultivation levels are higher than mine. I can only lazily. And Yi Lin suddenly tossed him a sword, and with a confident demeanor, he declared, You have grasped some of my sword intent. When I say you can do it, you can do it. He was like a Pokemon trainer, pointing directly at the bewildered faces of the Guanglang members and urging her forward. Go on. Sometimes it is better to handle your own grudges, to keep the enemies from losing hope. Trung Phum added, Today, as long as someone can defeat my disciple in this duel, I promise not to lay a hand on him. Sensing the disdain in Trung Phum's words, Lul Ten did not get angry. Instead, he pondered the situation. Even holding a legendary sword, he was not at the level of a golden elixir. To be sure he had not misheard, he pointed at Trung Phum to confirm. What you say is true. The elder nodded affirmatively. Of course. It is. With everything set, Trung Phum called for Ungarlin to step up and clear the trash before them. Go on, he commanded, and Yin Lin bowed her head and replied, At your command, master. Grasping her 80-centimeter sword, she boldly stepped forward, pointing it at the enemies with unwavering determination. Guanglang sect, do not think you can just let the grudge of my family slide. I will personally avenge it today. Hearing such audacious words from a mere child, Latin's face flushed red with rage. How dare this youngling act so arrogant? If it were not for the support behind her, he would have already. He did not continue and turned to call out, KT, Hearing his name, Katie responded earnestly.
Yep.
Latine said seriously. Duel with her. Katie hesitated, sword in hand. Stepping forward cautiously, he eyed her sword, brimming with spiritual energy. Filled with apprehension, even though he was scared, he still managed to talk tough. Ingi Kifi Lin. Do not think that just because you have a divine sword, you have someone backing you. Suddenly, a flash of light dashed past him, leaving Katie stunned and helpless. Feeling a sharp pain, he stared in shock, stunned by the incredible speed. He had no time to react, only able to lament as his vision began to fade. That sword. Too fast. Ingi Lian's annoyance was palpable as she rambled on. It made her earlier dominance so powerful that the surrounding spectators recoiled in fear. And suddenly, a notification flashed on the system. The assessment revealed that Nenjiki Line, a Tree Civ K cultivator, achieved a staggering 400 points in the battle arena. Seeing this, Trimfum felt immensely satisfied. After all, killing counted towards the score not bad at all. In the center of the battlefield, Ingi Lian stood tall, her flowing robe dancing in the wind. Carrying the scent of blood, her gaze casually swept over the bodies sprawled at her feet. Latine shouted fiercely, calling the next challenger to step up. While his sword skills were impressive, he was still far from the golden core stage. Elder Lin Trang slowly stepped forward. Her Gazy, please give your orders. The elder suddenly whined in his anger, his expression a mix of caution and dissatisfaction, whispering a warning to defeat her. But remember to spare her life. He glanced at Fam, his mind racing with thoughts. Although this person talked too much without engaging in battle, he feared that later on, he would use the excuse of her killing his disciple to seek revenge. Watching Fam remain so composed, Lo Ten seethed internally, this annoying brat. I have never faced such humiliation. But once I escape this time, I will find a chance to take revenge. Lost in his thoughts, Lin Trang had already drawn her sword, tearing through the space as she charged at Iniki Lin, aiming to cripple her opponent. Let us see if your master will risk everything for a cripple. Facing the sword slicing through the air like it was aiming for her life, she remained steadfast, refusing to budge, silently facing the chilling glare of the blade. In a furious clash, as the sword descended violently, she swiftly pivoted her wrist, skillfully meeting the attack. The sound of metal clashing echoed through the air. Ingikilian gritted her teeth, her body trembling under the immense pressure as if a mountain was crushing her. Yet her feet stayed planted, unwavering, with the weight pressing heavily on her shoulders. She suddenly channeled her strength, pushing the sword upward, shifting the tide of battle in the blink of an eye. Lin Trang stumbled back, her eyes wide in disbelief. A slight frown crossed her face as she glanced at Nengiv Lian with a hint of admiration. She is not just some rookie. But what a pity this is where it ends. Just as she was about to smirk, her expression froze, eyes widening as she realized something. Wait a minute. Lin Trang stared at Nafi Line as if she were a colossal monster, the invisible pressure weighing down on her, making her legs feel glued to the ground. How could someone exude such overwhelming sword intent? Her sword came crashing down like a meteor, and Lin Trang could only watch in horror, paralyzed by despair. This is not good, the power of that sword intent. Her body. It can he handle it? In that critical moment, as the blade was about to slice into her flesh, her survival instinct kicked in, compelling Lin Trang to dodge back, her heart pounding like it would explode. Even as she desperately leaned away, the sharp blade still pierced through her flimsy defenses, and she fell helplessly to the ground. How could this be happening? Refusing to accept her fate, she lay there, blood spilling as her last breaths escaped. The onlooking spectators were left in shock, unable to believe their eyes what just happened. After the intense battle, Ingikilin maintained her calm, steady breath. I actually managed to defeat someone at the foundation stage. But why did he look so dazed just now? She felt a mix of doubt and realization. Could it be that her master secretly assisted her? On this side, the system notification popped up, causing Zhang Fan to gleefully hit the like button. Checking in, he saw his disciple, Ngok Lion, launching an over-level attack, earning 3,000 points in the sword realm, receiving an admiring glance from the opponent. Ngok Lian's doubts were quickly replaced by overwhelming emotion. Her master truly is something else. I just want to cry. Feeling pumped, she shifted her sharp gaze to the remaining targets. Who's next? Ngok Lion summoned her divine sword towards the enemy, the air thick with the thrill of battle. Who dares to challenge her? After showcasing her strength, Deep spoke up, his expression grim. The Grand Elder from earlier was finally taken aback. Even Lu Jun was shaken upon noticing the strange turn of events. It is strange. While that sword is impressive, the third Elder's strength could easily let him slip away. Yet, Lu noticed Zhang Fan casually executing a move. Could it be that guy was plotting something? Although still a rookie, Lu Zun urged his fellow disciples. Unsure. But I did not see him do anything just now. Lao Tu, you give it a shot. Remember. This time, we have to take her down, no holding back. Suddenly thrown into the arena, Zhang Ji turned pale with fear. Wait, seeing Lin Trang sprawled out on the ground, He could not help but feel terrified. But my strength is still up there with the third elder. Without giving Jiang Ji a chance to refuse, Lu Xun issued a startling command. What if the third elder is just careless? Hurry up. Are you waiting for me to go? Meanwhile, explosions echoed like thunder, shaking the very mountains and forests. It felt like a demon lord was struggling to hold his ground. This crazy dog, you are a demon king. And yet you are risking it all for a mere human. Under such insult, the Dark Realm retaliated fiercely. What do you know? This is what we call a savvy dog. The demon lord refused to back down, ready to counterattack. All right. Then today, I will wipe out this nuisance on behalf of my kin. With that, he charged forward, causing the ground to crack and tremble. But the Dark Realm swiftly dodged each shockwave, seizing the opponent's moment of vulnerability. The demon lord prepared to unleash a surprise punch. However, the Dark Realm remained calm and unleashed its power, enveloping itself in a brilliant glow. You have underestimated me. With a booming incantation, dark smoke rapidly emerged, spreading outwards, surrounded by the oppressive darkness. It felt like the demon lord had hit pause. This is the Dark Realm, how can this be? Seeing the opponent's dazed expression, the Dark Realm furiously unleashed its sharp claws. Where do you think you are looking? Instantly, it left 2 deep gashes, making the opponent scream in pain. After inflicting the injury, the Dark Realm casually licked the blood off its claws. Thinking, you think you can take me down just by relying on someone else? The demon lord seemed still reeling from the shock. Could it be that you are the Dark Realm's demon king? Upon hearing this, it smugly taunted back. Only now do you realize that provocative stance lit a fire under the demon lord. I seriously did not recognize you a full-fledged demon king of the Dark Realm. Yet here we are. As soon as he finished, he charged forward, ready to throw a punch. Like a dog obeying its master, its growl reverberated, unleashing electrifying sparks full of menace. What do you even know? The Dark Realm swiftly dashed past the demon lord, maintaining a stance as if waiting for a double strike, and let out a pained groan as the agony pierced through his flesh and bones. Not a single bead of sweat dripped from the shadowy depths. And seeing that pitiful sight, this prince who had sustained no prior injuries could crush his enemies as easily as flipping a pancake. It was a heartfelt warning for the beastly foe. But for someone who could easily wipe out the heavens for my beloved, it was nothing. Still, this prince did not care what you did. But since the esteemed Lotus had taken him as her disciple, diving headfirst into this mess was just asking for trouble. The Fish Demon King had gotten too cocky, switching to a war of words. That is why you are acting like a lapdog for that guy. Don't you see? Doing that is basically betraying our beloved lineage. He was flaunting his arrogance. But now, you still have a chance. And I, along with the illustrious Sky Foxes, will seize that talented girl for ourselves. Just think about the wrath of those spirit beasts. If the Demon King keeps pushing it, he will awaken the opponent's fighting spirit. If not, the whole southern lineage will know about your betrayal. He got more and more fired up, severing ties with our beloved lineage. Looking at that guy strumming like a coward in front of me, I abandoned any plans to counsel him and decisively declared. At first, I wanted to spare your life. Right after that, the shadowy depths began to summon a powerful energy coursing through his body. But it seemed he had one last sarcastic remark before really getting into it. This fool did not deserve to live. Back to the standoff between the cultivators. The Sky Foxes fell one after another, lying scattered across the ground, as expected. Ingevleen easily took down the deceptive one with a single strike. She brushed away the few beads of sweat, her fighting spirit burning as fiercely as ever. Challenging. Next up, who wants to go first? At that moment, only 2 enemies remained, instantly switching to defensive mode. After observing for a while, Lo Ten leaned over to whisper to Dippy Tier. Don't you worry. I've got a handle on the situation. He succinctly summed up the opponent's combat style. Realizing this woman must have grasped an incredibly fearsome sword intent. Even with low cultivation, she could instill terror in every move. With that in mind, Lultine quickly devised a counter-strategy. But her sword intent was not fully refined yet. In a bit, the soul of the one who burns will draw on all their strength. And what about me? He was still thoughtful enough to take the tougher part for himself. That guy would not let his guard down easily. I will hold him back. And the 2 of you can unleash your ultimate attacks. He probably won't withstand it. Though each step in this plan seemed flawless, Deep T still could not shake off his unease and pointed out a critical issue. But, since Tunan and Gekling called him master, does not that mean he is stronger now? We really? Lultine snapped in frustration, trying to bring the opponent back to reality. Is there no other way? This is our only chance. We need someone to return alive. Deep T Dare had no choice but to swallow his bitterness and accept his fate. I understand now. He calmly drew his weapon, showcasing his sword intent. And Teen Lean, please enlighten me. Right from the start, he unleashed his strongest trump card with all his might. A devastating slash quickly made its way toward Ningyanek Lean. She could not help but exclaim in awe at Dip Ta's impressive strength. Is this really the spirit transformation stage? Witnessing the ground beneath her feet being torn apart, Ingifi Lian had to regard her opponent with a new perspective much stronger than the nascent soul. When Dipti noticed the surprisingly nonchalant attitude, Lian quickly gestured. Elder. Hurry up. Little did he know that as he turned back, he was met with the shocking sight of a hole bursting open in the air, and it felt like his eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. The elder had been observing the situation closely, concentrating on channeling his energy. Suddenly, a talisman shot through the air straight behind Dipti, making him realize something was off. His soul talisman. Jiang Trisi was in excruciating pain from the electric shocks of the soul talisman. Not this. In an instant, he expanded like a balloon, right in front of Troning Phim and Jack Lian, causing her to exclaim, "This is not good. No backing down in a tough spot." He roared, "I will make your soul scatter." Troning Phim simply commanded. Trine Nugain. Instantly, he transformed into a powerful wave of green energy. All of it surged forward to attack Jiang Trisi. Inside him, it felt like he was about to explode, shooting out blinding golden light. But Trongaiman dealt the final blow to Jiang Trisi, tightening his grip to trigger an explosion. The space fell silent after the blast. He transformed back into human form and said, "It is taken care of, Master." Trong Phum only replied kindly, "You have done well. Just call me Tit Sun." Still, he thought to himself, a guy calling me Master. That is just weird. Witnessing Jiang Trisi's tragic end, Latine exclaimed, "How is this possible?" That was an explosion at the transformation stage, and it was resolved so quickly. Tron Gaiman grinned brightly in front of Trondong Phum and Nigud Lion after their victorious showdown. The elder still could not accept the harsh reality. This can be right. Lul Ten quickly shot up, trying to escape. "Now's my chance." As the elder attempted to flee, Trashing Phum raised a divine leaf and said, "Wanna run, Elash?" He hurled the leaf at Lul Ten with all his might. Too late. The sharp divine leaf sliced off the elder's right arm, causing blood to spurt out as he screamed. At that moment, Lo Ten lost his balance and plummeted from the sky. Just seconds later, he crashed to the ground in a spectacular fashion, with Ningad Lin and Traong Phum rushing over. Lal Tindren, puzzled by the thing that made him fall, muttered, "It was just a leaf." Traong Phum chuckled and explained, "Pretty ruthless. Even his own sect used such cruel tactics. Kwang Long Yusen could never be seen as a reputable sect if this got out." The elder turned pale and hugged himself after hearing Traong Phum's words. "Who are you really? With power like this? How can you not have some fame in the cultivation world?" But Trondrong Phum simply replied curtly, "I have nothing to say to a small fry like you." He immediately ordered, "Ingi Kefi Lin, get your revenge." Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted like the heavens were splitting apart. Lul Ten laughed as if he had been saved. "It is the demon king Yuma. This is great. Maybe I will be rescued." The elder shouted at the top of his lungs. "The demon king is here." Trajong Phum just closed his eyes in confusion. Did the little pup lose? The demon king Yuma was sprinting towards them, fast. Little did anyone know, he was wearing a dazed expression while shouting, "Save me," like two comedic figures. Yuma and Lul Ten cried out for help, both missing their right arms. "Help!" Zhang Fan witnessed a scene so ridiculous he almost burst out laughing. Behind the demon king Yao, the Shadow Reaper was poised, a fierce glint in its eyes. Its eyes were blazing red, and it looked ready to devour some beef. Zhang Fan thought to himself, "Oh man, it is. Letting this guy sneak in here is going to be my downfall. Is he going to torment me just because I did not do my job right?" Lu Tan quickly lowered himself and pinned the blame on the Demon King, catching him off guard. "Capturing the lion was not my idea. That damn Demon King forced my hand. I only did it for the sake of the Golden Wolf." Upon hearing this, the Demon King bellowed like a bull. "You shameless fool. I did not force you to come to me. It was you who sought me out for cooperation." But the Shadow Reaper did not care and charged at him. When the Demon King cried out in pain, it sounded just like a bull being bitten, begging for mercy. Poor Lutan even had to kneel down, pleading for his life. At this moment, the old man's face looked like he was about to cry. "I swear, I did not order the extermination of your family," the Demon King retorted. "Do not listen to him. It was he who ordered your family's death. I am the one who is confused about the situation." Gulayan tightened her grip on her sword. She did not want to hear any more of their excuses. At that time, "My family was probably begging for mercy from you." She pointed accusingly at Lutan, her expression fierce. But did they even give them a chance? With a swift slice across his neck, Gulayan ended Lutan's wicked life. She silently swung her sword, and he fell backward, lifeless. Gulayan turned to walk away. "I have avenged you all today, Dad. Everyone." She gritted her teeth, her face twisted in sorrow, about to burst into tears. Revenge. As if the weight of her grudges was finally lifted, Gulayan knelt down, gripping her glowing sword tightly, tears streaming down her cheeks. "For everyone," she sobbed with overwhelming emotion. Zhang Fang comforted her gently. "It is." Immediately, Gu Lion hugged him tightly, sobbing, "Ah, you are the best." With the tenderness of a true gentleman, Zhang Fan held her close and patted her head. "Don't cry. Do not. You have got your revenge now. The road ahead is still long." After saying that, he glanced back at the Shadow Reaper gnawing on the Demon King. What is next? While he was still howling in despair, the Demon King had accepted defeat and bowed his head to Zhang Fan. "Spare me. I will surrender. I will serve you." But Zhang Fan was not falling for this wicked bull's tricks. He crossed his arms leisurely. "All right, let us wrap this up, and I will feast on some Demon King meat." Meanwhile, the Shadow Reaper was busy munching on his arm. It thought to itself, "How delicious. The meat of this Demon King is way tastier than regular demon meat. I wonder what bull ribs taste like." Zhang Fan's words filled the Demon King with terror, rendering him weakly whining. Gu Lion swiftly dispatched the Demon King with a graceful yet precise strike. He barely managed a feeble cry. Witnessing her masterful attack, Zhang Fan quietly offered a compliment. "That was quick and spot on. Not bad at all." Meanwhile, Ngok Lion thought to herself, "After winning, if it were not for the subtle support of the consonant, revenge would not have been so straightforward." Ngok Lion knelt down in a show of respect. "Vengeance has been served. From now on, I will wholeheartedly obey my master. Whatever you say, I will." Zhang Fan shrugged. "No need for that. I will whip up a pot of grilled beef for you guys." With that, he turned around with an air of bravado, fired up in no time. Zhang Fan transformed into a street vendor, flipping meat expertly. Sizzling away, the forest was filled with the mouth-watering aroma of grilled meat, and the two teachers laid out their feast amidst nature. Ngok Lion chewed thoughtfully, glancing up at the trees. "Master, it seems the ginseng fruit has grown a bit larger." Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with desire. In his hand, the ginseng fruit was a mythical treasure. Just a whiff could grant you 360 years of life, and a single bite could last you 47,000 years. Feeling hopeful, he climbed up to pluck one, thinking, even if it is not as exaggerated as all that, it is still a magical fruit. In this world, it might just boost my cultivation. Right. Zhang Fan took a bite, savoring each flavor a fresh taste. Sweet juice, but it seemed like it did not really enhance his cultivation. He furrowed his brow slightly. The initial humor had faded. Sure enough, this was not the real ginseng tree, but Zhang Fan still devoured the large fruit. After all, it was just a delicious snack. Suddenly, a loud coughing echoed through the forest, sounding like someone was battling late-stage lung issues. Zhang Fan heard the strange noise and instructed his disciples. "You guys keep eating. I am going to check this out." Before the coughing even stopped, he found himself standing right behind its owner. Tongvan seemed to sense his presence and turned around with a warm smile. "Excuse me. Could you tell me where I am? This old man seems to be lost." Zhang Fan put on a gentle smile. But inside, he was thinking, what kind of act is this? How could someone like him get lost in the southern wilderness? Did all the monsters go vegetarian or something? He did not expose the ruse, instead asking politely, "Hello, sir. What is your name? How many are in your family? Where are you from?" The man answered without a hint of confusion. "I am Tong, just a regular farmer." Zhang Fan was left speechless, his eyes wide as he thought. A farmer. A person like this loves to joke around. Can you please stop pretending to be a farmer to trick others? Even though he felt quite uncomfortable inside, he still greeted him warmly like a perfect host. "We are having a meal. If you are here, please join us for some water and a bite to eat." Contrary to Zhang Fan's wishes, Tong Van suddenly sat down, looking wary. "No thanks. I think I will pass." Watching this unfold, Zhang Fan could not help but feel a bit disheartened. In the world of cultivation, is not everyone supposed to be high and mighty? Looking at this old man, he seemed just like any ordinary farmer. Just then, Tong Van asked, "You live here. Aren't you afraid of being targeted by monsters?" Zhang Fan stepped forward, a smile blooming as if he had just heard something amusing. "What monsters would dare to take notice of me?" He glanced at the hidden presence lurking in the bushes, thinking, any monster that comes here will either get grilled or stewed. Lucky for me, I am smart enough to keep my skin intact. Hearing the bold words from Zhang Fan made Zhang Wan wonder. This place is a malevolent land, and here he is, daring to provoke a monster. Suddenly, a bold thought crossed his mind. Could this person be a hidden master? Zhang Wan fell into a contemplative state, his eyes flickering, but he said nothing more. He quietly observed Zhang Fan, who showed no signs of spiritual energy. He should dig a little deeper. Zhang Wan wasted no time and quickly spoke up. "Since this young man is so considerate, how about a glass of water for this old man?" The young man immediately smiled, a hint of hesitation melting away as he agreed. Not even knowing what the old man wanted to drink, Zhang Wan maintained his knave expression and replied nonchalantly, "I have traveled from the south to the north and have tasted everything. So whatever you offer is fine." Watching the scene unfold, anger bubbled up inside Zhang Fan. He found this fake humility quite infuriating. How dare he pretend with me? This is not over yet. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan pulled out a jar of liquor, a bright smile lighting up his face. Since we are at it, let us skip the tea and enjoy something more interesting. But inside, he felt triumphant. This was a spirit liquor crafted from various fruits, and he was counting on this old man. Zhongwan accepted it without a hint of politeness, thinking, if you insist, I will comply. Yet, he internally scoffed, thinking this kid thinks he can show off treasures in front of me. While pouring the drink, he leisurely stroked his beard, looking as calm as if he were savoring fine art. Just then, a rich aroma suddenly hit his nose, causing Zhongwan to gasp softly. His eyes widened in surprise. What was this? Just the scent alone was enough to captivate anyone. Zhang Fan wore a smug grin, clearly reveling in the moment. It was just an act, but who did not know? Zhongwan, unable to see that expression, focused solely on the drink before him. This kid had liquor that tasted divine, like an elixir from the heavens. The thought sparked an old memory in his mind. In legend, 4 types of celestial liquor had appeared within the immortal cultivation community. The sheep fragrance spirit, the red increase spirit, the red silk spirit, and the crimson pure one stick green. Each type could enhance one's cultivation, even leading to breakthroughs. Thinking of this, Zhongwan's mouth fell open, and his hand trembled slightly as he held the cup. This kind of liquor, if brought out, could easily trade for treasures that shook the foundations of any immortal sect. He forced himself to calm his nerves, telling himself to be composed. He absolutely could not show surprise in front of this young man. A month later, Zhongwan decisively raised the cup and downed it in one go. The moment the liquor touched his tongue, an explosion of flavor spread through him, tantalizing his senses. He swallowed the liquid, a soft gulp echoing in the quiet space. At that moment, Zhongwan suddenly froze, his eyes flashing with astonishment after years of stagnation. He had just broken through. These changes overwhelmed his thoughts. This liquor had to be one of the 4 types of celestial liquor. Zhongwan could not help but wonder as he observed Zhang Fan's unflappable demeanor. Who was this guy? Appearing so ordinary yet producing something so extraordinary. At that moment, an odd gleam flickered in his eyes. I can't keep comparing myself to him. Just then, Song Wen mysteriously slipped his hand into his pocket, saying, Little Hyan, let me show you a treasure. With that, he dramatically pulled out a round fruit. The audience was curious, while Zhang Fan screamed like a girl being teased. Who cares about your treasure? But before he could finish his rant, he paused. It is a fruit. Upon seeing what Song Wen was holding, Zhang Fan let out a sigh of relief, pretending to be unimpressed. That is just a like he. And you dare to flaunt it. Song Wen kept his smug demeanor, internally proud, thinking, this is the divine fruit I must use to ascend to immortality after a near-death experience to get it. This brat had a face that did not change at all. Song Wen raised an eyebrow, speaking confidently. Little Hyan, do you want it or not? Contrary to his expectations, Zhang Fan responded with indifference. Is that it? If I wanted to eat something like that, I would be already eaten it and thrown up. Song Wen nearly choked in disbelief, shouting, What? This is the holy lychee. You think it is just a cabbage? His face turned beet red as if he had stepped on a thorn, throwing up before. Just stop it already. Zhang Fan did not bother arguing back. After all, even in the realm of cultivators, they were still stuck in ancient times. They say that in ancient times, Yang Guifei had to travel thousands of miles just to get a fresh lychee. Song Wen was not going to back down, emphasizing every word. All right. If you think so little of my divine fruit, then let us see what else you have that can compare to it. Zhang Fan did not give Song Wen any face, bluntly retorting, your fruit is honestly way too overrated for me. But he still generously offered. All right. Today I will take you on a reality check. Song Wen snorted dismissively. I have been around the cultivation world. What have not I experienced? Just as he was acting all wise, a scene ahead made his eyes go wide. He looked around, his voice barely hiding his shock. Wait, what is this? There is another hidden cave inside. That dazzling piece of wood was enough to make Song Wen panic and touch his face. Even a random branch was a rare item. The existence of that fruit high above opened a new horizon for him. Wait, could it be? Song Wen stuttered, pointing ahead and shouting. No way. It is the legendary ginseng fruit. Blinded by the priceless treasure, he instinctively lunged to grab a fruit, laughing. Who knew I would have such a lucky encounter today? But before he could reach it, Zhen Yuan appeared with a cold voice. Who are you to intrude? Causing Song Wen's arm to freeze mid-air. His sudden appearance startled Song Wen, causing him to drop to the ground. It was the ginseng plant that had become a heavenly tree. Not wanting to upset Zhen Yuan, Song Wen quickly knelt down, apologizing. My apologies. Esteemed immortal. I was mesmerized and acted inappropriately. Unfortunately, Zhen Yuan turned a blind eye and leaned over to whisper to Zhang Fan. Master, Oh no, sir. This guy was about to steal the divine fruit without asking you. What should I do? The words slipped out, leaving Song Wen stunned. Thinking, what? An immortal spirit with at least divine-level powers is bowing to this kid and calling him master. At this point, Song Wen bravely took a wild guess, pulling out a prophecy, and the celestial being still had to call him master. Could he be a heavenly immortal or even a higher-ranking deity? Just then, Enki Lin appeared, holding a dirty skewer. Sighing. What now? Another immortal has shown up. Trong Fum Fum did not answer but shot back with a smirk. Hey, old man. What is with the act? You starving or what? Look at you. So pitiful. He shook his head in disbelief, clearly a master of cultivation, but pretending to be a farmer. Trong Fum waved his hand generously. All right. All right. I see you love fruit so much. A golden beam shot from his hand, and he plucked a gourd for him. Before Song Wen could register what happened, the gourd landed in his palm. Ah. He stammered. You want to give me a heavenly fruit? Trong Fum casually picked his nose and replied. It is just a regular fruit. Look at how excited you are. Those words did not quell Song Wen's excitement. Tears and snot started flowing. This is a ginseng fruit that increases lifespan. Realizing he might be burdened with too much hope, Trong Fum quickly added, it is not rare or anything. We have plenty of these where I am from. With that thought, Trong Fum sighed. But I can cultivate, so I can only taste it. Little did he know. Those words only fueled Song Wen's panic, his face turning pale. Not valuable. Not rare. He jumped up, defending the gourd's honor. This is a divine fruit. According to legend, it is the supreme divine fruit. Just one bite can add 45 years to your life. You think this divine fruit is just a radish or something? Trong Fum ignored Song Wen, stroking his chin in thought. I can step out of this limitless sword domain. And with Ngeki Lan's lack of strength, I can rely on her either. His eyes fell on the promising candidate before him. This guy had some great ideas. Was not he the perfect fit? But he needed to convince this old farmer willingly. With that in mind, Trong Fum pretended to be kind and laid out his terms. Forget it. With your state, I can just hand it over. So how about you run an errand for me? Song Wen, with no other choice, quickly agreed. I am all ears. Just say the word. But Song Wen had lived long enough to know there is no such thing as a free lunch. After all, this was a divine fruit. What price would he have to pay to earn such a chance? A supreme figure like this would not make it easy. Trong Fum sensed his wariness and shot a relaxed request. No need to be so serious. Just help me get 100 kilograms of pork. That is all. He casually kicked the dog beside him and continued. You see, raising this dog is not easy. The unjust kick made the dog grumble in protest, while Song Wen stared at it. Mumbling, raising a dog. He pointed at the dog, looking bewildered. Wait, is this the Beast King? He knew the immense power behind that seemingly clueless face, which left him terrified. Could this guy be raising a divine beast as a pet? At this moment, Song Wen was utterly convinced this guy might actually be a true celestial being. Watching Trong Fum's otherworldly demeanor, he became increasingly convinced. If he really was an immortal, then that earlier request for 100 kilograms of pork could not possibly be simple. The more he thought, the more he nodded, thinking to himself, after all, it is in exchange for that ginseng fruit. It can come that easy. He was stirred up by his own wild thoughts, thinking maybe this was a divine test meant for him. If he passed it, perhaps he would receive greater opportunities from the heavenly beings. Zhang Fan noticed him deep in thought and asked, Hey, old man, what is it? Are you seriously complaining about the price? Those words made Song Wen jump to attention. This was not good. A flood of thoughts rushed through his mind, wondering if the celestial beings were displeased with his hesitation. If I hesitate, I might miss out on this once-in-a-lifetime chance. I need to stand firm and remain loyal to the celestial beings. Song Wen clasped his hands and spoke with unusual seriousness. I will never forget the great kindness of the master. Song Wen, swear that if you ever need anything, I will be your faithful servant. His usual carefree demeanor was replaced by an oddly intense seriousness. He would gladly face death for this. This sudden shift in attitude left Zhang Fan with a massive question mark over his head. What was this old man thinking? But since there was an opportunity, Zhang Fan waved him off. All right then, go grab 100 pounds of pork. And Song Wen marched off with the vigor of a warrior heading into battle. Sure thing, he said, watching the old man's back as he walked away. Feeling relieved, no problem there. Meanwhile, he continued to stride confidently toward his goal of 100 pounds of meat. Song Wen checked his treasured tiger bones and encouraged himself, if this is a test meant for me, then I have to ace it. His gaze drifted far away, just like his thoughts. The pork that the celestial beings required must be something extraordinary. Back in the sword domain of the secluded paradise, Zhang Fan, along with the Shadow Knight and Jade Lotus, was busy in their own corners, working on their tasks. The weight was starting to wear on him. This was becoming a problem. Zhang Fan sat up, gazing into the distance, thinking to himself, it has been 3 days since Old Man Song left, and no one has come to raise the sword domain for me. His eyes locked onto the system screen. Troubled thoughts swirling. If the sword domain does not increase, I can T-train. And I am stuck within this 550-meter radius. And just like that, troubles piled on top of troubles, and gathering resources became a hassle. This unstable situation made Zhang Fan shed a couple of tears. Everyone sees me as this legendary leader, but in reality, I am just a regular guy who needs 3 meals a day. Where am I supposed to find resources? He glanced at the chubby and fair figure nearby. This Shadow Knight had decent strength and had shown loyalty before. But still, he was a demon king, and Zhang Fan could not trust him to venture into the human city. His disciple next to him was not much help either. This girl had been training hard for revenge and was progressing quickly, but her strength was still too low. After looking around for a while with no luck, he sighed. There is no way to lead someone to certain death. I am not picky. Demon kings or monsters. Anyone will do. Even a nascent soul can transform into a god. Truly. Idle hands lead to trouble. He silently screamed within, hoping today would not be another boring day. Time passed quietly until suddenly, Shadow Knight perked up, barking. Woof woof. Someone was coming, and Zhang Fan asked, confused, ah. Someone's here. He looked up in shock, sensing something ominous. It was a handsome male cultivator flying overhead, observing the sword domain from above. He could not believe how abundant the spiritual energy was here. Was that a divine tree? Zhang Fan gritted his teeth, realizing they had an uninvited guest. Trouble was brewing, and responded to his companions with a look that was anything but simple. The spiritual energy was so intense it felt like it was liquefying in the air. Van Dutch's face lit up with excitement. A thrill coursing through him. Let us go down and check it out. Immediately, the sword masters of the Din, not Sect, took to the skies in unison. From high above, and spotted a familiar silhouette. It was none other than Ching Fime. Van Dutch burst into a bright, mocking laugh, his eyes glinting with mischief. A Chingring Fum. I can't believe you are still alive, you little rascal. Chushin glanced up without replying, which only egged him on further. What is wrong with you? Did you turn into a mere mortal? Seeing this, Ingikaline stepped forward, furious. What kind of attitude is that? How dare you disrespect my master? Van Dutch raised his hand, chuckling derisively. Oh, come on, master. Looking at her, he could not help but admire. Wait. You are actually pretty cute. A Chingring Fum. How about you just call me master? I could teach you so much more. Angered by his insults, Ingilin clenched her teeth in frustration. You jerk. Just give up already. Chung From Fum quickly raised his hand to stop her. Hold on. Wait a s- Master, just calm down. Let me handle this. Chingring Fum turned his gaze towards the Din not Kim Sect members, speaking calmly. It just so happens we have a bit of a history. He stood confidently in midair, surprising everyone. Van Dutch sneered. A Chingring Fum. I honestly thought after your pathetic exit from the sect, you would be buried here in Nam Home. And yet, you are helping me find rare herbs and even score a lovely lady like this. Van Dutch patted Chong Fum on the shoulder, saying sweetly, I owe you big time, my dear master. Before leaving the sect, you left me the perfect opportunities. And here in Nam Home, you remembered me and prepped all this great stuff. Chingring Fime shot him an annoyed glance at the hand resting on his shoulder. Van Dutch continued to speak loudly, commanding, everyone, descend to the ground now. Now Chung Fum finally spoke up. Listen, the Din Nut Kim Sect has a useless young master, and that is you, Zikang de Van Dutch. You are a disgrace to the sect and to your grandfather, the elder. He shook off Van Dutch's filthy hand from his shoulder, coldly adding, have you forgotten how badly I schooled you before? No sooner had he finished speaking than razor-sharp swords sliced through the air like lightning, leaving everyone stunned. His left arm was severed, and he fell to the ground, screaming, my arm. Van Dutch tried to lift himself up, pointing and ordering, everyone, get him for me. Kill him. Like Hun. Seeing this, shouted in fury, how dare you hurt the young master? He kept yelling, capture him alive. I want to chop him into 100 pieces. A Chingring Fum, holding a leaf, smirked with delight. Damn. Before he could make a move, Ngi Lin swiftly charged in from behind. Her swordsmanship was precise, and the system kept notifying, you killed a beginner cultivator, gaining 50 points in sword mastery. Van Dutch and Laikun looked up, stunned, in unison exclaiming, that is a legendary sword. He froze in confusion. Wait, is there some kind of misunderstanding here? As she halted her attack, All the cultivators laid sprawled on the ground. And Van Dutch's voice rang out. This is an internal matter of the Din, Nick Kim's sect. It has nothing to do with you. Ingi Kifi Lin, filled by rage, charges forward with her sword, daring anyone to insult her master and threaten lives. You think this is just a misunderstanding? Time to pay the price. Like Kim grits his teeth, his voice seething with fury. Master, he raises his sword, shouting defiantly. You think just because you have a divine blade, you can take me down? Allow me to enlighten you with the heavenly sword technique I have painstakingly mastered for 50 years. Suddenly, Lai Kun's eyes widen in shock, and Yi Lin soars through the air, unleashing a golden wave of power right at him, and before Lai Kun can finish his last word, she lands. Each swing of her sword tears the ground apart. Creating chaos, the sword flies off, spinning mid-air before dropping right in front of Van Dutch, making him panic and scream. He stumbles backward, stammering. How is this even possible? A Trong Fum steps into block in line, his face radiating confidence. Look at this. Van Dutch. You still think you are the big shot. How's that ego treating you now? Van Dutch quickly kneels, begging. I was wrong. I was wrong. Trong Fum turns away, setting the terms. Forget it. I am feeling generous. You bow to me 100 times, and I will have Mucky Line spare your life. He looks up, bewildered, repeating 100 times. Ingikalian readies her sword, smirking. Aha. Van Dutch immediately starts banging his head on the ground. Please spare my life. I am sorry. Trong Fum watches with a smirk, amused by the scene, thinking, wait, what is with this guy's face? Is he seriously going to? The ground where Van Dutch is bowing is already soaked with blood, his voice steady as he pleads. Please, spare my life. Trong Fum waves his hand dismissively. Just get lost already. Van Dutch, relieved, gets back up, saying, thank you for sparing my life. Ingikalian presses her sword against his throat, her voice ice. Didn't you hear? I said scram. She sternly reminds him. My master told you to leave, not to hang around. He grits his teeth in frustration, unable to muster a response. All he can do is mutter, I am out of here, before turning and sprinting away. After running a good distance, Van Dutch stops to catch his breath. Panting heavily, he bellows in rage. Trading Fugaim. And that damned woman. Just wait for me. I will bring my grandpa. His voice echoes through the sky. I am going to let grandpa know to send someone after you. Then he will definitely make you kneel. Venexin. Meanwhile, a Trong Fum and his crew spot a flock of birds flying away in the distance. AMD, worried, asks, is it really okay to let him go like this? He is just spreading the word to bring back reinforcements so we can bow down to him. Trong Fum replies, arms crossed, looking incredibly amused. Did you just learn to talk, buddy? Come on. Even the king of beasts knows how to chat. I was too wounded to speak before, but thanks to my master, I have regained my strength now. AMD, feeling angry on his behalf, suggests, should we catch him again? Trong Fum just smiles mysteriously. Now, I am here for this epic encounter. Look at how smug he is. It is almost hilarious. It seems like every human cultivator has a dirty little secret. Zhang Fan thought to himself. Right now, the academy is still short on people. I can leave the sword realm, or I will just be a regular Joe. His mind was racing with thoughts though Jade Lotus had exceptional physical training. The time spent was still too short. The Dark Knight must be guarded at home. Suddenly, a thought struck him, and Zhang Fan mumbled. Even though I can leave the sword realm, I could consider finding someone to do my tasks for me. For the sex of this world, my place is like a fairyland. The so-called fairy caves can compare. But who should I look for? Immediately, he remembered Yuan Hang and Cheng Nan. The mixed holy sect offering from before was not half bad. In the one sword sect, during my master's time, everything was fine. Who else is there? I have not been here long, so I have little contact. Just then, a strange sound echoed, and Zhang Fan quickly turned his head to look. Outside in the yard, it was eerily quiet. Jade Lotus reacted quicker than him. Master, let us go check it out. Zhang Fan kicked the lazy, sprawled out Dark Knight in the butt. Come on, get your act together. You go check it out too. It hurried off, barking loudly. Woof woof. As if it was the boss around here. Not far away. In a bit, Ganxian and Songwon were sitting, panting heavily. Ganxian's face was covered in dirt. That damn old could. I can believe I trusted that immortal devil to go kill that so-called little demon he mentioned. Songwon snickered, giving him a look before lazily replying. If you had not been so greedy for that so-called opportunity I told you about, how could I have convinced you? I am sharing my luck with you, and you are blaming me. Above the pit, Jade Lotus peeked down, and the moment Ganxian heard her voice, He instantly perked up and froze in surprise. Then he shot up from the pit, landing gracefully in front of her, embodying the sword Dao. With her charming looks but fierce presence, Jade Lotus made him gasp. He never expected to see a legendary sword Dao practitioner awaken, not hidden away. Ganchan's face lit up with excitement and anticipation. Little girl, would you agree to train with me and become my disciple? Jade Lotus looked at him, silently assessing. She could tell he was an extraordinary powerhouse, but after a brief silence, she pointed at his injuries. Before anything, you should take a look at your own wounds, senior. Yet, Ganchan did not even glance down, his face set with stubborn determination. My injuries do not matter. What matters is your rare talent. Wan Nam. Just as he finished speaking, another figure leaped out of the pit, delivering a swift kick to Ganchan's back. Hey. Back off. Trying to steal my disciple. He immediately turned around, throwing a punch at his opponent. Old man. Are you looking for a fight? Songwon easily caught the punch, causing Ganchan to fume with rage. You tried to steal my disciple and failed. With his other hand, he waved at Jade Lotus with a serious smile. Miss, this friend of mine is just a small-time landlord from the countryside, inexperienced in the ways of the world. I hope you want to take offense. Without waiting for her response, he turned back to glare at Ganchan, scolding him directly. You are the one looking for trouble. And by the way, this lady's master is the immortal I mentioned. You think you can compete with an immortal for a disciple? You must be out of your mind. Septhian paused, her expression caught between disbelief and intrigue. She is a disciple of an immortal. He scanned Ngiklean from head to toe, nodding to himself. No wonder this young girl has such impressive cultivation at her age. She is truly the prodigy of the immortals. Ngiklean noticed the flickering expressions on the two old men's faces, and could not help but chime in. You two really do not need to worry about treating your own wounds. At that moment, Tung Vine smacked his forehead and burst into laughter. Oh right. Right. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together in a formal gesture and proclaimed loudly. Is the master here? Honestly, I came here to apologize. As Changing Fime stepped in, he froze, eyes wide with surprise. Apologize. Inky Lian gasped, covering her mouth in shock. You look at the two disheveled old men in front of you, mouth agape, thinking, what on earth is going on? One looks like a mess and the other's a master. I just asked them to grab some pork. And how did it turn into this? I did not expect it to be this dramatic. A Chung Fum scratched his head, confused. Old man, what is going on? Tung Ven placed a reassuring hand on Sep Thin's shoulder. Speaking earnestly, the master gave me a divine fruit. So I thought I would bring back some pork for him. I thought teaming up with this old buddy would make it easier. But I did not expect things to go sideways. A Chung Fum's eyes widened in shock. Wait, pork. Seeing his expression, Timpung Ven felt a rush of relief wash over him. Turns out the immortal is not angry, thank goodness. Once we finish up here, I will go on another trip with the old man. Chungren Fum could not help but chuckle helplessly, trying to hide his worry. Old man, you are getting on in years. You should not be doing things like this. Inside, you are screaming. This is why I said, why has this old man been gone for days just to buy pork? You glance at Tang Ven and ponder. Maybe he overthought things and got distracted. Just then, Tung Ven bowed his head, his expression suddenly gloomy, making the master disappointed. He took a deep breath and thumped his chest, the sound echoing for miles as he boldly declared, but do not worry. I will go find that pork again with this old man. I will definitely bring back the best for the master. Not even a second later, Tempung Ven's eyes turned bloodshot. Having hit his chest too hard, he started choking and even spat blood, struggling to get the words out. I will help you. I will bring the pork. And Xingfang watched this scene unfold. It was half funny, half concerning, and you sighed. All right, let me treat your wounds first. You pulled out 2 pills from your bag. Hesitating slightly, these were spoils taken from those cultivators at the Kuang Immortal Sect, but they are just regular healing pills. After thinking for a moment, a Cheng Feng channeled his internal energy into the pills. If I use the power of my unbeatable sword realm. Then with a bright smile, he handed them to Tung Van. Here, take these to heal up. And Tung Van's eyes lit up like headlights, hurriedly clasping his hands in thanks. Thank you, Immortal. Without hesitation, he and Septhivan swallowed the pills whole. As soon as they did, the effects kicked in, and Setup Thin could not help but exclaim, this really is divine medicine. And Tung Ven laughed, flexing his 6-pack abs, a stark contrast to his old appearance. Not only were his injuries healed, but all the internal injuries from years of training were completely restored. Septhian stared at his palms, looking like he was about to pitch a health supplement ad. I could feel the impurities in my body starting to fade, and my potential had definitely improved a notch. Without any prompting, the two of them bowed their heads, taking turns to express their gratitude, thanking the master for the divine altar that healed our wounds in no time, and even brought us some fortuitous encounters. A Trong Phram could only chuckle bitterly, thinking to himself, divine altar. It is just... And then he smiled brightly and waved his hand dismissively. Recovery is what matters. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from a nearby cliff. He furrowed his brow and glanced towards the source of the noise. What is going on today? There have been these huge sounds coming from outside. Both Timung Van and Septhine turned pale, their minds racing with a single thought. It can't be that the cursed creature has followed us all the way to this confident place. Right. Amadi gritted his teeth, eyeing the cliff, catching a whiff of something and thinking, the demonic energy is too strong. This could even be a demon king. But where is that strange smell coming from? Just as they were starting to wonder, a dense fog rolled in with a thunderous crash. It flexed its muscular arms and shouted, get out here, you perverted old geezers. Hearing this, Avamnidri buried his head in the ground, barking, woof woof, while secretly muttering in his stomach. Perverts. Suddenly, it recalled a legend it had heard. It was said that the cultivators in the Western realm practiced a dark art that used monsters to balance yin and yang, enhancing their cultivation. Yamdi glanced at the two old men, shivering slightly, and wondered, these old geezers can be. Trangfeng pointed at the fog, his tone serious as he questioned, hey, you two, have you done anything involving demons? Tung Vian and Septhien froze in place, stuttering over their words. Tung Vian, feeling offended, snapped, what do you take us for? We are both major cultivators. We would not stoop to dealing with that cursed creature. Trangfeng thought for a moment and replied, well, that is true. But the cursed creature you mentioned earlier, AMD, next to thought quietly that maybe both of them are skilled in this area. So they could understand. He pointed at the furious cursed creature, which was fuming. It can be out there. Can it? Tung Vian had to confess. That is it. It was just a regular cursed creature. But somehow it awakened a godly talent and is incredibly powerful now. Septhien speculated that it must be related to the recent sky-splitting incident. He mentioned the recent phenomena. Ever since the sky was pierced, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth has increased dramatically, and many strange events have been occurring. Trangfeng felt a twinge of guilt. If I do not say anything, no one will know that I caused that hole. Mdda looked at the cursed creature before him and explained, that is a Shen Kang. Though legends say the Shan Kang clan are descendants of a deity from the divine realm. As he spoke, he could not help but feel greedy. If I remember correctly, the Shan Kang clan is not much different from an average cursed creature. Nothing special, except that it tastes better than regular cursed creatures. The Shan Kang saw they were not taking him seriously and got furious. Eat, eat, eat. All you do is eat. It kept screaming. From morning till night. All you think about is food. Why do not you make a rice basket? You bunch of good-for-nothings. Trangfeng was a bit surprised. Earlier we were scalded by the cursed creature as being good-for-nothings. Tung Venin chuckled awkwardly. Master, this cursed creature has only one special trait, and that is being pretty good at insulting people. Hearing that, you really know how to throw shade. Sun Kang is still boiling with anger. After all, they are both cultivators. Yet here they are, hiding in the estate of a young mortal. Your faces are thicker than my pigskin. You do not feel ashamed barging into my house and bothering me and my wives. His voice drips with disdain. Maybe you should teach me how to cultivate, so I can have skin even thicker than yours. Sun Kang unleashed a torrent of insults at them, leaving no room for a comeback. Finally unable to hold back any longer, Tong Van and Capthian charged at him. You little beast. Do not even think about blocking us. Both of them attacked Sun Kang simultaneously, and he let out a loud shout, raising his hands to shield himself. The impact kicked up a cloud of dust, obscuring everything around them. As the dust settled, Sun Kang stood there unscathed, wiping off the dirt. Those two old geezers. Last time they spied on me and my wife giving birth. Now they are playing sneak attack. He scoffed with contempt. Aren't you guys well fed? Oh wait. With your moral standards. I guess you have been living alone since you were a kid. Tong Van and Capthian were seething with rage at Sun Kang's taunts. They charged again, furious. But he just laughed. Come on, bring it on. Underneath, Mda was worried. Master, it seems this Sun Kang has awakened some kind of divine talent. Zhang Fan is also curious. I wonder if his so-called talent is just his thick skin or that big mouth of his. Sun Kang kept mocking Tong Van and Capthian. Have you two been training for too long? You look weaker than ever. They gritted their teeth in frustration. Infuriated, Mda watched the fierce battle unfold and could not help but feel a bit sympathetic. I have heard the Sun Kang clan is better at arguing than fighting, but I did not expect them to be this good. Zhang Fan looked on, puzzled. Is this Sun Kang's defense really that exaggerated? Tong Van and Cap Thean are not making much of a dent. Two divine transformation cultivators can't even scratch him, even if he has divine talents. His pigskin is just ridiculous. Da thought to himself, this must be the bloodline awakening that old man mentioned. I remember hearing Sun Kang has the bloodline of a demon god. He furrowed his brow and thought, just like my shadow moon form. Zhang Fan assessed the situation and speculated. Looks like these two won't last much longer. They are already being pushed back so soon. Sun Kang kept hurling huge rocks at Tong Van and the others, laughing. Keep running. Keep running. Zhang Fan could not just stand by anymore. He thought, all right, it is time for me to step in. After assessing the situation, he realized the sword barrier only covered the estate and half the mountain. The position of the word demon was quite inconvenient. Just outside, at that moment, Nguk Lion stepped forward. Master, let me go help those two elders. Zhang Fan replied mischievously. Not yet. Let us play with him a little longer. He turned to him. Go on. Bite that Sun Kang a few times and lure him over here. He followed orders. But inside he was cursing up a storm. Only good at bossing others around, no. More like barking orders at dogs. At this moment, Tong Van was utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, he was giving it everything he had. Damn it. Those celestial beings must be looking down on us right now. We can keep losing face like this. Jichen agreed. It is time to stop holding back. Everyone step up. Sun Kang crossed his arms with a smirk. Mocking. Claiming to be a cultivator while lacking the strength to even throw a punch. As he said this, a massive surge of power shot out, creating a shockwave that rattled the air. Sun Kang noticed the formation had become chaotic. It was clear now. He saw dragon images appearing and guessed 8 directions dragon vein. Sun Kang pretended to be scared, laughing loudly. Just kidding. Tong Van was shocked to see him still intact. What the heck? Sun Kang raised his hand in defiance. Completely unfazed, he began channeling energy with his hands. What 8 directions dragon vein? Now is the time to strike back. Time to give you all a taste of your own medicine. Jichen and the others were left dumbfounded. What? No way. The overwhelming power triggered an explosive blast that shook the heavens and the earth. Sun Kang was grinning from ear to ear. Is that all you got? Can you even handle it? You two old fools are more fragile than I thought. But at that moment, he felt something was off. From behind, the Shadow Knight had suddenly appeared and bit into his thigh. The sharp fangs of Shadow Knight could not even penetrate Sun Kang's tough skin. Was his hide too thick, or what? He was driven mad, yelling out in rage. Who the hell is this shameless bastard sneaking up on me and biting my backside? Shadow Knight was caught and immediately tried to run away, not stopping to taunt. This damn beast has not bathed in days. Reeks too much, making my mouth smell like a pigsty. Sun Kang, consumed by fury, kept chasing after Shadow Knight, as a demon king. How shameful to be ambushed like this and be reduced to a dog for others. At that moment, Zhang Fan appeared right in front of him. Completely relaxed. Finally took the bait. Sun Kang was a bit surprised by Zhang Fan's appearance. What is going on? He could not hide his skepticism, continuously sizing up his opponent with a judgmental gaze. This dog is only looking for an average guy like Fan. Could there be something shady going on? This thought sent a chill down his spine. These two must be the backup those two old rugs were looking for. Better play it safe. Shadow Knight, still shaking off the pain from a hit on its rear, showed no fear while wagging its tail. Come here. Sun Kang's eyes blazed red with anger, his whole body radiating with vengeful flames. Damn it. Today I will make you into dog stew. Zhang Fan was hyped up and ready to act. But at that moment, he saw his opponent's determination only grow stronger. A furious roar echoing. The transformation phase could not even break my defenses. This is the strongest defensive skill left behind by the mountain god ancestor. Suddenly, a flash of brilliance erupted, freezing the space in a moment of terror. Sun Kang was taken aback, a violent aura rushing toward him, causing him to panic. What the hell? Before it could even react to the sudden strike, its bulky form was sent flying by a thunderous explosion, helplessly collapsing to the ground. It could only stare in disbelief. Was not this defensive talent supposed to let it roam freely across the vast Nam Hong mountain? Normally, love for the king could barely compare to mine. Yet in an instant, a crooked smile began to spread across Zhang Fan's face as his crazed hand caressed the knife, while the shadowy beast beside him growled incessantly, its razor-sharp teeth ready to tear into its prey. At this moment, Sun Kang finally sensed that his life was in danger, his eyes wide as he screamed like a man on the edge of death. Zhang Fan, all fired up, raised his weapon to the sky and proclaimed, "Let us," as the cold blade pressed against his throat, his face contorted in fear, his body trembling as if he were on a chopping block about to be executed. In the end, he decided to kneel and clasp his hands in surrender, begging, I was wrong. My master. He accepted to throw away all dignity, clinging to Zhang Fan's leg and sobbing like a little deer. Great master. Please spare this pitiful creature of yours. The kid was stiff as a board, his body frozen like he was caught in a deadly trap. Sun Kang let out a sigh of relief, secretly marveling. Good thing I know how to adapt, or today would have turned me into roast pork. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. No doubt about it. The Supreme Immortal. It is impressive how effortlessly he breaks through our defenses. He happily turned to exchange glances with Song Van. We have found the right support. The shadowy beast moved closer to Sun Kang, earlier mocking him for being a dog for someone else. Yet here he was, the awakened demon king with godly bloodline. Talk about shameless. Its eyes suddenly sparkled with an unusual luster, instantly switching to a performance mode. It is just that I did not recognize my master was here. Without hesitation, it twisted its waist to explain. Master, I have missed you terribly. The crowd around them darkened, everyone silently sending it their warmest insults. Shameless. We have not even had a chance to lean on the Supreme Immortal yet, and this pig has already claimed it. Zhang Fan's eyebrows were about to collide. Seriously. This pig had some thick skin. He struggled to contain his emotions, awkwardly forcing a smile. The world has really changed. Even pigs have better taste than people. Suddenly shifting gears 180 degrees, he sternly confronted it. But give me one good reason not to kill you. The shadowy beast poured more oil on the fire, as if it had just lost a game. Exactly. I can guard the door for my master. What good would keeping a pig like you do? Better to roast you instead. Sun Kang, feeling wronged, pleaded. I used to be a renowned stud. Digging trenches, carrying stuff, you name it. I can do it. I promise I am quick and high quality. Zhang Fan was a bit moved, considering that adding another pair of hands would not be so bad. Suddenly, he remembered something crucial. This guy was cunning and quite capable. Not easy to take down. Who knows? He might even absorb the resentment from the outside world for him. After pondering for a long time, Zhang Fan carefully made his decision. All right, you can stay. I will find a place for you to settle in. Upon hearing this, Sun Kang immediately bowed respectfully, thanking his master. As soon as he set foot in the place where his uncle lived, he was awestruck by the scene before him. This estate was like a fairyland, filled with mystical herbs and even divine fruits. MD Do could not bear to see that cringeworthy expression and rolled his eyes. Pretending to be shocked, he suddenly realized the truth. If he got to feast on these magical herbs every day, he would gladly be a pet for someone like this Love King too. With that thought in mind, Sun Kang ramped up his act, looking pitifully understanding. Master, I am just a poor little creature who has not found love yet. Wouldn't this dirtness just ruin the fairy's cave? This lowly one just wishes for a little hole in the estate to call home. Everyone around him was frozen, staring at him with annoyance. This pig was seriously shameless. Moments later, the once peaceful estate echoed only with Sun Kang's heavy breathing as he tirelessly dug into the ground, using all his strength to get the job done. The overall vibe was still uneasy. No matter what, he felt compelled to say it. This pig truly had no shame. MMDA was starting to drool at the thought of food. And honestly, it was true. If we had not messed up, we would be feasting on grilled meat right now. Everyone felt the lingering guilt, and he directly took the blame. Apologizing, sir. It is our fault for not doing our job well, affecting your meal. A Chung Fum chuckled and waved his hand. It is, but deep down, he felt utterly helpless. I just got a little hungry and asked you two to fetch some pork. Who knew you would provoke this love-struck beast? He confidently assured. Don't worry, sir. This time we will definitely do better, he reminded them. And please do not misunderstand me again. Before he could finish his gentle reminder, Ket Thin and Tung Van hurried off, determined not to disappoint their master again, or their chance at becoming immortals would vanish. He chuckled in admiration. These old geezers are really something. Ching Fum lazily stretched, ready to take a nap, while Nengle Kika should keep training. And as for you, just keep watch. I am going to catch some Z's now. Meanwhile, Tung Ven was quite excited. Old king, why do not you go back and bring your grandkids along? It is a perfect chance for them to charm the immortals. Right, Sakuthian suggested. And bring your disciple too. Having a disciple like Tinkasun Kondro would be fantastic. Seeing the enthusiasm from his companion, he eagerly promised. This time we will make sure to do it right. Suddenly sensing something ominous approaching, his eyes widened as he tried to grasp the situation. He carefully scanned the surroundings. It seemed like members of the Din, Newt Kim's sect were around. Tung Van frowned in confusion, wondering why so many of them were showing up at the mountain's entrance. While Cici Thean felt a hint of suspicion, they seemed to be heading towards the estate of the immortal. The two quickly turned their gaze towards the estate, sensing danger was quietly drawing near. Tung Ven promptly reassured. It is probably just a coincidence. With the immortal here, who would dare cause trouble? He reluctantly agreed. Well, just like when the best sword sect clashes with the heavenly beings. This is my chance to shine. Spill the tea. Grandpa. That little punk is right here. I have got to charm a powerful female swordsman and keep her at the estate for protection. Calm down. Jinjun. Don't you worry. Grandpa will definitely get revenge for you. With that, he turned to the gang and declared, surround this estate. No bird should fly out. As his massive hand pointed, the estate was instantly engulfed in a swirling mist of spiritual energy. The Sect members, hearing the command, sprang into action, chanting in unison, at your command. Elder. Venerating was fired up, every word dripping with intensity. That little brat. Traitoring femme. Must kneel before us. Jinjun was riding the wave of momentum. I also need to capture the girl who injured you to warm things up for you and gather all the spiritual herbs from this estate to heal your arm. Ingik shouted angrily from the courtyard. You again. Useless minions of the best sword sect. Last time we let you off easy. But this time you dare to show up. Jinjun skeptically asked. Are you the girl who hurt my grandson? Jinjun stroked his beard, examining her closely. She looked young, but her attacks were ruthless. But Ingik was not backing down. My master spared your grandson. But who knew your grandpa would come knocking? He is just asking for trouble. With that, he angrily slashed his golden sword toward her. MMD instinctively jumped in front of Ingik to shield her. Suddenly, the ground where they stood exploded, successfully blocking the sharp blade. Out of the thick smoke, Sen Kang appeared, grumbling, that darn old man. I just finished a business. He looked at Jinjun and mocked him mercilessly. You are just like a mirror reflecting a pile of, well, you get the idea. His brows furrowed, clearly annoyed by this shameless old man. But even that could not stop Sun Kang's sharp tongue. Right. You are a prominent cultivator. He rolled his eyes with disdain. How embarrassing. My memory must be terrible. I thought you were a human. With that, he was done playing nice, his anger boiling over. Where are my people? Get ready to attack. Jinjun stood firm among the disciples, commanding, form the sword formation. And Venerating was just waiting for the right moment. Let us make that little brat learn the consequences of messing with the best sword sect. Sen Kang, braver than ever, charged into the crowd without a hint of fear. Big talk for a guy who just came out of the bathroom. He unleashed a powerful aura that made the younger disciples hesitate for a moment. Come on. The group looked like spoiled brats who never learned their lesson. The overwhelming force made the disciples stagger back for a beat. Sen Kang easily knocked away all of the sect's henchmen. At that moment, MMD joined forces with his teammates, determined to protect Flying, the little lady. He bellowed. You all have some serious guts. My voice is powerful enough to blow all of you away. Seeing things spiral out of control, Jinjun had no choice but to gather his disciples for defense. Wielding their swords, they quickly formed up and unleashed a barrage of thousands of swords into the ground. But their opponents showed no signs of fear. On the contrary, Sun Kang used his own body to block every attack, clearing the way for him to unleash magic, taking down half of the enemies. The soldiers were left speechless, wondering if these two were really demon kings. Furious, he turned to blame Venerating. Why did not you tell me that brat Zhang Fan had a demon king by his side? He never saw this coming and could only stammer. I did not know. The last time I came, there was no demon king. And how could that kid command a demon king? Din Quan sighed at Venerating's simple-mindedness, his face showing he was about to lose his patience. You useless brat. Just wait until I get back. I will deal with you later. He personally stepped up to face the challenge, activating the grand formation. After setting up the formation, Din Quan did not forget to add some intimidating words. Even if you are a demon king, I do not believe you can hold up against this. While everyone else was busy adjusting their sword techniques, Venerating just stood there, dumbfounded, thinking, the Din Nut sword sect can roam freely across the southern wilderness thanks to the sword formation. Dem, being clever, moved forward to protect ninth line and stepped back. Instantly, thousands of glowing swords rained down on where the two stood, ready to strike in a life or death moment. Sen Kang bravely shielded his loved ones. Rushing in, he focused his inner strength, forming a golden shield that blocked all of the opponent's attacks. He took bold strides, ready for battle, thinking, your Din Nut sect really packs a punch. Plus, with him feeling competitive, I can't lose to him. Otherwise, Master will have my head. Meanwhile, the guys in the sky were left dumbfounded by Sen Kang. How can he not even break through the skin of a mere demon? Only Din Quan maintained his tough, grizzled demeanor, unbothered, commanding his disciples to gather all their spiritual energy into the sword formation. He focused intensely on the battle, his voice booming. This will be led by me. Yet, even this time, Din Quan's assault had some bite to it, making him Day and Sen Kang struggle a bit. At the same time, Ingik was sprinting to alert Zhang Fan. Master, Those guys from the den, not sword sect, are back again. But he was as calm as a cucumber. As if he were facing a volcano and was not the least bit scared. Zhang Fan sat up, watching the battle with ease. I am just waiting for him to get here. He did not care about his disciples, struggling in the storm of swords and spells, not to mention. Dean Quan was cursing like a sailor. You brainless demon king, come at me. Just as he finished speaking, he conjured a gigantic sword, reminiscent of a giant version of Grandma Tan's. Sen Kang realized he had underestimated them, feeling the weight of the situation. This time, things seemed serious. Maybe I should just run. Suddenly, he noticed Zhang Fan casually strolling up from behind. Hey. When did that happen? My master is sneaky. I am not sure I will be able to keep up. The blood of the warrior surged within him, and Sen Kang charged forward. Damn. I will take the lead. Mday continued to focus on fighting, not wanting to run like his friend. I will follow right behind you. Without hesitation, Din Kun plunged the enormous sword into the ground, declaring, face your doom. Sen Kang is flexing his muscle, channeling the power of the Super Saiyan, and I am Sen Kang, and my ancestor is that god. Suddenly, he transforms into a massive titan, strong enough to grip his opponent's weapon with one hand. But life is not a fairy tale. His sword explodes, slamming Sen Kang to the ground like a ragdoll. Taking advantage of the chaos, an MD springs into action, launching a sneak attack on the stage actors. A golden opportunity. He coldly turns around to retaliate. You think I am just some old fool? I missed my chance to shine, and I am fuming about it. He channels all his pent-up rage into his feet, ready to unleash hell. The two sides clash fiercely, refusing to back down, spells flying everywhere. It is a total visual explosion. After a fierce brawl, MD swiftly snatches away the weapon from the stage actors. Old man, you really are not the sharpest tool in the shed. Are you? From a distance, the hefty Sen Kang is hurtling in like a freight train. He locks eyes with the sly, villainous glare of MW. Have you forgotten about me? Sen Kang is determined to smash through the barrier. You are going down. The guys inside are suddenly released by the wind, causing a bit of a panic. They fall freely like leaves swept away by a gust. Despite the painful landing, Sen Kang still manages to raise his fist. Master, I am seriously hurt this time. Do not forget to take care of me. Tra Chong Fum cheers him on enthusiastically. Great job. Great job. I will reward you big time for this. He does not forget to turn to ZMD with praise. And you, my friend, did a fantastic job too. A Trong Fum looks up, feigning innocence as he challenges his opponent. Elder, it has been ages since we last met. Do you want me to invite you down for a chat? Gina Kun stands stubborn, threateningly saying, Good. You are colluding with monsters to harm your own kind. I will report you to the Sect Master and get you kicked out. Unfazed, Trong Fum crosses his arms, smirking. Well then, go ahead and report me. System notification. Target has entered the realm of the undefeated sword domain, ready to strike back. Trong Fum has a flash of genius. Wait, should I let them go first to gain some experience? After thinking it over, he abandons that idea. Forget it. The Sect Master and the Elders treated me well when I was their disciple. They were pretty decent to me. So the final decision is to wipe out this ragtag crew right here. You lot of fun staying behind. Trong Fum commands the system to eliminate these bad guys once and for all. Jian Quan glares at him with a look of fury, but he can only wait helplessly for his doom. Trading Fum. System congratulates the contestant for eliminating an enemy of high caliber, receiving sword domain value. Look at Trading Fum's face. He is on cloud 9. He is about to score big again. After wrapping things up, Trong Fum praises MD and Sen Kang. You guys have been performing really well lately. He snaps his fingers and a spirit orb appears. Since you called me master, just remember that. He divides 2 spirit fruits and assures them. I won T Shorchenju. They eagerly accept and devour them, thanking their master. But that is not all. Trong Fum continues handing out rewards. And this will be your bonus for helping me train the stage actors of the Sword Sect. Sen Kang's jaw drops in shock. My bloodline is being tamed. Emity reacts the same way. Mine too, as the mist of power surge forth. My master. It seems my innate abilities have grown even stronger. The Shadow's Knight could not help but show off. My master. I have awakened my powers too, feeling a rush of excitement inside. I have always admired the innate skills of the love letter. And while his powers are greater this time, now I have them too. Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with interest. Show me what you got. Swan Kang stomped his foot, feeling the earth beneath him. I can control the ground now. He kicked the sand hard, unintentionally causing a shockwave. Instantly, a powerful surge of energy erupted, releasing a terrifying force. 3 clones of Swan Kang stood tall before everyone, posing like a badass. Master, what do you think? When it is time to fight, all I have to do is wave my hand and they are toast. Yao Lion exclaimed, bursting with excitement. This is amazing. With this power, I can definitely help you a ton. Master. But Zhang Fan had a completely different thought. With this love letter around, I won't have to run errands anymore, how convenient. Next up was the Shadow, who flexed his body and leaped high. Master. Check this out. The Shadow soared through the air, creating a swirling vortex of blue energy. A dazzling display. Yao Lion looked around in shock. What is happening? Why did it suddenly get so dark? Taking a deep breath, he reassured her. Don't worry, Miss Yao. It is just my innate powers. After showcasing his strength, the Shadow explained. Before, absorbing light was just an illusion. But now I am literally swallowing the surrounding light, which will limit everyone's visibility. Yao Lion clapped enthusiastically. That is incredible. He continued to boast about another feature of his new skill. My innate powers have an additional function. Suddenly, black holes appeared beneath the ground. He grinned mischievously. It is just like falling into an illusion. You want to be able to see me. The Shadow and Swan Kang high-fived in celebration, while Yao Lion sighed to herself. So this is what the legendary Demon King is like. For some reason, Swan Kang suddenly acted shy, like a blushing maiden. Master. He swayed flirtatiously, as if trying to charm someone. Can I ask you for a favor? Zhang Fan was taken aback, goosebumps all over, instinctively stepping back to keep his distance. Just say it. But do not act like that in front of me. Swan Kang whispered to him. I want to go home for a bit to bring my wife and kids here to stay. Zhang Fan was actually quite pleased with this suggestion. He could not leave this place alone anyway. He had intended to find more people to help with errands. He nodded in agreement. Sure. Then he turned to the Shadow. You can also bring your people from the market here. They were thrilled, thanking him profusely. Thank you, Master. Yao Lion listened to their discussion, feeling a bit left out. Family. Zhang Fan noticed his disciple's feelings and gently comforted her. Your master is family too. Swan Kang quickly chimed in, eager to lift Yao Lion's spirits. And we are here for you too. Everyone is incredibly concerned about her, and so are we. Her family. Ingeklian beams with a satisfied smile. Tronghong Fum continues to push them with their tasks. All right. Let us keep it like this. You all get ready for your mission. Soon Kang and MD immediately take off, their faces lighting up. Okay then. Moments later, a strange sound suddenly echoes through the forest. Xuan Kang is guiding the tribes back to the base. Suddenly, he senses something dangerous ahead, and Livin cautiously stops to observe. Wait! Something's moving up ahead. Indeed. There is a chaotic chase happening in the sky. Xuan Kang helplessly wonders. Why is this Namhong mountain getting crazier by the day? Just as he finishes speaking, the airship shatters, creating a massive explosion. Unexpectedly, a few beautiful young ladies jump out, and Nugan Long looks down, thinking her life is over. Oh no. It is the demon clan. Looking at the plump, ugly, and terrifying creatures below, it is no wonder she is panicking. They are demons. Watch out. Sisters. Nguyen Long grimaces, silently praying in her heart. Master. It seems I am about to disappoint you. Xuan Kang is not bothered by her expression and kindly reminds her. You guys should keep running. It looks like someone's about to chase you down. Nguyen Long looks up sharply, thinking, is not there a deep-seated grudge between our demon clan and the human clan? So why are not these demons attacking? In the next moment, she frantically reminds herself, wait, this is not the time to be thinking about that. She quickly turns to her sisters. Come on, from above. A figure can't help but feel excited. You can escape. Little sisters of the Wanhua Valley. The elder from the ghost crying cave is even shocked and confused. Why are there still so many demons here? Sen Kang leads the demon clan. Perhaps recognizing that look, hastily waves his hand to clarify. Just pretend we do not exist. You guys just keep fighting. We have other business. He gestures to his companions. My wife and kids, let us keep moving. It seemed like they would get away easily, but lo and behold, the figure draws a line in the dirt with his sword, trying to leave. He even eagerly instructs his disciples. Kids, if you have run into these demons, then tonight we feast. Sen Kang seems a bit clueless. Only grinning. The figure looks down at the plump demons on the ground. Plotting slyly, a bunch of these piglets would make an amazing roasted suckling pig. His subordinates are thrilled, thanking the elder profusely. On the ground, Sen Kang overhears them planning to raid his clan and mocks. You guys really can't wait to reunite with your parents. Can you? He plants his hands on his hips, boldly trampling the group from the ghost crying cave. I worry that after you come down here, your parents will regret wasting their time bringing you into this world. The figure, realizing he has been insulted by a pig, grinds his teeth. What is the deal? Do not you demons want to live anymore? He reveals his frustration and points his sword. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and deal with these demons for me. Sen Kang crosses his arms defiantly. Truly a bunch of ungrateful hybrids. A powerful foot stomps down, Shaking the ground, a gigantic little pig stood there. And as Senkain grew angrier, he cursed so loud that it could wake the dead. It reached out with one hand and said, "Go find your family and reunite." Instantly, the little pig followed suit. A giant hand was swiftly looming over the crowd on their knees, watching it slap its companions around. They panicked and yelled, "Watch out. Get out of the way. Do not land on us." One poor guy got stuck under a mini hell of chaos, only able to scream helplessly. What the heck are these clay creatures doing here? Seeing his underlings scatter in fear only fueled his rage. He grabbed his sword and threatened, "How dare you mess with our crew? I will make you regret it." He thought he had this in the bag. But that slap felt more like a bee sting from a rock. He panicked and yelled, "What?" Not realizing a colossal hand was creeping up behind him. Just like that, he got caught and could only scream a few desperate sounds. Sun Kang smirked. "You really think you can bite the moon?" Standing tall, he orchestrated the chaos from below, relishing in the disdain for his opponents, utterly oblivious to the consequences. Out of nowhere, a shadowy figure charged in, scattering the chaotic crew while taunting. "What was that you said earlier? Who is trying to bite the moon?" The group realized this was a losing battle and started retreating. "Two of those beasts. We need to run." Sun Kang looked at the newcomer who just popped up and quickly tried to change the subject. "I did not say anything." The shadowy figure angrily chimed in. "What is wrong with you? If no one is paying attention, you will end up fighting those human monks." Back at the estate, seeing a mix of humans and beasts together, a Chung Fum was in shock. "What is going on?" He stuttered, overwhelmed by the sight of such a large family. Sun Kang got the hint but awkwardly smiled. "This is nice, is not Master?" The ethereal charm of the spirit beast and the adorably shy demeanor of the sword master made Chang Felm feel like he would stumbled upon a great truth. In front of him stood a line of stunning ladies, and he could hardly believe his luck. Surrounded by jasmine blooms, all wives and children of his master. Sun Kang, feeling a bit too smug, replied, "Master, you think so little of me." Even Chang Fum, despite his disbelief, tried to soothe the situation. "Why would I underestimate you?" Sun Kang shot back without a hint of hesitation. "With a scrawny body like this, and with those ugly looks, how could anyone not like them?" This comment really riled up the ladies of the Van Ho Valley behind him. Changtring Fussum sensed the tension and quickly tried to deflect. "So what is your type? If you are hiding this beauty, how stunning must your wife be?" Sun Kang immediately beamed with pride. His sharp gaze pointed at the back. "Over there are my wife and kids." As soon as he finished speaking, a horde of little piglets rushed out excitedly calling, "Aye." Even his wife joined in cheerfully. "Come on, wait for me." Sun Kang confidently rolled up his sleeves and commanded his whole pig family. "Come on, Ani, let us head inside." Looking at his wife's incredibly alluring figure, he boasted, "With a body like this and that gorgeous face, how could anyone not notice her?" A Chingering Fum, standing across from him, could only stare in disbelief. You rushed to laugh it off and change the subject. "So what is the deal with those nuns?" After all that chit-chat, it felt like ages had passed. Sun Kang was still fuming. But that is how it is. Only Changkrum Fum was left pondering, deep in thought. The chaos outside in the cultivation world was getting out of hand, with people even heading down to the southern wilderness to throw down. You pointed at the group from Van Ho Kokosef to ask, "So you brought them here?" "Ah." Sun Kang, flustered, tried to explain while openly mocking them. "I have struck a deal with the disciples. Sure, these ladies are not the prettiest, but they can serve and even sing and dance." Those words made Nekian furious. Kicking him hard in the shin. "Master does not need them. I am more than enough to take care of him." Her face was burning red, mixed with embarrassment as she added, "I can dance too." You know, watching her tiny, teary-eyed figure, Sun Kang was sweating bullets but kept trying to explain. "Miss Ninkivlin, it is not like I want them just for you." Inside, he was panicking like crazy. "Oh no. I have seriously offended Miss Ingalian. There is no way she will run to Master and spill the beans." "Right." Finally, Nguyen Long could not hold back and spoke up. "Excuse me, miss, we are just staying for a bit. We have already informed our sect. We will definitely show our gratitude later." Then, looking nervously at Chunung Fum, she thought, "But I doubt the reclusive powerhouse known as Master would want a reward from us." Noticing they were talking about him, he quickly waved his hand and gave a warm smile. "No need for rewards. The estate is not that big, and the southern wilderness is not safe. You ladies can stay." But inside, Chung Fum was completely captivated by their beauty. There is no denying those Ven Ho, Siko Sivan's disciples are stunning. Each of them had such charisma. When they dance, it is bound to make hearts flutter. Feeling the weight of their gratitude, Nguyen Lung blushed slightly, thinking, well then, she silently decided that they would only need a short time to repay their life-saving favor. then quickly called out to her sisters. "Hey, sisters, let us get to it." The others nodded in understanding, respectfully awaiting their senior's guidance. Only Ingek stood behind Chung Fum, smiling like a proud parent but looking utterly displeased. Her eyes narrowed, and her tone dripped with annoyance. "Master, I can dance too." "You know," a Chung Fum lounged back in his chair, casually explaining. "Honestly, I did not want to watch either, but my subordinate saved them. So what is the harm in seeing a bit of dancing?" He was gesturing and directing, urging, "Add some music, keep it going." Meanwhile, Ngeen Lin was pouting, standing beside him, cheeks puffed in frustration. After an enchanting performance, Chung Kring Fum could not help but praise them. No wonder Van Hokikosi is renowned in the cultivation world. Not only are they skilled in medicine, but they are also masters of arts and music. Wow. This place looks spotless now. Even the beauties from Ven and Hosikosi were eagerly observing the herbs in the estate. And Nguyen Long could not help but exclaim, "The herbs here are so abundant." Watching them sing and dance, Ngee Lin sat under a tree, still sulking, looking at the group with a huff. Chang Fem relaxed, hands behind his head, sinking into the chair like he was at a cozy art show. It felt just like paradise, so beautiful and mesmerizing. I could totally vibe with the joy of listening to music like this. But at that moment, the atmosphere shifted, leaving him stunned. What was happening? The cloudy sky was suddenly sliced by flashes of light. A dark realization hit him. Two cultivators were fighting. His blood boiled, ready to explode. These guys were relentless, were not they? They could not just let that old geezer and his wife live in peace until the end of their days. Deep down, Chang Fem was scheming even more. Since moving his family here, this lazy pig had turned into a complete sloth. If I follow the master's lead and impress him, becoming a demon or fairy won't be far off. While Chang Fem was chilling and waiting for the drama to unfold, he suddenly realized, oh snap, that black cloud is heading straight for us. Inkevleen confirmed it too. It really was coming this way. That shiny, flickering light was getting closer to them. He kept watching and narrating like a sports commentator. Someone just fell. A blurry figure zipped down like a meteor on fire. In just a moment, it pierced through the ground, diving straight into the depths of hell below. Following close behind was a tiger riding buddy who was not backing down. That old monk was in for it. Wait till my brothers get here. We will make sure he regrets crossing us. Just then, the guy froze mid-air upon spotting something. The trees below were radiating a natural warmth. His buddy perked up like he would struck gold. He could not believe he would stumbled upon such a rich land of spiritual energy. So many divine herbs and even mystical fruits. As his gaze landed on the original grove, he added, and there are plenty of beautiful young ladies too. His buddy did not even try to hide his greedy nature. But everyone around was judging hard. Tonight, I am going to indulge like there is no tomorrow. Coincidentally, his crew had arrived too. Hey, bro. You good? Elder 3. All's well. That is great to hear. His buddy confidently flaunted his new find, saying, not only am I fine, but I have also found another piece of cursed land. And then he shouted, who is bringing the troops to raid with me? We are taking everything, no piece of earth left behind. His clan members immediately took to the skies, ready to swoop down. But before they could reach their target, divine retribution struck from above. How bold. The top disciple of the San Tang sect, I Huas Mining, appeared, showing them just what a festival was. You think the San Tang sect is just going to sit back and let you run wild? The opponent boasted loudly, spouting some ridiculous logic. Whereas this divine right you speak of? Look up, you bull-headed fools. Those dark clouds were all conjured by your own pathetic magic. Then Ungun feigned a sense of impartial integrity. You barbaric cultivators do not understand the heavenly way. As cultivators, you should not be robbing from mortals. But his plastic morality quickly crumbled under scrutiny. As the alluring scent wafted up from below, he lost all focus on his performance. If you want to rob, at least let us rob first. Thankfully, then have managed to awaken the humanity in the opponent. Master Hyacinth and 9. Only then did he carefully wipe away the evidence of his earlier indulgence. Then Ingen returned to his role of integrity, proclaiming, as a righteous cultivator, I see the protection of the 6 realms as my duty. I will not allow you to commit evil in front of me. The common folk could not remain silent any longer and voiced their discontent. Let us see what you can protect then. This time, I would not just watch from the sidelines. I officially stepped into the drama. Can you guys at least aim a little better when you fight? A wave of frustration surged out like a waterfall. This garden I just planted. That wall I just built. And yet it seems you do not care at all. Then he cautiously interjected. Brother, this precious land already has an owner. And then Engun immediately looked devastated. What a pity. Afterward, then he had to take the initiative to mediate. Well, we can control the lightning landing point. After all, we rely on formations and artifacts to fight the lightning. Though Nuncan nodded along with his juniors. Don't worry. Our Hainan sect will compensate for your losses. Before he could finish his sentence, countless spirit fruits flew up from below. MMD wanted to speak, but found his words stuck in his throat. Compensate. Compensate. Embarrassed, he had to admit, seems like even if we sold our entire sect, it would not be enough to repay you. Hearing this, Danecha jumped in shock. I thought they were just petty and would not remember a grudge, so I brushed it off. But these cultists? You know exactly who we need to deal with. How do you plan to compensate us? At first, I was laughing like I would just heard a great joke. Compensation. Our beast god is about to awaken. And you think you can just offer us a tribute instead? Not a chance. Zhang Fan crossed his arms, refusing to let it slide. You destroyed my home and my precious herbs and now want to steal from me. If I do not turn you into valuable loot, I might as well just give up. Ingi Kifi Lin, quick and agile, jumped into the fray. Master, let me handle these arrogant fools. Even the shadows were itching to get in on the action. Miss Ninkivlin, let us take care of this. Can't he forget to give my teammates a nudge? Though, after all, me and this chubby pig here have a duty to protect the place. I might have slacked a bit today. Xuan Kang looked fierce but was surprisingly sensible. Time to get to work, especially since I have brought my wife and kids here. I need to show out. The shadows began to channel dark lightning through the crescent mark on their foreheads. Xuan Kang's chubby form gathered energy to clash with foes many times his size. The beastmen did not have a moment to react before the situation turned against them. They were quickly ensnared in a dark net, facing well-deserved retribution. Time flew by in a blink, and the combination of the shadows and Xuan Kang led to an overwhelming victory. That is right. Zhang Fan did not hold back on the praise. This is fantastic. Shen Yan stood by, stunned. A tiny estate like this, and there are two demon lords, both bowing to this young punk like he is their master. I can't believe I just voiced my thoughts and got called out for it. Hey. You guys, get down here. I have got a few questions for you. Once everyone stood at attention, he began interrogating. I remember the Xundan sect is based in the southern wilderness. Why are you here in this remote place fighting? Shan Wan clasped his hands, responding honestly. Senior, there is something you may not know. We caught some guys disrespecting you because recently, the whole cultivation world has gone haywire. You mean to tell me there is evidence? The protective barrier broke, spiritual energy flooded in, and many elders unexpectedly broke through and reincarnated. There is chaos everywhere, and ambitious folks are stirring up a human-demon war. Who would be thought the culprits behind it all would lead back to my initial move? Did my first strike cause such a huge ripple? Shine Wine, oblivious, continued his report. 3 days ago, the Grand Supreme Sect summoned all the sects to Mount Tamthan, looking to activate the Juzhou Summit formation to restore order. The Xuthan sect was also invited. He expressed the determination of a righteous cultivator, aiming to maintain order in the world. Even though our sect sent me down the mountain to hone my skills, we also aim to eliminate evil beings. Such a noble reason made it hard for everyone to press further. Alright, get it? You are here for justice, so I won't pursue this any longer. You can go. Shun Yan sensed the moment was right to retreat. We will continue chasing after those wicked beast cultists. We won't bother you any longer. Senior, watching them fly away with the wind, he could not help but sigh. If this chaos was caused by my initial actions, then I must take responsibility. Right now, the mortal realm is facing a tough challenge. But I can't stray from the boundaries of the undefeated sword domain. I have to figure something out. A grand scene unfolds amidst the mountain clouds, with the Celestial Sword Academy standing tall like a paradise. Suddenly, the tranquil image is shattered by an astonished voice. What is going on? Lam Hang, stroking his beard, asked in disbelief. The South Huang Mountain is showing a celestial scene. In the depths of the mysterious soul-chilling fortress, Wei Hun smirked mockingly, surprised that the trash from the ghost-devouring sect actually stumbled upon a real paradise. The guy just got the news and was itching to take action. It seems like it is time for the main body to get moving too. Meanwhile, at the Supreme Sect's taking hall, the sect leader, Don Hein, is also intrigued by this character. Whether they are a true celestial or not, we should definitely invite them to participate in the Grand Assembly first. Even the attitude of the ghost-devouring sect's leader was no exception. He instructed all elders and disciples to bring out our sect as treasured artifacts. The old man has lofty ambitions. And regarding the treasure at hand, the heavenly realm definitely belongs to our ghost-devouring sect. Even the common folk of the Man clan are rallying their forces to join the fight. Follow me. Let us bring that celestial image back to offer it to the ancestral gods. Only the goals of the three realms are still lost in the dance and music of the artistic show. The village folk, with their charm and eloquence, quickly won everyone over. Elder, did you enjoy our performance? Zhang Fan appeared thoroughly satisfied, like he was in retirement. Absolutely loved it. Meanwhile, Ngok secretly felt impressed by their skills. Just then, a voice echoed down from the flying ship, catching his attention. Sir, Tong Van is shouting a warning. Things are getting serious. Yet, Zhang Fan remained calm and carefree. What is the rush? Old Tong. Why are you two in such a hurry? Those behind you are your juniors. Right, time was of the essence. So Tong Van jumped down to explain. I brought my 2 sons and all my grandchildren here. But this old man can tear himself away from his duties. So I only brought a few grandkids from both sides. Now he made his intention clear. Sir. The news about your estate, holding spiritual herbs and divine fruits has spread throughout this heavenly cloud region, but Zhang Fan remained as relaxed as ever. So what? That just means the big sects and those old cultivators have their eyes on this place now. Kuat Thian chimed in. On our way here. We overheard that many sects and cultivators are heading towards you. Young master, instead of worrying, Zhang Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Nice. So some real players are coming here. I can't wait any longer. The other 2 stood there, stunned. As if they had not digested the news yet, Tong Van cautiously asked, Sir, are not you worried? Zhang Fan answered nonchalantly and honestly. What is there to worry about? Kuat Thian understood a bit it is, because the Sir is too powerful to fear those greedy ones. The only concern is they might disrupt the peace here, ruining the tranquility. On the surface, Zhang Fan seemed to weigh his options, realizing this was indeed a valid concern, but deep down, he was more thrilled than ever. I have long stopped worrying about lacking the experience to expand the sword domain. The victorious smile of the soon-to-be victor slowly spread across his face. I find it tougher to expand my territory these days. But hey, something is better than nothing. Right, after a brief moment of celebration. He remembered the basic etiquette. Let us save that chat for later. Sheng Kang. Get the old man's crew to sort out the accommodations. He quickly gave a thumbs up in response. Got it. From here, it is all about seizing opportunities. But Zhang Fan is already calculating his escape plan. The reality of luring an experience is not looking too bright. But if we can get the sword territory in the mix, that'd be golden. 2 weeks flew by, and the once clear sky is now dominated by the Beast Clan. Following closely are imposing fleets of ships. And it is clear the money behind them is substantial. Lin Hang observes from a distance, unable to hide his admiration. The Beast Tribe cultivators and those from the demonic path have indeed made their move. He stands at the bow of the ship, taking in the sight of the men soaring toward the sacred flower, ready to tear it apart. And there is even a demonic beast among them. Nigok Lian quickly reports to Zhang Fan. Master, take a look. The skull represents the demonic sect. Throwing around threats, are not they just a bunch of foolish beasts? The Minister of Foreign Affairs for the Beast Tribe is not backing down either. Half a step. And your dry bones, are not you afraid of getting burned by the sunlight? The opposing party makes their intent clear without holding back. I am here for the treasure. And if I happen to collect some of your beast corpses along the way, I won't mind at all. The heavenly sword arrives fashionably late to the battle, with a bunch of Beast Tribe and demonic path folks talking big. Lin Hang, standing for justice, speaks up for righteousness. Where there are treasures, there reside those with virtue. Zhang Fan below has grown tired of sitting around waiting for the drama to unfold day after day. Speaking like that in front of the master. What do you think you are doing? Acting all high and mighty in front of me. You really do not see me as a threat. Do you? The skull up high looks down, mocking them. Seems like you are just a convict protected by 2 beast kings. The next words from the elder push Shenkang over the edge. This heavenly realm can easily be a scapegoat for our demonic path. The minister next to him sighs. This heavenly realm truly is a sight to behold. His gaze remains fixated on the divine tree before him, brimming with spiritual energy, the divine fruit shining bright. It will soon belong to our beast tribe. Suddenly, a smug voice booms from the warship. How can a heavenly realm like this fall into the hands of a bunch of lawless scoundrels like you? Lin Hang quickly reassures. Little brother, do not worry. With the heavenly sword here, I won't let these guys harm you. The skull misjudges the situation, thinking, look at him trying to act all righteous. Doesn't he want you to join his sect, and then use the guise of protection to monopolize your treasures? With that, the elder stirs the battle. All right. My children, our demonic path does not need to hold back against anyone. Charge for our sect leader. Lin Hang on this side is not backing down either. Disciples of the 10,000 Sword Sect, heed my command. Quickly eliminate the demonic beasts from the demonic path and protect the lives of the citizens of the celestial realm. The minister, feeling bold, steps in to join the fray. Those wretched dry bones, clear the way for me. Let us seize this heavenly realm and offer it up to our ancestors. Ignoring your master like this. Seeing the situation turning grim, the high-ranking official pipes up. Young master, should I and the elder go stop them? Me and that old guy Ting Kong have some serious rep in the cosmic circles. Everyone's gotta show us a little respect. You clearly want to sit back and play it safe, so you just bail, letting them throw the first punches. But then, there is a hesitation in the air, like a bittersweet regret gnawing at the soul. If these folks step into my territory and I take them out, who knows how many levels of power I would gain. After a bit of fighting, the skull-headed guy bursts into laughter, feeling triumphant. You think you kids from the heavenly sword are something, and those beastly folks. I am about to show you the real deal, the treasure of my clan. He raises his staff high and shouts, summoning a spectral skull with horns, its eyes blazing like hellfire. Meanwhile, he stretches out his ghostly hand, ready to snatch the life out of his opponent. One disciple from the 10,000 Sword Sect shouts in alarm, "This is bad. We need to retreat." But before they can even bolt, they get slammed with a nasty uppercut. The skull-headed guy watches them flail around, utterly entertained. The local thugs know they are no match for him. Hesitating slightly, this old ghost is dead serious. But there is still a flicker of hope lingering in their hearts. However, our ancestral spirits are about to awaken, and that is when I will come back to fight. For now, I can afford to take heavy losses. After a moment of mental pep talk, he decides that retreating is the best strategy. Outta here. Old ghost, this time, we will let you off easy. But mark my words, you better be ready for when our ancestral spirits wake up. Over on the Lin side, things are not looking too peachy either. A whole fleet of warships is getting wrecked. Looks like our 10,000 Things Sword Sect 1TB the only ones claiming dominance here. He waves his hand, signaling a retreat. Next time, I will bring in more righteous allies to deal with this ghostly mess. But even as he leaves, he is still reluctant. There are 2 demon kings left, and once they are busy fighting each other, I will bring my disciples in for another ambush. The skull-headed guy laughs out loud at his opponent's cowardice. Totally unfazed. Who can stand against my treasure in this cosmic realm? Then he looks down at the lower realm, waiting for the moment to snatch that pesky opponent, then use divine elixirs and fruits to break through. Along with my clan's treasure, the ghostly blood clan will rule this cosmic region. The skull guy points ahead, commanding his crew to chase off those pesky interlopers further away, while the remaining disciples follow suit. He commands the soul-consuming fan to move, leaving Zhang Fan dumbfounded as they head into the lower realm. Xun Kang was utterly annoyed seeing the enemy's antics, letting that old fool have his fun. He had been lounging around for days. Sun Kang unleashed a thunderous punch, and when both sides clashed, it created a massive shockwave. Perfectly timed as he raised his hand, the skull found this chubby guy amusing and wanted to tempt him with the Demon King. Join our soul-devouring clan. I could even make him the Grand Elder. He skillfully dodged my top-notch press, recalling how I rejected his mother years ago, leading to his current state. Now, do you think I would still agree? Hearing this, the old man's anger flared, wishing he could roast his opponent like crispy pork. It seemed that the Demon King did not know when to quit, and since we had a score to settle, today would be the day I took him down. Xun Kang puffed up, ready for battle. Both sides charged at each other, creating another massive shockwave, the impact echoing like thunder. Xun Kang was immediately sent flying, crying out in shock. As the dust settled, he staggered to his feet, trying to play it cool. No one's ever hit me like that before. You are not getting away with this today. Master. Save me. He thought he had skills, but all he had was a pathetic show. Master. Save me, even when fighting pigs. You gotta respect your master. These dry fog jokers are underestimating you. The group watched in disbelief, completely stunned, their faces frozen in shock. He immediately turned to them. Did you really use that? A tongue vine clasped his hands respectfully and reported, Master, since we joined the celestial realm, we have not been able to contribute to your cause. Let us help the Demon King. The skull pondered for a moment, then sighed. 2 Demon Kings appearing from such a small estate, and you have 2 divine cultivators. Zhang Fan waved his hand, refusing. You 2 do not need to do anything. Just let him come. His words made Tung Van's heart sink. Right now, my strength was still too weak. I had not even learned from my master for these big battles. The skull truly had not seen the danger until it was too late. With so many experts, what could you do? You just can't. Before he could finish his sentence, he was startled by a sound from behind. What is that? The water cypress was fleeing in panic. The Beast Tribe and Heavenly Sword Sect were coming again. It was a counterattack. The crazy old man raised his staff, ready to retaliate. Damn it. None of you can stop the soul-devouring clan from ruling this realm. Suddenly, the entire soul-devouring fan erupted with powerful spiritual energy. The skull roared, unleashing his ultimate move, the celestial turtle's transformation. Lum Hung arrived just in time, astonished by the scene he had just witnessed. Who would have thought these foggy fools were hiding their true power? Damn it. I came a bit too early. The crowd outside may look harmless, but this old dried-up man is dangerous. Looks like we can only gamble once, and yet deep down, I can't help but feel like a schemer. Luckily, there is still the Heaven Sword to rely on. The soul fan suddenly opens its eyes wide. Then it charges forward, flailing its limbs wildly. The skull sees the flowers blooming, and thinks spring has arrived. This paradise and divine treasure. They all belong to me. Then the old man continues to direct the soul fan forward like a haunted house. Everyone will bow at my feet. Zhang Fan has been waiting since afternoon. And finally, his wishes are within reach. Come on. Come on, just a bit closer. And these pesky things will turn into my sword domain. Suddenly, a bolt of heavenly thunder crashes down on his back. Who's it? Who dares to strike me? Zhang Fan is startled by the thunder and quickly searches for the culprit. Seriously? Who the heck just hit me? He looks up and spots a floating urban structure right above him. The helper waves his hand dramatically, announcing, "The southern wilds have arrived." No sooner does he finish speaking than a yin-yang orb beneath the structure suddenly lights up as if it just got a power boost. He thinks he is the hero of the story, feeling all high and mighty. If he does not want to end up like a pancake, he better scram. The skull is confused when it recognizes someone familiar, and the helper has also arrived. The helper, not one to hold back, snaps at him. "Why are you still here? Get lost." Then he sends a jolt of electricity in the direction of his opponent. The elder shouts a warning. "Young master, that is a major immortal family from the southern wilds. Their strength rivals the top sects, and the floating city is their treasure." The others nearby are taken aback, never expecting to find themselves in the southern wilds. Zhang Fan takes a moment to realize the floating city. He can't help but blame himself, thinking, why did not I see this coming? Once he clears his mind, he immediately gets to work. The sword domain may not be movable, but I can shift this estate and the entire mountain range underneath it. Just then, Zhang Fan calls out loudly, "Old master, is this floating city really that rare?" The elder nods firmly. "Absolutely one of a kind." The elder brings out several ships from Lumum Hun to compare their strength. Although the flying vessels have the floating array, they are still only as powerful as that ship from the 10,000 Swords Sect. The more he talks, the more he highlights the strength of the Chechian-Ju family. In other words, the floating array can make the entire city float, but it can't move like the Chechian-Yu's floating city. The elder seizes the opportunity to spill some secrets, saying, "I heard the Chechian family's floating city relies mainly on the floating gem at its center. It is supposedly the only one of its kind in the world." Zhang Fan's eyes light up like car headlights. He must get his hands on that gem. Cheangida just finished a powerful strike when he immediately warns his opponent. "The Chencham family must have this treasure. If you do not leave now, do not blame me for being rude." The skull, facing its 80-second crisis, is starting to feel a bit wary. The crowd around him hears this like a thunderclap. Damn it. How could I forget about this guy? Lum Hun does not dare to show his face, hiding cowardly behind, waiting for the right moment. But it has only just begun. He can still hold his ground. Whoever's got guts. That skull-faced guy did not waste a second before bolting. Cheangida still puts on that calm front. But let us be real. Hand over the goods now, and I might just let you live. Ingi Kifi Lin, scared-eyed, rushes over to Cao Kin and asks, "Master, what do we do now?" Fime just smirks at the whole situation. Confidence floods through him, radiating that main character vibe. This underdog is not going down without a fight. The distance is not enough yet. I may be stuck in this sword realm, but I can make its power go far beyond. Ching Thivi is taken aback to see him, surprised to find a disciple from Van Ho Kibisi here. He leans on his hand, feigning interest, eager to recruit for his faction. "You all should know your place and hand over the goods. And do not worry, we are not evil spirits, so you can still join us and contribute your strength." Su Wen Kang, the loudmouth, steps up to Bander. "But he is just a fool who does not know the power of my master. Did you forget to look in the mirror this morning? Seriously? What is wrong with you? The moment you open your mouth, it is like a stench bomb goes off." Chang this blood boils. Firing back. "What nonsense are you spouting, you dung?" Su Wen Kang makes a face like he just bit into something rotten. Snapping back. "I just think you look like the pile of crap I dropped this morning. Looks like your brain's full of it too. After such a savage roast, if he managed to hold back any longer, he would be enlightened by now. I was going to let you off easy. But it seems like you are itching for a rebirth." Chang the waves his hand, ordering the disciples behind him, "Get ready to strike." Su Wen Kang, not one to hold back, immediately turns around to tattle. "Master, these guys are showing you way too little respect. They are practically asking to get wrecked." The Chindring Fuguim, unfazed, strokes his chin and asks calmly, "I do not feel disrespected at all. I am just curious, if I do not step in, what do you think this old guy will do?" Sweat beads on his forehead, hesitantly questioning, "Are you worried I am going to run off with my wife and kids?" Master, with that simple mind of his, he totally fell for the bait. Su Wen Kang will gladly shed blood for my master. A Chung Fugum snaps his fingers and summons a branch, teasing, "Shed blood. Just do not drink too much or you will lose your mind." That simple stick transforms in his hands into a sharp little sword. He hands one to Tung Venom beside him, saying, "I can't be bothered with these blind fools who let ambition cloud their judgment. Tung Lao, you take the lead and teach them a lesson. Use this underdog's place to make them pay." Tung Ven is taken aback, feeling the pure aura from this tiny wooden sword, packed with so much sword intent. He rides it straight towards the target in the air, thanking the treasure of the immortal. "I will handle them right away." Nguyen Long stares intently at the gift, silently calculating. This region of Thin Van is chaotic right now. Even our Ven Ho Tsifi disciples are being ambushed. I should probably report to the master and suggest that the Sects come here for backup. As the most dramatic one in the room, the surge of spiritual energy left Inka Lian gasping. This is my level. Everyone, including Chavang Pham, shared a mutual thought. This wooden sword gifted by the immortal master not only elevated our cultivation, but also boosted our spirits. On this side, Tinung Vian, armed with a protective talisman, spoke with newfound confidence. The immortal master said to leave that worthless talisman behind as a token of apology. "Just get out of here." The group of disciples responded with disdain. "You just got lucky being in the presence of the fairy realm, and having a few demon kings guarding you." Elder Tiyoung, come on, you are a deity-level cultivator. You can seriously consider this kid a true immortal. As the argument escalated, Teen Tinbai joined in. "Out of respect for you as an elder, I suggest you leave now. No one can withstand the power of our talismans." The anger mounted as he recalled all past grudges, feeling like that vile creature had insulted them too many times. "I need to settle this." Seeing negotiations were futile, Ting Vian decided to unleash his spiritual power. "All right, if that is how it is, I will fulfill the will of the immortal master and teach you all a lesson." KRC and Liu Vine were not backing down either, brandishing a child's wooden sword like it was a badge of honor. "Come on, elder, you can be serious. A wooden sword. You are making me laugh." Their laughter was cut short as the tiny sword suddenly radiated an overwhelming pressure. Jetha froze, stammering as he tried to grasp the situation. What kind of sword energy is this?" He frantically signaled to his group behind him, "Activate the high-level formation." Two surges of green and gold energy collided violently, slicing through the air with a cacophony of panic from Chi Thai. Everyone braced themselves for impact. It all happened faster than anyone could react. The powerful sword energy pierced through their flimsy defenses, heading straight for the talisman. Suddenly, there was a massive explosion as flames and smoke engulfed the sky. Liu Ven watched in horror, realizing, oh no, the talisman is about to collapse. Inku Ven, shrinking the wooden sword down, suggested smugly. The kind immortal master would say, "You should just leave the talisman behind and be on your way." The confident look onChtha's face faded to ash, his towering figure crumbling to the ground in exhaustion. A Chung Fum glanced at the spoils before him, unable to stifle a triumphant laugh. He felt like his heart was about to burst with joy. Finally, there was a way out of this mountainous prison. Everyone hurriedly mounted their swords, ready to ascend. Moments later, the ground began to tremble, with some areas even rising beneath them. Yin Lin sensed the shifting ground and curiously asked, "Master, what are we about to do?" While everyone else stood ready, Sen Kang took on the role of a guide, enthusiastically clearing the soil. Chang Kring Fum stroked his chain, comfortably laying out his plans. "My master plans to turn this estate and the surrounding lands into a mansion. Just imagine that shock on their faces. It is going to be epic." "Wait, are you telling me you are going to tear down the mansion that helped the Ziao family hold their ground in this heavenly realm?" You crossed your arms, explaining matter-of-factly. "Of course, that is the Zhao family's mansion. Not mine." She covered her mouth, continuing to mumble. "This is a mansion that has been compared to divine spirits." Zhang Fan chimed in. "No worries. In this brain of mine filled with twists and turns, I have already got a clear path laid out. No matter how amazing this empty mansion is, it won't help us escape the sword domain. Waiting for the boundaries of the undefeated sword realm to expand will be way better than this empty mansion nonsense." The two girls obviously could not hear his thoughts, so they put on their best confused and fierce expressions. By the time the product took shape, they rarely shared the same thought. It is no wonder the celestial master standing in front of this rare empty mansion considered it nothing more than dust. Skipping this minor interlude, the heavenly banner sparkled in front of the mountains of gold and silver, making it hard to resist. Truly, a sight worthy of the cultivation world. A mountain of elixirs and treasures from this empty mansion is more than enough to support an entire sect. Tun Vane stood beside, clasping his hands to report. "Celestial Master, this is everything we retrieved from the treasure trove of the empty mansion of the Cheek family." Changcheng Feng Kuli ordered someone to take these into our treasure house, and then help me dismantle this empty mansion. The whole group echoed in confusion. "Dismantle?" Tung Van hurriedly chimed in. "Celestial Master, there might still be formations or restrictions in this empty mansion. Even the spiritual energy alone is incredibly valuable, full of pride. He retorted, "Do you think I lack a little spiritual energy?" The guy was left speechless. After some thought, Changcheng Degfum decided to give him a bit of face, since both of them mentioned valuable formations in the empty mansion. "Alright. You two figure out how to break it down and place it under our estate." Atung Ven quickly agreed. "We will get right on it." Just before they left, he suddenly pulled out a few jars and called back. "Right." A Ching Fum distributed fairly with a word of advice. "Take this. Consider it a reward for both of you and your young disciples." The two elderly men exclaimed in unison. "Thank you, Celestial Master." He waved his hand dismissively. "Just do your jobs well." The real reason was secretly tucked away in his heart. What they got was just what I took from the Chu family's treasure trove earlier. Slightly modified. A month later, Atung Van returned to report their findings. "Celestial Master, Old Hoang and I managed to keep part of the formation of the empty mansion. But the spirit stone and the formation are still intact." Sethian chimed in. "This is the first time Old Tongue and I have worked on something as valuable as the empty mansion." He praised the spirit stone, saying, "I can only say, the spirit stone is indeed a celestial treasure. And the formation from the Chu family is truly remarkable." Cheshung Fum clenched his fists excitedly and suggested, "Alright. Today we will check out the results of your hard work these past days." Just as he finished speaking, a brilliant golden beam shot straight up from the center of the small island. The ground beneath them slowly began to separate, as if something in the sky was pulling it upwards. In the blink of an eye, a section of land successfully floated in midair, and the whole group standing on it erupted in cheers. "We are flying. We are really flying." He stroked his silver beard with satisfaction, thinking, "It was worth it for me and Old Tongue to toil day and night researching the formations of this empty mansion. We have managed to relocate the majority of its formations here." Everyone wisely turned to Chang Fam with gestures of congratulations, celebrating the Celestial Master. With a rare chance to celebrate, Zhang Fan splurged generously, giving out 20 ginseng roots and a few other magical fruits to everyone. He raised the promotional bounty high, shouting with excitement, "Today I am in a good mood. So let us all have some fun." The group of disciples echoed back, "Thank you, Master, for your generous gifts." "Thank you, Celestial." "Thank you, our Lord." Zhang Fang kept his radiant smile, but deep down, he could not help but reflect. He cast his gaze across the expanse of space, feeling an overwhelming sense of nostalgia. At last, I can leave this mountain in the southern wilderness. Half a month later, Zhang Fan stood silently atop a floating city, assessing the situation. My undefeated sword domain is not large enough yet to cover the entire void mansion. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, knowing that without it, the old folks would not have to break through the protective formations of the void mansion. Just then, Yuan Ling appeared, pulling him back to reality. "Celestial, we have finished setting up the flower garden and the potion herb gardens." She frowned, hesitating to present a troubling issue. But for some reason, even with my disciples using the planting techniques from the 10,000 Flower Valley, the potion garden does not look like the mansion. Zhang Fan confidently took charge, saying, "Leave this to me. The real answer stays in my heart." He had already transformed this mansion using the sword domain. Naturally, it would not look the same. Yuan Ling carefully pleaded, "As long as the Celestial does not blame me, I am." Yet, deep down, she still felt guilty. My disciples and I rely on the Celestial for protection, and we can help at all. Before she could wallow in self-pity further, Yulian jumped down beside her. "Master, Elder Song said the defensive formation is nearly complete. What is next for us?" She flashed a friendly smile and waved, while Miss Yu Lion puffed her cheeks and rolled her eyes in annoyance. "Why is Yuan Ling from the 10,000 Flower Valley always by my master's side?" Zhang Fan, unaware of her complex feelings, focused on sharing the plan. "Let us remodel the Void Mansion while heading towards the 10,000 Flower Valley." Yuan Ling, moved, exclaimed, "Thank you, Celestial." Grasping his intent, she boldly suggested, "I have already informed our sect." "Thank you, Celestial. However, there have been strange movements from other sects around the 10,000 Flower Valley recently, so my masters can come here for now. We would appreciate it if you could lead us for a bit." Without hesitation, Zhang Fan agreed right on the spot. "It is just on the way. We can swing by the immortal meeting that the Supreme Sect is hosting." He secretly glanced at the dark smoke rising nearby, realizing that all these troubles were caused by him. "This incense does not affect me, but I hope others know how to fix it." Coincidentally, Yuan Ling was also harboring her own feelings at this moment. In this chaotic world, once we reach the sect, I must quickly help my master and the valley chief build a good relationship with the Celestial. Meanwhile, in the small town, everyone was in a panic, shouting for help. Soldiers soared through the skies, laughing mockingly as they continued to taunt the old man to come out and enjoy the chaos. Just then, one of the comrades flipped over and reminded, "Senior brother, what is that?" As the group finally spotted the massive object above them, they all screamed in unison. The Void Mansion. The warrior was so confused he could not even speak properly. "That is not right. This is not some phantom island. It is a trap. This whole area has never had a phantom island." He still had not even educated himself on the basics, and his eyes locked onto a strange movement above. Someone was coming down. Just as he finished speaking, a fiery meteor rained down from the sky, and the warrior shouted, "Watch out. The one coming down is the enemy." Suan Kang emerged from the smoke, shooting them a scorching glare. "Today, all I want to do is vent my anger." He did not give his opponents a chance to say a word and swiftly unleashed a massive hand to crush them. Suan Kang put all his strength into obliterating the kneeling enemies, and while doing so, he made sure to get his line in. "I really do not want to talk to you guys." Seeing him show off like that, he unleashed a bolt of lightning. "No more talking." He reminded the warrior beneath him. The master said no ruthless demon cultivator can escape. From high above, Tratrong Fum watched, his face lighting up like a gossip who just stumbled upon a juicy scandal. His eyes briefly glanced at Su Kang's sumo-like figure, and the system chimed in coldly, revealing that Sun Kang had just taken out a demonic cultivator, racking up 400 points in the sword realm. The sword in Ninja Ki Lian's hand silently requested a personal announcement from her master, confirming that her disciple had eliminated a golden core cultivator, earning a whopping 1,500 points in the sword realm. Even the dark schemes against the enemy turned out to be no exception. Revealing more information, Trajong Fum kept a serious demeanor, but inside he was partying like it was New Year's. "Thank you for the Phantom Island gift. It pulled me out of the southern wilderness, and I won't have to sit around waiting for the enemy to serve themselves up anymore." His gaze hit the info board in front of him. The range of the invincible sword realm had expanded to 258 meters. He switched to silent mode, letting his emotions drift away without leaving a trace. The required points to level up the sword realm were not enough yet. "I need to expand the coverage of the Phantom Island to encompass the entire area first." After a moment of thought, Trong Fum decisively pressed the system button. "System, expand the sword realm's range." The livestream orb shrank in size, and the system threw out the previous announcement. Once more the range of the invincible sword realm had increased to 258 meters. After wrapping everything up, he stretched and sighed, feeling the heavy burden of the long road. Before he could catch his breath, Trungring Fum heard Argi Klair's voice behind him and turned around. "Master, none of those damn demon cultivators got away." Witnessing the harmonious teamwork of their side, he could not help but cheer them on. "No script needed. Great job. Ingi Kifi Lin. Next time something like this happens, lead the charge. You can sharpen your sword intent while you are at it." Happiness was almost overflowing, but she still kept a serious face to maintain her composure. The disciple understood. As soon as her confirmation left her lips, Tranchurung Fum gazed into the distance, letting the arena unleash its full power. "All right, let us keep moving." But down on the ground, the mood of the opposing team was anything but calm. The Phantom Island was no joke. "Wait, this is not our territory. When did a Phantom Island show up in the southern wilderness?" The leader waved his hands, cursing without filtering his words. "Damn it. This battle is going to be hell." His face was all serious, but he looked like a handsome prince. His mouth, though, was like a non-stop sound machine, clearly snatching victory from our hands. "Who dares to be that bold?" Standing there, grinning like a madman on a caffeine high, was the very person we were talking about. As he gazed up at the elegant building hidden in the sky, Zhang Fan quietly thought to himself, "If heaven won't help, then we will just have to rely on ourselves." And that someone was none other than the kind-hearted Xiao Jia, personally delivering useless paperwork right to us. The moment he switched to playful mode, it instantly lifted Yuan Ling's spirits without needing any warming up or formalities. Suddenly, from the skies, Gu Lion swooped down on her sword. "Master." Seeing her hurried silhouette, Zhang Fan puzzledly asked, "Did not she leave with Lao Song and those guys to deal with the evil forces?" With her mind racing, she reported every detail without missing a beat. "Master, the situation ahead is not looking too good." Remembering every word Lao Song said, Gu Lion's tone turned serious. "Looks like the evil sect is attacking Ven Ho Valley." Lao Song warned that the enemy is numerous and from various sects. "So he told me to come back and ask you how to handle it." The disciples of Ven Ho Valley erupted in chaos. "What? Our sect is being attacked by evil forces?" "Why yes." Only Yuanling was frantically signaling to Zhang Fan, asking the immortal for help. Feeling capable of handling this, he immediately ordered his disciple, Gu Lion, to take Shan Kang and the shadows over there first. "If things are dire, we need to buy some time." Listening carefully to every instruction, she quickly controlled the spirit sword to fly off. "Yep. Master, do not worry. Yuanling Mummin will join the battle. Immortal, I will go with the two seniors and the Demon King." Zhang Fan was ruthless, saying it was not safe. And the talisman was almost flying to Venho Valley now, stuck between a rock and a hard place. She had to solemnly clasp her hands in thanks to maintain appearances. Thanking the immortal for agreeing to help Venho Valley, a thick fog blanketed Venho Valley, making the atmosphere as silent as if someone hit the pause button. In this tense setting, the provocative words of the outsider vaguely echoed everywhere. Hey, Venho Valley girls. Stop hiding. That cheap soldier of the evil sect continued to monopolize the airwaves with loud and obnoxious taunts. Come out and play with the big guy. This stirred up the bloodlust of the blood slaughter sect and the joyful sect. And I wonder how the girls' blood would taste. Come join me for a joyful dual cultivation session. Once everyone finished their taunts, the spokesperson of the reversal sect slowly took over the airwaves. Come out, you brave souls. As the smell of danger wafted in, the disciples of Venho Valley quickly rallied. Our valley has sent out a call for help, but who knows how many allies will actually arrive. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily on her face. Venho Valley had never been one for trouble, just sisters and disciples practicing medicine or having fun together, never expecting to face such a calamity. Staring at the overwhelming enemy, Zhou took a deep breath. Looks like it is fate now. Unlike the calm demeanor of the elder, her junior sister beside her was growing impatient. Sister, let us go all in against them. The Venho Valley may be skilled, but we can still wield our swords and fight back. One girl chimed in eagerly. Sister, the original team and the disciples are still outside. The master is well hidden. If we escape, they will know how to find us back at the valley. The tension in the air was palpable as the leader, Chikuvua, rallied everyone without leaving anyone behind. Gather all disciples and prepare yourselves. With a fierce battle cry, she led the charge. Weapons raised high against the brutal enemy. We will fight to the last breath, whatever we can take down. We will, however. As they stepped outside, the oppressive faction swaggered forward, throwing out taunts that cut like knives. Finally, the little girls have come out. Looks like they could not wait any longer. Suddenly, from the heavens, a radiant light surrounded the floating mountain, illuminating the scene with an aura of justice that left the ruffians momentarily blinded. What is that? Is it the spirit mountain? The majestic sight did not evoke inspiration. Instead, it escalated their confusion to uncontrollable levels. Why is the spirit mountain appearing here? The only one I know of is in the southern wilderness, standing atop that island. Enkeelin brandished her sword, shouting into the void, I am here by the command of my master. With her power surging, she proclaimed loudly enough for everyone to hear. Get out of here now. But contrary to Mankeelion's hopes, the ragtag mob below erupted in laughter that shook the earth. Who does this girl think she is to talk to us like that? Doesn't she know our Bloodthirst sect is infamous in the southern wilderness? The Bloodthirst sect strategist analyzed the newcomers entering the fray. 2 beast kings, a dog, and a... Looks like we have got ourselves the rulers of this battlefield. La Fun concealed his expression, clearly fishing for intel. What do you mean by that, my fellow Daoist? The eager gaze remained fixated on the island, betraying a hint of worry. I do not believe in the divine, but we should pay attention to that spirit mountain. The roar of Minhien echoed far and wide, causing the surrounding thugs to quickly prepare for battle. How can our 4 sects just retreat like this? Hundreds rushed toward Igadleen, their fury uncontrollable. Little girl, just accept your fate. But unlike the bloodthirsty anticipation of the crowd, she merely coldly drew her sword from its sheath. You are the ones who will die. Under Enkelin's sword, the air twisted mercilessly around her foes. Even the Bloodthirst sect, merely observing from below, had to raise their hands to shield themselves from that overwhelming light. Is that the essence of a sword technique? Could it be that the one wielding it is a sword sage? Upon seeing that sight, Afun could not help but murmur in disbelief. What is wrong? Is Bloodthirst afraid now? This is making him lose his mind and scream like a lunatic. Nonsense. What am I afraid of? Just the noise getting on my nerves. Thich Nan threw out a reminder. Enough noise. Let us get straight into the battle with our combined strength. With the 4 of us together, we have got nothing to fear from this sword technique. Minhien is the first to take the lead and set the stage, completely ignoring whether the others agree or not. Yeah. A sharp sword definitely makes him the strongest in the bunch. The 4 of them team up to create a deadly formation in the sky, ready to take her down, sensing danger looming nearby. Enkeelin instantly swings her sword in retaliation. The powerful holy energy pierces through the winds, but is easily trapped by that dark aura. The sight leaves her in shock, trapped by that malevolent energy. How could this happen? She hears her disciple's panicked voice. Trotang Fum quietly comments, sounding a bit troubled. After all, Enkeelin has just barely reached the golden stage. In front of him, Guyan Long. He raises his hand to coordinate like he is directing a major play, sending the Void Island flying into the Flower Valley, a perfect chance to test its power. Just from Trotang Fum's words, Nguyen Long lights up with joy, clasping his hands in gratitude, filled with newfound confidence. Unlike his excited demeanor, Sen Kang is preoccupied with worrying about the distant ants. Seriously. These guys, clearly. Miss Engeklian had already given them a gentle warning. But did they really rush here to reunite with their families? After getting a bit of flattery, he cracks a joke to lighten the tense atmosphere. When you are good with words, you gotta keep the chatter coming as they navigate the path on the Void Island. Trundling Fum is not prepared to face the wanted fighters below, and they set off. Someone panics amidst the tension, warning that the enemy is about to launch their attack, fearing that their forces might get scared and mess things up. Bone Denglin quickly lays out a brief plan he just sketched in his mind. Don't you worry. Our reversal formation will absorb all their attacks into spiritual energy. I will control the formation, draining the enemy's energy until they are exhausted. Then we will charge in and take the island. But just as that faction is gearing up for their first move, Trundling Fum descends onto the battlefield, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy like a pillar of heaven. The holy power blasts through their defense, leaving him screaming in terror. What? Amidst the chaotic noise, Bavunung feels a searing pain, stammering as he realizes. No way. How does this formation still carry such fierce intent? Before he can finish his sentence, he lets out a long, piercing scream before being swallowed up by the tide of spiritual energy. Minheen watches as the leader of the rival sect begins to spit blood, panic setting in. Clutching his chest, he frantically tries to escape, his voice cracking, revealing his cowardice. We need to get out of here, now. Just as the humanoid aircraft is about to take off, an unseen hand suddenly grabs Minheen's foot. In this dire moment, the Chenkin desperately pleads for his help, face twisted with fear. Save me. Help your bro out. But instead of helping, Minheen slaps the guy hard, shattering that weak alliance and sending him packing. Without a second thought, he takes to the skies, leaving Thichnengen staring in disbelief. I am out of here. Just moments later, a beam of holy energy crashes down on Minheen, causing him to howl in pain. Get out of here. Hearing his agonized cries, Thichnengen stands frozen, innocently asking, escape? What do we do now? I was planning to fake my death for some peace and quiet, but the noise messed that up, so I switched to stealth mode. Seriously, stop calling me. If you want to live, just hold your breath and play dead. I quickly etched the guidance into my mind, planting a new seed of an actor. I can barely hold it together, so I tucked myself into a super strategic position and started whispering a prayer to the higher-ups. Bodhisattva, please protect me. Bodhisattva, please protect me. Do not let them find me. Meanwhile, Ingikalian stood high above, scanning for her next prey. Ung Dung was caught up in the chaos below, thinking, the cult leader's gone. We need to get out of here. Forget about the ladies from the Flower Valley. Just run. And Gi Lin intentionally slowed down, waiting for them to clear out before she darted after them. Evil cults. Think you can escape? Outside, the Flower Valley crew was visibly rattled, whispering among themselves, as it seemed the biggest threat to their valley had finally passed. It seemed to be the Sect Master's senior sister, but I had no clue who was on the higher up side, since none of the sects we reached out to could help. And Nguyen Long pushed himself to the limit, shouting in excitement, Master, we are back. As she saw her group land back safely, Achua immediately switched to interrogation mode. Nguyen Long, you guys just returned. Did you bring the reinforcements from the higher-ups? Nguyen Long clasped his hands together, radiating confidence. We were escorted back by the celestial beings for the grand assembly of the Supreme Sect. We ran into the evil cult attacking Flower Valley, and the celestial beings came to our aid, causing Chu Vi to freeze in surprise for a moment, looking at that tiny, dainty figure. Chu Vi had a look of disbelief on her face. Is that the master of the rumored celestial realm in the South Desert that Nguyen Long mentioned? The moment Nguyen Long laid eyes on her, he raised his voice with that proud tone of a mother bragging about her kid. That is right, Master. With that firm nod, Chi Hu Vat thought for a moment and immediately ordered her disciples. Nguyen Long, take me to the island to thank this celestial being. It was not difficult, so she quickly agreed. Okay, Master. Follow me. Before she flew off, Achua reminded the others who stayed behind. You guys, get things in order. We need to express our gratitude. Nobody dared to disobey, and as everyone rushed down, they shouted in unison. Yep. At the same time, the two dedicated performers maintained their positions even when no one was left at the scene. Bodhisattva, please protect us. Do not let them find us. Bodhisattva, please protect us. Do not let them find us. Absolutely do not come check on us. Achua Vui was utterly amazed as she took in the magnificent scenery before her. Is this really the celestial realm of the higher-ups? Nguyen Lung, seeing her curious expression, was eager to explain. Yep. Master, she excitedly rambled on like a professional tour guide. The celestial beings have transformed this area into a celestial realm. The protective spells above and the celestial crystals were summoned from the South Desert. A new horizon has opened up, and Shiju Vai could not help but marvel at the current situation as the evil cult attacked. In the realm of immortals, chaos has erupted. Though the Orchid Valley is not small, it can't protect itself amidst the turmoil. After, Ingain Long led her to where the enthusiastic group of Trutrang Fum was waiting. Master, this is the Celestial. You might notice a familiar figure, but their unclear intentions loom like a shadow. Chu Vai finally meets their benefactor face to face, respectfully expressing gratitude. The head of the Orchid Valley, Guantin, extends his thanks to the Celestial for coming to our aid. And Trundring Foxum feels a bit awkward with all the formalities. It is not necessary to be so serious. He quickly regains his host demeanor while welcoming guests, humbly appreciating the help from Magain Long and her fellow disciples in his alchemy training. Chiku Vua, curious to get to the heart of the matter, asks, Celestial, I heard you are attending the Immortal Sect conference, and then will escort Gain Long back to Orchid Valley. Trong Fum answers seriously, that is right, and with an opportunity at hand, she seizes the moment to extend an invitation. If so, to repay the favor of saving us, Orchid Valley will host a feast to honor the Celestial. I hope you will consider it. Just hearing this, Trong Fum immediately starts using body language to express a desire to politely decline. Maybe not. The conversation suddenly turns awkward, leaving him to ponder how to explain himself. How do I put this? I can just step out of the sword realm. Wait, I have got it. Tradering Fum, keeping a straight face, takes a deep breath and begins his spiel. Master Ulho, I heard the Immortal Sect conference is being held to repair the protective barrier in the Qianvan region. Since I live here, it is only right I contribute. This reason is flawless, boosting Chuva V's goodwill towards him, a true celestial indeed. Looking at the bountiful land before her, she sinks into worries and thoughts about the future. The world of immortals is in chaos. Plus, the Immortal Sect conference of the Supreme Sect could very well see Orchid Valley under attack again. Who knows? Bearing the heavy responsibility of the sect leader, Achuai reluctantly considers relying on Trangfum. The Celestial, Orchid Valley is preparing to attend the Immortal Sect conference of the Supreme Sect. I wonder if we can go together with the Celestial. He has no objections to this proposal. In fact, he is quite hopeful. Of course. And besides, Lo's Orchid Valley excels in alchemy. It would be great to exchange knowledge. Chu War feels like if she hesitates for even a second, he might change his mind, so she quickly excitedly arranges everything. Thank you, Celestial. I will have someone prepare for our departure right away. Though she appears to agree on the surface, Trong Fum Fum can't help but question why Ella, the sect leader, is in such a hurry. The serene morning atmosphere is suddenly shattered by Triumph Fum's loud exclamation. Hey, La sect leader. Why does it look like you guys are packing up to move? Statuave treats the task at hand as totally normal and kindly explains. Orchid Valley can't afford to spread its forces thin with this calamity. If we leave, we must leave together. Otherwise, those who stay behind will be in danger. Perhaps aware that her actions might be a bit over the top, she still maintains her dignity and offers a fair trade-off. These magical potions and treasures are a token of gratitude from the Venan Ho Heis. We can only offer a small gift to repay the life-saving favor. Of course, Trimpung Fum could not turn down such free treasures, especially just for Masi Line. Witnessing such a heartfelt bond makes me a bit jealous. After all, they are like a master and disciple duo. It is not about going together. Each one of them wants to monopolize my master. You generously assign the task Lo Tung. Go find a place for Lao Tra Tra Men and the others. As we prepared to set off, Tung followed along without a fuss. Yep. Esteemed immortal. Meanwhile, at the site of the ancient battle, two familiar figures lay motionless on the ground, basking under the scorching sun, showcasing some top-tier acting skills like true Oster masters. After a while, the bloodthirsty one noticed no one was around and sat up, sighing, "What a pity. It is just me and that lecherous monk, old Santin. All those other old demons have bitten the dust." Even in regret, I broke into a cold sweat, realizing the legendary master's strength was beyond our imagination. We had not even met him yet, and our lives were already forfeit. Suddenly, they all fell silent, lost in their own schemes. Moments later, the bloodthirsty one somehow mustered up confidence and flared up with energy. "That lecherous monk, everyone's taken some heavy losses. To seek revenge, we need to unite and cooperate." Hearing this, Tickingen perked up and chimed in. "Yep. Let us join the Demon Path Convention. I refuse to believe those old demons can handle him." And so, it was decided. The two hot-headed buddies hopped on their magical artifact and soared out of the gorge, guided by the bloodthirsty one. Amidst the towering mountains, the ancient and majestic main hall of the Thaya, the Ying Ting Tian Mun Glun, gleamed with a divine aura. Even from high above, the total clouds could not help but show a certain respect for such a solemn sight. No wonder it is the entrance to the Thai Thianju Tung, one of the 8 great immortal sects. No wonder it is the leading sect in the Tian Van region. The formidable forces behind remained quietly observant, leaving the commentary on this significant event to him. Such occurrences are rare in the history of the Tianvana region. Seeing this place for the first time, Chu Vu felt a mix of excitement and awe. I have seen this in books before, now witnessing it firsthand. The Thavaithian Tuning truly lives up to its reputation. They say wealthy families and sects all come here. Meanwhile, Ingi Kifi Lin, ever the energetic extrovert, joked, "Master, when are we going down there?" Under her sparkling gaze filled with anticipation, a trying Fum Fum felt a pang of guilt and looked away. I had wanted to participate in this convention, but stepping out of the sword domain, I am just an ordinary person. To hide this secret, he feigned indifference, waving his hand coolly to issue orders. I am a bit lazy, so I am not going anywhere. Ingi Kifi Lin, you and Lulho Trang Mun should go with Old Tun and take the others too. Su Wen Kang, who could not join, sulked beside him. Master, Old Che wants to go too. I have never tasted the delicacies from conventions like these. No matter how pitiful he looked, Tra Chung Fum firmly refused. You can leave. I am worried you will end up arguing with them. Hearing this, he sadly decided to forego the chance to savor Xuano Hai Vi. Fine. Let us just stay here with my child and guard the island together. In front of the grand hall, everyone hurriedly made their way to attend the Heavenly Mountain Grand Feast. Inside, despite being surrounded by disciples chatting away, his mood was still heavy with melancholy. Seeing this, T.Vi, concerned, asked, Master, why the long face? Like a long-sealed well finally opened, he poured out his frustrations, lamenting how his precious item had mysteriously vanished. You should not be so upset. Master, to get that item back, I even gave away a treasure. He felt a pang of regret for missing such a rare opportunity. Just when he returned to the sect and planned to head to the southern wilds to fetch it, he found that the entire estate had vanished. Just thinking about it made Thai Hung's heart sink, nearly bringing him to tears. How could it just disappear? The disciples looked at each other, caught between frustration and helplessness like kids throwing a tantrum. Unsure how to console their master, he returned to his usual state of despair, unable to shake the memory of that one meal there. Now that I have broken through to the transformation stage, I am practically a high-level cultivator. But what does that even mean? Suddenly, the voice of Tev echoed in his ears. Master. Master. His consciousness was dragged back to reality, much to Thi Hung's annoyance. What is that? He followed the direction of the boy's finger and, a second later, his eyes widened in shock. A group of extraordinary individuals strode in through the door, instantly capturing everyone's attention. The Yang focused intently on the figure of Miniki Lin, vaguely sensing something familiar. Had not he met that young lady before? Before he could confirm, Tadvia quickly chimed in. Master. Look. That sneaky Night Demon King is right behind her. At that moment, the Yang felt even more convinced of his suspicions. Indeed, it was the Night Demon King and that young lady. He could not care less about appearances as he jumped up, joyously ready to break into a dance. Looks like the Night Demon, the celestial beings, have come to join this grand event. Tati Ven felt a bit embarrassed, trying to subtly remind him. Master, there are other sects here, let us keep up appearances. He realized he was acting a bit too over the top. The Hung quickly composed himself, regaining his dignified demeanor. T.Vi. Everyone, come with me. He led them over to greet Nafi Line properly. This young lady was the sect leader of the Sacred Sword sect. I wonder if she could take us to pay our respects to the sword. The celestial being. He then shifted his attention to the weapon in her hand, subtly recalling their old friendship. The divine sword of the golden phoenix in her grasp was a gift that the Sacred Sword sect had given to the celestial being. The Aang was quite adept at winning people over. Being in the hands of that young lady was indeed an honor. Ingeki Lin immediately replied, expressing her gratitude while explaining. My master mentioned the gift. Thank you for the sword you presented. However, my master prefers solitude. So even though we are here, we won't be entering the sect's residence. Seeing Engi Lin's impatience, Chu Vi spoke up with a suggestion. Miss Tun, why do not we head back to the island and ask the immortal if they want to meet us? The Yang focused intently on the woman before her, contemplating. This is the leader of Ven Hosex. Are not they usually indifferent to the struggles of those at the bottom? When did she start clinging like this? His eyes were fixed on her, and it was infuriating. More and more people were trying to latch onto the immortal, as everyone in the group moved along. The Yang sighed internally, wondering if she would still have a chance. Outside, Tradering Fum, caught up in observing everything, suddenly asked, Why are you back? And why did you bring someone with you? Hearing her name, the Young responded respectfully. Greetings. Immortal. A few days ago, I brought my companions to meet you. But I did not expect you had already left. He spoke while glancing at the lush fruit trees behind him, silently marveling. No wonder he is an immortal. Even moving houses leaves everyone in awe. Trying Fum snapped back to reality and remembered to be friendly. The Holy Sword Sect sent me some fertilizer and a sword. It has been a while, so your Holy Sword Sect is also participating in this immortal gathering. But you are not at the Supreme Sect. Why have you come to my island? Hearing this, he could not help but smirk playfully, thinking, what is an immortal gathering compared to cozying up to a powerful figure? But he maintained his calm demeanor, replying, since you are here, of course, I had to come and pay my respects. I just did not expect to run into you here, so I was not prepared with any gifts. His enthusiasm was palpable, but Trondrang Fum waved it off dismissively. No worries. No worries. Although he smiled, inside he was screaming, last time. The gift was a way of getting him to protect her. Now that she could not leave the island, accepting more gifts felt awkward. Suddenly, a loud noise echoed from afar, and Thai Heng quickly turned to see it was the immortal gathering. The sound reverberated through the still air, and as he calculated the timing, he was surprised to realize it was about to start. In a dimension shrouded in deep red clouds, two ominous presences loomed in the air, both of the Taihu demons concealed here. Just then, she noticed a glowing crack in the distance. Driven by curiosity, she flew closer to investigate, discovering a hidden little world, but it seemed its protective layer had been breached. The two Taihu demons had infiltrated this vulnerable realm, worrying for the survival of that world. She rushed in this kind of small world had never had a guardian before. Plus, she barely understood the 3,000 worlds. If the Taihu demons got in, the entire realm could face annihilation. Just as she was about to enter, an invisible wall appeared and blocked her. Stunned by the resistance before her, she calmly analyzed and realized that the heavenly laws of this world were resisting her. Was it because they could not withstand her power? But how did the two Taihu demons manage to enter? There was no time for further thought. She quickly raised her hands in a gesture of permission. She could only merge with one body first. With her sword pointed at the world before her, she recited a spell, calling for the beings on this continent to unite and resist. A powerful beam of light pierced through the water source, plunging straight into the earth. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was lounging on a bench, soaking in the beautiful scenery. The Eng kept looking in one direction, as if waiting for something, completely unaware that a gourmet feast was within reach. Turned out he was staring at the pot of fragrant porridge simmering nearby. Zhang Fan shrugged off the humble meal, claiming it was just some ordinary food cooked in a pot. The Heng turned to him, a hint of embarrassment on his face. Immortal. Should I say what I want to say, or just keep quiet? Your pot is the 9 heavens divine cauldron. Is not it a bit too much? Seeing his exaggerated expression, Zhang Fan responded nonchalantly. The 9 heavens divine cauldron. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, a jolt of realization hit him. Wait a minute. This is the 9 heavens divine cauldron that I smacked down with one strike. The Yang quickly jumped in to clarify. Exactly. Immortal. You might not know, but the goal of the Supreme Immortal Sect gathering the immortal schools is to find this 9 heavens divine cauldron. Looking at the dish and the cauldron releasing its delightful aroma, he continued, if they can find it, they will start using plans to patch up the gaps in the protective Great Array. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately understood. So that is how it is. Realizing the importance of the cauldron, he jumped up and tasked his disciple, Ingyi Kifi Lin. Everyone go notify the Supreme Sect to gather on the island. Tell them the cauldron is here. In the main hall of the Supreme Immortal Sect's assembly, the person in front was desperately trying to explain. The sect leader of the Supreme Sect is not ignoring the need to repair the formation. 1,000 years ago, a malevolent force from beyond the realm wreaked havoc on the celestial continent. It is recorded in our sect's annals, but repairing it requires a process. He stood on a high platform, looking down solemnly at the fellow immortals. Our top priority now is to find the 9 heavens divine cauldron. The old sect has sent many disciples down the mountain, but none have succeeded. Leading Hein provided the information he found for everyone to compare and contribute, knowing it had previously appeared in the southern wilderness, asking if anyone had other news. Long Fai, sitting far away, nervously rubbed his face and spoke up. I have also sent disciples to search. Walta D nearby leaned on his hand, looking pensive. Is there a worldly sect in the southern wilderness that you are hiding from us? Realizing he was talking about himself, Long Fai angrily shot back. Are you looking down on the dignity of the cultivators from the southern wilderness? Leading Hein could only stroke his beard and sigh at the bickering. After 1,000 years, these worldly sects have forgotten the threats from the outside world. Just as tensions were rising, the trio of Nage Klein suddenly burst in with the information they were seeking about the whereabouts of the 9 heavens divine cauldron. Just when he was feeling drowsy, a piece of news fell from the sky, leaving Leading Hein utterly astonished. After squinting to look closely, his heart raced wildly as he saw the Saint Sword Sect and Olo from the Venanho Valley following behind a junior. Looking quite respectful, while he was still in disbelief, a Chu Vei chimed in to reiterate Ningad Lian's words. Master, the 3 of us have news about the 9 heavens divine cauldron. Those around were shocked, mouths agape as they rushed to ask for details. What? Hurry up and tell us. Where is it? The joy came out of nowhere. And Hindsight could not help but ask again. Do you really have news about the former celestial peak? Seeing their incredible luck, the crowd around could not help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Talk about good fortune. We have practically turned over every stone in the southern wilderness to no avail. While Hody Ni wore a look of disbelief. And who exactly is this little kid here? It was essential to emphasize. We genuinely know where the former celestial pinnacle is, Chushui respectfully added. It is located on an island belonging to a certain supreme immortal. Upon hearing this, Zan Haiyuan looked skeptical. Supreme immortal. You guys must be messing with me. Picking up on his annoyance, she calmly replied. How could I dare to joke about the sect leader? Sichua did not shy away from divulging more. The former celestial pinnacle is indeed on the floating island of Master Tun Tai Youth right now. That supreme immortal is outside Mount Zaiexich then. But they prefer to stay on the island. As she spoke, she glanced at Ninkaline and Thyung, a knowing smile on her lips. It seems she wanted to let me and Ladao Yu accompany Tun Tiuthe, the disciple of the supreme immortal, to invite you all up to the island for discussions. Realizing he had to make his own way there, without the red carpet treatment like others, the rest of the group protested. What? Us go to the island? Who do they think they are? Why not come down here? And who is this guy anyway? Daring to call himself a supreme immortal. Even the sect leader would not dare do that. Sensing the tension rising in the air, Zan Haiyuan quickly spoke up to ease the mood. All right. I will go with the two Dayu and this little Dayu to the island, to avoid feeling lonely on the journey. He turned to the others. What do you say? Everyone. Let us follow Li Dayu and Thai Dayu up to the island, and meet the master of this little Dayu. Sound good, Lang Fai. Curious about this supreme immortal. Seize the opportunity. If Zan sect leader says so, then let us follow him. And just like that, everyone present unanimously headed towards the door to meet the mysterious supreme immortal. Spirits were high. They were not afraid of anything. With this many of us, he would not dare make a move. Among the crowd, someone gritted their teeth in frustration. It is a woman. How ridiculous. Clenching his fists in bitterness, he followed along, muttering. Floating island. More like the junkyard of the Za family. As all the flying swords followed Nukut Line. Someone remarked. This island's formation looks oddly familiar. Vieka pondered for a moment before voicing his guess, ignoring the furious glare from Zhao Shi beside him. Doesn't this look like something from the Zhao clan? Doesn't it seem familiar to your southern wilderness sect? Thung Lei did not respond to his question, frowning in annoyance. I mean, if that supreme immortal was really there, would not they come out to greet us? Standing next to him, chimed in with a soft tone. I am curious to see what this supreme immortal actually looks like. Ignoring the brainless idiots, Ingidlin cheerfully pointed toward the island, declaring her master's territory with pride. Esteemed elders, this is the floating island of my master. She landed gracefully, beamed with a smile, and beckoned, inviting everyone to follow her. The ancient tree stood tall in a vast expanse, leaving everyone in awe. It was the divine tree. Vieke had already sensed the magic within, and even from a distance, I could feel the vitality pulsing from the fruit on that tree. Butchvi gasped. A treasure trove of elixirs. Nearby, someone scrutinized the surroundings and noted insightfully. This stone possesses an exceptionally high spiritual essence. It can be crafted into a heavenly vessel. Un could not help but feel incredulous and astonished, thinking to himself, it seems like this entire island is a treasure in itself. Meanwhile, Chief Rum was busy scrubbing a fragrant item and grumbling. Why won't this thing come clean? He quickly pinched his nose as a strange aroma wafted from within. How should I explain this to those cultivators when they arrive? He then turned to his companions, Old Sung and Old Home, saying, you two know a lot. Is it not said that this vessel is a divine artifact? How can we boil it several times and still not get it clean? And Tung Venin and Sep then exchanged a knowing glance, realizing they had never touched a divine artifact before. They looked at each other, both thinking the same thing. Don't even mention a divine artifact like the Cu Thean Zion. Even regular heavenly vessels are hard enough to protect, let alone use for cooking. Senkang stepped forward, exuding smugness, the moment he caught sight of the two elders' clueless expressions. He smirked. Why not let me take it to the river for a wash? I could handle it. Chei Fime, hearing river, eagerly agreed. Sure. Why not? Let us see if strength can work wonders. But as Senkang made his move, Tung Vanen and Setupthine immediately rushed to stop him. Wait, this is a divine artifact. You can't treat it like some ordinary junk. Moments later, Ingikleen led a group back. Master. The speed at which she accomplished her task left Shivam stunned. She was here already. Next to Senkang looked helpless, caught between a rock and a hard place. As he saw the original group wave back alongside Tron Nengain, Dian Hu pondered deeply. These two beast kings are not actually Master Tu Higu's disciples. He fell into contemplation. Doubting himself. These two Tu Higu seemed to be of similar age. But still, only Tung Van and Hong Sixathian remained. Although they were great cultivators, they were not enough to be called exalted beings in the presence of Yo Higu and in Thai Yo Higu. Dan Hun's eyes lit up when he noticed Trundra Nugain, and he immediately turned to him, saying, "This cultivator possesses an aura that is definitely not ordinary. Could this unfamiliar Zio Higu truly be a celestial being or immortal?" Without hesitation, Dan Hu clasped his hands and greeted Trundra Nugain respectfully. "I am Dan Huna, the sect leader of the Thai Thingyu sect." However, he was quickly corrected by the young man. "You got it wrong. This is my master." Ingikalian stepped in to introduce Trandong Phum. "Master, this is Elder Dan Hunao, the leader of the Thai Thingyu sect." He forced a smile, trying to regain his composure to hide his amusement at the situation. "I can't believe Dao Hiu is young enough to teach a prodigy like Tun Tiu Hiu. I really did not see that coming. You can just call me Tranjanong Phum. No need to be so formal. It is all thanks to Inu Hai Lin's incredible talent." And Ki Ling continued the introductions. "And this is the master of the mysterious sound sect." And before she could finish, Dian Hun interrupted. "Hold on. Tintiu Hu, let us pause the introductions. Listen up. Tintiu Hu, Lozio Hu, and Thayo Hiyu. Atrandongio Higu is currently holding the celestial spirit cauldron." Suddenly, Trantrung Phum gasped and fumbled, completely losing his cool. Dian Hun noticed and asked, "What is wrong? Is there something you can't say?" Atrangio Higu, at that moment, he forced a smile and pointed to the huge, mysterious incense burner. "This? Yep. The celestial spirit cauldron is indeed in my hands. It is right here." He looked at the old burner, disbelief written all over his face. This really is the celestial spirit cauldron." Dian Huma raised an eyebrow, puzzled by the strange smell coming from the burner. "But why does it smell like meat and spices?" Trajung Phum could only chuckle in response. "I brought it along when I was cooking meat earlier. I might have used a bit too much seasoning, so it got a little aromatic." Upon hearing this, Dan Hu turned pale, realizing the implications. Nevertheless, he was impressed and gave a thumbs up. "No doubt about it. You are truly Trandrang Zio Higu." Huh. Meanwhile, in another location, Vuki was eyeing the surroundings with some shady intentions. Everything looked like a treasure trove. "Just picking something up here is worth a fortune. If I could snag some of this, would not that be awesome?" He continued to explain. "But all these things have owners, and they are stronger than you can imagine. If we try to steal anything, I bet even the Grandmaster would step in to stop us." He was immediately met with opposition from Therong Lai, who exclaimed, "What are you talking about? We are a righteous sect. We can act like some thugs and robbers from the demonic path." With resolute determination, He totally agreed. "Right. We need to find a way to make it difficult for them." Then he suggested a personal idea. "As for reasons, I have got those. Just cooperate with me a little later. How about it?" At that moment, the image of a floating island flashed in everyone's mind. He kept on rambling. "Before you guys head to the island, did you notice the formation of this island? Doesn't it look a lot like the floating formation of Chiude? Nuchi Sifong?" Hearing this, began to speculate. Could it be that the core and formation of this floating island were stolen from Chiude? His words made Chiu realize the gravity of the situation. This kid is shameless. He took advantage of fighting against the enemy to steal the floating formation from Chiude, then claimed the core and the floating island as his own. Kay smiled, clearly understanding the situation. "So that is it." Ji Min chimed in, Chiu master. But in her heart, she thought otherwise. I heard Chiu in the south is quite arrogant." Ji Min secretly mocked them, fearing that Chiu was just after their divine tree, and ended up getting robbed instead. Then Chiu clasped his hands and came to a conclusion. "Everyone. This island was taken by that kid and modified. Even if they do not give us everything on this island, at the very least, they owe us half of it." He pointed at the divine tree in the distance. "I just want to reclaim my island. The rest is negotiable." Everyone's excitement is through the roof, feeling like they have hit the jackpot if this works out. We are rolling in duff. There is a flutter of anticipation. And even if we fail, we can always leverage connections later. It is a gamble worth taking. With that thought in mind, they all chime in, praising Chi Wu for his wisdom, shouting that this little brat has a wicked heart. As someone from a prestigious lineage, how can I just stand by and let such cruelty slide? I will definitely seek justice. Meanwhile, Don Hu Ne is deep in discussion with V Jungfam about that pot. And can you believe it? The dude used an ancient god's cauldron to cook meat. In moments like this, all he can do is chuckle awkwardly, coughing a bit, thinking, back then, I had no idea this was the celestial cauldron. I just threw in a bunch of spices and used this thing to boil. Upon hearing this, the old man could not help but poke fun at him, asking if the meat was tasty, catching him off guard. Dong Hu felt like he was about to choke, as the old guy rambled on endlessly. The old Taoist was just a bit curious about how powerful the divine artifact actually is. Besides being the core of the formation, what else can it do? It seemed like he sensed something mysterious about the pot. But when it came to the old heads, he thought, this pot does not taste half bad. I bet it can refine meat into spiritual energy. Dong Hu peered into the cauldron, feeling blindly ecstatic. Sure enough, it was the ancient god's artifact left behind. Meanwhile, Ving Fum was having his own thoughts, wondering if that old Taoist would sneak off with the cauldron and start cooking meat for himself. After a while, he began giving Dong Hu some thoughtful advice, but only if he agreed to let him manage the divine artifact. Our sect is gathering all the celestial masters to find this celestial cauldron and restore the protective formation. Upon hearing this, Ving Fum politely replied, I have no objections. That is why I asked Ning Fife to gather everyone. Dong Hu also expressed his gratitude, saying, Ving Daohai was truly a role model for the world. On behalf of all beings in the celestial realm, I thank you. At the same time, Chi Youth's crew returned, claiming that the young master was a fraud. Don Sect leader. This kid is not a saint. Don't he be fooled by this shameless brat. Dong Hu immediately looked puzzled, saying, why do you guys say that? Deep down, he scrutinized and assessed Ving Fime, realizing that despite his youth, his power was extraordinary, but he could not feel any aura from him. Perhaps what the Taoists were saying was true. He may look young, but he is actually a celestial being. It was then that Ving Fime finally broke the silence. Don Daohai, you do not need to ask anymore. He stepped forward, facing Chiwuduk, and waved his hand decisively. I know what is going on. Ving Fime pointed straight at Chiwuduk, his tone calm yet provocative. I remember you are the head of the Chiyu family. Right. Without waiting for a reaction, he raised his voice, unflinching. Last time the Chiyu family came to South Emperor Mountain to claim my estate, all you left was your broken promise. So what do you want this time? His words stirred up a commotion among the crowd. Wait a minute. This formation looks familiar. It is the same as the rune from Chiyu family's floating island. I thought that floating stone held the island up. Turns out, it all belongs to the Chiyu family. How can you stand there calmly, facing everyone and fighting back? Good. Do not slander me. I am all about justice here. You obviously brought 2 demon kings along. But when it came to dealing with the terrifying enemies and the beast tribe, you tried to sneak attack to seize the talisman and failed miserably. Those words hit like a shot of adrenaline to the crowd backing you up. They immediately roared. Elders, I can vouch for your character. I trust that you, Brother Chiyu, will deal with these evildoers colluding with the demonic and beast tribes. The crowd started buzzing with excitement, and the elder hurried out to calm things down, saying, everyone, please listen. But before he could get another word out, someone cut in. Elder, the supreme leader is guiding the righteous path in the world. You can play favorites in this matter. And the elder coolly added, we just want to restore justice for Chiyu. Zhang Fan smirked, a mix of disdain and boredom on his face. Elder, let me handle this myself. He did not bother with lengthy arguments and got straight to the point. If Chiyu says this island belongs to you, then the miraculous herbs, divine trees, and treasures on the island belong to Chiyu too. Right. Chiyu did not back down either, boldly declaring, I inherit the legacy of 10,000 years. How could I not know what treasures the hidden city holds? I have a list of those treasures. Just compare it and see. Zhang Fan did not waste time debating. He cut through the confusion, saying, honestly, I am not in the mood to argue with you about this at the moment. Let us fight. With that, Nu Lion waved her hand and summoned her sword back. Zhang Fan pointed his sword directly at the opposing crowd, his voice sharp as a blade. Once, do not just think of this island. I will give you the whole divine tree too. Dong Xuan watched in shock. Could this young man really be a sword genius? At that moment, he shouted loudly, unleashing a powerful sword intent that sent them flying back. Take this strike before you run. The sheer force made the crowd instinctively recoil, their eyes wide with fear. They realized they had messed with the wrong guy. Before they could regain their composure, Zhang Fan's sword was already flying toward them like a storm. But at that moment, Dong Xuan shouted urgently, Zhang Daoist, hold on. My underlings are in a panic. He stepped forward, his tone calm yet authoritative. Elder, let us keep our cool. After all, the supreme leader invited everyone here for the grand meeting. Those words saved the lives of those fools. Zhang Fan did not continue his attack but casually replied, fine, I will keep my respect for you. Elder. He sheathed his sword. But inside, he felt a bit disappointed. He would lost some points in the sword realm. Wu Qiai's face turned pale. He dropped to the ground, staring at Zhang Fan in panic. This senior has such a deadly aura. Dong Xuan raised his voice. Everyone. If Zhang Daoist agrees to bring out the celestial shrine, then let us discuss repairing the great protective formation. Hearing this, Zhang Fan lazily waved his hand. Yuan Lang. She stepped up with a gentle smile, looking like a charming tour guide. Everyone. Here's the fruit I picked on the island. The Celestial Elder invites you all to enjoy. Wu Kuai's eyes widened in disbelief. Thank you. Celestial Elder. Dong Xuan stroked his long beard, smiling kindly. Thanks for the hospitality. Zhang Doist. When we return to the Supreme Leader as Sect, I will make sure to bring you some good stuff. Chang silently glanced at the old master, thinking to himself, this guy looks like a true expert. Surely he can't be some shady character. In the nameless arena, a stern voice echoed. What do you think that old bull-nosed man is gathering all these major sects for? Jing Hong raised an eyebrow, pausing for a beat. Isn't he supposed to be the guardian of the Grand Formation? Above in the gray clouds, the skull figure crossed his arms and smirked coldly. If people truly believed in him, they would not be here at the demon conference. The old man sneered down, his voice dripping with mockery. If you were afraid of those high and mighty righteous folks teaming up to strike, you would not be here. As soon as he finished, the air filled with derisive laughter. The old skull. You guys from the dreaming cult have had it rough lately. I heard your luck has been terrible. Before the atmosphere could settle, Blood Slaughter suddenly chimed in. Since you all are struggling to gather here, why not take this chance to do something? His booming voice carried no disguise, ignoring what the righteous side was planning. Instead, he suggested they strike first. Wu Jin let out a mocking laugh. I heard that Blood Slaughter sect, the Reversal sect, the Celestial Demon sect, and the Joyful Temple took a heavy hit attacking the 10,000 Flower Valley before. And now, the only one left standing is an old demon like you. He did not bother to argue, just blandly replied, sure, my Blood Slaughter sect suffered a lot, but I have also turned misfortune into fortune. No sooner had he spoken than Blood Slaughter launched his attack, lifting Wu Jun into the air. In an instant, Wu Zhen exploded, followed by a chilling scream that pierced the air. Blood Slaughter immediately grinned wickedly, relishing the chaos. Witnessing this scene left the crowd in shock. How did this old man suddenly become so powerful? He mentioned turning misfortune into fortune. Did he stumble upon some grand opportunity, in danger? Ignoring the murmurs, he cut straight to the chase. You are all notable figures in the demon world. Are not you afraid to take on the righteous? Jing Hong, now slightly agitated, quickly asked. So what are you planning to do? Master. Blood Slaughter chuckled coldly, his voice sharp like a knife scraping bone. We are heading straight to the Supreme Sect, he declared with unwavering confidence. A wave of blood washing over the crowd. The audience trembled, and Han Fu felt a chill run down his spine. Has this old demon gone mad? Has he become so powerful he has lost his mind? But Blood Slaughter was done hiding, forming a red orb in his palm. Listen up. If you all join me at the Supreme Sect, I will give you a chance to be as powerful as I am. He finished speaking, and with a flick of his wrist, countless red threads shot out like arrows. Those threads plunged into the bodies of those around him. Instead of fear or pain, they screamed in ecstasy. What is this? My power is surging. I have actually broken through. Blood Slaughter smirked, his confidence soaring as if everything was within his grasp. Now, what do you all think of my plan? They no longer hesitated or held back. Their spirits ignited as each one shouted, I love this plan. Without any hesitation, the whole group immediately raised their hands to the sky, having long been displeased with the old man from the Supreme Sect. So let us gather the disciples and get ready to hit the road. Watching this scene, Blood Slaughter could not help but chuckle with delight. Using divine blood to offer life in service of our master. At the Supreme Sect, floating on ships high in the clouds, a deep voice resonated with a hint of nostalgia. Right now, the Supreme Sect really does seem like it is on the rise. A true force to be reckoned with. Lin Hang gently stroked his beard, his gaze unwavering as he calmly replied. Whether it is the rise of 1,000 immortals, I can't say, but over there is definitely a high-ranking immortal. Hearing this, the person beside him asked with a hint of skepticism. Isn't that the position of a sword master that has silenced all the clan heads and sect leaders? How could I just declare myself the sword immortal? Meanwhile, on a nearby island, Zhang Fan was lazily leaning against a tree. You guys have been debating for quite a while now, have not you? Zhuan Xuan spoke up, his tone tinged with helplessness. The materials to replenish the great defensive formation are too precious for a single sect to bear. If we split them up, there will definitely be arguments over who gets what. Upon hearing this, he immediately fell silent, realizing it was awkward to admit the mess was his fault, but he quickly changed his expression and proposed. Old master, how about you see what you need? I might have what you are looking for on my island. Just take a look and take what you need, Zhuang Xuan happily replied. Then I won't hold back anymore. I see there are quite a few treasures on Daoxiu's island. Zhang Fan threw an arm around him, grinning. Old master, we are equals here, so do not be shy with me. The old master laughed heartily in response. All right. I will bring my disciples and clear out Daoxiu's island later. Suddenly, Taihing rushed in, urgency in his voice. Master Immortal, Sect Leader Zhuan, Over 10 dark magic sects have allied and are approaching the Supreme Sect. They are just 100 miles away. And all the sects on the way have been wiped out. Zhuan Xuan was taken aback. What? But he quickly regained his composure and ordered. Yes. Lithe, quickly gather all the clan heads and sect leaders to Daoxiu's island to discuss how to deal with the dark magic army. Zhang Fan stood by, glancing down at the ground, his voice laced with hesitation. This battle, he paused for a moment before slowly saying, his tone heavy. It is going to be tough. As soon as the sects are gathered, an urgent voice rang out. We played sect leader Zhuan to take charge for the Feng Lai Sword Sect. Ziyang clasped his hands and knelt down sincerely. The Feng Lai Sword Sect has been wiped out. It is just me and a few brothers who broke through the encirclement under the protection of our elders. Upon hearing this news, the expression of Sumo changed drastically. When did the dark magic forces form an alliance? They definitely did not just destroy the Feng Lai Sword Sect. Junning was equally disturbed. This is a direct challenge to righteous sects like ours. We can't let this slide. Zhuan Xuan stepped forward, his eyes filled with righteous determination. For the sake of justice, we will avenge the Feng Lai Sword Sect first. Then we will discuss the urgent matters of the dark magic army preparing to attack. The Mystic Sect and the military quickly rallied together, ready to face the dark army head-on. Don't worry, the sect master. I have gathered our disciples to support us. Seeing everyone united, he felt relieved and turned to ask for the opinion of the Taoist leader Hu, who understood Zhenan's intentions. Rest assured. Old master, he immediately confirmed his stance, stating that for the righteous sects of the world, I will absolutely not stand idly by. But in truth, Zhang Fan secretly thought, how could I let such a vast opportunity for power slip away? Receiving the firm commitment, the Mystic Sect's leader expressed his gratitude. Thanking Taoist Zheng, he confidently assigned tasks, knowing they could not delay any longer, and began setting up the Tai Chi Lying Yai formation, inviting all Taoists to join and assist. Not far away, the dark army lay hidden in the pitch-black clouds, closely observing every move. Before them, the Lying Yai formation was in operation. Lime Kim, with a mocking tone, commented that the old bull-nosed master was indeed setting up the Lying Yai formation. The legendary reputation of the Supreme Sect. Leffy glanced back at the bloodthirsty figure, a sly smile on his face. But we were different now. Seeing the blood-red demonic energy swirling around him, Amphieju keenly realized that this old demon's power had increased again, gritting his teeth in frustration. He thought, damn it, that secret method to boost his power is definitely incomplete. And it was clear that Kun Hung shared the same thought. Hun Feija set aside his discontent and confidently declared that after wiping out mountains and cities, our strength had significantly grown. Lime Kim and Lef Wei also plotted, waiting to deal with the Supreme Sect, aiming to devour all life on this continent. Who knows? We might even break through to become immortals. Meanwhile, the bloodthirsty figure remained silently arrogant, thinking, I have the divine power bestowed upon me. I will offer people to my master, and they will become the stepping stones to my immortality without waiting any longer. He urged, let us move out. Under the command of the bloodthirsty leader, the dark army surged from the skies like a swarm of fireflies. Don Hoen stood at the center of the formation, shouting commands. The vile dark practitioners had begun their assault. Fellow Taoists, prepare to initiate the formation. The cultivators joined forces, wielding their swords to channel spiritual energy and activate the formation. As the Lying Yi formation took effect, it immediately shot small spiritual arrows towards the dark practitioners. Leading the charge, Bloodthirsty raced forward with a devilish smile, easily gathering the demonic energy to counter the attack. It was child's play. He then swung his fist, enveloped in red energy, to clear the path ahead. Don Hein, vigilant, unleashed a spell and muttered the incantation transformation. His figure vanished as if he had never been there. Leaving everyone stunned. He is gone. A cultivator cheered loudly. The divine power of the immortal reigns supreme, and the immortal sword is unparalleled. Quan Nun felt satisfied. The demon lord was dead, and everyone sought revenge for their comrades. At the same time, Aken Hung and his companions quickly fled. The bloodthirsty cult leader was on the brink of death. Brothers, the mountains are high, and the road is long. Time is on our side. We will work together to build our legacy of heroes later. But doubts still lingered. Was he truly a demon in disguise? Suddenly, the area around the Void City is illuminated by dazzling flashes of light, leaving everyone stunned. What on earth is happening? Dark forces infiltrate the spiritual energy like a spider web, instantly shattering like mist in the wind. Zhuangxuan quickly raises an eyebrow, trying to halt the slaughter. Wise one, let us not corner the enemy. We need to clarify what transpired today first. Song Wen points at the divine sword soaring in the sky. Right. Master Zuan, what should we do about that sword? Before he could even make arrangements, the entire sword suddenly radiates soft golden light filled with spiritual energy, catching the attention of many cultivators below. The golden glow converges at the sword's hilt, forming a mysterious golden dragon-shaped orb. As the bright light fades, the serene figure of Kaiwen begins to materialize. Sitting cross-legged with an air of tranquility, Zhuangxuan immediately bows respectfully. M. Zhuan, senior of the astral continent. Grateful to the celestial being for restraining the dark void demons, she gradually opens her mysterious violet eyes and quietly gazes down. Kowin politely introduces herself. Wine? A law enforcer from the celestial realm of cloud listening. This is my duty. And I must thank you all for your assistance. Zhuangxuan humbly gestures. It is just mutual aid. Thank you for the heads up. Esteemed one. Would you agree to join me in confronting the dark void demons? She agrees? Of course. Let us soar together through this endless expanse. United in our journey. Everyone overlooks Kaiwen's sigh and the subtle smile on her face, unaware that in this obscure little world, they could encounter a master with profound sword intent. Sitting in a meditative pose, she softly expresses her intrigue. Meanwhile, at the Void City, Zhang Fan wanders around Kaiwen as if observing a rare creature, occasionally making strange noises. Feeling like an oddity, she glances at him with a mix of suspicion and curiosity. In Zhang Fan's mind, excitement bubbles up as he thinks about freely soaring through the sky. How many points in the sword domain could such a celestial being grant him? Wait a minute. He smacks his forehead in realization, reminding himself that he truly needs those points. This foolish demeanor worries Kaiwen. Is he plotting something nefarious? Yet she sincerely expresses her gratitude, making it clear to Zhang Fan. Thank you for helping me eradicate the dark void demons I have been pursuing. Zhang Fan humbly waves it off. It is nothing. He radiates confidence, facing the kind of dark forces that bring death to all living beings. I will never shy away from acting heroically. Kowin cautiously warns of potential dangers. But you should still be careful. I am hunting 2 of them, and one has already infiltrated the astral continent. It is hiding very well. Zhuangxuan listens attentively and asks carefully, Fairy, could you tell me about the abilities of the dark void demon? She does not hold back and reveals everything. Of course. The dark void demon is a collective term, and there are many different ranks, tied to their beliefs in dark deities. Kaiwen quickly provides an example from a previous demon, explaining that demons with differing beliefs possess varying powers. The one Taoist Zhang defeated today could trade strength for the dark deity's power. She pauses, her expression slightly worried. As for the other one, Taoist Zhang and everyone else must remain vigilant. The legendary tale recalls its grotesque form. Its dark deity worship could unleash a plague, thus enhancing its own power. The sinister ability of this evil spirit left everyone with a serious expression. And the scariest part, this plague spreads unconsciously. Upon hearing this, the solemn Kevin warned, you all must remember the main objective. When the worship of the dark god reaches a critical mass, it draws the attention of the void evil, and we must eradicate all those who are tainted. Levier bid farewell and rushed off, along with Chanangyo Hu and the fairy. It was an urgent matter. There was no time to linger as the old master and his fellow disciples went to make arrangements. As soon as they left, a Chung Fum joyfully murmured to himself, a void evil could grant me 500,000 sword power, and this one is in a weakened state. He smirked mischievously, eager to score points in the sword domain. You know what they say, no pain, no gain. It made me itch to find the remaining void evil. Seeing Chinka Fum's strange expression, as if he was high on something, Kei Ven could not help but ask, what is going through your mind? Changfring Fumzio Hayu, he replied honestly. I am thinking about how to lure more void evils here. The unexpected answer left her stunned, her face displaying a giant question mark. Realizing he had slipped up, he quickly covered. I meant we need to think of a way to eliminate the remaining void evil, to prevent the beings of the astral continent from suffering destruction. Obviously, she was not clueless and started to doubt herself. I can see through this guy's cultivation level. His swordsmanship is off the charts. Yet he looks like a fool. A Chung Fum quickly changed the subject. Can you please fetch me some spirit fruits and herbs from the treasure vault? I need them to concoct some immunity pills. Hearing this, Kei Vin took a defensive stance. The sword domain was brimming with spiritual energy, igniting a storm within her heart. Still shaken, she looked at Channing Fum in disbelief. What did you just say you wanted to concoct? He sheepishly remarked. Just call me by my name, Fairy. I want to make immunity pills, since that lurking void evil is bound to bring a plague. Kei Ven quickly regained her composure and gently suggested. All right. Changfring Fumzio Hayu, you can call me by my name too. The fairy title is a bit over the top. She probed further. The items you are preparing at Venerating and GI are quite precious. Why use such rare herbs for this kind of pill? Cheshung Fum nodded enthusiastically and replied. Yep. I know they are rare. To me, these herbs and fruits are plentiful on my island. Kei Ven glanced around, her voice tinged with surprise. Your divine tree at Venerating Jai is also extremely rare. She had to admit the overwhelming wealth of her companion, and the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them. It seemed this stash of herbs was truly nothing special to him. A Chung Fum chuckled, his mind racing with ideas. As the demonic alliance and the void evils opened up new opportunities to expand his domain and elevate the rank of his spirit herbs, Kiven turned away, pretending not to see the original wolf picking fruits with a grin. It was not mine. But I could not help but feel a pang of sadness. Moments later, she clasped her hands and said her goodbyes. If that is the case, I will go find the old Taoist to discuss how to hunt down the remaining void demon. Sorry for the interruption. Everyone, looking at the information displayed on the screen. Completing the sword domain level 3, I received the immortal sword intent skill. I could not help but smile. Let us organize what we harvested today. Immortal sword intent. Capable of infinite rebirth within the sword domain. With this new skill, I felt confident to unleash my power. Although I was practically unbeatable in the sword domain, my life was still at risk. Now, whether it was poison or ambush, nothing was an issue anymore. Boredom struck, and I thought about playing the guinea pig. Maybe I should die just to see what happens. Luckily, my rational side kicked in, and I happily abandoned that idea. Level 3 is already like this. Now I am curious about the next level. I hope to find that lurking void demon soon. At this moment, in the Taishang Sect San King Hall, Don Hoyan and Ki Vana and Ung Dung listened to the lively discussion among the cultivators below about how to capture the void demon. Meanwhile, in the small city at the intersection of the southern wilderness and eastern spirit, a figure clad in a black cloak moved cautiously among the sparse crowd. Yet, no one noticed that with every step he took, he was sowing the seeds of invisible death. The pathogen, lurking aside, mumbled with a ghastly expression. That madman who only knows death has indeed been eliminated by the masters of this world. He grinned, ready to fulfill his ultimate goal, to unleash a plague upon this world. Watching the bustling crowd, the pathogen whispered with twisted excitement, "Let us spread the disease." His eyes gleamed with a sinister glow, like a fanatic. "The commander will gaze upon you with the gentle eyes of a god. The god will show mercy to humanity and guide you like a kind father." Time slipped by, and soon the day arrived for the cultivators to gather at the mansion. Ki Ven observed the crowd momentarily and muttered, "Something feels a bit off about Trang Fum today." Don Hoen smiled elegantly, sharing the same sentiment. The old Taoist felt it too. Atroningdrio seemed more confident now. Trang Fum awkwardly chuckled. "Haha. It is probably because I am facing a powerful opponent. My mind sensed it, and thus my strength broke through." Ki Ven was not easily swayed but asked, "The powerful enemy you mentioned, is it the void demon that you obliterated with a single strike?" He laughed. "Playing dumb. Haha. Do not think it was just one slash. I actually unleashed all my strength. Just held back a tiny bit." Seeing him deny and abandon the probing, "Fine. Along with the other Taoists, have decided to form a celestial alliance to catch the demonic coalition that has been infused with that sinister power." Don Hon added, "But we also need to track down the remaining void demon." He glanced at the original wolf and instructed, "Wanhua Valley is a sect skilled in medicine, so they will be sent to the mainland to exert all efforts to find the source of the plague." Noticing their clear intention, Trang Fum stepped up. "So what should I do?" Kevin responds smoothly, clearly having planned this out meticulously in advance. "The Tao Master will protect Van Ho Kaisi and his disciples. We will spread our influence to be ready to assist. Since my real body is not here, my power is somewhat limited." He does not add anything else, but casually picks up a branch from the side of the road, which works too. Under K. Venen's intrigued gaze, Trang Fum sits down and starts fiddling around, asking everyone to wait a moment. Before long, he showcases what he has got in his hands, saying, "Tao Master, please distribute these wooden swords to everyone. They contain my sword intent." The Tao Master receives them with a grateful tone, thanking Trong for his generosity. "Now that you have provided these, I do not have to worry about my fellow disciples chasing after evil spirits anymore." Haha. Kevin hesitantly asks Trang Fim, "You have managed to grasp the essence of the sword path, so surely you can now embody the sword intent. Right? Your sword intent is less scattered, and your real body is less likely to be in danger now." Trang Fum just chuckles it off, thinking to himself, "Haha. Kevin is truly remarkable. Coming from the celestial realm, his perception is next level." Just then, the fleets preparing for battle catch their attention. Whoa. The alliance is on the move. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, it is a different scene altogether. A skull wearing shoes kneels down. Trembling, "I pay my respects to the demon lord." The soul eater, furious, crushes the skull in his hand. "You pathetic fool. You come here wielding the demonic energy I granted you, and you look like this." The trembling figure stutters. Master. Spare me. I had no idea this was your arrangement. And I certainly did not expect a sword immortal to appear in the heavenly cloud continent." His words seem like a feeble excuse, igniting the flames of rage above him. A tiny world like this is protected by mere mortals. Yet here comes a sword immortal. Do you think my power has dulled after being sealed for tens of thousands of years? The Soul Eater does not waste time with words, issuing a brief command. "Gather my disciples. Follow me." In no A multitude of disciples kneel in orderly fashion, ready to accompany the demon lord down the mountain, returning to the floating island that hovers high in the sky, like a piece of land ripped from the world, drifting amidst the endless sea of clouds. Chung Fum holds back for a while but can't help but finally ask, "Why do you keep staring at me?" KVN throws out a question he has been hesitant to ask for a long time. "I am just curious. The heavenly cloud continent is practically unheard of in the myriad realms. Yet you, a celestial being, command such profound sword energy." Liam X, feeling a bit proud, responds, "That just shows I am a genius. Or maybe I am just being too modest. I have lived my whole life relying on myself." After all, sensing that the other party is starting to dodge the question, KVN presses on. "Speaking of the heavenly cloud continent, I still have one question." Chantring Fum becomes intrigued. "What is your question?" With a serious look, Fan says, "You have never encountered any supreme experts from the heavenly cloud continent. Have you? This time, you are being honest. I do not know much about the history of the Tian Van continent. But why are you so curious about this?" Kei Ven leaned on her hand, half opened, and replied, "I realized I underestimated the protective barrier of the Tian Van continent." Kei Ven recounted seriously. "I saw 2 void demons I was chasing could enter the barrier, thinking it was easy. Yet here I am, still unable to get in." A Chung Fum could not help but be surprised. "Is not there a water gap in this protective barrier?" She rested her chin thoughtfully for a moment. "That is exactly the issue. There is a water gap. But I still can't get through. The one who set up this barrier is incredibly powerful even in the immortal realm. They would rank among the strongest." "Are you serious, Grandma?" Hearing this, you could not help but show a comically exasperated expression. "This protective barrier is that formidable. I have made a huge splash trying to bypass it. Fixing this will be a total headache." Suddenly, Kei Ven's eyes widened as if she would just made a discovery. "At first, I thought the Tian Van continent was just a mundane world among countless realms. But now it feels a bit familiar." A Chung Fum was at his wit's end, eyes lazily half closed, saying, "We will have to wait for the old master to return before asking him. Honestly, I am pretty lazy and have not delved much into past events." As she turned away in worry, unsure of how the old master was doing right now, you casually asked, "You struggled to get in here. So how could those 2 void demons slip through the protective barrier so quickly?" Kei Ven crossed her arms, explaining, "Demons do not need to cultivate like we do. They simply offer their souls in physical forms to their master." She continued with a hint of sarcasm. "Then they act like dogs trying to please their owners, ready to sacrifice their bodies and use their souls to infiltrate the Tianvan continent." Hearing that, Trang Fum gently closed his eyes and thought, "Those demons are indeed bizarre." Just then, Inky Lin rushed in. "Master. Immortal lady. You two, look over there." A pillar of green light shot up, making you wonder what this was. Kei Ven panicked, saying it is a beam of faith from the left god, meaning that void demon has caught its master's attention. Trang Hong Fum and the others looked up, the dry voice still echoing in their ears. "If we do not resolve this quickly, the left god's gaze will turn to our world." Just then, a messenger arrived, reporting, "Immortal lady, Tridong the Antivan and senior sister have news from the sect. They have found traces of the left god at the border between the southern wilderness and eastern spirit. But that place has turned into a den of danger." Hearing this, Tra-Chung Fum immediately ordered, "Take the pills and go assist Tradoguo Trofeng with the disciples of the Supreme Sect." Sun Kang and Dutha replied in unison, "Yep, Master." A moment later, he turned to give further instructions. "Lao Tung, Lao Hong, you both should move to the focal point established by Trongrio Arofeng without deviation." Both nodded in agreement, ready to comply. On the floating island, everyone immediately scattered as instructed, leaving only 2 figures standing still. They silently gazed towards the source of light, and though no words were spoken, their hearts echoed the same thought. They had to hurry and follow. The sky was a clear blue with fluffy white clouds drifting by, while down below, people lay strewn across the ground like fallen leaves, their cries for help resonating everywhere. "Save us! Save us!" Some lay there, mouths agape, mere husks of their former selves, struggling to crawl towards a fellow villager, urging him to drink the potion to hold on. Zhuan Xuan observed the beam of light, filled with deep suspicion about this strange radiance. Hidden within it were countless demons and monsters, howling incessantly. Chuzo rushed over anxiously to report, "Master Zuan, the disciples below have discovered those infected in several nearby cities. But we do not have enough people to help." Without hesitation, the master ordered, "Send all disciples skilled in medicine and alchemy there immediately, and summon all the sects specializing in combat to join us." Suddenly, a strange lightning bolt appeared from nowhere, and a panicked voice rang out, Master Zuan. It is too late. It turned out to be Katie, who quickly reported, the villagers in the cities are no longer human. They have all been transformed by the demons. And even we are being held back then, like dogs eager to please their master. They were ready to forsake their physical forms, using their souls to invade the vast realms without hesitation. Zhuangxuan firmly reminded heads of families and sect leaders. Do not forget what we promised in front of the fairy. Without missing a beat, he drew his sword, his voice booming with confidence. Let us charge forward together. With that, Zhuangxuan leaped ahead, and the disciples followed, united in their determination to fight. No matter the cost, his gaze was fixed straight ahead. Though worry gnawed at his heart, he hoped the fairy and Zhang Dasho would arrive soon. From his own experiences, Zhuangxuan sensed ominous sign. A deep unease settled in him as he witnessed the demons ruthlessly attacking innocent people from afar. Two malevolent spirits, their dark aura swirling violently, advanced menacingly. They surged forward, attacking the innocent villagers without mercy. Suddenly, one of the spirits, appearing like a ghostly wraith, lunged at him. At that moment, someone shouted a warning. Be careful. Then, an enormous explosion erupted, shaking the very ground beneath them. His entire body was engulfed in a toxic green substance, melting his face in an instant. Oh no. Around him, people screamed in despair, and one by one, they began to transform into those malevolent spirits. Just then, Zhuangxuan managed to soar down, unleashing a tremendous force into the chaotic scene below. He resolutely declared to the people, we must not show mercy to them. They have transformed into this, and will only bring disaster to our world. Zhuangxuan rallied everyone. Great heavenly ones. Just then, an urgent voice broke through. Master Zuan, the situation is spiraling out of control, a messenger reported. We wanted to mobilize cultivators from other regions to assist, but their forces are also engaged in battle. Hearing this, Zhuangxuan sighed deeply, expressing his feelings. Standing amidst the clouds, I had hoped to quickly repair the breaches in the protective barrier, but it seems I was a step too late. Now, we can only brace for the worst. Suddenly, the royal guard cut in with urgency, leading the sect master. First things first. Do not think about that, we are in deep trouble here. Below, the fortune teller and the chaotic demons appeared out of nowhere, their presence overwhelming. In an instant, Don Hoyan drew his sword and unleashed a technique. This was no small matter. If it spiraled out of control, just how exhausting would that be? The power from his sword technique shot straight toward the fortune teller. The mutated villagers nearby panicked and quickly dodged, but the fortune teller did not even flinch. He swatted them away effortlessly. What the heck? From above, bolts of power rained down on the fortune teller like thunder. Yet, through the swirling clouds of dust, he stood tall and defiant. Seemingly unharmed, Don Hoyan raised his sword, commanding the disciples to fall back first, to set up a defensive formation outside the city. This formation appeared effective, causing the fortune teller to stumble backward. The disciples quickly scattered outside the city. They rushed to escape the wave of immense power barreling straight toward the fortune teller. Don Hoyan, sword in hand, shouted loudly to commence the formation. Instantly, a massive yin-yang circle appeared in the sky, suppressing his power and forcing him to the ground. The fortune teller announced, prepare to assist Sect Master Don. As everyone joined forces to attack him, dark mist suddenly surged forth. A loud explosion echoed as he sprang back to life. The fortune teller's mouth opened wide, calling out, spirits of this world, rush into the embrace of the Father God. The divine will welcome you with open arms. Everyone shouted in unison. We hate this. Attack. Attack. But he remained unscathed, laughing maniacally. He. Suddenly, chunks of stone flew through the air. Don Hoyan dodged aside, while the younger disciples cried out in pain. Are all the townspeople evacuated yet? He worriedly asked. Don't worry, Sect Master Don. We have sent the younger disciples to escort them out. A disciple quickly replied. Hearing this, Don Hoyan felt somewhat relieved. He sternly said, I apologize for the trouble, but please bear with me a bit longer. Below, the fortune teller laughed mockingly. Hurry up and chase me. I will bestow the grace of the Father God upon you. With the counterattack growing fiercer, the cries became frantic. Don Hoyan was anxious. Where were the fairy and the righteous master? Suddenly, a floating island appeared, and he excitedly shouted, Zhang Dao is here. The fairy has arrived, Zhang Fan calmly advised. Old master, we are in a hurry. He drew his sword and coldly declared, let me handle this. At this moment, the fortune teller still had not realized Zhang Fan's strength. Laughing boastfully, ha. Come on. Hurry up. But in the blink of an eye, his entire body felt like it was ripped apart. His laughter immediately replaced by wails of despair. New pieces of the fortune teller fell off the cliff. And above, the crowd erupted in applause. This is the grand sword energy of the sword immortal. Don Hoyan stroked his beard. Impressed. Truly. Zhang Dao is no joke. Now, all that is left are those eerie blue spirit auras and countless lifeless bodies sprawled out. Everyone has finally gathered to pay their respects to the esteemed master and the celestial maiden. Zhang Fan clasped his hands behind his back and spoke slowly, as the unfortunate souls below lay motionless. The people down there have all been infected. Unable to rise, Yuang Xuan flew in to express his gratitude, saying it was thanks to Zhang Dao that they survived. He gazed down thoughtfully, never expecting the malevolent forces from beyond to be so formidable. The text could not capture the cosmic calamity that devastated the continent years ago. Kaiwen interjected, reminding the priest, "Now's not the time to slack off." She pointed towards the strange light and warned, "If we do not deal with that light soon, the void demon hiding in the shadows will use it as bait to draw in the power of the dark god." Kaiwen continued, "When that happens, this world will turn into a playground for that dark god, and the plague will spread everywhere." Yuang Xuan clasped his hands behind his back and declared, "I will lead you all forward to face the enemy." Kaiwen turned serious. "Zhang Fan, I can't channel my power over a wide area yet. This time, I am counting on you." Zhang Fan flashed a confident smile. "Leave the protection of the tiny incontinent to me. I won't let you down." He then raised his hand to call out, "Yao Lion." Immediately, Yao Lion appeared. Bowing respectfully, "Master," Zhang Fan instructed. "Yao Lion, gather the elders and help the priest cleanse the dark energy infecting the villagers." Cowan spoke cautiously. "Miss Yao, please do not be soft-hearted. Sometimes, being kind means saving more lives." Yao Lion's expression showed a hint of dissatisfaction. "I do not need you pretending to be nice." She turned away, pouting, muttering, "You are not from the Tinian continent, so of course, it is easy for you to say." Seeing the tension, Zhang Fan chuckled to lighten the mood. "All right, Yao Lion. Just go." She immediately stood on the tip of her sword and replied, "Master." Zhang Fan rubbed his chin, hesitating a bit. "Kaiwen. But Yao Lion." Before he could finish, Kaiwen cut him off. "Look at that. Miss Yao Lion is quite attached to you." "Master," Zhang Fan quickly explained. "Yao Lion's just feeling insecure because her family faced some troubles. It is not aimed at you at all," Kaiwen replied softly. "Seems like she is just a kid with a tough exterior." She turned to him and advised, "Zhang Fan, you have to take action soon. The dark spirits are advancing towards the light pillar." Yuan Xuan directed his gaze towards the floating island and shouted, "Zhang Dao." Without hesitation, Zhang Fan stepped forward with fierce determination. "Let me take care of this." He spun around, unleashing a powerful wave of energy. Kaiwen watched in awe. Indeed, this was true mastery of sword intent. Someone like Zhang Fan could not possibly be just an ordinary person from this wasteland. She pondered further. But even if that were true, the worlds would soon become chaotic. Zhang Fan unleashed a sword technique, creating a cross-shaped burst of light. Boldly challenging. "Dark spirits, taste my technique." The sword energy rushed straight to the location of the sinister beings, creating a violent explosion accompanied by shrill screams. Amidst the thick smoke, all that remained was a swirling green mist and some gooey substances. The soldiers were in awe, praising the power of the divine. Led by Hanu, they quickly realized something was off. This is not right. What is happening to the villagers down below? From their bodies, streams of green energy were continuously rising. They were being drawn up by the malevolent pathogen. He cackled maniacally. He. The body of the pathogen expanded grotesquely, becoming more monstrous by the second. He roared in fury, outraged that they dared to disrupt the bond with his father figure. At that very moment, on the floating island, an immense power radiated forth. Zhang Fan humbly replied, "It is nothing, just a natural reflex." Is the newcomer really that impressive? Yet deep inside, he whispered to himself, "This reward from the sword realm is not much." Is it? Zhang Fan stood firm, his gaze fixed on the crowd before him, all bowing in reverence, paying respects to the celestial being and the fairy. The crowd immediately burst into applause, the flattery so thick that Zhang Fan had to cover his nose. Truly, what a celestial being. It feels like the wicked spirits have met their match once he makes a move. They are finished. Ye Lion could feel the tension just from listening, silently judging the Saint Sword Sect guy, who, with his ethereal appearance, turned out to be nothing but a master of flattery. The scrutinizing glances from others made him smug, thinking, "This celestial being is my savior. Such a solid backing must be seized quickly. If you do not gain anything, it will be a wasted opportunity." Zhang Fan suddenly looked up at the sky and laughed heartily. "Haha. We are all from the same continent. Of course, I can just sit back and watch. Besides, I am not that impressive." After saying that, he moved over to the Origin Foot, who was awkwardly holding a pile of spirit fruits, then generously waved his hand. Everyone, here's the spirit fruit I prepared. Eat up to replenish yourselves." In no Everyone had a fruit in hand. The Hang stared intently at the brilliantly glowing fruit in his hand, unable to help but exclaim, "Whoa! It is a celestial fruit. It is packed with celestial energy." He then tossed the fruit up high, his face lighting up like a girl receiving a wedding gift. "Thank you, celestial being." Lang Su turned her head to glance at the fruit in the Hang's hand, feeling a pang of envy. Damn it. That old guy from the Saint Sword Sect has a way better celestial fruit than mine. Turns out celestial beings love a little flattery. Just as the atmosphere was buzzing, Kuai Wen solemnly reminded. "All right, Zhang Fan. This is not the time to be complacent." She furrowed her brow at him, her tone a bit worried. Just now, he only destroyed a clone of that void demon. Hearing this, Zhang Fan's expression darkened. He muttered to himself, "I know. I figured the reward for reaching the sword abyss was less than the previous void demon." Kuai Wen was taken aback, covering her mouth. "You knew." A strange feeling began to rise in her heart. Zhang Fan was becoming more and more mysterious. Zhang Fan looked up at the sky, his eyes reflecting deep thought. Logically, this continent should not know much about the void demon. Kuai Wen's face showed clear tension. If Zhang Fan knew, then there was not much left to explain. She turned to the others below and announced loudly, "Everyone from the celestial continent, you have seen it for yourselves. The void demon is not just one. Its destructive power is enormous." Zhou Yu crossed his arms, his brows tightly knitted in anger. Many citizens in the city have turned into demons beyond saving. Those who can be saved are severely injured. They likely won't last long. Just thinking of the evil face of the demon god, Kuai Wen's expression grew graver. Because this void demon was, in fact, the evolved and modified version of the demon god, spreading disease as it went. Her gaze suddenly sharpened as she warned, "Everyone, do not underestimate it. There was a world that was destroyed by this demon god." By the time others heard the alarm and allied together, there were no living beings left, only disease and desolation remained. After hearing this, Thunung Li's face went pale, stuttering only a few words. Even Dutch Lean started to sweat lightly, saying, "A celestial fairy. If it were not for the high-ranking immortal stepping in earlier, we would not have handled that pesky dark entity. Who are we to underestimate it?" After a long silence, Den Hein finally confirmed, "All right, I understand the celestial fairy's intent. Everyone, take a moment to rest after consuming the divine fruits, and we will set out shortly." They all nodded in agreement, saying, "Yep. We will follow the orders of the sect leader and give thanks for the guidance of the high-ranking immortal and the celestial fairy." Not long after, the entire group flew into the town on their swords, and the scene before them was a complete wreck, with injured people everywhere. Den Hoen's eyes filled with sorrow as he sighed deeply. Hearing that heavy sigh, Chumfeng turned to ask, "What is wrong, old master?" Without waiting for his response, the boy pulled out his wooden sword and slowly laid out the battle plan. "As long as you locate that dark entity and trigger my wooden sword, I can temporarily control it from a distance before we move in for the finish." Den Hein clasped his hands behind his back, gazing up at the ominous clouds above. "There is no need to worry about that. With the celestial fairy's vast knowledge and this sword immortal support, I am not concerned about that dark entity escaping." His voice trembled, and he looked increasingly uneasy. "But I worry for the future of the astral continent." He paused for a moment, then continued slowly. "The peaceful existence of the astral continent, protected by the Long Atu immortal emperor for thousands of years, may no longer be secure." At the mention of that name, both Trungungfam and Kevin were startled, the four words Long Taiyu immortal emperor ringing in their minds, unable to contain his curiosity. A Trungfam exclaimed, "The immortal emperor." Kevin chimed in, disbelief on his face. The astral continent actually had an immortal emperor. Dean Hein slowly stroked his long beard, his voice heavy with contemplation. "This is something only recorded in the ancient texts of the great sects, passed down for over 10,000 years. Everyone else merely coveted the divine artifacts, wanting to snatch them away." He clasped his hands behind his back, eyes staring into the distance. "Only we know what this means for the astral continent. No one knows what happened back then." Dean Hein closed his eyes, seemingly trying to recall ancient memories, and continued, "I only know that the Grand Master of the Thai Thiangyu sect recorded that the Lonoing Tu immortal emperor established a great formation, using divine artifacts as the focal point to shield the astral continent from the eyes of the myriad worlds." Upon hearing this, Kvian suddenly grasped the issue and interjected, "I mean, how could a world we have never heard of possibly block an immortal like me from the outside? There has indeed been an immortal emperor here." She stroked her chin, casting a side glance at Trang Pham, and concluded, "For someone to emerge with such mastery of the sword as Trang Pham, this must surely be a sacred land." Trang Pham quickly rebutted, "No way. My strength comes entirely from my own effort." Dean Hein chuckled softly, then agreed with him. "Of course. Trading Pham, for someone so young to grasp the sword path, you have undoubtedly put in a lot of hard work that we can hardly imagine." Feeling encouraged by this, Trashung Pham burst into a hearty laugh. Haha. Exactly. Ingi Kifi Lin, standing a bit away, silently agreed, thinking to herself, the master must have worked incredibly hard to reach his current level, something we can never fully understand. Thinking that, she immediately drew her sword, ready to unleash a flurry of attacks. I need to learn from my master too. Zhang Fan noticed his disciple suddenly bursting with energy, coughed twice, and suggested, Master, let us not talk about me anymore. You continue with the previous topic. Zhang Xuan shook her head slightly, looking at him seriously, sighing. Even if Zhang Daohu finds the celestial spirit altar, and we restore the grand formation, it might be too late by then. His brows knitted in worry. 1,000 years ago, a demon lord stole the celestial spirit altar. The grand formation shattered, and my demonic blood flooded into Chain Yun from the outer realm. Gazing at the growing crack in the sky made him hesitate. Now, with a crack like this, Zhang Xuan lowered her head in concern. I am afraid that besides the 2 void demons that the fairy chased away, how many more demons from countless realms will invade our Qianyun continent? Kaiwen, hearing this, squinted and chuckled, her voice light yet firm. Why should Master worry? Not to mention that I did not catch those 2 void demons in time. Letting them enter our Qianyun continent, that is my responsibility to bear. Then she tilted her head to look at Zhang Fan before continuing. In your Qianyun continent, there is also Zhang Fan. Zhang Fan grinned widely but tried to play it humble. The fairy is too kind. With those words, he also glided over the crack behind him, his expression serious as he reassured. But do not worry. Master.
Yeah, sure.
I won't just sit back and watch. Yet inside, I felt a pang of guilt. The disaster was caused by me, and I need to deal with this quickly. Then Zhang Fan clasped his hands to ask for permission to leave. Master, we need to swiftly deal with the remaining demon, and after that, we will restore the grand formation. Just call me if you need anything. Zhang Xuan also bowed her head in reply, her voice filled with respect. Understood. Zhang Daohu and the fairy shall temporarily hold this place. I will gather fellow cultivators to hunt down the demons and handle the epidemic. As soon as he finished speaking, he mounted his sword and soared away. Elsewhere, the sound of triumphant howls echoed across the sky, celebrating the return of the demon lord to his peak. Reappearing on the celestial continent, the soul eater appeared as if it had been waiting for this moment for ages. One hand resting on his thigh while he grinned widely. Haha. He laughed heartily while updating the situation. Currently, the protective formation of the celestial continent is fractured. The void demons are rushing in, and those righteous forces are busy chasing after the void demons. Then he spread his arms wide, causing his cloak to billow, his face gleaming with pride as if the world was now his. This is the day our Lord emerges from the mountains. The skull looked at him with admiration and swore, we willingly follow our great demon lord, not wasting any time. The soul eater pointed straight ahead and commanded, let us move out. At that very moment, in a grand hall hidden deep within a snow-covered mountain range, a hurried voice rang out, laced with urgency. Sect Master, why did you suddenly summon everyone? The head of the sect, sitting solemnly in the main seat, spoke up. The ancestor has suddenly given orders. You all must quickly gather the disciples. As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped up, his face brightening, preparing to welcome the ancestor. In the upper realm of the celestial world, an ancient palace stood tall amidst a sea of clouds. Inside the grand hall, a group of people bowed their heads respectfully, chanting in unison, we await your command. Celestial King. The Celestial King sat upright, hands clasped before his chest, deep in thought. The Celestial Emperor Lang Tiao hails from a humble world. After the noble's passing, it mysteriously vanished, having made an appearance over 10,000 years ago, and now it seems to have returned. After some contemplation, he decisively issued an order. You 8. Hurry and take him for investigation. The crowd below responded in unison. Obeying the command of the celestial monarch, in the blink of an eye, 8 silhouettes transformed into radiant beams, soaring toward the heavens, leaving only Zhang Ming silently watching. He leisurely returned to his throne, a cold smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. The world may finally reveal the celestial emperor I have been searching for. He rested his chin on his hand, eyes filled with cunning as he pondered. If I could obtain the powerful secrets of the celestial emperor, I would completely unify the celestial realms, conquering countless worlds. Meanwhile, in the demon realm, a fierce general stood guard, a grim expression on his face. Suddenly, a plague surged forward like it was being pursued by hellhounds. So fast, all that could be seen was a blur and a cloud of dust, accompanied by frantic screams. The great demon was summoned, presenting itself to the celestial continent. The demon soldiers scrambled to follow, the plague bellowing with fervor, presenting itself simultaneously on a floating island, completely isolated from the outside world. Zhen Yuan brought a glass of water to Zhang Fan, who was reclining with his hand behind his head, softly calling out, Fairy, Zhang Dao. Before the glass could even touch his hand, Zhang Fan sprang up like a spring when he heard Zhao Huan deliver the news. They have found the true form of that void demon, Kuai Wen immediately chimed in, her tone emphasizing. Just in time. My true form has adapted to the laws of the celestial continent, and can pass through the celestial emperor Ling, Xiao's protective array. Zhou Huan's face lit up with joy and gratitude. That is fantastic. Thank you, Fairy, for your assistance. With that, she spun around and shot off, leaving behind a brief message. I am leaving first. Zhang Fan did not hesitate either. Quickly instructing, then let us set off immediately. Lao Song, please pilot the island with the old emperor, and head there for support right away. The atmosphere was thick with demonic energy everywhere. Upon arrival, Kuai Wen glanced around and saw the group of injured individuals, pointing them toward her. Over here, at this moment, the floating island was also maneuvered to the headquarters. Zhou Huan assessed the chaotic situation below and subtly requested, please bring the people from the Supreme Sect as well. We can only manage so much. Other sects were still being pursued by the demonic path, needing to rely on Zhang Xiaoshu. Zhang Fan smiled gently and reassured. Zen and Dao Master Yan, leave it to me. As bolts of golden lightning rained down, Kuai Wen anxiously looked around, searching for something. Suddenly, she froze as an image caught her eye, the void demon. She immediately drew her sword, the cold tip aimed directly at the plague, who was making a hasty escape. The plague saw this and burst into laughter, its demonic aura intensifying around it. The little brat of the celestial realm, Yanji, and the little one from this world, receive the love of your divine father. Those below instantly struggled to breathe from the surge of demonic energy. Not good. Disperse quickly. Zhou Huan pointed to the sky, her face filled with tension. The waters rising, dark streaks like blades tore through the sky, spreading relentlessly. The laughter of the plague echoed, replacing the tension with mockery. Offering over 100,000 lives as sacrifices. Kei Ven furrowed her brows tightly as she glared at him. Moments later, the infection surged all its energy, tilting its head back and howling with a bizarre expression. The divine spirit has granted me the power to unleash my full strength in this world. Kei Ven unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy that sliced through the air. Charging forward, under her guidance, lightning bolts continuously struck the ground, echoing like thunder all the way to the heavens. The infection waited for the onslaught to cease, then slowly extended its hand toward Kei Ven, the little fairy from the celestial realm. Yanji. The roar from the offering mouth sent shockwaves that drowned the village below, forcing me to retreat for a while. But it was too late for the one coming. At that very moment, a column of black mist shot up from the ground like a spear piercing the heart of the sky. Within that black energy, grotesque creatures began to crawl out into the daylight. Witnessing this scene, Kei Ven flew into a rage. Damn those fiends. Meanwhile, on the side of Trankafum, Donhook stared at the dark aura spreading below, her voice thick with tension. This is a serious problem. His hand clenched tightly, trying to suppress his frustration. Zhang, if that fairy is dealing with that void demon, then we must stop this horde of fiends. After a moment of contemplation, a Trankafum quickly relayed the command, instructing Yanji Klein and the others to assist Zhang. Old Song and Old Huang manipulated the formations on the island to support us. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingikaline quickly responded. Yep. Master. The rest followed suit, chanting their agreement before heading out. Understood? Yep. Master. The dark energy of the demonic path shrank back after releasing all its monsters. Trankafum stood high above, drawing his sword and preparing to strike. Roaring like a beast, he swung his sword with immense power. Crashing down, the holy energy tore through the desolation, aimed directly at the short-brained fiends below. In an instant, the entire area echoed with the anguished screams of those monsters. Trankafum's strike finally dissipated, leaving the surviving demons gasping for breath in a state of shock. Having observed everything from the start, Kei Ven fell into deep contemplation without even realizing it. The fiends kept pouring out, urging her to give in and embrace the divine spirit. In the face of their taunts, she calmly channeled her energy into the sword in her hand, determined to prevent the void demon from connecting with the dark god. If not, the passage would link to the realm of the void deities. The weapon was quickly unleashed to draw divine power, radiant and imposing, guiding her sword to slay the demonic god. Spiraling spiritual energy converged into a massive, pure blade, enveloping her true sword before descending. Die already. As she hovered effortlessly, the infection stared blankly at the powerful attack barreling toward it. Without hesitation, the sword energy charged at him like a debt collector on a deadline. The unfortunate fiends nearby were caught in the whirlwind, sent flying mercilessly. Suddenly, someone in the crowd shouted, drawing everyone's attention. Look, it is the fairy. Meanwhile, Kei Ven stood over the infection she had just dealt with, raising an eyebrow. After a moment of stillness, she finally voiced the conclusion, screaming in her mind. This is not good. A connection has formed. Elsewhere, Trajanum Fum kept unleashing relentless blows. Watch me. The pure energy surged forth, crashing directly into the distant dark energy pillar. The demons felt their strength waning, their cries echoing in despair, just as that pillar shattered into pieces. The lamenting wails of someone resonated from all around in the astral continent. Next time I return, I will definitely pull this world into the Garden of the Divine. As the space settled back into its usual tranquility, Zhang Fan immediately voiced his concern, asking if this watermark could still be fixed. Kaiwen looked helplessly at the scene before him, his voice wavering noticeably. This mark could have been repaired, but now it had been forcibly opened by dark forces to connect the passage. It seems it will be tough to restore it to its former state. His gaze drifted far away, his words hinting at a glimmer of hope. It looks like the astral continent will indeed become incredibly lively in the future. In the sky, Dunai called everyone together to deliver urgent news. Dark forces had been here before. He informed the Celestial Emperor, and then immediately dove into this world, determined to not let anyone else get ahead. In the demon realm, a high-ranking demon issued a command to the minions below to gather everyone, forming a great army to conquer the astral continent in the name of the divine. Everything has now stabilized. Peace has returned. In the astral continent, the celestial beings and fairies gathered. Xuan Xuan spoke on behalf of the group, expressing gratitude for the assistance of the celestial Taoist and the fairy. Without them, the astral continent would have faced annihilation. Kaiwen was very modest this time, saying that all gratitude should go to Zhang Fan. If it were not for him, I would have been stopped by the defenders of the continent, and would not have made it in time. Xuan Xuan glanced at the full water tray with worry. Although the demon threat had been handled, the astral continent was only temporarily safe. The real danger might still lurk ahead. She agreed, saying that after such a devastating demon attack, the protective barriers of the continent could not avoid collapse. Instead of thinking about repairs, it is better to focus on cultivating. At this moment, Zhang Fan realized that what she meant was, as long as one has high cultivation, it does not matter who comes. There is no need to worry anymore. Kaiwen nodded and continued, saying yes, the protective barriers are a safeguard but also a limitation. If we can boost the spiritual energy of this world, I believe it will soon attract many powerful beings. However, Zhuangxuan could not be so optimistic. Not everyone in the astral continent has the same talent as Zhang Daoist. If they rely solely on their own efforts, they might manage. But time is a crucial factor, Zhang Fan confidently reassured him, saying, "Don't you worry, Master Daoist. Before I fall, I will definitely protect the astral continent. If anyone needs assistance, just ask." Hearing this, Xuan Xuan felt a bit relieved. Then when the time comes, I won't need to be polite anymore, as long as Zhang Daoist does not mind. But today neither the Master Daoist nor the other Daoists would dare to impose anymore. Now it was time for him to leave. With the demons just wiped out, the Master Daoist had to take care of the people, and also arrange repairs for the protective barriers of the astral continent. After seeing them off, Zhang Fan felt a weight lifted off his shoulders finally. He suggested to everyone, "Next, we should definitely go grab a meal to celebrate. Everyone has worked hard." Everyone politely replied, "We are just doing our small part. Please leave everything to the celestial beings." Zhang Fan spoke frankly, saying it is just the right thing to do. No need to be polite. Kuai Wen, excited beside him, chimed in, "I can't wait. I have seen some amazing stuff from you before. Just wish they were not all spirit formed. Can't he collect those?" Before long, they threw a celebration feast. Zhang Fan stepped up to invite everyone. "Let us enjoy my specialties," Sun Kang enthusiastically replied. "Let us see what you have got that is different from the world of craftsmen." He eagerly encouraged everyone to dig in. Kuai Wen took a bite of the fruit in her hand and was astonished. "It actually boosted the spirit energy within me. Plus, my aptitude improved a lot. What kind of miraculous fruit is this?" Just as she was about to ask, as Zhang Fan cut in with a knowing look, "It is nothing. Just enjoy your meal. I have plenty more. Enough for everyone." After the feast, everyone felt super satisfied. My strength had increased significantly, and my foundation had improved too. Shin Kang proudly announced, "I have leveled up to Demon King." Similarly, the abyssal darkness had changed. I too had leveled up to Demon King. "Thank you, Master." Everyone chimed in unison. "Thank you, Immortal. We won't forget this day." Zhang Fan smiled back, saying, "This is all thanks to your hard work." He thought to himself, protecting the astral continent can't just be a one-man show. I must help everyone boost their strength. Kuai Wen suddenly remembered something. "Oh right. Zhang Fan. I never got the chance to mention this before." She exclaimed, "What is it?" he asked. Intrigued, she continued softly, "I am worried that the astral continent is not just facing two abyssal demon intruders. So I have started notifying the immortal realm. Originally, my master was preparing to send people over, and then the immortal realm proactively dispatched reinforcements. Everyone's already on their way." She added, "Before, when you and the other immortals were chasing the abyssal demons. Signals were sent out. A massive demon army is heading straight for the astral continent. And at the fissure, countless eyes are lurking, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Meanwhile, the immortal realm is fighting off the demons, urging everyone to speed up. The immortal kings are waiting for our results. At that moment, a swarm of demons was rushing in, and one of them had spotted the fissure ahead. Under the moonlight, the astral continent was eerily peaceful. Kuai Wen approached from afar, announcing, "The alliance with the immortal realm is official. I will be stationed here for the time being, even if you eradicate the demon realm entirely." Zhang Fan was taken aback. "I see your reaction. Do you think I am doing this out of guilt or just craving those ginseng fruits or other spirit fruits?" Zhang Fan burst into laughter. "Even if that is the case, as long as you like them, I won't hold back." He hesitated. "But I am not ready to part with those ginseng fruits just yet." After hearing that, Zhang Fan sensed something. It felt like she was acting differently today, less intense than usual. Kuai Wen did not directly answer him, instead gazing up at the sky. "I really enjoy the atmosphere here. Honestly, I just do not want to show too much emotion," she spoke up, reminding Zhang Fan. "There are some things you really need to mentally prepare for. The money emperor of the astral continent you encountered before is no joke." She stepped closer and continued. "Many are still searching for his whereabouts, even suspecting he might be dead. Mighty warriors from all corners know just how powerful he is, which is why the astral continent is buzzing now." Before she could finish, he cut her off. "The myriad worlds. Celestial realms. Demon realms. Divine beings. And monsters." Zhang Fan boldly drew his sword and declared, "Then let us unleash the heroes of the myriad worlds with this blade in my hand." Kuai Wen looked up and said, "I want to meet the heroes of the myriad worlds too." Meanwhile, somewhere in the sky, a few figures appeared, including an old man with white hair who looked furious. "Damn it. Guests from the outer world. So soon." Seeing this, the old man sneered with disdain. "This is the astral continent, where the money emperor was born. The spiritual energy here is decent, but there is not a hint of magic, just insects crawling everywhere." Sensing danger, he immediately protected the girl behind him. "Be careful." At this moment, Duzai extended his hand and said, "Forget it. Let us find news about the money emperor quickly and complete the task assigned by the celestial monarch first." The old man realized the situation was dire and instructed Luke Swan, "This is bad. You all hurry and inform the sect leader. Go tell the celestial and the fairy immediately." After the girl left, Duzai and his group arrived at the scene. He frowned in anger. "You little bugs. Tell me where the Emperor's Tomb of the Money Emperor is located." The old man gasped. "The Emperor's Tomb of the Money Emperor? I have never heard of it before." Duzai thought he was stalling and attacked right away. "Fine. I will just investigate myself." With that, he unleashed his power, causing the old man to cry out in pain. Once the job was done, Duzai tossed the old man aside, surprised that the celestial emperor had arrived at the astral continent even before they did. Moreover, he heard that this time, there was a sword immortal involved, and the weapon in his hand was linked to the money emperor's tome. His subordinates burst into laughter. A weak astral continent, and a sword immortal appears. "Go handle that crazy celestial emperor. Leave that sword immortal to me." Duzai quickly agreed. "All right. You all go inform others who can enter the astral continent." After their discussion, they hastily departed. "We will set out right away to find them." The old man mustered his last bit of strength, determined to warn the other sects. He struggled to say, "Quick, send word to the celestial." Meanwhile, over with Zhang Fan and the others. Kuai Wen sensed something was off and shouted, "Ah!" Zhang Fan curiously asked, "What is wrong?" Kuai Wen looked up to see a ship moving through the sky. The celestial generals from their realm had arrived, but it seemed trouble was brewing. Zhang Fan remained unfazed. Who cares if they are good or bad? There is always a way to handle things. Yet, inside, he could not shake the worry. In the sword realm, he was unbeatable. But outside it, the world was practically beyond his control, even when the enemy uses spells to approach. I had no idea, thinking it was just the demons from the demon realm. Who would have guessed that even the folks from the celestial realm would show up to stir up trouble? But hey, Chung Fum quickly regained his confidence. And honestly, that works in my favor. It is the perfect chance to expand my sword domain. A voice suddenly rang out from the boat. "What? Are you serious? In this crumbling world, there is actually true celestial energy floating around." Vin Yen stepped forward, full of excitement. "Look, big bro. That spirit mushroom tree over there is way bigger than any celestial fruit we have in our realm. Imagine bringing those back to the celestial realm as a gift for the celestial king. He would totally reward us big time." He nodded in agreement, adding, "Plus, this island is bursting with countless spirit fruits. celestial herbs, and rich spiritual energy. If we can take them back, our cultivation speed will skyrocket. Deny interjected. All right. Everyone. Let us hit pause on those thoughts for now. Don't forget. Our main goal is to track down the whereabouts of the Long Utu Celestial Emperor. We can divide the spoils later. Below. Ngeen Lin was visibly anxious. Master. What should we do? Because, based on my suspicions, this might be a celestial being with a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Trung Pham assured her. I have met a celestial maiden before, so celestial beings are nothing new to me. Besides, Hearing this, Ngeen Lin felt a wave of comfort wash over her, a warm reassurance from her master. Su Kang flipped on his acting skills. The master of swords, the top celestial in all realms. One swing from the celestial maiden sends the old deities into a frenzy. Like they are witnessing the dawn of swords. Trung Pham felt utterly helpless against his antics. Just managing to kick him lightly as a reminder to tone it down. Suddenly, D9 appeared mid-air, emanating a commanding presence. Why are not you all welcoming the celestial being? What are you waiting for? He could not help but let out his annoyance. Is it just me? Or is the entire celestial realm this clueless about hospitality? Is it just the people from the upper celestial realm that do not know how to be guests? Without missing a beat, he boldly criticized. You are not respecting the celestial being, and that is punishable.
Good.
You are just a small fry compared to the sword celestial of the great mainland Tine Van. His words hit Trung Pham like a poisoned arrow to the heart. He frowned, his voice dropping in intensity as he questioned. You did not just come to the great mainland Tine Van to find me. You went after someone else too. There was a hint of arrogance in his reply. They are just a bunch of ants who have not even ascended yet. The Yin stood nearby, urging, stop wasting time. Just capture them and make them spill the beans. They will reveal everything. The situation could not escalate any further. He brandished his sword, demanding, you are not worried that the Celestial King will reprimand you for this disrespect? Just then, the lead figure appeared in the nick of time, causing one of them to jump in surprise. Damn it. The Celestial Realm is here. Worry flashed across his face as he tried to maintain his composure, speaking to his disciples. Even so, we have to assist the Celestial Master and the Celestial Maiden. Vinian scoffed disdainfully. Celestial beings. Celestial kings, just saying that, had Dunhai bursting into laughter. All we need is to find the tomb of the Long Utu Celestial Emperor in the great mainland, Tien Vain, and we will uncover the path to becoming powerful, and declared boldly, without a hint of hesitation, that from now on, the Celestial Realm will be led by us, the Supreme Celestials. KVN could not help but be impressed. So this is the plan you all had up your sleeves. The angry faction took the initiative to kick off this showdown. But did you forget I am still here? A blast of spiritual energy shot forth like a lightning bolt, catching him completely off guard. Dunhai was quickly pushed back a considerable distance, sending his underlings into a panic as they all shouted, Big brother, even in pain, and struggled to rise and issue commands. Realizing this talented Kevin was no joke, he stood no chance alone. You two come with me. The rest of you take down that punk. Kevin sensed danger closing in and urgently shouted, watch out. Everyone. The command came through like lightning. Little punk. Hand over the treasures of the divine Emperor Long Utu and this entire island, or I swear I will wipe you all out. Ingakilian gritted her teeth. Feeling so anxious, she did not know whether to step back or charge forward. She could not let him lay a finger on her people, and in a flash, a Trung Pham dashed ahead to block the attack. He swatted aside the incoming strike, furious as he questioned, you think you can touch my people right in front of me, and expect me to hand over my treasures? Observing the scene unfold, Tun Kuwait was shocked. This kid actually managed to fend off my attack. Even Than T felt something was off and wondered if this guy was hiding some crazy power. The words left him so flustered he had to defend himself. Of course. I only used a fraction of my strength. Yet he could block my attack. This kid must have something up his sleeve. Maybe he has the luck of the divine Emperor Long Utu, that the celestial monarch desires. Do not underestimate him. Tun Koket's eyes burned with intensity as if he intended to incinerate his prey. While his teammates charged ahead, he stood back, casually issuing orders. Take them down quickly. Then come back to me. Trung Pham could not help but smirk at their reckless move into the lion's den. I should thank you for making this long trek across the void, just to hand yourselves over. Than T leaped into the fray, taunting. Even if you turned into a deity in a lesser realm, you could not withstand a full-on assault from 5 of us. Meanwhile, Tan Quint calmly strategized. Let us move. Trung Pham felt no tension. He calmly furrowed his brows and said, come at me. The moment he finished speaking, an earth-shattering explosion tore through the air, accompanied by a cloud of smoke that threatened to engulf everything, and Ki Lin gasped at the scene before her. Master. The others around her were equally alarmed, all frantically searching for his silhouette. Celestial. Tenhun quite laughed mockingly. Just a moment ago, you thought you had what it takes to be a celestial in this world. facing us immortals. You are just like shrimp before sharks. Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged from the swirling smoke. So this is the trick of an immortal. Is that all there is to it? Chiwufuyam assessed the situation coolly. I expected more from you immortals. Now I can relax. The moment he laid eyes on her, Turncoat and his crew seemed to be hit by an unexpected wave of realization, all exclaiming in unison. What? Get ready for action. Stick to your usual lightning-fast style. If I have taken one hit from you, now it is your turn. He instinctively takes a few steps back, repeating to himself, this is not good. That move is something else. In a panic, he makes a run for it, reminding his crew to get out of the way. Just as he thinks about hiding, a surge of electric energy strikes, blocking their escape mercilessly in the blink of an eye. Before they can escape, they are completely taken down by a sudden ambush, and the air is filled with blood-curdling screams. The sheer power of their opponent is overwhelming. He stares in shock as Zhang Fan makes his move, the ground trembling beneath the force of his strength. One swing takes out 4 celestial beings, the supernatural energy ripping through the fabric of reality. The henchmen realize they are at a disadvantage and scramble to retreat. Boss. He urgently relays the news. 4 of our brothers are down. We need to fall back and report this to the Celestial King. We need stronger reinforcements. Dunai is so stunned he seems to lose touch with reality. What is happening? His mind is racing with questions. This kid is truly a sword immortal from the lower world of Chinean continent. He tries to regain his composure and shouts an order to retreat. Get back and report to His Majesty the Celestial King. Unfortunately for him, Zhang Fan has no intention of letting those who plotted against him walk away alive. He gives a chilling warning. Do you even know where my domain and the Chinean continent intersect? Have you asked about the sword in my hand? Dunai gasps in realization. That is the Dao sword intent. You really do not know when to back off? Killing our celestial generals will definitely anger the Celestial King. He won't let you off the hook. Hearing this, Dunai jumps on the bandwagon. Right, kid. You must have some insane talent to become a celestial in this hidden world. Trying to spin a desperate plan, he confidently suggests. If we find the imperial tomb of the legendary Celestial Emperor, and join forces with the Celestial King, we could unite all realms. Completely unbothered, Zhang Fan coolly responds. Then waits. Dunai, feeling disrespected by his indifference, is ready to explode. Then tell your Celestial King to come here himself. The others start to scream in agony as they face group torture, calmly surveying the chaos he has created. Zhang Fan remains resolute, be it celestial or demonic. Anyone stepping into Chinean continent will answer to his sword. His gaze sharpens. They better ask about the sword in my hand first. Panic spreads among them as they scream and chaos erupts in the air. Oh no. All our celestial generals have been wiped out. We need to get back and report. Without giving them a chance to escape, Zhang Fan orders with urgency. No one gets away. Moments later, from the bottom of the abyss come angry cries of submission. He appears unable to process the reality before him. What was supposed to be reinforcements has turned into the last line of defense for the Chinean continent. How are we supposed to face the celestial elves and other realms? The furious Kavine points a finger, threatening those celestial elves dared to mess with the emperor of the Venerating realm. And the alliance of the celestial realms will surely punish them. A wave of unease surged within him, fearing that during this time, the astral continent might face a great calamity. Without hesitation, Trang Deng Fem declared that there is nothing to worry about. Even without the celestial realm, he would still wield this sword to protect the beings of the astral continent. With that, he turned and walked away, leaving a flurry of whispers in his wake. Truly a legendary figure. A Trang Hai. As he glanced back out the window, his face bore a hint of worry, as if he was about to do something reckless. Once he confirmed it was safe, he immediately accessed the system, his smile turning sinister as he received the news 8 of the celestial generals were all mysterious immortals, granting him a whopping 8 million points in the sword domain. A Tranghong Fum chuckled, realizing that you can fatten a horse on midnight grass. He needed to score even more next time. Tranong Min received the news and was so furious he could not contain himself, smashing a teacup in frustration. Damn it. He clenched his fists, trying to rein in his emotions, and said each word with a grim intensity. Those 8 useless fools. A little while later, at the Celestial King's palace, a clear voice rang out. Where is everyone? Min Soon respectfully bowed and awaited the Celestial King's audience. He frowned slightly as he recounted the story. Mathi Soon, a lower realm cultivator from the Tianvian continent, claimed to be the great Dao sword immortal, and even killed 8 of my celestial generals. Send someone to deal with this brat, who does not know his place. He felt a thrill at being assigned such an important task, and immediately accepted. The great Dao sword immortal. Let us see whose sword is sharper. As the day's light began to fade, shrouding the floating island in a mysterious mist, Hoen rushed over to inquire about the situation. Troning Zio Hai. How do you plan to handle this? He sighed heavily, initially expecting the celestial realm to send reinforcements. But instead, They came with ill intentions. Our Venerating continent now not only lacks reinforcements but also faces a celestial realm targeting us. KVN remained calm, assuring Eohig not to worry. He had sent a message to his master, and the Venerating celestial realm would send someone. Then he paused, deep in thought. But the left demons were causing chaos, and the heavenly immortals were battling 4 left demonic beings, making it impossible to send more help. Trandrang Phiam noticed his companion's anxious mood and activated his comforting mode. It is all good. Whether we have few or many reinforcements does not matter. We will manage. Maxixon smiled back, grateful for the understanding, but insisted he would always fight alongside him. He stared intently into the void before him, finally deciding on his plan. As for the celestial realm or the demonic realm, I will handle it. Yin Lin looked a bit worried and asked, Master, how do you plan to deal with this? He smiled farewell to those beside him, saying the matter regarding the great array in the Qian Vein continent needed to be handled by the Tao Master. Trandrang Phifrem had been observing the object before him all this time and calmly announced, I am preparing to move this island to the middle of the water. Hein was left stunned by his sudden decision. What? His gaze is now more resolute than ever, radiating strength and determination, whether it is celestial beings or dark forces. Anyone trying to enter the heavenly cloud continent will have to answer to the sword in my hand first. After pondering for a long moment, he finally spoke up, and Zhang Dao understood news of the celestial emperor's tomb had spread, and no one knew which other forces might be approaching our heavenly cloud continent. Without needing to turn back to convince anyone, he simply hinted at the next move, as if he was certain of winning the trust of those behind him. Does the Taoist not trust me? My companion and I are merely waiting for the heroes from all realms to come and test their swords. Just as his questions were answered, he felt an overwhelming gratitude toward him. The great virtue of the celestial beings. On behalf of all the souls of the heavenly cloud continent, I thank you both. With deep respect directed at the figure before him, the celestial sage awoke, and everyone present echoed, thanking the sage on behalf of the souls of the heavenly cloud continent. In the blink of an eye, the island had gradually moved towards the center, directly facing the wondrous waterfall. The view became clearer, revealing the enchanting scenery within the mysterious space, making it impossible for anyone to resist the urge to delve deeper and explore. Yang Xuan seriously instructed his disciple that we must also train diligently, living each day as if it were a breakthrough to ascend the island and face the celestial guardian of the heavenly cloud continent. Suddenly, a dark, ominous energy surged up, and the clouds began to darken. As if to obscure the truth behind the breathtaking facade, the master unexpectedly charged forward, relentlessly roaring commands to the dark creatures to invade this world for him, turning it into a garden for the deity. As if sensing hundreds of eyes tracking him, Zhang Fan instinctively took a few steps back. What on earth is happening? Sun Kang watched the scene unfold, feeling overwhelmed. Master, did we really have to pick such an ominous day? Or are these dark forces trying to find us to help us adapt to combat in this realm? As expected, he boldly kicked it down into the deep abyss of the waterfall. All right then, let us see this as a training exercise for the warriors. Before it could even recover, the creature was left screaming in terror from the onslaught of monstrous beings. Zhang Fan calmly observed every move of the dark creatures before him. It seemed that the monstrous demon we had defeated before was itching for revenge. Kai Wen hurriedly moved closer to intervene. We can think of this monstrous demon in ordinary terms. He smiled reassuringly. It is unfazed. He stood his ground, facing the enormous creatures slowly closing in, as if waiting for them to dive headfirst into their doom. Zhang Fan excitedly declared, I just got here. I need to make an impression on the deities below. She looked a bit worried and asked, what are you planning to do? Zhang Fan. He returned to his calm demeanor and replied, nothing much. With that, he skillfully carved paths through the waterfall. The heavenly cloud continent had been out of sight for the deities below for so long. Now it is time for them to reacquaint themselves with it. Just as he sensed the boundaries being defined, the mountain spirit ran for its life, feeling a bit wistful for unwittingly becoming bait. Master, help. The power of these demons is totally different from what we faced in the Grand Formation. Hearing this, Zhang Fan immediately looked up, his brows almost knitting together in confusion. Because his master still had not figured things out, Kai Wen analyzed carefully. In the Grand Formation set up by the immortal emperor, we were all suppressed by its power, and the demons were no exception. He was slightly surprised, constantly processing data in his mind, wondering, suppressed? Why do not I feel a thing? Finally, deciding to set that thought aside, he focused on the main issue. Forget it. I will deal with these demons first. This was the perfect opportunity to gather some sword energy. With that in mind, he struck without hesitation, the sword's intent unleashing its miraculous power. Shaking the ground as the sound of battle roared like an explosion, she could not help but marvel at the power of the person in front of her. This was Zhang Fan's sword intent, a rare chance to comprehend it up close. The strength of that sword was indeed extraordinary. Each slash was precisely aimed, Hitting its mark flawlessly, it seemed to have found the exact position. Using all its strength to charge forward, Swankong quickly dodged, ignoring the frantic screams outside. He took a light breath. If he had not dodged in time, he would have been sliced by his master's sword. Slowly turning his head, he scanned the chaotic space, filled with a murky gray aura mixed with a deep crimson. Where the remnants of death whispered, Swankong sternly warned. Master is fierce and powerful. You demons better kneel and beg for mercy. Unable to watch the opponent's antics any longer, he helplessly reminded. Aren't you gonna disappear? Despite the scolding, it seemed pleased, raising both hands to the sky.
Yep.
It slowly approached him, eager to present its achievements. Master, I just did my best to drive those demons out. Corralling them is no small feat. Hearing this, he felt satisfied and responded with a compliment. Not bad. Swankong, thrilled to fulfill his wish, twisted his body in joy, thanking his master for the praise. While the shadow nearby could not help but sigh. This guy really is a piece of work. The master finally snapped back to reality. Wondering what was happening in this small world, the demons began to gossip, questioning how such a powerful sword could exist. Suddenly, a gigantic hand burst forth, effortlessly swatting them away with a mere flick. Like a cool breeze passing by, the cancerous threat slowly rose with each word. Little soldiers of the world. Little guys from the heavenly cloud continent. I will return for revenge, in a fit of rage. He commanded, let this world return to the heart of the Father God. And let the lost children receive the grace of the Father. The demons seemed to lose their minds, all frantically rushing toward a target, as if wanting to devour their prey alive. The general panicked and shouted, Master, a massive army of demons is approaching. The protective magical circle on the floating island probably can't hold them off. Zhang Fan maintained his confident expression, gently reassuring, it is I, suddenly shifting his attitude. His gaze turned cold as if he wanted to incinerate all the weapons of those demons, stepping onto the astral continent without Little Lord's permission and causing chaos in our territory. Little Lord has not even sent anyone after you. And yet here you are, looking for trouble. You wear a twisted smile like a demented killer. It has been ages since Little Lord fought with such fervor. Just as you make your move, you fall into battle stance, your sword gleaming as if it understands your intent, radiating a powerful energy that swirls like a storm. It is as if the Grim Reaper's scythe has become a raging wave, and that power sends those pathetic substitutes toppling one by one. The pest may be furious, but it knows its limits, threatening in patience, saying it will wait for the lost souls in the Father's flower garden. He slowly observes every expression on Zhang Fan's face, deliberately emphasizing his sinister intentions. Come back. Suddenly, from within the spatial ripple, an island emerges in the distance. On the hovering boat, Lu Guang breaks the silence, asking, Master and what do you think about the power of the sword fairy that Master Embi mentioned? And Niam, keeping his composure, replies, the sword intent is immense, almost pointing directly to the essence of the sword's path. Who would have thought that the long-lost astral continent would reappear within such a legendary sword? While he is deep in thought, he suddenly notices the dazzling lights exploding around, surprised at how many people are hiding nearby. Seeing his subordinate's reckless actions, he subtly signals for calm. We are only here to support Master M. Everything about that celestial Tom has nothing to do with our Vini no knowing fairy realm. Let us head to the island instead. The boat swiftly approaches the open gates of our destination, and Nijam gazes thoughtfully at his surroundings, sensing that the dark plans of some might hit a snag. Meanwhile, in some distant mountains, Suan Kang is trying his best to flatter Zhang Fan, the master who can kill with a single strike. Almost invincible, its deceptive nature leaves the three in the sky speechless, while the undercurrent of resentment does not forget to curse silently. But when the master is not paying attention, they seize the chance to eliminate this troublemaker. What a shameful act. Just as they are about to strike, Ingikalian appears out of nowhere and delivers a staggering kick to Suan Kang. Suan Kao, get out of the way. I wish to seek guidance from my master about the sword path. This act brings a bit of joy to them. Well done, Miss Ninkavli. Her eyes shine as she looks at the person before her. Master, can you teach me the essence of the sword path? Faced with such absolute cuteness, Zhang Fan could not refuse. After all, she is my only disciple. With the request granted, she clings to his arm, beaming from ear to ear. Thank you, Master. But just as her joy flourishes, a loud noise behind her makes Ingaklion turn around. Before her eyes are two old men getting tangled up and thrown to the ground. Nearby, the undercurrent and Ixan Kong are locked in a relentless brawl. No one is allowed to monopolize the master. Just as this childish fight reaches a climax, an angry voice interrupts. You guys think you can just eat your fill and then reincarnate early? Ingikalian stands before the two mischievous beast kings, sword in hand, warning them, since both of you want to reincarnate early, tonight's dinner will be roasted pork and dog stew. Their ridiculous words scare them into fleeing. Miss Ninkavli, I was wrong. I swear I won T, do it again. If you need to get really angry, how could you not fall for it? Don T, run. Just accept your fate for this little princess. Zhang Fan looked at the embarrassed disciples and awkwardly apologized. On Kiwon's calm face, a warm smile broke out. It is all good. I feel so alive right now. This is great. No one is holding back. Suddenly, Anian's grand ship appeared in the sky, catching her attention. My senior brother. They are here. He stepped off the ship and respectfully greeted them. Z. I hear the heavenly realm is here to support the Tianian continent on the orders of the Sect. Zhang Immortal. I have heard of you for a long time, feeling a bit proud. He thought, am I famous across the heavens already? Anian coughed a few times to break the ice. After all, someone like the celestial Emperor Lang Tiao would naturally draw attention once they stepped out of here, quickly regaining his serious demeanor. He continued, Zhang Fan understands. I want to waste words. My junior brother is here to apologize on behalf of the Sect. He clasped his hands and spoke earnestly. After receiving a letter from the Sect, we were dispatched to deal with the monsters. It seems the heavenly realm no longer has any power here. Kwaiwan was taken aback by this news. Senior brother. Is the front line really that tense right now? And Nian recounted everything. The sudden attack by the 18 demon emperors. All the celestial beings rushed to the front lines. And no one knew the situation in the demon realm, only that it had become a battlefield. Worry began to bubble up inside her, her face turning pale, like a spoiled fruit. Master is at the front line too. Right. I wonder how they are doing. In a moment of realization, he turned to Zhang Fan and warned. Right. Fan understands to be careful. On our way to the Tianian continent. I saw many beings from different worlds heading there. Zhang Fan quickly pieced together the plan. Those from the celestial realm must not have given up. Probably because of the secret of the celestial Emperor Lang Tiao. Zhang Fan unexpectedly clasped his hands in thanks. Thank you, and senior brother, for the reminder. The strange way he spoke made Anian feel a little off. Was this kid really calling them senior brothers, like he was one of the juniors? But he quickly regained his cool. Charismatic demeanor. No need for thanks. We are here as reinforcements for the Tianian continent, and I hope you are all prepared. He flashed a radiant smile in response to Anian's kindness. And senior brother and fellow senior brothers, please wait a moment. I will have someone show the other disciples to rest. He readily agreed, letting the two understand their positions. Thank you, junior brother Zhang. Yuan Ling stepped up as the beautiful hostess, guiding them. Please follow me this way. Suddenly, Anian remembered something and engaged Zhang Fan again. Oh right. Kwaiwan. I still have one more piece of news I want to share with everyone. His face turned serious. Clearly tense. The upper celestial realm has dispatched their strongest young celestial, Moxuan, who is heading towards the Tianian continent. The seriousness of the situation left him dumbfounded. Moxuan. Only Kaiwan seemed eager to confirm the truth. And senior brother, are you sure this news is accurate? Zhang Fan bashfully asked. Moxuan. Who is that? Without hesitation, she explained. He is the strongest young celestial of the upper celestial realm, the heir to the next celestial king position. Considered the #1 genius in swordsmanship among all the worlds. You are putting on that clueless face again, acting like the #1 genius of the sword path, while the others are pumped up for battle. It is the perfect moment. I have been itching to meet this sword genius. My master always compares me to. And Niam, who had been quietly observing, finally spoke up with some advice. Be careful. For sure Mappersake's son is coming because of you guys. Sorry for bothering you. Tradering fam. We will rest up first and set up a temporary protection array tomorrow. Before we knew it, the next day arrived, under a beautiful sky, and Nim stood before a sealed black hole, inspecting it closely. The protective array was still in disrepair. Missing some formations, its power was waning, and it would not hold up for much longer. Trajam Fum took a moment to reflect, believing that by the time the protective array crumbled, everyone on the Tianvian continent would have grown stronger, and so would he. He pointed to the sky, declaring boldly, I am not afraid of a tough enemy. My sword is just as fierce, and Nim could not help but admire his confidence. Trongai's attitude truly had a commanding presence. Suddenly, a messenger rushed in, breathless, reporting, Yes? Trongvi. Junior sister. It seems someone is approaching the Tianvian continent. Sure enough, a fleet of ships descended from the sky. KVN. Always quick on the uptake. Explained. These folks are from the upper celestial realm, along with those from the worlds connected to it. Maxihun scoffed, throwing out some snarky remarks. This is the Tianvian continent. It is lacking in spiritual energy. What a letdown. He looked around, casually dissing the place, thinking, what kind of characters could come from a world like this? Then, casting a glance at K Vine, a smirk grew on his face. But here we are. KVN. Finally meeting face to face, she was not one to back down either. Challenging. Muthi Seksun. What are you and your upper celestial buddies doing here? Seksun just laughed, his attitude dripping with arrogance. Of course. We are here to bring back the legacy of the Celestial Emperor. His eyes gleamed with a villainous spark. By the way, I plan to defeat you so the heavens will know my name. The two rivals locked eyes, both eager to devour the other whole. After all, in this generation, my sword path reigns supreme. Only Trangfum, judging silently, could not help but roll his eyes at the childish banter coming from these celestial beings. Seriously? Do they all think like a bunch of clueless fools? With fiery determination, he stepped forward to grab their attention. Hey, kid. Are you blind? Can't you see I am standing right here? Seksun instantly shifted his focus to Trangfum. He felt the power radiating from him standing next to K. Vemin. This kid must be the famed sword fairy of this world that the Celestial King mentioned. Yet he looked just like an ordinary guy. Drawing his conclusions, Seksun continued to act like he was above it all. Thinking, just a mere mortal. You see a celestial being and still do not bow down. Little did he know, his opponent was just as delusional. Trangfum, with no hesitation, fired back. You guys from the upper celestial realm really showcase your arrogance and ignorance once again. This time, it is you Cham stepping in for the master to throw down some trash talk. Who does this little bug think they are, talking so big? The heavenly beings won't let someone like you disrespect us. Even when provoked, Jiva Mekshun just smiled slyly. Fine. Let my subordinates handle this opponent for me. If the opponent really is that strong, I won't need to lift a finger when I return to the heavenly realm. Without saying a word, Yu Cham leaped onto the ship, ready to challenge. Hurry up and hand over your life. The guy with the sword unleashed a spell aimed directly at Trangfum, taking responsibility for those cocky words. Of course, Atronin was not fazed at all. With the shine of a main character backing him, it is clear who the real talent is here. Trangfum immediately retaliated with a force that shook the heavens. The power was so overwhelming that even Mevi Sheksun's followers were left in shock. That powerful counterattack caught Ucham off guard, begging for mercy. But it was too late. He vanished into thin air, closing the curtain on the side character Xu Kana. The aftermath left many in a daze. How could a sword master like that exist in a world like this? Impossible. Even Mephiseksun was forced to acknowledge Trangfum's might. This was an unstoppable advance with an unbeatable sword intent. There is no way, in this vast universe, no one could grasp sword intent like that. His expression was one of pure disbelief. That was a blow strong enough to leave anyone reeling. When Tina Alam saw things were going south, he thought of the old saying, when all else fails, run. Should we head back to the heavenly realm? But he stubbornly refused. No way. There can't be a sword master stronger than me in this world. I do not believe it. I am the strongest sword master across all realms. In a moment of reckless impulse, Seksun drew his sword. Let me see your sword path. His magical power was just as formidable as Trangfum's. Just like last time, he kept up his carefree attitude, showing no fear. You gotta hand it to him. He has really got no shame. Being from the heavenly realm and all, Trangfum started chanting. And immediately, Seksun's power faded away completely. He did not forget to throw in a little wisdom. Everyone acts all high and mighty. But when it comes down to it, they are the sneaky ones. He was left in a stiff daze, thinking he might be introspective for the rest of his life. This can't be happening. How could this be real? Tun VM could not believe his eyes. Where did this kid come from? Keen Lam was just as shocked, unable to speak or react. No elder from the heavenly realm could handle Seksun's swordplay like that. While they were all frozen in disbelief, it was Trangfum's turn to counterattack. Since you have made your move, let us see my sword path. A wave of blue magical energy shot out like a cannon. Luckily, Seksun dodged just in time. This was bad news, but soon, his eyes widened in horror as he faced the wreckage of the ship, debris flying everywhere like a chaotic mess. Seksun was so stunned that he lost his balance. He could not believe he could destroy the protective formation of the entire fleet with just a graceful sword strike. Two of his companions quickly hoisted him up, urging, "Come on. We need to get out of here. We will report to the Heavenly King and come back for revenge." Meanwhile, Anhim watched the devastation unfold, feeling a sense of awe. It was not her first time seeing something like this, but it still left her in shock. With a chance to finally show off, it is a moment that'll echo for generations. Thank you very much. Yet, the mysterious figure beside him can't help but let out a perplexed sigh. Who could that be? You unconsciously turn to ask, what is it? But Chanung's face is just a picture of boredom, too uninterested to explain. They say meeting someone in person is better than just hearing their name. But Seksun from the celestial realm seems to be all hype and no substance. Total letdown in terms of swordsmanship. It is arrogant, wrapped in a kind of pride, completely skewed swordsmanship. And Nim, ever the kind-hearted soul, reassures him there is no need to be so disappointed. You have got the genius swordsman TrianstZN right beside you, and here you are still worried about being lonely. Just trying to lighten the mood. But it accidentally caught the attention of those two. This guy is all in. No holding back, that is right. The Chindring Fuguayim. Let us see whose swordsmanship is really top tier, and Chung Fum is not one to back down. He immediately agrees. Fine. But just so you know, my swordsmanship is unrivaled in the world. Seeing their positive vibes, Aniam can't help but feel happy too. Let us ramp up the protective formation. Mentioning Tronkungsai's sword is enough to keep the celestial realm stable for now. But our master could call on us at any moment. Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the celestial and demon realms, chaos reigns supreme. This scene leaves Trey Vin baffled. What on earth is going on in the demon realm? Suddenly launching a frenzied attack on the battlefield. Kwai Messe does not respond, but the worry is evident on his aged face. What troubles me is that there are quite a few young geniuses in the demon realm. Plus, it seems that person has been acting a bit too frequently lately. An uneasy feeling creeps in as he thinks of his friend. For this deity is notorious for being cunning, and that is genuinely concerning. Although there is some worry, he remains calm enough to make a decision, sending news back to headquarters. Letting the master deal with the headache of the vast realms. He also informs them that the blood-soaked battlefield needs reinforcements, especially the young geniuses. Chi Vin immediately complies, his mind a whirlwind. I know, if I suddenly strike now, there will be plenty of battlefields needing backup back on the island. And Nugam is passionately discussing strategies with their friends. Trenjun guested in NVNCLI. We have finished setting up the protective formation for the celestial realm. Trongfuyam beams, clasping his hands in sincere gratitude. You all really went above and beyond, not a hassle at all. Plus, lately, I have seen Troningsaiji enter and VNG Mai practicing their swordsmanship, and our skills have skyrocketed. Just as the excitement builds, and Nemam's expression suddenly darkens, as if something precious has been stolen. But I fear our Si Hein and says Yen on the celestial realm might not be able to hold on much longer. The cryptic remark makes Kaovan uneasy. Yes? Could it be that there is news from our master? You can hide your curiosity. What is going on? He shifts into serious mode, laying out the situation. The greatest power among the realms is the old demon realm. The Celestial Alliance, formed by the celestial and other realms, is like oil and water, completely incompatible. There are countless battlefields in the void where both sides clash with each other. Emphask. Is the situation on the front lines that dire? Aniam confirms without hesitation, absolutely. Recently, it seems something has stirred within the Tama, suddenly launching a large-scale attack across several battlefields, causing the Celestial Alliance to suffer heavy losses. This information makes you pause and reflect, considering that the celestial realm now has a protective formation in place. Just now, the power I displayed could even hold back some dark forces. Maybe I can snag a few points on the battlefield. After chatting for a bit, the sword of Ziyuan finally arrived. A message from the master. Kwai Wen stepped up to take command, relaying the orders to everyone. The celestial emperors from all realms signaled for all the young geniuses in the immortal realm to rush to the front lines. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan's mind instantly sparked with a new plan. What a golden opportunity to meet other talented individuals from the myriad realms. Exterminating evil and ridding the world of demons is my responsibility. This is the perfect chance to connect with the celestial prodigies from both the immortal and demon sides. He turned to rally his allies, urging everyone to prepare. We need to leave the astral continent. They quickly moved deeper into the barrier. Kwai Wen took this moment to voice his doubts, asking if they were really heading to the battlefield of immortals and demons. Zhang Fan replied with unshakable confidence. Of course. Didn't you hear what Brotherin said? The Immortal Alliance is gathering talent from everywhere to support the battlefield, and they will reward the outstanding ones handsomely based on their achievements. Zhang Fan gazed eagerly at the sky, his face glowing with excitement, not even needing to mention what the rewards might be. This time on the battlefield, he was sure to encounter prodigies from all over. He curiously asked Kai Wen, "Aren't you excited?" She laughed and straight up admitted, "Of course, I am super excited. It is rare for us to connect on such a level." He started teasing her. "Isn't it perfect? Let us go meet the celestial geniuses from the myriad realms." Kwai Wen looked puzzled and asked, "What do you mean?" He casually crossed his arms and shot back a question. "Don't you feel like my floating island over the astral continent is like a sharp sword hanging over some people's heads, making them too scared to move?" She covered her mouth, her eyes wide with surprise and intrigue. "Aren't you afraid of going too far?" Zhang Fan confidently raised his hand, channeling his magic as he affirmed, "I have left behind a considerable amount of chaos. Besides, I fear they won't make enough noise." This left Kai Wen utterly astonished. "Yeah. The divine presence is hovering in the air under your command. It is slowly moving towards the barrier's watermark." Leading Xuan gazed at it, her expression gradually turning contemplative. This sword energy is impressive. But it also signaled that the sword sovereign was temporarily departing, and someone would inevitably jump out as Zhang S' friend predicted. Tai King completely agreed with this thought. fearing that the palace of the immortal emperor would not hide for much longer. On the Soul faction side, he was feeling hugely self-satisfied, thinking to himself, right now, in the astral continent, no one can stand against me. As long as I regain my peak, all the soldiers respectfully knelt to the ground, and Dong King shouted, the Lord is invincible. The Soul faction smirked wickedly, thinking, the world you protect, immortal emperor, will ultimately fall into my hands. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan was all set to go, aiming for the immortal demon continent. Leading Swan, Song Yun, and Dong King were ready to follow the orders. Back at Jiang Ming's palace, chaos reigned. Is this how you complete the mission I gave you? A soldier rushed to explain for Mak Xuan, who was kneeling on the ground. The Holy King did not hesitate to unleash his power out of sheer surprise. Frustrated, Zhang Ming did not even bother to hear the whole story, and just blasted him away with his magic no excuses needed. Furious, he stormed off, stepping right past him. Mak Xuan, did not you call yourself the champion of the younger generation? Zhang Ming shot him a piercing glare, his voice dripping with disdain. Get lost. He dropped a savage parting shot. What a bunch of losers. Mak Xuan ground his teeth, barely holding back his fury. Holy King, Zhang Fan, I will make you pay for this humiliation. Every single one of you. Suddenly, an ominous voice cut through the tension. Do you want to become stronger? He jolted, instantly on high alert, scanning the area for the source. In stark contrast to the dire situation, Zhang Fan remained calm, casually munching on a leaf. Aren't we supposed to be at the battlefield of the celestial demons? And Yen sighed, exasperated, and patiently explained, this is the void. Unless you are on a time-traveling warship made by celestial beings. Regular folks who step in here are toast. He had to admit the intelligence of his opponent was impressive, directly manifesting the void like Zhang Fan. This was the first time he had seen a junior brother do something like that. Even if he was not skilled in weapon forging, he could sense the value of Zhang's Void Island. Perhaps on par with the weapons of the Holy King. Feeling proud, Zhang Fan stroked his chin, knowing he had poured a lot of energy into this island. In reality, he could not fully grasp what his elder brother meant. He had no clue what the Holy King's weapon was. But with the overwhelming aura of the sword domain, it easily surpassed the void. While he was lost in thought, a sudden voice interrupted him. We are approaching the bloody battlefield of the celestial demons. Up ahead is a logistics point for our sect. It became clear. It was right in front of everyone. Ingeki Lin was buzzing with excitement like a kid who just got candy. She exclaimed, is this the logistics point of the Celestial Alliance? It is incredible. How many cultivators are here? Seeing everyone so amazed made him feel quite smug. This is just one of the bases that our celestial realm oversees. There are countless similar bases all along the defense line. He began explaining in detail the strength of this place. The fortress had been crafted with the finest techniques from all the sects in our celestial realm. Array masters had laid down layers of suppressive formations. These magnificent bases help us keep the demonic scourge at bay and protect the worlds behind us. Seth Thean turned to chat excitedly. The scale of the war in the upper realm is massive. Tung Veen agreed. Compared to the battles on the astral continent, those are child's play. Zhang Fan quietly stood in a corner, contemplating, waiting to level up his sword domain. He often studied and collected formidable forbidden techniques. And then his Void Island would surpass this fortress. And Yan's announcement interrupted his thoughts. Junior brother Zhang, I have already sent a message to the master. Let us wait a moment before we head in. But the Void Island is quite large. I am worried it won't fit into the fortress. His gaze was calm yet resolute. No worries. I already have a backup plan. After minutes of advice from the big shots in the upper realm, I have upgraded to a level 4 sword domain, so I can maintain a small domain around me to move the island. Otherwise, I would not dare to go in. Now is the moment to set off. So let us head into the city. Inside the fortress, Tranning is busy organizing documents. Seeing Mutter and Neem with his hands clasped in respect, bowing and saying, Master. He slowly turns around and replies carefully. All right, you all go rest for now. To Hai Vun, you and this young man should wait for me in the hall for a bit. KVN, worried that the boy might misunderstand, quickly clarifies, this is my master, Vinin Tinjidi. Tran Ningi, the sect leader of the revered sword sect. Don't he worry. My master has a good temperament. He just has a serious face. He gently reassures them. I heard you. No need to worry. I won't do anything to this young man. Just like you said, I am not easy to approach. The boy politely clasps his hands and introduces himself. I am Chu. Nice to meet you. Tran Senior. He cuts straight to the chase. Ven has already told you about my background, so I want to elaborate. I have submitted and approved your battlefield requests. Tran Ningi, still cautious for his disciples, sternly warns. You need to be prepared for the unexpected changes in the battlefield against demons. The sudden appearance of the Celestial Emperor will definitely attract a lot of attention. so you must be careful. Van beams with confidence, reassuring him. Master, do not worry. I have been training for a long time, and I will understand these principles. A Chung Fum jumps in, urging him to relax. Don't he worry. Senior. Tivan and I will support each other on the battlefield. Hearing this, Tranini softens a bit. Good. It is nice to hear that. You have come a long way, so get some rest. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to join a supply team to the Blood Demon battlefield. The two express their gratitude. Thank you, Master. Thank you, Senior. Once they leave, his expression turns serious, pondering if the Celestial Emperor's call to arms is just to counteract the demon invasion. He sighs, as if he has an inkling of what is going on, fearing that there might be issues at the rear. The next day, as the three prepare to head to the battlefield, and Nihim bids farewell to Chungfam and Vunen, a junior brother trying. Junior sister, the sect has issued an urgent order for us to leave temporarily. I wish you both smooth sailing on the battlefield. He responds graciously. You wish. My seniors, complete your mission successfully. Shortly after, Anime's team departs. A Chung Fum watches their figures fade in size. No doubt they are among the elite of the celestial realms. He then turns to command his squad. Hurry up. We need to join the team heading to the battlefield. Meanwhile, on another warship, T-Dung suddenly grows curious about who owns the recently famous Void Island. The Think-Trung quickly answers. A Chingring Fum. That name sounds familiar. Like I have heard it somewhere before. Isn't he the one who defeated Meve Saik-Sign from the upper celestial realm with a single strike? Although he has not faced Enfasi Thun directly, the disdain and arrogance are evident. Misaek-Suin is just a talent from the 24th day. What does defeating someone like that even mean? When we get to the battlefield, I will show that country bumpkin from a tiny world what is what. On the other side, Nenhadi is casually chatting. As the march feels long and drawn out, it is way more comfortable on the island than on this ship. Hearing this, the Thadron Hess adventurous spirit kicks. St. How about we go raid it? The girl waved her hand dismissively, turning away. Her master would handle it. Besides, he was just a clueless fool, and nothing was definitely not interesting on the Void Island. Seeing the disciples wandering around, Trangrong From could not help but wonder what these kids were up to before the battle began. Kaveen flashed a charming smile, her determined gaze fixed firmly on Trundring Fum. On the battlefield, gaining just a bit more strength meant a little extra safety. Maybe it was because it was the first time he would seen a pretty girl smile at him. But he was left puzzled. Why was she suddenly smiling at him? Did he have something on his face? Noticing her shyness, he decided to stop acting like a complete dork. He had recently heard about the famous person who could fly like a snake. The entire Void Island was buzzing like this, waiting for the battlefield, where Trungong Fum would likely be warmly welcomed. He slowly finished his hot drink before replying. I hope this is not a bad omen. I can't even wait for it to end. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in the sky, startling both of them into looking up cautiously. Kavin immediately heightened her alertness and asked, what is happening? The scene began to grow chaotic as the spaceships entered the combat phase. The enemy attacked, the front line fell into an ambush, and the rear was gearing up for battle, sending reinforcements to the front line. Someone was enjoying the fight, while the battleship on the right kept watch over the surroundings. The army steadily advanced to confront the enemy. Kavinen and Trongfum exchanged looks. They did not need words to understand each other's thoughts. He quickly organized the formation. The commander instructed the Void Island to attack. The atmosphere was incredibly tense, with the sounds of explosions and gunfire echoing all around. The demons were cackling. Haha. I wonder which big shot from the celestial realm thinks they can show up on the battlefield with Void Island. They must be completely clueless about the war. Their eyes gleamed like headlights, trying to look tough, ready to give the celestial young master and young lady a lesson. Relishing the opportunity to toy with the celestial lady, Chutrong Fum remained calm, assigning tasks to everyone. We are going to wipe out these demons. You guys keep Void Island safe. He scanned the enemy forces and then called out to Kay Vinan. Then, with a slight smile, he invited her to join the sweeping action. Want to see the battlefield up close? This was exactly what Kayvan was hoping for, so she readily agreed, thinking it would be a good way to change the perception of those guys. Suan Kang flexed, gearing up for battle.
Good.
Let me see who gave you the guts to be so cocky. While he was taunting the demons, Trajong Fum confidently revealed his own void, genuinely enjoying the challenge posed by that demon. Kay Vine stepped forward. Challenging, let us see who slays more demons. He unsheathed his sword, accepting the challenge with excitement. Bring it on. The moment she drew her sword, she shot forward like an arrow, creating a massive explosion. A demon noticed her and pointed to alert its comrades. Oh, that is Kay Vinen from the celestial realm. Even though her identity was exposed, she remained calm, keeping a cool demeanor, as if she were the big sister of the celestial realm. Without needing much more, K. Van took down a demon in an instant with just one move. Zhang Fan stroked his chin, admiringly exclaiming, "Not bad at all." From one divine being to the next, they willingly dove headfirst into the jaws of death, their bodies hollow. There is a celestial being left behind, so hurry up and catch him. I want to savor the taste of that immortal's flesh. The screams echoed from behind, and Zhang Fan calmly drew his sword, giving himself a pep talk. Seems I can't fall behind Kai Wen. I need to step up my game. From now on, when the dark forces see me, they will be running scared. Seizing the moment while those guys were focused on one side, he charged into attack. Here I come. Watching those swift, powerful moves, Wei Yan stood nearby, stunned. Who is this guy? The more he observed, the more he marveled at the strong sword intent. Relying on his hazy memory, Ranksai began to recount. Seems like a rising sword immortal, rumored to come from a small world. He once defeated a big shot from the upper realms. Seeing Zhang Fan's decisive moves, he confidently affirmed, "This guy's got real strength." Hearing those words, Wei Yan's interest picked even more. Looks like another sword immortal has entered the fray. It seems he is heading toward the center of the battlefield. I wonder how the heavenly heroes from the ancient world will react when they meet him. With that, he pointed upwards and commanded seriously, "That is their business, not ours. Pass the order to the other warships. Let us continue to wipe out the dark forces nearby." Another top-tier move unleashed by Zhang Fan, annihilating ships without leaving a trace. Not far away, Miss Lu also joined the stunned crowd. Truly impressive sword energy. Even Swanhang was sweating bullets. Her eyes could not tear away from that battle, murmuring in awe, "Who's this?" Their sword intent is astonishingly profound. Just then, a monster met its end at Qi Wen's hands, and she had witnessed Zhang Fan's recent move. Truly an unbeatable sword intent. Then she scoffed, declaring bluntly, "As if you think you can defeat me." A bright light quickly enveloping both him and his sword, Guwen roared, "Phoenix strike." Instantly, a massive green phoenix appeared. The crowd watching could not contain their excitement. That was the legendary Kai Wen of the Sword Sect in the Celestial Realm. No doubt the heavenly hero of the upper world. Even Ri, who was busy fighting monsters, was drawn to this scene. Muttering, "Looks like I have underestimated that Kai Wen and Zhang Fan from the small world." At that moment, Zisong also landed a finishing blow on his own foe, channeling his magical power while grinning. He thought, "Looks like I should not underestimate Zhang Fan, considering how those guys have advanced. I won't hold back either." With that, he summoned a giant lotus along with a barrage of dazzling lightning. Thinking, "Time to show my true power." Amidst the chaos, I could only smile in satisfaction. Good, good. The heavenly heroes of the celestial realm are just as the master said, all showing up on the front lines. In this vast space, my voice echoed from a corner, where battles raged and destruction reigned. The crowing of the rooster grew increasingly sinister, revealing that among them, only one talent shone brightly like a beacon. With a sharpened sense, Zhang Fan suddenly paused, glancing around, sensing that someone had just been checking him out. Just as he and Kai Wen took down their enemies, cheers erupted from all directions, celebrating their victory. Masters of the sword, divine and fearless. The flowery praise made her competitive spirit wane a bit, and she playfully suggested they call it a draw this time. Instead of showing gratitude, Zhang Fan's expression turned icy as he boldly declared, "Just know, next time, I will definitely win." Hearing this, Kai Wen winked flirtatiously, teasing, "Oh really? You feel that way about me?" Staring at the massive ships they had just defeated, she fell silent for a moment. But the ambush from the demon realm always felt like a mouse with a lion's roar. Though he did not fully grasp their intentions, Zhang Fan contemplated seriously, reflecting that even when he first stepped onto the battlefield, he felt uncertain about the demons. But upon thinking it over, he realized it was indeed true. With eyes filled with concern, he voiced his worries. Thinking back, I always felt like someone was watching us. Did you get that vibe? Upon hearing this, Kai Wen was taken aback. Wait, someone's watching us. Though she sensed nothing, she forced a smile that still revealed some worry. I do not feel that way. Maybe your instincts are sharper than mine. But if that is the case, I am afraid this ambush from the demon realm has another motive. Zhang Fan turned to leave, brushing off the concern with a nonchalant attitude. Forget it for now. Better to let those big shots in the celestial realm deal with it. Kai Wen understood quickly, and later she would have her master handle it. As they turned back, the loud calls of Swan Kang and Ingok Lion reached them. Master. Teacher. Upon seeing them, Swan Kang scratched his head, bewildered. Master. I did not expect the demon army fighting in the Void Island to be such a hassle. Even Ingok Lion chimed in. Fighting in the Void Island is tough. We can only rely on the island itself. Unlike you, Master, who can just slice through demons like they are nothing. Zhang Fan turned to his friends. Speaking seriously, you all need to train harder. Once you enter the celestial tier, you won't have to deal with this mess anymore. Just as he finished, an old man nearby could not hide his astonishment and rushed over, asking, "Can we also become celestial beings?" Realizing he had let the cat out of the bag, Zhang Fan confirmed, "Of course. I will help you all." Suddenly, two massive ships hovered above them, leaving him in shock, unable to believe his eyes. Only Kai Wen remained calm. Zhang Fan. Just like I told you before. She hesitated for a moment before revealing a look of intrigue. "Someone is definitely watching us." Pointing to the two eavesdroppers on the ship, Kui Wen introduced, "This is Liu Riha from the 7th Celestial Realm, a disciple of the Jade King Sect in the Antarctic Celestial Realm." Noticing the brief and concise introduction, Riha quickly chimed in, "Sister, could not you add a few more flowery words when introducing me?" Then noticing Zhang Fan, he could not help but exclaim, "So you are the little genius from the Kingwen continent?" Zhang Fan. "Right. I saw your swordsmanship earlier, impressive." Listening to these lofty words, Zhang Fan could only respond with a polite smile. Just the usual stuff. Nothing out of the ordinary, matching the prowess of Minister Wen. However, from the corner of his eye, he noticed a glint of interest directed at him. "Zhang Fan. Is not today's performance worthy of remembering your name? My identity is something Yaiwen has already shared with you. When we hit the battlefield of the celestial and demonic, do not let me down." In an instant, his gaze turned ominously dark. Before her ship set sail, Riha waved goodbye. Zhang Fan. "Little bro, I am heading out too. And I can't wait to see your performance on the battlefield of the celestial and demonic," the girl playfully reminded him. "But be careful out there." Their expressions made Zhang Fan pause, suspicion creeping in as he questioned, "You to the Sea of Judgment and the Lotus Flower, those are you, right?" Understanding his confusion, Yaiwen chimed in to clarify. "Exactly. Just because we are not as famous as Mokshuan does not mean we are not a force to be reckoned with. It is just that the celestial realm is hiding its true potential. The fame has not traveled far yet." Zhang Fang's eyes remained fixed on the ship gliding away, lost in thought as he reflected on everything. This power was certainly extraordinary. The scale of the Celestial Alliance actions this time is massive. I am even more excited for this battlefield of the celestial and demonic. Yaiwen, grasping the underlying intentions, stepped in to remind him, "This is not just about us facing off. We might even measure our strength against the upper realms. The celestial beings from the 24 realms." Numerous ships were converging towards a single point. The sight sparked Zhang Fan's curiosity, making him wonder, is this world one of the blood-soaked battlegrounds of the celestial and demonic? Yaiwen gazed at the deep crimson scene ahead, using her knowledge and quick wit to explain. "Yep. A blood-soaked battlefield. Aside from a few ancient celestials, no one knows how long this battlefield has existed." In the hazy void, her voice grew clearer. "Over countless years, innumerable celestials and demons have fallen on this battlefield, giving rise to this blood mist." Yaiwen's serious expression reminded everyone, even though this blood mist basically envelopes the continent, the center of the battlefield is where it all began. This mist can cloud your mind. We must avoid it at all costs. Faced with this noble spirit, countless flowers of humanity bowed their heads in gratitude, thanking the celestial for the warning. From the blood-red battlefield, gigantic skeletal figures emerged. The bizarre sight instinctively causing worry on Zhang Fan's face. He was both stunned and terrified. No doubt, this was the battlefield of celestial and demonic, directly turning a miniature world into a war zone. Yaiwen stood with her arms crossed, taking in the view with a sense of regret. This place was once just a normal little world. She recalled the tragic events of the past. Demonic forces invaded, and the Celestial Alliance could only evacuate the people. Countless battles leading to the complete destruction of this world. Listening to the tale of that painful timeline, Zhang Fan, sitting nearby, rubbed his chin in contemplation. If the Chaos Demons had not been defeated beforehand, would the Heavenly Realm have ended up like this? Yaiwen nodded in agreement. Confirming his thoughts made him softly murmur, "What a heavy burden to bear." With time slipping away, Zhang Fan quickly got up to rally his fellow comrades. "Everyone, the Celestial Realm is counting on us." Excitedly, Ngoklion clasped her hands together and confidently declared, "Master, I will definitely sharpen my skills on the battlefield against the demonic forces." Even the night shadows, transformed from a fox into a husky, wagged its tail and exclaimed, "Master, we will definitely give it our all." Song Wen chimed in to reassure everyone. "Don't you worry. Our celestial friend." In no a fleet of boats sped toward the base. Ji Wen stepped up to introduce the magnificent facility before them. "This is our headquarters in the blood-soaked battlefield, the Celestial Army's command center." Realizing they had arrived, Zhang Fan immediately suggested, "How about we take a breather before heading into the demonic battlefield?" A crowd of unfamiliar faces gathered in the ancient square. Dao Xuan stood on a high podium, clearly announcing, "By decree of the Celestial Emperor, those who perform best in battle will earn rewards from the 33 celestial realms." As he stroked his long beard, he urged everyone, "You talented ones, Do not let the leaders or the celestial emperors down. Although his body was a facade, he quickly demonstrated several martial techniques before bellowing, "Prepare to set out and crush the evil." The crowd below immediately echoed in unison, "We will obey the orders of the sage." Zhao Fan stood not far away, his eyes locked on the throng below, as if waiting for the perfect moment. "Let us move out." Though Song Wen appeared wary, he was still eager and curious. Is this really the battlefield against the demons? Ji Wen, observing the battlefield situation, quickly reminded everyone, "Stay alert, and remember to protect yourselves." Just as they settled in, a boat was suddenly attacked and exploded. Before leaving, Ngok Lion did not forget to bid farewell. "Master, we are off." Zhao Fan acted like a protective father, sending his children into battle, continually shouting instructions. "In case of emergencies, remember to use what I gave you. Your lives are the most important." Seeing him too fired up, Ji Wen quickly interjected. "The battlefield is chaotic with too many celestial beings and demonic forces, so rules will be strict, and everyone will be held accountable." Ngok Lion, pay attention. Instead of showing worry, Zhao Fan maintained a confident smile in every situation. "Well, it is time for us to see who is the best." As soon as he finished, he leaped onto the blade and soared forward. A grotesque demon suddenly appeared before him, but he could not see the changes in his sword. Zhao Fan activated his energy, his face showing a hint of determination as he murmured to himself, "No matter the rewards from the celestial emperors, now's the time to hone my skills and strengthen myself." A horde of demons surged forward, eager to devour Zhao Fan alive. Suddenly, a flurry of chaotic strikes tore through the air. The demons, terrified, turned tail and fled. As Zhao Fan watched this unfold, showering praises. No doubt about it, they are true talents. He continued to observe the chaotic battlefield ahead, noting the impressive performances. Chan Wen stood beside him, gently reminding, "After all, they are the chosen ones, nurtured by the celestial realms with all their might." She glanced at her opponent, signaling to unleash all their strength, to keep going, because in the end, if they could not match up, there is no way they would stand a chance against me. A Chu Fum immediately understood and confirmed confidently. "Well then, looks like I will have to give it my all." Over here, Tum Hom Lo stood on the ship, laughing maniacally. I reported the situation. According to intel from other battlefields, the elite from the celestial realm are gradually arriving at the front lines." Tummel was unfazed, his eyes blazing with fierce determination. All he wanted was to fight and relish the victory that would come from crushing the enemy. He then snatched the opponent's sword and threatened with a menacing voice, "I do not care what devious plans you guys have. Just do not interrupt my enjoyment of the battle." I was frustrated, but I could not resist. So I just chuckled awkwardly. "Do not worry, my lord. You won't be disappointed." Then he pushed the opponent's sword aside, continuously promising devastation. "The next bloodbath on the battlefield will have even more enemies for you to enjoy." Timfamulja's face lit up with satisfaction. "That is what I like to hear." He casually ruffled my hair like a proud father. "If not, I would smash those sneaky little rats hiding in the shadows into pieces." Then Farmley shouted energetically to rally his underlings. "Gather on the battlefield. Shine bright." A moment later, I was already sprinting away, and before I left, I could not help but shout a few taunts. "This battlefield will be your final stage." Chang Kring Fum suddenly shivered, sensing something was off. Why did it feel like someone was watching him? And it seemed to be from Tuvum's direction, which felt oddly familiar. At that moment, the warships were moving according to the orders from the Sect leader. Chung Fring Fum seized a brief moment to check on his companions. "Everyone take a good rest. Grab one each." They received the heavenly fruits, thanking their master, grateful to their lord. Feeling a bit anxious, a Chung Fum asked aloud about the situation. "KVN, did you get any news from the master?" As soon as she heard, she began to suspect the source of the problem. Could it be that today he felt like he was being watched again? He immediately broke out in a sweat, and this time he could clearly feel the gaze from Tevin. K. Ven glanced over and asked, "Are you worried about Tenvam's unusual movements from before? The ambush we encountered when we arrived proves that Temema has a scheme." Chang Kring Fum pondered for a moment and then said, "Do you think Tema purposely lured the celestial realm to send reinforcements to the front lines?" Kavian suddenly realized something was off. Luring reinforcements to the front lines on purpose. He quickly confirmed, "I heard from the master before that not only is there a blood-soaked battlefield, but there are also other battlefields where Temama has brought in 33 elites from the celestial realm." The more Zhang Fan spoke, the more uneasy his tone became. Every battlefield had its prodigies. Do you think Tama might be planning to target the celestial prodigies? Of course. There could be an even bigger scheme at play. Despite his reluctance, Kevin had to admit, "I think that is quite possible, though the rear seems to be in chaos. Master is off rescuing the senior brothers, so he can intervene. We should report this speculation to the Saint Hu NNNN. He sighed and glanced at Sasam, knowing they could only leave it at that for now. Besides, this was just their guess. They had to be cautious on the battlefield. A while later, in the central hall of the ancient city where the celestial army battled, and Hyacinth clasped her hands in gratitude. Thank you for the reminder, sister and brother Zhang. The Daohoan saint will surely pay more attention to Thomas' movements. As they left with mixed feelings, he remained there, watching their retreating figures fade away, and Hei Sung's expression darkened, as though her heart was filled with turmoil. From afar, a black crow hurriedly flew over. What is it? Did you call for me? As it landed on his shoulder, he immediately reported, Master, someone has noticed something amiss on the battlefield. That Daohoan guy might have a way to handle it. Its gaze fixed tightly on the two. Everything was already in their hands. Don't worry. All the pieces are in place. No one can stop this game. In the chaotic void, the continents silently revolved along their tranquil orbits. On the other side, the fairy maidens danced gracefully to the soothing music, captivating anyone who laid eyes on them. Hindwipe raised her fingers, signaling, bring that energy over here. Jaedong slowly approached, hands resting respectfully on her back, on behalf of the master to offer a good deal. Hindwipe leaned on one side, confidently questioning, you folks always coexist peacefully with the other realms. What do you intend to do now? She gently suggested to the opposing side. We are all the demons in humans' tales. Just because we have not interacted before does not mean we can cooperate now. With a playful laugh, she added, what a sweet and charming girl. I would love to recruit her to join our demon realm and become sisters. Jaedong skillfully dodges the press, proving that even without joining the demon realm, one can still play around with this mighty demon lord. Just when he was feeling good, he gets shut down. Hindwipe yawns and says, forget it. Just go back and tell your master. Before sending off the guests, I can forget to show off a bit. After all, I am just a little kid from the fairy realm. Once I take action, he will definitely kneel before me. With her wishes fulfilled, she beams with joy, and I will make sure to be well prepared. Here's to a fruitful partnership. Both our master and the demon emperor await our good news. On the side of the mortal realm team, Nguyenlang looks a bit anxious. Master, do you think Nekilin will make it? And Qing Fum crosses his arms, calmly saying, of course. This is my disciple we are talking about. Becoming an immortal is a piece of cake. Those behind him can't help but murmur in awe. No doubt. That is the master. No doubt. That is the immortal. Just as Nekilin is about to attain enlightenment, she radiates the brilliance of 10,000 Buddhas, and he seizes the moment to rally the whole sect. Come on, everyone. Let us step it up. A moment later, Kaveen jumps up with excitement. She did it. Ning Lian has become an immortal swordswoman. Nguyenlang, seeing her slow approach, can't contain his excitement and says, congratulations, Miss Ninkivlin. Just after attaining her immortality, Nguyen Lin rushes to hug Qing Fim. Thank you, master. He pats her head with satisfaction, reminding her, don't embarrass your master. Make sure you keep up the good work from now on. Kavine witnesses this scene and thinks to himself, she is walking away because she is jealous. Is not she? It is just because she is in love. After all, at the tavern in the fairy realm, the buzz of conversation fills the air. No doubt, she is a rising star among the immortals. Her performance on the battlefield was outstanding. Yet who would have thought that amidst all that bloodshed, a genius from the little world could rival the top talents of the fairy realm? A curious onlooker speaks up. And catching Mevnier seeks one off guard for a moment was not that Qing Fum. His heart stirs at the familiar name Qing Fum. I will definitely have my revenge, but for now, I need to bide my time and wait for the right moment. Suddenly, Hind Liep walks into the tavern, calling out, Master Ghost, hey there. He responds politely. Have you ever met a young man, tall and handsome? Maybe he has a striking appearance. Ten quickly replies to the beauty in front of him. We do have someone like that in our tavern. If you are looking for him, I can help you find him. Hind Liep's face falls in disappointment. I am looking for Lord Mexaxo. I ascended from a small fairy realm and met him once. I heard he has gone missing recently. Upon hearing this, he chuckles mockingly. That useless Mexaxon. Please. Hind Liep coldly turns to leave, but not before throwing back a parting shot. I believe he will definitely defeat that Chin Fu Fem guy. Mexaxon watches her retreating figure. Feeling a bit embarrassed, this is someone who is interested in him. An onlooker at the next table accidentally lets slip a comment. Damon. Even a useless guy like him can catch the eye of such a beautiful fairy. But he brushes it off and quickly rushes after the beauty from earlier. As he steps outside, Mexaxon questions her. Fairy, why are you looking for me? Hind Liep turned back, her cool demeanor a stark contrast to her earlier self in the tavern. Lord Mun, I was just being polite back there. Stung by the other's words, he found himself momentarily speechless. The atmosphere between them suddenly transformed into something romantic. Hon Liep nestled into his embrace and whispered softly. Swine Kaka. You will definitely become a major figure in the celestial world and defeat that bum. The Chindring Fuguim. It is true what they say. A hero can't resist the allure of beauty. Just a few sweet words. And he began to fantasize about his own potential. After all, I am one. A rising star in the celestial realm. Their eyes locked, igniting a fiery passion. I believe in Swine Kaka. He can definitely do it. Hon Liep shyly began to murmur. Even though our sect practices dual cultivation, if it is with you, Swine Kaka, I would gladly. Before she could finish, Maxun eagerly swept her into his arms. I will cherish you and always remember the support you have given me. Moments later, after their little escapade, he dressed and prepared to leave. Maxun wore a sly smile, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just wait and see who really uses whom. On the blood-soaked battlefield, as they fought fiercely, Kaveen shouted orders, revealing that the guardian of the mystical envoy had already pulled their allied forces back. She hesitated for a moment, gazing into the distance. Recently, many talented young people had emerged from the Demon Alliance. Do you think they could be mistaken about us? And Xing Feng waved his hand dismissively. They are probably just trying to distract us. Or someone might be sending their celestial signals our way. Kaveen nodded in agreement. True. After all, they are dark demons. Tricking allies is just part of the game. But I still have some doubts. There are things we need to investigate ourselves. I am really curious about what those dark demons are up to. As she listened, a crucial piece of information hit her. That is right. I received news from the sects in the celestial realm that reinforcements are heading to the blood-soaked battlefield, including someone from the upper celestial realm. And Xing Feng rolled his eyes in frustration. Great. Just what we needed, another headache from the upper celestial realm. Suddenly, a warship loomed before him. Just as he mentioned them, poof, they appeared right in front of me. Chungkring Feng recognized them instantly, 3 parts annoying and 7 parts infuriating. That guy. What is his name again? Xian. He is the one who pushed me back with just 1 strike before. He shook his head dismissively, showing his disdain for the opponent. Of course, this guy shows up now. What are those upper celestial folks planning this time? Hu Nipe noticed his silence and grew concerned. Suwon Kaka. What is wrong? Do you recognize them? Msakeswan waved his hand, trying to play it cool. No. Just daydreaming. Nothing to worry about. Yet inside, he was burning with resentment. Acquaintances. The hatred I feel for these two is deep-rooted. Truly unforgettable. Feixtio had been silent until now. Finally warning. Xian. This is your last chance. Don't mess it up, or I will take matters into my own hands. He clicked his tongue in frustration, annoyed with himself. What could that celestial maiden possibly see in this loser? Following him to the battlefield. With that, Fasidev turned coldly and walked away, leaving the couple still entwined in their affectionate moment. Misi's heart was still a mess, a complete wreck, hoping that later on, they would not regret this. But Hon Liep was completely unfazed by Faishadi's words, placing all her trust in the person in front of her. Swine Kaka. As long as I can get my hands on the cave marked on this random map, my powers will definitely improve. And then I can finally teach these fools a lesson. He gently patted the beautiful girl on the head, assuring her it was okay. But inside, he was still plotting to use others. He did not care what they wanted to do. As long as his strength grew, he could just pretend he was oblivious. At the Demon Alliance's HQ, a dark atmosphere loomed over the castle. Jidong slowly reported the situation. News from the mysterious demon sect had arrived. She was already at the blood battlefield. Hearing that, my eyes lit up, and I could not hide my satisfaction. Perfect. Everything is going according to plan. However, my master curiously asked where her master had gone. She hesitated, and her answer was shrouded in mystery. Of course, my master was off indulging his desires, searching for someone who could bring him artistic enjoyment. He pulled his scarf down and boldly questioned. I hope your master is not planning something against that emperor in the heavenly court. Right. Meanwhile, on the blood battlefield, the coalition was setting up a war stronghold, the air thick with a blood-red fog. Kun arrived with good news, saying our reinforcements had finally arrived. Our forces on the battlefield had surpassed the demon army. Eo Hoen pondered deeply. And the remarks from that kid, and the little girl from the Heavenly Alliance caught my attention. Let us avoid any long, restless nights and prepare for a decisive battle. Back on the Void Island, Kvan quickly gathered intel from across the realms, preparing the defense and going all out for an attack. He wanted to engage in a decisive battle at the blood battlefield while we subdued the outposts. Ingi Kefi Lin, hearing this, could not help but wonder why the reinforcements were attacking so aggressively. Seemed like the suppressors sensed a real plot from the demons. Then he kindly reminded them, be careful out there. This time, Do not get too hyped up. Protect yourselves first, understanding his good intentions. And Keelan beamed. Don't worry, Master. When the time comes, we will fight from the Void Island. And if things get dangerous, we will retreat. Moments later, in the grand hall of the war stronghold of the Heavenly Alliance, as they entered, they respectfully reported, "We are here to meet the revered Saint Suppressor." Zio Hein, not wanting to waste any precious time, dove straight into the matter. There is a plot from the demons. The reinforcements have arrived, and I have decided to attack right away to avoid letting things drag on. Even if we fail, we will still throw the enemy into chaos. I will take the blame for you. Facility and MC Xine clasped their hands and shouted in unison, "We must follow the Saint's orders." He continued to rally the spirits of the Taoists, urging them to perform well. This is the time to battle for supremacy. If we wipe out the blood battlefield, you all will stand out among the other heavenly factions. In the midst of this overwhelming momentum, everyone shouted together. Yep. From the front line before leaving, they seized the chance to share a few words. Your previous performance was pretty solid. This time, we can finally see who is on top. I will go all out. Nefsia waved her hand enthusiastically. Sister B. This time I won't hold back. Tratong Fem laughed and followed suit. We need to get ready. Watching everyone ignore him made Fuck Dati feel like a breeze in a ghost town. A bunch of nobodies treating him like air. Max Swain observed for a moment, then smirked, his mind racing with schemes. He did not know what that woman was up to, but he was way stronger now than before. On the blood-soaked battlefield, at the headquarters of the Demon Alliance, as a fleet of warships approached, a panicked voice shouted, "The Heavenly Realm is launching a surprise attack. Hurry and inform the lords." The temporary leader, armed and ready, charged forward, determined to make Jiang Wu eat dirt. The old Taoist from the Heavenly Alliance thought they could just walk into their doom. The Taoist quickly summoned a barrier to hold the line, urging everyone behind him to attack. "Leave this demon to me," he declared. Hearing this, the demon could not help but chuckle. "You think we were just sitting here?" Unprepared. Suddenly, a blinding light burst from the castle, making the old man furrow his brow. "How did you demons know I was going to attack?" Seizing the chance while the enemy was distracted, he swung his sword forward. "I am not wasting my time on your pathetic tricks. This is our life and death battle." The Taoist barely managed to dodge and keep his old bones intact, hoping the demons would not realize he had mobilized the entire army. His gaze drifted far off, silently wishing, "Zhang Fan, do not let me down." Zhang Fan, eyeing the brilliant light ahead, could not hide his unease. It seemed the demons had infiltrators among the soldiers. He brushed it off, charging forward, thinking, "So what? Our army's attack is ready and unstoppable." The two of them quickly dashed towards the castle. Ria happened to spot them and cheered. "Look, they have set off." Seeing this, Zichong immediately rallied his troops. "No way we are backing down now. Everyone, follow me." Meanwhile, the demonic minions relentlessly attacked. Suddenly, a colossal holy sword descended from the sky. It struck down and instantly obliterated a demon, scattering its essence into a million pieces. Zhang Fan was satisfied as he stowed away his weapon, launching an internal assault on the castle from this spot. "Kaiwan, lend me your support." With that, both of them charged straight into the heart of the enemy, catching the minions off guard and prompting them to rush in to help the two masters breach the Castle of Darkness. Moments later, they stood before the castle gates, and Kaiwan cautioned, "Be careful. I have a strange feeling about this demonic assault." Zhang Fan hurriedly wielded his holy sword to break the door open. Inside, the remnants were already waiting. "Who dares to be so arrogant in front of me? A junior from the Heavenly Realm." Without a word, he charged in fiercely, targeting the weak, terrified lamb. "You are just here to soil the ground beneath your master's feet, using your blood and fear to appease the great deity." But just in time, he managed to reinforce his defense, causing the attacker to hesitate. The remnants were taken aback, feeling the sharpness of the sword aura. Just moments ago, it did not even feel like a threat. This time, it was his turn to counterattack. A Zhang Fan swung with a beautifully curved strike, sending the guy crashing against the wall. He took a moment to taunt his opponent. "So you were able to block one of my strikes?" Not so simple after all." Kaiwan, who had been observing, finally spoke up. "Zhang Fan, there might be something off about this palace." Zhang Fan paused, surprised. "What do you mean?" The remnants, regaining their composure, chuckled. "With such a powerful foe, defeating you will surely win me favor with the master." Then, the guy charged forward again, driven by an overwhelming determination. "You will die." Zhang Fan suddenly felt annoyed, deciding to set aside earlier matters. "First, I will deal with this nasty demon. Then I will check this place out." As he finished speaking, Zhang Fan unleashed a flurry of strikes, causing the remnants to meet a swift end. She watched the grand display in awe. This sword aura was truly a manifestation of the sword's essence connecting to the Tao. Once the dust settled, the minions ran for their lives. Run. The boss is dead, he calmly asked. Did you notice anything unusual during the earlier commotion? Kaiwan did not answer. Instead, he gestured forward. Suddenly, the surrounding earth and stone shattered into fragments. Beneath it lay a mysterious formation. Kaiwan explained calmly. I just discovered that there is a formation like this under this palace, he curiously asked. What does this formation do? Kaiwan lifted his chin and confidently replied. It absorbs blood energy and life essence. There seems to be more to it. Zhang Fan appeared disinterested. Whatever its other effects are, what happens after it absorbs the life essence? She took her time to explain everything. The gathering of blood energy has many benefits. It is a formation that channels the power of essence, enhancing strength. But right now, there is still one more issue. She gazed into the distance, her mind racing with questions. The real issue now was whether there were similar formations hidden beneath the entire castle of the demon realm. And what exactly was the demon planning? As she stepped towards the door, she pondered how long it would take to set up a formation like this. How far along had the dark forces of the demon realm advanced? As they stepped outside, a huge crowd of townsfolk erupted in cheers. She turned to Zhang Fan, pouring out her worries. She feared the demon realm had anticipated their full-scale attack, and this upcoming battle might have been part of their scheme all along. He looked up at the warship and sighed. The Guardian was not here to lend a hand. We should check other areas while keeping the rear informed. Then, turning around, he reassured everyone, worrying won't help. Besides, you should not fret, I am here. With so many worries lifted, she pointed towards the castle. Let us split up to investigate and regroup in the grand hall up there. He nodded in agreement. Got it. And just like that, they split up, with Zhang Fan enthusiastically guiding the way. Brothers, this is urgent, so please follow my lead. Suddenly, the ground reeked of something full, and he quickly glanced back at the pit behind them, realizing things were getting worse. A massive formation suddenly appeared on the wall, sending a chill down his spine. This hall indeed had a formation, and it seemed the entire castle was rigged with traps. The next moment, Zhang Fan swung his sword, slicing through the wall beside them to clear a path for the townsfolk. Then, he gestured, commanding, no need to chase down the remnants. Move straight to the next grand hall. They complied, armor clanking as they followed his orders. Over here, Zhang Fan was fiercely slashing his way through the grand hall, clouds of dust swirling in the air. As he stepped outside, worry gnawed at him. He could not help but wonder how things were going on. Venerating aside, without a doubt, she was effortlessly taking down the demons. An attendant outside kept shouting, the fairy has slain the demon lord. Brothers, do not let the other evil spirits escape. Ven looked around, utterly confused, with formations in both halls. What on earth were these dark forces up to? She then decisively ordered for everyone's safety. Everyone, retreat from the castle and return to the ship. This place has turned into a trap. As she finished her command, she hurried off to another location. Leaving the townsfolk below buzzing with curiosity about the ferry, she had arrived at their prior-arranged meeting point, and dove straight into the matter at hand. Zhang Fan, what is the situation on your end? He slowly reported. Every hall has a formation, whether it is fairies or demons. They will be drained of their life force by these traps. Upon hearing this, she shouted, this is serious. I need to inform the elders myself. But before they could take action, they were surrounded by enemy forces. Looks like you two little fairies won't have another chance. Zhang Fan waved his hand dramatically, playing the hero. Kven, you go alert everyone. I will handle things here. She nodded, then kindly reminded him. Be careful. Zhang Fan. As soon as Ven left, the demon spider called out. Me, kid. You really think too highly of yourself, do not you? Zhang Fan immediately drew his sword to block, stating firmly, I said I would handle this. You just stay put. The elite spiders, despite their painful stings, dare not underestimate their opponents. This kid seems a bit off. As the words left his mouth, the group charged in unison for a gang up. Kid. You might look tough, but you are way out of your league. What I love most is wiping out talented fools like you. Chapter Fan showed no fear, just clicked his tongue and snapped. He felt a stroke of luck. His sword realm might be limited, but luckily, these four fools came at him themselves. He then raised his holy sword to the sky, summoning a vast expanse of heavenly thunder that engulfed his enemies. The elite spiders screeched in agony. How could such power belong to a kid like you? After finishing up, he satisfiedly sheathed his weapon, grinning as he walked away. Now, let us check on the situation at the eye of the formation in the Great Hall. Meanwhile, the demon lord suddenly felt something was off. He squinted, utterly confused by what had just happened, and suddenly recalled some old memories. His companion beside him asked curiously, My lord, did you just discover something? The demon lord chuckled, a smug smile spreading across his face. I think I have found myself a worthy successor. How interesting. Suddenly, the heavy door crashed down to the ground. All the monsters and demons lined up to rush inside. The centaur immediately ordered his subordinates. What is going on outside? You lot. Go check it out. But the situation flipped in the blink of an eye. Chapter fan stood amidst the chaos, declaring, no need to go. I will see for myself what you dark forces are up to. Even she has to be on high alert. Anyone who made it to this hall must have wiped out those weaklings in front of you. Right. He did not bother answering her question and simply revealed. This hall is one of the eyes of this grand formation. Is not. Right now. The centaur does not even bother hiding his treacherous nature anymore. I can't believe your celestial realm discovered this formation so quickly. He even openly showed his disdain. Questioning why he was the only one standing here, Chapter fan remained confidently solo. Yep. I am more than enough on my own. It seemed that his nonchalant attitude successfully irritated the centaur. You will regret your youthful arrogance. Before the monsters even got a chance to lay a finger on him, the power he unleashed sent them flying. Now she finally understood what fear meant. Who the heck are you, kid? But the centaur did not care much. Forget it. You are strong, so I want to stop you. I have a suggestion. You should retreat while you still can. Before she could finish her sentence, Chapter fan had her chained and silenced. Did I say you could leave? The opponent struggled helplessly. What are you doing? The thunderous power he exuded blocked all her escape routes. First, tell me what your dark forces are up to. Only when dragged across the ground like a sack of potatoes did the centaur relent. All right. I confess. Just spare me. I will tell you everything. In the high demon realm, someone is preparing to blow up the battlefield to seize the essence of the world. The moment she spilled her secrets, a mysterious and dangerous aura began to rise around them, filling her with dread. Those strange scents are enveloping me and slowly corroding my body. My great master, spare this lowly servant. The centaur cries out in pain and desperate anguish. Save me. In an instant, she vanished without a trace, and the world began to unravel even more than I had imagined, revealing a web of schemes behind this blood-soaked battlefield. In the grand hall, a colossal red magic formation exuded a mysterious and terrifying pressure. At that moment, the phantom butterfly seemed to sense something and inquired about the commotion ahead. Jidong quickly reported the situation, saying that the heavenly realm's forces had breached the front lines and were advancing this way. The phantom butterfly remained skeptical, unsure. The opposing side confirmed. Yeah. I sent someone over to handle it, helping this little heavenly brat finish his transformation first. Suddenly, a monster crashed into the exit. Both of them froze in shock. What? Especially Jidong, who found it hard to believe this was one of my subordinates sent to handle things. What on earth is happening outside? Zhang Fan arrived late with his weapon in hand, showing a disapproving look. Can you guys build your defenses a bit more solidly? The enemy immediately raised their guard. There was only one of them. After confirming their numbers, Jidong decided to strike fast and hard. They could not let this kid ruin the Masters and Demon Lord's plans. Both launched their attacks at once, charging forward with fierce determination. Let this kid face his doom. Zhang Fan did not just dodge. He strolled in like he was on a leisurely tour. You guys are way too eager for a warm welcome. Just as they were about to launch their urgent assault, both paused in surprise. Jidong let out a soft yelp of pain. And at the same time, Zhang Fan questioned. One of you is a former dark demon, and the other a void demon. I thought demons like you never interacted. But he did not need an answer. Forget it. I am not interested in how your demons operate. I just did not expect to run into your defeated minion in your demon castle. The implication was crystal clear. It was Moksun sitting calmly at the center of the magic formation. Finally, he spoke, addressing the disturbance. Zhang Fan, I did not expect you to make it here. Your arrival has activated my wrath. Zhang Fan, you can imagine what I have been through once I finish my transformation. Zhang Fan, everyone will be begging for mercy. After hearing this, all you wanted was to clear your ears. When your demons were under cover, could not you find someone normal? Not this brain-dead type. Jidong could not hold back any longer and urged. This is about your master and the Lord, please. Demon Lord, unleash your full power. Then he boldly declared war. That kid is strong, but I have summoned the Demon Lord. I will show him what it means to dig his own grave. Zhang Fan remained unfazed. I can't wait for that. Hurry up and summon your Demon Lord. This thirst for revenge made her question. Is this kid crazy or just naturally reckless? Just then, the Demon Queen rushed in, breathless. Demon Lord, sir, we have got a problem. 2 young celestial beings from the heavenly realm are leading an army this way. Finally, Hoendep could not keep her cool any longer. Isn't your heavenly envoy supposed to be flawless? Everyone loves to show off their superiority. And just as she finished speaking, a massive thunderbolt crashed down, shattering the roof. The demon was now a victim, Completely drained of energy and out cold, Zichong appeared, causing quite a stir. Haha, his gaze swept down like he was looking at bugs, surprised to find a major demon with an unexpected twist. He even called over his teammates to make sure they had enough firepower. Hey team. There is a demon lord and a demon queen over here, Riha. Ever the thrill seeker. Took charge. Let us deal with the major demon we have been chasing first. Let us see who can catch it faster. She announced with a grin before launching into action like a whirlwind. I know it feels frustrating, but we have to pull back for now. These celestial beings are no joke. Hai Nipe has ordered the Songfire demons to act as cannon fodder. All in the name of His Majesty and the demon god let us move out. As soon as the plan was laid out, we need to go grab the Mexic sign. Meanwhile, Trimpering Fum is busy dealing with those pesky little imps. You are quick on the uptake when it comes to the enemy's intentions. But this is bad. Those two fiends are trying to make a run for it with the Mexic sign. Tidung has already activated her powers and urgently warns. Musi. Be careful, there is a demon lord coming. The intel just dropped like a bombshell. And things are getting chaotic. This is bad news. A colossal vortex of destructive force is barreling straight for us. Trimpering Fum is huddled behind the wreckage, feeling utterly helpless. Those poor kids. It is like they are demolishing a house. But Elusimi shows a fierce determination. Checking on the two of them. Are you alright? We can't let our guard down. As the dust starts to clear, the girl urges him. And Trong Juhan. Hurry up. We can stick around, there is a high-level demon lord nearby. But Trimpering Fum refuses to leave his team to fight alone. Putting the demon lord on the back burner for now. The desolate scene ahead only confirms his suspicions. They have definitely fled amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a brash figure appears in the sky, looking down with arrogance. Ready to disrupt the plans of the great master. Talk about a death wish. Tidung, wounded inside, is struggling to hold on. It seems the three of us are going to have to fight tooth and nail. If it comes to it, you two go ahead, I will hold them off. Trimpering Fum calmly reassures them. Don't worry. I have got this. I need to report some intel to the Guardian. The arrogant presence above, like a hidden specter, grows even more furious. You little human. Do you really think you can underestimate someone like me? He is not intimidated at all. Making it crystal clear he is not interested in a little pest like him. Just as the foe swings down with deadly speed, they have not even had a chance to react then, out of nowhere, the attack transforms into a sky-splitting strike. Tom Z, having just honed his body and voice, is ready to unleash hell. Tidung watches in disbelief, momentarily forgetting her pain. What? How is Trimpering Fum this strong? One swing and he takes down that guy. Meanwhile, and T's focus shifts. And Trong Juhan. You mentioned needing to report to the Guardian earlier. Did you find something? Trimpering Fum realizes they need to speed things up. This is an emergency. Let us talk while we move. Then, the three of them vanish from the spot, making their way into the Void Island, where the enchanting scenery leaves Nevati in awe. So this is Tripexis Heinz Void Island. It is overflowing with spiritual energy, truly a heavenly place. The Guardian's attendant rushes out to greet them. Senior, why did you return to the island? He simply replies, I need to speak with the Guardian, and do not forget to look after your teammates. Take these healing fruits for now. Then we will head out to find the Guardians. Tidung, fueled by 200% energy, is eager. Let us go right now. The three quickly set their plan into motion with the guide. The deputy envoy already knows you are here, so follow me. Instead of leading them straight in, the guide took them aside first, as the deputy envoy was discussing Thomas' scheme with other dignitaries. You all need to wait here for a moment. At that moment, K-Ven finally noticed the presence of the three. Zhang Fan, you are here too. And there is also Brother Shi and Sister Liu. Zhang Fan explained the painful details of the story. After you left, I took down a few big tams. Then, I suppressed the Tama formation and reinforced the eye of the formation in the main hall. During that time, I also captured a succubus. But I managed to get a few scraps of information, besides the tams gathering blood energy on the battlefield. There are high-ranking demons in the demon realm, trying to seize the battlefield's blood essence. Just then, Butch Jiap appeared behind the door with a shocked expression. What? Is Yuan telling the truth? Zhang Fan clasped his hands with absolute sincerity. It is definitely true. And I can guarantee it. Lo Min, standing nearby, could not help but worry. Deputy Envoy, if this news is true, the entire coalition on the blood battlefield could be in grave danger. So Buk Jiap quickly issued orders to withdraw the troops immediately and instructed the elders to attack that bloodthirsty demon lord, so that Dao Hoying could return to take charge of the situation. He did not forget to commend the team's efforts, saying, the news you brought is crucial and timely. Once this is over, Dao Hoying will surely reward you. Kevin leaned into pry. Zhang Fan, you still have something to say, right? It feels like you wanted to spill some tea but held back. He candidly revealed the truth. I do not have any proof. So there are certain things I can disclose. Nevertheless, she could still speculate a bit. Could it be related to the upper Zhang of the immortal realm? Is it Machuan? Zhang Fan gave a thumbs up, showering her with praise. You are on fire. KVN. You guessed it. Nana also chimed in. You know, Machuan from the upper Zhang of the immortal realm is as notorious as your sister. What is his deal? Zhang Fan calmly brushed it aside. Let us talk about that later. For now, we need to focus on the more pressing matters. We need to prepare for the withdrawal. Butch Jiap returned to the battlefield and coordinated with his teammates to take down Jian Zhu. He was severely injured but could not swallow the bitterness of defeat. The immortal realm's gentleman was despicable. Daring to bully the weak, he did not bother listening to the enemy's excuses and remained calm. Commanding all allied soldiers. Retreat immediately. In another location, Dao Huan was also briefed on the situation. Truly a hero of our immortal realm. Thankfully many of you discovered this news. He quickly arranged for Zhang Fan's group. Once this is over, I will report your contributions to the immortal realm. For now, you all can take a break. Then he turned to give orders to the soldiers. Immediately organize the envoy to withdraw the main army. Inform the rear forces to abandon all supplies and temporarily retreat from the blood battlefield. Just then, from a massive flying ship hovering in the sky, a loud voice rang out. Young Master Ma has returned. The soldiers hurried to express their gratitude. Thanks to young Master Ma's rear guard, we would not have been able to retreat so easily. Thank you for saving our lives. Mexian showed his generosity, reminding everyone that we are all comrades. And on the battlefield, we help each other out. That is just how it is. Kavian suggested we get out of here first. This place is crawling with too many people. Chertrong Pham agreed, saying we could take a break at our island, away from Seshaiman and Lo Sam Mai. 90T, with no hesitation. Readily accepted, so we might as well follow orders. Mai was especially curious about the barrier on Charjiang St. Hyun's island. The group returned to Chi Kong Island, and as soon as Trang Fiam arrived, he issued commands. Old song. You guys keep control of Chi Kong Island and stay away from the battlefield. Prepare yourselves. I have a feeling the Dark Forces 1T let us slip away easily. Next, he assigned other tasks. Ingi Kifi Lin. Nguyen Lang. You two get ready and tidy things up first. Both quickly nodded. Got it. He was even willing to generously cover the costs, no need to skimp on the spirit fruit. Everyone moved to gather for a meal under the tree, while listening to the thoughts of T, Sung, Trong Vri, and Metric Sexuin from the upper Troning immortal realm. What is it? Is there a problem? A Trong Fuvam slowly recalled. Do you all remember that grand hall? He connected it to that moment in time, the grand hall where Eldu Siamani and I met, Trenjing Z. This gave him a chance to explain more in detail. Kavinan and I found the castle set up by the Dark Forces, draining the battlefield's essence and life force. The hall was the eye of the formation, gathering life energy from around. A Kaven felt an ominous vibe. Tradering Fuguim. What do you mean? He confirmed the intel. Exactly. After you left, I entered that grand hall and saw Medic Seixuin at the center of the formation, flanked by a seductive leader and a dark general. I was about to take action when you and Elgu Samai showed up, and then another Dark Lord arrived. It was Chaos. The seductive leader and the dark general stealthily took Seixuin away. Tidung was immediately agitated. This has to be reported to the commander. But Nadahi's response was rational. We do not have any evidence. Only Tronges Han witnessed it. And he saw Seixuin performing exceptionally well on the battlefield. He could not help but be suspicious. Man. What I hate most is that sneaky scheming. Next time I get the chance, I am definitely going to knock that Seixuin down a peg. KVN. Being cautious. Thought deeper about the situation. There is a lot more complexity here, a leader and a dark general protecting a celestial from the upper realm. The Dark Forces' schemes are no small matter. T. Dung, despite knowing the truth, remained unfazed. Forget it. If it is really something big, it is not our concern to manage. I will just casually drop a word to the ancestors of our sect. Just then, the hovering ship suddenly split in half, and Trandring Fosham sensed the disturbance and immediately became alert. The commander rushed over. Lord, the allied forces ahead are under attack by Dark Forces. Explosions erupted in overwhelming succession, and he felt more certain of his suspicions. Indeed, the Dark Forces had prepared escaping 1TB easy. The experienced Taoist remained calm, reassuring the troops. Everyone. No need to panic. Just one powerful declaration from him was enough to boost morale. All forces. Charge. Let us attack the Dark Forces. Tixung felt a wave of relief, knowing their commander had anticipated this. And they were ready. Let us join it. Zhang Fan swung his sword with a fierce, decisive strike aimed at the enemy. The monstrous fiend seemed to be lifted by a divine light, ascending to the heavens. His teammates were equally charged with fighting spirit, with Zhang Fan leading the charge. Like a champion, Raiho had seen this many times. Yet he was still overwhelmed. Just like the first time. No wonder they call him Brother Zhang. He cut straight through the horde of evil beings. The atmosphere in this grim space was thick with dark energy, hinting that the fiends had no intention of letting us go. Zhang Fan agreed. Setting up this grand formation must have drained the fiends' strength. The battlefield with Dao Brother was still intense, and everyone quickly broke away from the enemy. The disciples behind them breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, those guys noticed in time. If the fiends had absorbed enough life force, who knows what horrors could have unfolded. The old man issued the next command. Let us pull back to the rear base for a while to regroup. Then we will slowly investigate the fiends' underlying schemes. He then assigned tasks, ordering the main army to halt for adjustments once they reached the void, and urged the ancient war corps to quickly leave the battlefield to join us. Zhang Fan observed the situation below and could not help but wonder why the main army had stopped. He reasoned they were likely waiting for the ancient war corps and the reserve team to gather. He had seen another unit coming in to assist just moments ago. Zidong chimed in, confirming, yeah. We got word that they want to keep the ancient war corps stationed in the void outside the battlefield to prevent the fiends from seizing the original essence. Raiho immediately did the math in his head, which meant they could still linger here to earn military merits. Zidong thought so too. This was indeed a great opportunity, and with the ancient war corps here, it felt relatively safe. It was a chance to hone their skills, while also racking up military contributions for rewards. In that moment, both of them shared the same thought. Without even speaking, they were the chosen ones among the elite. Even if Zhang Shixing, his junior, was currently stronger, he could still try to keep up. Just then, Nigok Lian spotted something new. Master, look over there. The ancient war corps and the reinforcements have finally arrived. Zhang Fan could not help but admire the sight. No wonder this was a weapon of war created by the celestial realm for the war against demons. It was truly powerful. Suddenly, something in the sky caught his attention. What in the world is that? Amidst the dazzling crimson void, swirling clouds began to envelop the warships. Zhang Fan felt increasingly uneasy with the unexpected changes. What was happening? Suddenly, a surge of explosive power erupted. A force capable of annihilating the heavens and the earth, with brilliant golden light spiraling through the universe. The sight that shook the three realms was almost unbelievable. The blood-soaked battlefield was exploding. Even Riho could not hold back a frown. The battlefield of celestial and demon had endured for over 10,000 years. Yet here it was, blowing up just like that. Kevin had his eyes opened wide, witnessing the enemy's main force being caught off guard. These fiends were not sparing their own either. Such a tragic outcome only heightened her worries. The ancient war corps and the reinforcements had not evacuated yet. The fiends were willing to sacrifice both low-level and powerful demons to seize the original essence. The schemes behind this must be absolutely terrifying, given the circumstances. There is not much choice left for Zhang Fan. But we have run out of time to act. You can just picture the future once we return to the rear base. It is every man for himself. Right, even the skilled sorcerers are caught off guard. The dark forces have turned the battlefield into a bloody quagmire, and neither the ancient war nor the troops can escape in time. He quickly gathers himself, making a rational decision to retreat. The dark sorcerer's strategy has already succeeded on this battlefield. I will personally report to the celestial masters about this base situation, and then we should disperse. The comrades on the ship immediately relay the message to Zhang Fan. The heroes and the emissaries must retreat back to the rear base. The situation here is too complex. Zirong can't help but feel a nagging headache. It looks like we really are retreating to the rear base, which means everything will likely fall apart. Still, Zhang Fan remains calm. After all, the battlefield has erupted, and there is no point in holding on to the connections from this bloody quagmire. Before they part ways, Raya earnestly tugs at him. Zhang Shixiang, senior sister, are not you two heading to another battlefield? Don't you want to wreak havoc on the battlefield with senior sister? The elder can only gracefully decline, stating that our sect has other matters needing his assistance. Zirong looks to Zhang Fan. But what about Zhang Shidi? He has his own valid reasons to decline. The little world of the astral continent he is from has some issues that need sorting out, too. His workload is piling up. Plus I brought a lot of people along who also need to head back to refine their skills and digest their gains from the battlefield. Zirong can only accept the outcome. It is out of my hands now. But I plan to train on the battlefield for a while. Rai has similar plans, like Zi Shixing. She won't be returning to the celestial realm anytime soon. She will probably go to another battlefield for some training too. Despite being the youngest here, she has an incredibly ambitious spirit. It will be interesting to see who is stronger in the end, her or Zi Shixing. Zhang Fan cheerfully promises that they will meet again, saying he and Kai Wen will be waiting for them to make a name for themselves across the realms. Raiha does not drag it out any longer and wishes Zhang Shixiang and senior sister a safe return. See you later. After they leave, Kai Wen finally speaks up. Are you heading back to the astral continent? Zhang Fan admits, that is right. With Yao Lion just becoming a celestial being, I need to take a breather. Though a bit regretful, she resigns herself to the situation. Alright then, let us temporarily say goodbye. I am a bit worried about Shikshonga's situation. You generously share some good stuff with the other party. Take these ginseng roots with you. If anything comes up, just let me know. I will definitely come to help. Kuai Wen accepts the kindness without hesitation. Sure. If I run into any trouble, I will definitely come looking for you. Just as the two were about to part ways, a third party made their entrance, the one and only Zhang Fan from the astral continent. Right. Shizi crossed his arms, silently waiting for a response. Kuai Wen instantly cranked her alertness up to 200%. This senior figure. Who knows what they want to discuss? The other party did not even glance her way. The little girl from the literary realm, this does not concern you. I am only interested in the kid next to you.
Kid?
You have an aura that intrigues me. Who is your master? He frowned, clearly annoyed by the question. Kuai Wen whispered a warning from the side. Zhang Fan. Be careful. I do not think this guy has good intentions. Considering her advice. He replied, I cultivate on my own. No masters here. Shizi seemed to pose the question just for show but continued to do things his way. It looks like he is nostalgic for old connections. Let me experience it firsthand. At that moment, Zhang Fan dropped the polite act. Who does this old fool think he is? Hiding behind a mask and still acting all high and mighty. Without hesitation, he slashed his sword with full force at the opponent, but Shiji effortlessly neutralized his attack with just one hand. Zhang Fan felt like his worldview had shattered. How could his formidable sword energy be countered so easily? He had never faced an enemy like this before. The opponent even leisurely assessed him. Your intent is quite powerful, directly tapping into the grand path. But it seems a bit off from your master's strength. This condescending attitude only fueled Zhang Fan's anger. And he just wanted to take Shizi down right then. And there you are going to feel my blade. Yet, a powerful technique that could annihilate countless monsters was easily halted by the giant, ethereal hand of his opponent. Shiji expressed his disappointment directly. Perhaps you inherited his sword path. But honestly, it has let me down. Just a bunch of surface-level skills. Zhang Fan was still lost in disbelief. How could this happen? He immediately summoned his speed, dodging out of the reach of that massive hand. At the same time, his eyes scanned for data. The system detected a powerful counterattack that exceeded the limits he could withstand. It activated an emergency danger avoidance function. Shizi quickly sensed something was off. He refined his powers, gathering immense strength and energy into his palm. Then he clenched his fist, ready to obliterate an island in the sky. But alas, his efforts came up short. He never expected someone could escape from his grasp. He shrugged it off as a lucky break for the kid. In the vast, mysterious universe, a dazzling island of light suddenly streaked by its supersonic speed. Inside lay the void island protected by a solid barrier. Kaivan and Gok Lion were both extremely worried about his condition. Is Zhang Fan the one who is injured? Master, are you okay? Despite his internal injuries, Zhang Fan still looked sharp. I have the great Dao sword intent to shield me, so I am not hurt. Gok Lion let out a small sigh of relief. That is good then. Kaivan had noticed the ominous aura from the start. That mysterious figure in black armor seemed very familiar with your inheritance. Zhang Fan, while munching on a spirit fruit, he felt puzzled. I do not even understand my own inheritance. I have no idea why that person in black is targeting me. Only you know the truth behind it. This invincible sword intent of mine was given by the system, Kaivan continued to advise. According to him, he had been observing the battlefield during the blood haze. It might be related to the schemes of the evil forces. Zhang Fan, you should be cautious during this time. She was even willing to sacrifice her time. Do you need me to stay and help you? Zhang Fan deftly declined. No need. You go handle your sex matters first. I am sure things are stable with senior brother and now. The other side still did not seem too anxious. Do you really not need my help? He had to reassure her again. Do not worry. Finally, Kaivan decided to drop the idea. Then you focus on safety. After her silhouette vanished in the light, Zhang Fan assigned tasks to the other two. Let us head back to the Southern Emperor on the Tainan continent. Everyone can rest and digest their gains from the battlefield. He returned to his life as a squad leader. Let us rest first. Song Yun promised. Do not worry. I will pilot the Void Island back to the Tainan continent. Meanwhile, Ngok Lion could not shake her worries. Master would not be seriously injured and hiding it from us. Would he? Swan Kang spoke up to reassure her. Miss, do not worry. During this time, we will protect the Void Island. At the same moment, Zhang Fan had returned to his room and shut the door tightly. Next, he cautiously opened the golden hand return interface, and the system displayed a panel. On the screen appeared the island, being targeted by surrounding enemies. Along with a warning below, the Sword Realm has been severely injured by external forces, needs to restore energy. Currently can only ensure the initial state. Urgently replenish the host with a Sword Realm transformation function. Zhang Fan could not help but feel deep regret. The ability he struggled to level up has vanished. Luckily, There is still a transformation available. But system. Where should I find energy to restore the Sword Realm? The virtual screen instantly displayed the location on the map. Upon seeing the name of the place, he instinctively hesitated. This location is in the domain of the Eastern Leader, and it seems very close to the ancient city of Linyuan, and the 10 most dangerous places in the Chianian continent, the Endless Sea. His thoughts began to tangle with this information. Why would the energy needed for the Sword Realm be there? But Zhang Fan resolved it simply. Forget it. A trip there will make things clear. Besides, I am genuinely curious about what kind of power the invincible Sword Realm really is. Enough to make that mysterious figure in black feel familiar. In the ominous realm of the haunted spirit, the subordinate reports to the Soul Devourer. Our Lord. Rumor has it that someone spotted the Void Island, where the Sword Immortal ascended to the divine realm of the heavenly cloud continent, appearing near the South Emperor's domain. This news has him deep in thought. Contemplating, the other side continues to spread the word. But it seems someone has discovered that the Void Island has activated its protective barrier, making it impossible for even the disciples of the Supreme Sect to enter. And no one has come out. What do you think? My lord, the Soul Devourer subconsciously repeats the hint. No one can enter, and no one can exit. With his mind racing, he decides to abandon the idea, to forget it, and to stick to the original plan. But he insists that someone must always keep an eye on that place. The subordinates immediately bow their heads in obedience. Yep. Thankfully the Soul Devourer's memory has not faded. After all, did not we hear about that little sword immortal on the Void Island, who was called to the battlefield of the immortals and demons, unless he was severely injured there? Meanwhile, at the grand heavenly mountain of the Supreme Sect, the golden light of the yin-yang array illuminates the surroundings. The mystic has contemplated various scenarios. Even though Zhang Xiaoxiu has returned from the Void Island, this closed-off state is likely to further ignite the ambitions of certain individuals. The rising danger compels him to make a decisive move. No, we can't wait any longer. Prepare the offerings. The old Daoist prepares to pay respects to Zhang Xiaoxiu and informs the disciples of the Supreme Sect to monitor the movements of those from the Dark Path. At the same time, on the Void Island near the South Emperor, Zhang Fan and his team quietly conceal their presence behind the mountain bend, watching the celestial beings turn away in unison. He can't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This is truly an opportunity bestowed upon him. Thankfully, they did not notice us. Let us keep it moving. We need to get out of here fast. The two quickly arrive at the cliff of the East Sea Ridge, and there before them stands a magnificent ancient structure. Zhang Fan gazes at the familiar sight. Feeling nostalgic, I have heard that the ancient city of Linyuan is a gathering place for renowned cultivators. It definitely lives up to its reputation. Shen Kang beside him whispers curiously. What are we doing here? My lord. He chuckles, eager to share knowledge. Do you remember why the Supreme Celestial dispatched people to our immortal literature continent? I suspect it has something to do with my inheritance of the Ling Qiao Immortal Emperor. He strokes his chin, pretending to ponder deeply. We are going to the ancient city of Linyuan to buy maps and supplies. Then we will head to the Endless Abyss. As soon as they step onto the teleportation array, Shen Kang can't hold back his excitement. This is one of the 10 great dangers of the immortal literature continent. And indeed, many cultivators come here. He scratches his sparse hair, driven by curiosity. My lord, do you think the whereabouts of that esteemed person are here? Zhang Fan does not mind sharing his vague speculations. I am not sure. After all, I am not a descendant of that emperor. I just suspect my inheritance is linked to him. And I have a feeling that the answer lies here. His eyes sparkle with excitement, and he responds eagerly. Yep. My lord, you have assigned me the task, so from now on, unless it is an emergency, I will be the one to step forward. He guesses that cultivators from another world have already infiltrated the immortal literature continent in search of the tome of the Ling Qiao Emperor. Sen Kang gave a big thumbs up and confidently declared. Don't worry, master. I will take care of these guys one by one. Just then, a strong voice reminded everyone. Get ready. The Endless Abyss is about to open, following the rules set by all the sects in the ancient city of Lumimine. Once we step into the abyss, everything depends on fate. But anyone who dares to recklessly snatch from others while entering or exiting is just asking for trouble in the ancient city of Lumimine. Suddenly, the ocean waves began to swell ominously. Hava's voice blended with the sound of rushing water. The abyss is now open. Esteemed friends, please enter in order, and may your destinies be smooth and your treasures plentiful. Trading Pham, riding his sword with the group, reminded once again. Once we are in, follow my lead and stay alert. In the blink of an eye, he found himself swimming alongside fish and shrimp at the ocean floor. The two of them moved at lightning speed, reaching the first level of the Endless Abyss's white bone sea. Trajong Pham wasted no time delegating. I have not gone east yet. Let us explore all the upper levels until we reach the final level of the abyss. As soon as he finished speaking, He and Sen Kang split off in opposite directions. Unaware that their movements had been detected, Trun Kang waited until they were far away to issue orders. Right now. It is the demon clan at play. Tell the master that another force has arrived at the endless abyss. By the time the Trang Fime's group reached the 7th level, they had not even had a chance to move before someone blocked their path. Gentlemen, we are not accepting newcomers here for now. Please kindly leave. Sen Kang cracked his knuckles with a feigned interest. While a group of hidden figures dared not show their faces, but were bold enough to act tough in front of him, provoked, a Trun Kang shot back. You want a drink without offering a toast? Fine. If you want to leave, then you two will be stuck here forever. He commanded his men to charge forward, while Sen Kang remained cool. Scoffing. Pathetic. A group trying to take on just 2 of us, and you hesitate with one hand. He sent them flying, adding insult to injury with his words. Are you guys even cultivators? Trun Kang, spurred on by the taunts, ramped up his attack. Annoying pests. Come at me. Every move he threw at Sin Kang felt as ineffective as a mosquito bite, and his spells were weak, his swordplay lacking spirit. After dodging their attacks, he delivered a counter-punch. Who gave you the guts to act tough in the abyss? After taking care of these clowns, Sen Kang proudly boasted. You are all no match for me. Your efforts are utterly futile. Just like bugs waiting for the boot. Before he could revel in his victory, Trutong Fum kicked him hard from behind. Sen Kang dropped to the ground, crying out, Master, why did you kick me? Trong Kong Fum signaled sternly. Let us move. We can't waste time on these fools. He chuckled, following closely behind. Heh. Not everyone I fight in these battles is worth my time, so I had to hold back. I may have gone a bit overboard just now. They had managed to reach the center of the 7th level, but several different groups were already stationed around them. Sen Kang grinned widely at the bustling scene. There are so many people here. Have they discovered some treasure or something? Lum Ning, losing his cool, pointed his spirit Li Chu. Aren't you supposed to be the ones to stop them? He ignored the dimwit next to him. Let us shift our focus to our unexpected guests, who seem to have wiped out everyone in their path. While Sen Kang is about to hit play on the music, he is abruptly stopped by Cheng Fime. Looks like we have got another gathering of troublemakers. Feeling a bit impatient but still direct, he tells them to cut to the chase. Our target is inside. The tension between the groups is palpable, and the ones on their knees are the first to speak up. They really have no idea how high the stakes are. Thakia waves his arms, claiming territory right away. We have spent too much energy here to let some outsiders mess it all up. The other 2 groups seem to share this thought after all this effort. We can't let him walk away unscathed. Su Wen Kang, growing impatient, taps his ear. It is so noisy. Suddenly, he slams down, and the ocean floor cracks open like a spider's web. Time to clear the area. Lo Chu quickly jumps up, shouting a warning. The demonic energy is too strong. We are in for a wild ride. His face is a mix of shock and realization. This is a trap, and we have been duped. The crowd below stands stunned, hearing the shout. Everyone, take out those stone pillars. Su Wen Kang has already made his escape, leaving chaos behind. He glances at the encircling barrier that just formed, smirking mockingly. How did these cultivators turn into such weaklings? You thought I was some easy target. Keep trying, folks. They scramble to deal with the stone pillars while cursing. Damn it. How did that guy trick us? He probably has no idea what treasure lies inside. Lin Hung strokes his long beard, pretending to be wise. These stone pillars' magic feels oddly familiar, and that annoying trap is just infuriating. Li Chu, looking at Xuan Kang's retreating figure, gasps. Are you saying this guy could be the one turning into an evil form, next to that person from the south? The closer he gets to the truth, the more he feels a chill. So that calm person earlier was not just anyone. Ingwei Lam and Tran Diet are about to shout in unison with him. If we are right, the treasure that could catch that person's interest must be something special. Li Chu sticks his head out, revealing his calculations. Looks like I can't keep this info under wraps anymore. We need to figure out how to turn this huge opportunity into something beneficial. Over a Daehu, also known as the meteor belt of the Great Guardian Formation of the Than Van continent, a figure is calmly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Van Tone senses something unusual, instantly opening his eyes and murmuring. This is a report sent from the realm of the eternal. Wait, did that kid just come back to the Than Van continent and stir up some big trouble? He jumps up in anger, shouting. What? Suspecting that the appearance of the Than Van sword immortal in the endless calm sea could be linked to the treasure from that immortal's tomb, Van Tone studies the nearby lights, trying to make sense of the situation. If this news leaks, it will surely reach the higher realms of the immortal world, and the heavenly king who was defeated will definitely send it here. Inside the dragon's tower, Sun Kang lingers at the entrance, asking, Master, what should we do now that we are here? In his mind, a Truong Pham has a plan but keeps it to himself. Ever since they entered this calm sea, He feels something pulling at him. Possibly that intense sensation mentioned in the dragon's legendary thoughts. He confidently leads the way. Sun Kang. Follow me. My instincts tell me it is deeper in here. He hesitates, asking, but what about the people outside? Truong Pham casually replies. I do not know what is inside, but I can vaguely feel something. If they run into trouble, that is on them. Not me. Sun Kang glances at the inscription above, nervously suggesting, Master, could this really be the tomb of the immortal Emperor Lang Tu? But why does it feel so chaotic? Truong Pham does not waste words and immediately charges forward with his sword. He slashes a thunderbolt at the heavy door, sending shockwaves of energy that split it in half, blocking their path. The distant dragon lets out a heart-wrenching wail. Lang Tu was grumbling, his huge mouth dripping with frustration. It has been nearly 100,000 years. Why have you left me in this death trap? Sun Kang's eyes widened in panic. Master, this is not the tomb of the Celestial Emperor. It is a battleground. We need to get out of here, fast, Zhang Fan calmly reassured him. What are you so afraid of? After being suppressed by a Celestial Emperor for so long, do you really think anyone could still be alive here? He took a deep breath, ready to charge ahead. Don't you worry, Master. I will lead the way through this trial. The mournful cries of the wolf echoed, reaching even outside. The group from Lin Wei began to murmur in disbelief. Could this really be the tomb of the Celestial Emperor? Is this where the celestial beings risked everything to cross dimensions and seek the legacy? Li Zhu quickly ordered his subordinates. Go notify the Sect leader. We need to broadcast this news before those sects seal off this place. His booming voice carried all the way to the teleportation gate, spreading the urgent news. Zhang Fan and his group finally stumbled upon a wooden bridge. Sun Kang stammered in fear. Master. We are not headed to the underworld. Are we? He asked, trying to sound casual. So what if we are? His muscular frame tensed as he voiced a horrifying thought. Does this mean if we cross the bridge, we will die? Zhang Fan sighed, trying to educate the clueless kid. Death is not what I meant. You know that. He boldly stepped onto the bridge. Follow me. The Celestial Emperor did not create this burial ground for nothing. Just a few steps and a massive, slimy hand shot out, blocking Zhang Fan's path. Sun Kang, ready for a fight, felt all fear vanish. Who dares to attack from the shadows? Show yourself and face me like a man. He threw a powerful punch right into the heart of that grotesque hand. When it fell back, Sun Kang smirked. Just a tin can. No wonder it only dares to strike in the dark. Zhang Fan advised in a low voice. Forget it. Let us keep moving forward. And so, they quietly crossed the Naihe Bridge. Sun Kang gasped. Master, your expression has suddenly changed. Zhang Fan frowed, looking at himself in shock. Finally, he poked Sun Kang in the belly. Don't he worry. Right now. You are just like a dead pig. Sun Kang clutched his pale face, screaming like a pig being slaughtered. Master, does this mean we are seriously going to die? Zhang Fan focused on calming him down. It is just an illusion. Maybe the Celestial Emperor used this trick to cheat death and hide from the heavenly Tao. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door in front of him, sending a cloud of dust swirling. He stepped inside, hands clasped, and remarked, after passing through this corridor, we will truly enter the tomb. An ominous hall came into view, and Zhang Fan's excitement bubbled over. I can see it. Sun Kang pointed eagerly. Master, why are there so many coffins lined up in the hallway? And it seems like there are still spirits inside. He crossed his arms, voicing his theory. Must be the demons the Emperor suppressed. I hope the next visitors are not greedy enough to open them. It hated that the spotlight drew attention to the absurdly laughing Swan Kang. And I kinda wanted to stick around for the show. Zhang Fan boldly stepped closer to analyze, feeling like he was in a legendary arena straight out of the ancient texts, while performing his swordplay. Looks like this place is not a tomb at all, but rather a place where the legendary Emperor Tiao suppresses something. Swan Kang rubbed his hands nervously and confirmed. Master, what you just said freaks me out. An existence that requires an emperor to keep it at bay. Do you think it might suddenly pop out at us? Before he could respond, a voice echoed from within. Finally, someone has entered this tomb. You old thief, Tao. I am here to take over the body of your hair and dominate the realms. Even chained and restrained, the dragon was still fierce. Good. Having inherited from the old thief Tao. You are in for a wild ride. Haha, thanks to you. Old thief? Swan Kang felt a rush of blood and charged in. Furious that a mere weakling suppressed for thousands of years would dare talk down to my master like that. But before it even touched his dragon whiskers, he had to let out a cry. Whatever noise escaped his throat. Swan Kang got smacked right in the face. He screamed and flew back several feet. The dragon, done with the babbling pig, shifted its focus comfortably to Zhang Fan, the chosen one of Tiao. It flaunted its mighty form, raising its head in challenge. You are not scared that I might leave you speechless? Are you? Before he could comply, it immediately drew its weapon. I am dying to see how much power a guy suppressed for tens of thousands of years can still muster. The dragon, feeling its pride wounded, opened its mouth and roared. You dare look down on me, you little brat. I want to imprison your soul so you can watch me use your body to walk out of this arena and rule the heavenly cloud continent. Zhang Fan smirked mockingly. You have really been suppressed for tens of thousands of years, have not you? Your brain's fried. Hearing this, it erupted with force, charging straight toward him. You little brat, sacrifice your body to me. The dragon spread its sharp claws, ready to finish off its prey in one swift strike. But Zhang Fan was not a pushover. With a swift slash, he caught it off guard. Exclaiming, what? It curled up in pain, gritting its teeth and realizing, Good. Your sword intent. You really are the hair of the old thief Tiao. Zhang Fan maintained his stance, not even bothering to lift his head. The dragon, biting into a stubborn piece of bone, threatened angrily. Once I find a better body, I will turn you to dust. But after retreating back to the arena, it hesitated, a hint of doubt creeping in. Zhang Fan shared the same sentiment. Glancing up, he hesitantly spoke. What is this? Turns out, that big old dragon was getting schooled by the sword energy. It was in so much pain that it could barely speak. It was getting skewered like a hedgehog, flailing on the stage like it was at a disco. Damn old thief Tio. You set me up with a way to deal with this. By sheer luck, Zhang Fan felt a spark of inspiration, thinking he could drain some of the sword's power. Little did he know, the shockwaves of the dragon arena were already set up to suppress this dark dragon's aura. Finally, the old thief appeared amidst a dazzling energy display. Shocked that it had taken nearly 10,000 years for someone to enter this place, the far dragon erupted in fury, yelling, Old thief, I knew you left behind a backup plan to deal with me. He bluntly admitted it. Albeit with a slight correction, he did leave a backup plan. But it was not meant for him. The old thief ignored him and shifted the conversation to the guy in front of him. Good. You are something else. Even if I did not intervene, you could have easily taken down that little earthworm. Right. Zhang Fan confidently crossed his arms, chiming in. It is just a creature that lost its body and has been suppressed for thousands of years. The far dragon, feeling doubly humiliated, flailed around. How dare you? How could I, the great one, be beaten by some punk with a runny nose? The old thief, annoyed at the interruption, waved his hand. Even if I am just a figment of his thoughts, did I give you permission to speak? He was zapped again and could only open his mouth to wail. After grabbing this little pet, he continued the story. All right. I do not know how you managed to inherit his legacy and some of the primordial power from outside. But since you are here, I should complete my mission. The intense script left Zhang Fan stuttering. Mission? What mission? The old thief did not waste words, simply using his actions as a response. The far dragon felt like it was under attack even when it was just lying there. Though slow, it desperately pleaded. Old thief, what are you planning to do? I was wrong. Spare me. I will wait quietly at the dragon arena. Okay. Su Wen Kang, who had lost his form for so long, finally returned, gasping in surprise. It turned out that in everyone's view, the old thief was absorbed in the far dragon. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, how did the master of such a huge dragon end up like this? But feeling the low pressure from Zhang Fan, Sun Kang knew better than to pry further. He raised the energy orb in his hand, appraising it, awakening the bloodline power. And it seems to be evolving too. The little genius beside you is not half bad. The girl forced a smile, internally scoffing. Su Wen Kang, you have turned into a piglet in that old man's mouth. Forget it. He is the big shot. Whatever he says goes. The old thief snapped his fingers, introducing a new gift. This is the Heavenly Cloud Sword Classic, a culmination of half my life's knowledge. It is basically the ultimate technique of the old thief's sword arts. I sense there is another power within you. This far dragon pearl can help restore your essence. Zhang Fan stood there, stunned. In an instant losing his ability to speak, he raised both hands, trying to persuade. Do not think I am just a figment of his imagination and underestimate my knowledge. You are quick on the uptake. Without hesitation, you kneel to show respect, young man Zhang Fan. You are now officially acknowledging the Lang Qiao immortal. He smiled with satisfaction. Zhang Fan. Right. You are quite the talented one. And if you are his successor, I can rest easy. You were startled into confirming. The immortal, do you mean? Lang Qiao does not mind sharing the truth, that I am essentially a fragment of his essence. The main task was to guide his successor here. Now that you are here, my duty is fulfilled, and I will naturally fade away. He slowly ascended along the energy column, taking the moment to impart a few more words, saying he had left behind a trace of power for me, To lend a hand before leaving this world, that column shot straight out the teleportation gate, leaving the onlookers gasping in awe. This is the vast knowledge of Ming Ko. Immediately sharing that it seemed to point towards the endless deep sea. The others grasped the news, nervously whispering about who could it be. Could it be that a sword immortal has appeared in the Tianian continent? Let us hurry to that place. Over here. He was still earnestly teaching. Zhang Fan. This is the Lang Tiao sword cannon. I am not as skilled as him. You must do your best. Do not tarnish his reputation. Upon hearing this, you wore a dazed expression. As Lang Qiao departed, Zhang Fan's mind plunged into chaos. The true inheritance of his teachings. Where could it be? I will also infuse it into your consciousness. Zhang Fan. I wish you a flourishing martial destiny. After digesting all that information, you urged Shan Kang. It is time we head back to the island. Shan Kang pointed towards the swirling whirlpool, reminding, Master, look over there. Zhang Fan did not even look back, just firmly urged. We can't stay here long. We need to return to the island now. Hu Fat hovered in midair, his gaze fixated on the turbulent sea below. He clenched his fist, murmuring with determination. The aura of the Lang Chao immortal is indeed present in the Tianian continent. Before the other forces arrive, I must find the immortal Tom. Hu Fat looked at the shimmering lights all around, unable to suppress his admiration. The Tianian continent appeared in the sights of the lower realms, like a small boat climbing the waves, oblivious to when it might capsize. At this moment, Zhang Fan had just set foot on the Void Island, and Gok Lane ran out to greet him. Master, you are back. Was this expedition smooth? You placed a hand on her shoulder, assigning tasks immediately. Having achieved your goal, now I need to enter seclusion for a while. Ingok Lion was entrusted with protecting the Void Island for some time, even as Zhang Fan disappeared from view. She was still in shock. Did Master just leave the protection of the Void Island to me? After processing the information, Ingok Lion excitedly raised her arms and cheered. Does this mean that in Master's heart, I have become someone trustworthy who can assist him? Yuan Lang awkwardly chimed in. Yep. But secretly resolved to catch up to Ingok Lion, because if not, I want to be able to help the celestial immortal back in the familiar nest. Zhang Fan felt great. Without hesitation, he logged back into the system, and it popped up immediately, confirming that it had received energy to repair the damage, restoring all functionalities. It feels like the host has finally tapped into the ultimate swordsmanship scriptures, and now their cultivation level will soar along with the system. Zhang Fan quickly skimmed through the message, muttering to himself, so the system is saying that he can start training now, and by doing so, he can earn experience points to level up the system too. He hurriedly took a seat to solidify his agreement because, with the power of the sword domain, he had been using the profound sword intent during this time. This allowed him to grasp the swordsmanship concepts at lightning speed, and his cultivation shot up. In Zhang Fan's mind, a rough plan started to take shape. Next, he wanted to focus on his training, so even if the system took a hit, it would not compromise his self-defense skills. Over by the endless depths of the ocean, countless people were gathering, their gazes fixed on the swirling waters. The national emblem broke the previously tense atmosphere. Everyone, do not forget we are on the Tianian continent. Zhang Fan had returned from the battlefield between gods and demons. We can't linger here for too long. Dazzling, not far away, chimed in, confirming that this ancient aura belonged to the fallen Lang Qiao immortal emperor from 100,000 years ago. So everyone should rely on their own skills. The elegant servant fanned himself theatrically. Sure, this young master approves. He pointed at the sky, teasing everyone. Folks, if I am to receive the inheritance of the Lang Qiao immortal emperor, do not blame the higher-ups for throwing you under the bus. Without waiting for anyone to react, he jumped straight into the teleportation gate. Jane E, witnessing this scene, could not help but grumble. Clearly, the opportunity of the Tianian continent was being seized by outsiders. Zhong Ye calmly stroked his beard and analyzed. That leader is an immortal. Right now, our Tianian continent only has that sword immortal prince, facing the myriad worlds. We are definitely outmatched. He clenched his fists, burning with determination. Just wait until I become an immortal like that sword immortal. I will protect this world and ensure no one can trample freely across our Xianian continent. Just then, the waters below began to stir ominously. Zhang Nei curiously asked, are those immortals fighting in the realm? Zhong Ye boldly voiced his daring speculation. Could it be they have really found the tome of the Lang Chao immortal emperor? The reply came in the form of the elegant servant's shadow returning. Before he could steady himself, he gritted his teeth. Seething. Who the heck is it? As soon as they come back, they are already discussing business. Someone else has entered the secret realm and taken the inheritance of Lang Qiao immortal emperor before us. What are you planning to do? Dazzling casually guessed and inadvertently uncovered the truth. Who do you think it might be? If it is Zhang Fan, we should probably get out of the Tianian continent first. But the national emblem did not take her warning seriously. I do not see it that way, he declared, raising his hands gallantly to rally the warriors around him. You have all trained for 1,000 years to reach this heavenly tier. Are we really going to run away from a junior? After that, National Emblem turned his head, showing his solid stance. I do not know what orders you have received, but I am determined to find the inheritance of the Lang Chao Immortal Emperor. The other three fell silent, the atmosphere suddenly thick with a tense quiet. In the end, it was still He Yufat who suggested, "All right, everyone. Let us scout the southern wilderness first. Then we can negotiate outside." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone took to the skies. Scattering around, leading the way, Xuan Quan expressed his thoughts. The immortal outside the realm won't give up easily. Seems like we need to head south to meet Zhang Dao Hayo. With incredible speed, Xuan Quan soared towards the small island of Zhang Pham. Tanluk was amazed, unable to hold back his excitement. Master, is this really the void island of that sword immortal? There is a ton of hidden auras around here. He quietly assessed his surroundings, filled with young faces, some cunning, others brave. No worries, he thought. Xuan Quan looked around and voiced his concern. But why is Zhang Daohu's void island still under protective spells since his return from the outside realm? Could he have been injured out there? I heard he once traveled to the endless calm sea. Though, he sighed, feeling the weight of his generation's shortcomings. We can only rely on Zhang Dahao to stabilize the continent. Come on, kid. Hang in there. Xuan Quan quickly brushed off the gloomy thoughts, urging those beside him, let us head to the island first. But as soon as his feet touched the ground, he gasped. What? Zhang Pham is in seclusion right now. Ngok Lion clasped her hands and said earnestly, Master sent Song Kang to the endless calm sea, and he went into seclusion right after returning, to ease his worries. She patted her chest and assured him, don't he worry, Senior. I have also joined the ranks of the Immortal Ban, and have broken through to the realm of transcendence. Xuan Quan was taken aback by this news, only able to mechanically respond. So you have ascended to immortality without even going through the immortal demon battlefield. Ah, unreal. He turned away, swallowing his feelings, casting a glance at Ngok Lion, and could not help but feel that 1,000 years of cultivation had really gone to waste. Not dwelling on his sorrow for long, when he spoke again, he regained his composure. But things are a bit complicated now. I am sorry for troubling you. Ngok Lion. With confidence, she declared, don't he worry, Master. I am just itching to find someone to test my sword skills. He did not linger too long, just offered a quick reminder before leaving with his disciple. If your master comes out of seclusion, let me know. Even as they soared into the sky, Xuan Quan added, there are plenty of external forces descending on the endless calm sea, so the old man needs to gather the major orthodox sects to strategize. Ngok Lion stared at the tightly sealed door, her heart filled with worry. It was the first time she had seen her master so serious in seclusion. Surely, he was not shaken by that mysterious figure the other day. Right. Meanwhile, Chu Fame remained calm, sitting cross-legged in meditation. On a meteorite outside the protective formation of the Tianian continent, cracks began to appear. Quoc Hai fixed his gaze on it, deducing, someone sending a message. It is the leader of the Supreme Sect, the top sect of the Tianian continent. After entering the southern wilderness, they returned to the Supreme Sect and immediately summoned the major orthodox sects. Dimly, catching on to the situation, stifled a laugh. Looks like the famous Chinean sword immortal made a blunder. For now, we can brush aside this existence. The guy stroked his chine, feeling a twinge of regret. The master still wanted to spar a bit with this kid to see if he really was a prodigy. Just then, the right-hand man raised his voice, warning everyone to get ready. News of the Long Taiyu Tainai's inheritance has already spread to the celestial realm. If we are slow, there will be even more competitors by then. The young master waved goodbye, having already arranged for his people to be waiting below. I'm heading out now. With that, the four-member alliance split up and dashed in different directions. The right-hand man watched their backs mockingly. Just think how many years it will take before someone from behind you can taint the legacy of the Long Tu Teen Z. He peered through a crack, his mind racing with a solid plan. After all, no one can escape the Emperor's schemes. At the soul-shaking ghost mound, Dan Sen floated mid-air and suddenly vanished. Devouring souls. He pointed two fingers at the guy and coldly ordered, it is time to execute the plan we have been preparing for. The soul devourer obediently stood up and clasped his hands. I have already arranged my subordinates. Just waiting for your command. My lord. Dan Sen smiled with satisfaction, not hesitating to compliment. Good. I will make sure to report your contributions to the Lord and the Emperor later. With that, he took off like a rocket, leaving the soul devourer gazing upwards in farewell. He returned to his seat, chuckling wickedly. Once he was sure no one could hear, he spoke in a dark tone. Do they really think I am just a dog they can call whenever they want? The old Taoist introduced himself humbly. Esteemed immortals, I am the humble representative of the Tathe Inji sect from the astral continent. Even though beads of sweat dripped from his forehead in nervousness, he dared not slack off. On behalf of the cultivation community of the astral continent, I welcome you. Esteemed immortals, Phi appeared friendly but could not hide his arrogance. The old Taoist is being too polite. You esteemed immortals came here because you are worried about us. Right, realizing he was being pressured. The old Taoist awkwardly forced a smile to lighten the mood. Haha. You have said enough. Esteemed immortal. The astral continent has been hidden for thousands of years. Your arrival is a major event for our cultivation community. We will certainly treat you all well. Demlode crossed her arms and shot them a glance before intentionally fanning the flames. Oh, do not worry about the hospitality. The old Taoist can relax. We belong to the Celestial Alliance. We are righteous and won't cause trouble in the astral continent, not wanting to offend them. The old Taoist had no choice but to go along. Of course. I won't doubt the esteemed immortals. I just hope the hospitality is sufficient. If you esteemed immortals need anything, just let me know. A 5D smirked slightly. Feeling triumphant. It was clear the righteous crowd from the astral continent had indeed arrived. And the plan was off to a smooth start. The entrance to the soul-shaking ghost mound was a dark corridor, flanked by sharp stone spikes. Skulls were bowing at the feet of the soul devourer. Reporting. My lord. Everyone is following the plan. He looked up. Satisfied. The old Taoist leading the way into the endless depths. The righteous ones were like headless chickens. Truly worthy of being called the great master. The soul devourer sat on his throne, propping his chin in satisfaction. After this succeeds, I won't forget you. Now go. And no need to report back to me on the next steps. The skull slammed down onto the ground in a gesture of gratitude. Yep. Great demon lord. I take my leave now. Watching the old man hastily retreat, he could not help but burst into laughter. Hey, the soul devourer clenched its fists, determination flashing in its eyes. The celestial sword immortal will soon see my ambitions, realize this entire celestial continent will be under my control. At the peak of King Shan Mountain, chaos erupted as flames roared fiercely, threatening to engulf the entire place. In this dire moment, Ingike Yang still struggled to lift the spirits of everyone around him. Hold on just a bit longer. My disciples. I have sent word about our surprise attack by the demon path to the surrounding sects. Vandu stood on a cloud, declaring with a smirk, Hey, the old leader has abandoned ship, and you guys are in for a rough time. With his arms crossed, he taunted, Are you really surrounded by us? Huh? He was incredulous, saying, What? Could it be that your demon path? Vandu was all grins, feeling victory was in his grasp. Huh? The demon lord broke the seal ages ago, hiding in the shadows, plotting while the righteous sects remained unsuspecting, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. Ingitangin's fury flared as he pushed himself to fight on, realizing the grand schemes of the demon path. There is some demon lord quietly uniting them all. He aimed his sword forward, declaring, In this dark world of humanity and vast realm of immortality, we cultivators fight not just for ourselves, but for all life on this continent, willing to sacrifice for the righteous path. As soon as Ingekeng finished speaking, all the disciples soared toward their enemies, ready to follow the elder's command. To ensure their safety, he raised his hand to Hulkavai and Thech Li, saying, You two are the strongest young disciples of the righteous sect. I will guide the others to safety. But you must inform the sect leader and other righteous sects at the endless abyss. She was uneasy and protested. Elder. Ini Heng extended a hand to reassure her. I will self-destruct to buy you time. Go now. His subordinates rushed toward Kavai to engage, trying to make their escape. He focused his energy to hold them back, clearing a path for them. Go quickly. A single ray of light descended, annihilating all in its path, leaving just 2 survivors. Their master was gone, and Thech Li's face was soaked with tears as Kvi swallowed his grief and pressed on. We can't let the elder's sacrifices be in vain. Kemking immediately reported to Venendu. Elder. There are 2 fish that slipped through the net. Should we send disciples to pursue? He raised his hand to stop him. No need for that. Suddenly, a blinding light appeared in the sky, because he had already planned for this. Even if the old Taoist at the front knew, it would be too late. Just stick to the plan. The soul pearl summoned by Venendu flew about like it was on a mission. At night in the ancient Line Hoenn city, everyone gathered outside to admire the sea. Dina Hien sighed deeply. Lately, the outer realm immortals have been up to nothing, and is making me uneasy. Suddenly, Honenta rushed in, exclaiming, Sect leader, we have a problem. Seeing him in such a hurry, Enki-En closed his eyes and calmly instructed, Even if Mount Te collapses, we must remain composed. When trouble arises, there is no need to panic. He knelt, clasped his hands, and reported, The demon path unexpectedly attacked the north, and only 2 of us from the righteous sect made it to the ancient Line Hoenn city. The other sects are still unaccounted for. The news hit like a bolt from the blue, leaving Hein but speechless. What? His staff snapped in half as the power from the dark path surged unexpectedly. With such a huge uproar, how could the ambushed detectives not have any intel? Begin clenched his fist tightly, pressing high and T for answers. What exactly is happening with Chine Nut Quan? And where are those two disciples now? How are their injuries? He was thrown off by the barrage of questions, as the disciples had been sent off to heal. One of the senior sisters even said something to the disciple before passing out. Was it about Chain Net Quan? It was obliterated. The scene of destruction engulfed in flames replayed in their minds. The head disciple had covered their escape with the elder's sword. Suddenly, the spirit of Nekihang appeared, bowing in self-reproach. The demon master had shattered the seal, manipulating the dark arts, now leading the righteous forces. His junior brother was powerless, only able to plead with his senior brother and fellow disciples to protect Chine Not Quan. The elder brother clenched his fists in fury. We are right next to Cha Not Quan. Our elders and disciples are still in the sect. He decisively ordered Don Hein to issue an emergency alert to the righteous sect's dark forces were charging in aggressively, and nearby clans needed to unite for defense immediately. Meanwhile, he stood alone on a flying sword, heading somewhere unknown. The old Taoist had reached Nam Home but had not gathered his strength yet. If things turned dire, they would retreat to Nam Home, at the endless entrance of Iron High. Someone on the ship suddenly cried out in panic. My lord. Lissy Thun clasped his hands, delivering the news. Intelligence from the great continent dark forces have launched a surprise attack on the righteous path. Dozens of sects have lost contact, and Ning has been wiped out. A Fei Do was taken aback by this development. While Quoth Hai looked puzzled, how could the dark forces annihilate so many righteous sects when there is supposed to be a watch on the great continent? Deem Lode felt a sense of foreboding. Something feels off. We have not found any signs of the Ling Tu money inheritance these past few days. Afufai took a swig and chuckled. The conflict between the great continent and the dark path does not concern us. But this is our chance. The three exchanged confused glances before echoing him in unison. He calmly raised his hand to explain. The watch has changed. It has appeared at the endless Loin High, and rumors say he is cultivating in isolation. I suspect the inheritance is in his hands. If the dark forces overshadow the righteous path, the remaining factions in Nam Hong will be in danger. At that point, the dark forces can. Phi CD smiled in agreement. When the unbounded demon master destroys us or the inheritance, we will be scattered. We might as well pretend to help the great continent eliminate the dark path, and then snatch the inheritance during the chaos. Kuf Hai listened to their scheming, pouring liquor straight into his mouth. You guys really have a devious plan going on. After downing it, he wiped his mouth and glanced at them warily. You all have too many schemes. I will keep my distance from you. They continued their curative discussion, Ufite chuckling slyly. A bunch of useless fools waiting to be toyed with. On the Hikong Island. Ingalin was startled as Dian Hua recounted the events. What? Why did a demon master suddenly appear? Koinglim Nu spoke of the unexpected enemy, mentioning how the old Taoist had reviewed the sect's scriptures before leaving. There is a demon lord who was once suppressed by the Lang Tu Tian Te Ladi. Before departing from the great continent, his name is Phi Han. In his mind, Ding Hu Nen envisioned the figure of the man who had long been tortured and sealed away, now breaking free without anyone knowing. He glanced at her, pleading for help. Trajong Fim. Inglin let out a soft sigh as she gazed into the distance. It was the first time I have seen my master in seclusion for such a long time. Meanwhile, Trajong Fim was meditating elsewhere. Focused on his training, he shut his eyes tightly, trying to feel the power surging within him. 10 days into the Supreme Sect training, my aura was so intense it left the celestial beings in shock, with some murmuring in awe. Who would have thought that in just 10 short days, we could unleash dozens of sects while they were on the defensive? Don Hoen stood by, his face clouded with worry. Us powerless seniors can only rely on the talents of little Linji Fi Lian. Hearing this, Inki Lin immediately clasped her hands, solemnly offering her words. What are you saying, Don Sect Master? I am also one of the chosen ones from the heavenly Bian continent. Please rest assured, Don Sect Master. Before he could calm himself, a disciple's shout made him turn in shock. This can be good, Don Sect Master. Look quickly. That shout sent Don Hein into a panic as he spotted the dark mist in the sky. In 3 directions, demonic armies were closing in. His eyes widened in disbelief at the sight before him. The demonic sect wants to wipe us all out. Does that soul master even have a full crew? Without wasting a moment, Ingiklin assured him with a serious expression. He will definitely come. I can sense a powerful force. The soul master lurking in the dark was nodding in agreement upon hearing those words. As expected from the only disciple of the heavenly cloud Sword Immortal, she can sense the presence of the soul master. A strange, excited smile appeared on the usually stoic face, so young yet already a master, with exceptional talent. Little one, why not serve the soul master? Upon hearing this, the skull had to lean in closer to observe her carefully. Has this little girl really become a master? Riding the sword through the wind, the corner of Mengi Kaline's mouth curled into a smirk. She drew her sword, her voice ringing with confidence, saying, "Those who do not belong can stand with us. They want to replace my master." Ah. It was this bold attitude that sparked excitement in the Soul Master, his hands itching with anticipation. Haha. Well done. Little one. Not bad. I will give you another chance. Looking down at the celestial beings below, he quickly pointed and ordered, "Besides that girl, do not let anyone escape." The misty figures immediately swooped down, their shouts echoing everywhere, "Kill! Kill!" Amidst the chaos of battle, a Faithful stood there, arms crossed, watching like a spectator. It seems the demonic powers truly have some achievements. The stench of malice was bothersome, and he gently reminded, "Stick to the plan. If the righteous forces fail, create an opening in the south for them to escape to the Southern Emperor." Gathering all the information, Dimelo spoke calmly. "Of course." And together with Faside, they sank into a gray area of mutual thought. It seems that it was not the beings from the upper celestial realm that aided the demonic forces of the heavenly Benin continent, then which power has quietly interfered. Meanwhile, Donhoon is fiercely swinging his sword against the enemy forces. His hands are busy sending each foe to the underworld, but his mind is burdened with worries he can't shake off. Can Nindragilin Taiyu, He Wu, really hold her own against that soul-devouring demon? Donhoon and his eyes search desperately for a glimmer of hope in the dark. Cursed sky. Ingi Kefi Lin, the one who carries his hopes, is on a relentless hunt for those stubborn enemies. The demon lord better watch out. This little lady is going to show you what real swordsmanship looks like. Her petite frame allows her to dart through the wind, making the enemies retreat just in time. One moment, a stream of enemies pours out like a waterfall, and the skulls gaze at the girl still standing strong. This little girl has truly become a fairy. And more than that, a sword fairy. Before she could even counterattack, a soul devourer swoops in for a sneak attack. Its power is not bad, but it can harm her. Fortunately, Ngin Lian has sharp instincts and dodges a visible defeat. Little did she know, the enemy has also turned into a demon. In the midst of the chaotic battlefield, Donhu suddenly hears that one phrase loud and clear. What? His face goes pale as he forces his mind to process this shocking news. The demon lord has become a demon just like a fairy. The sharp teeth of the soul devourer suddenly twist into a madman's grin. The guy holding the flag is so hyped that dark clouds gather to cover the sky. Oh. Little lady, prepare to witness my true power. As soon as the words leave its mouth, the soul devourer unleashes a massive illusion of itself, slowly advancing toward her. But Ling, far from being afraid, grips her holy sword tightly and leaps right into the fray. Unfortunately, that brave spirit is easily shattered as she gets flung away by a mere flick from that monster. Watching the once bright heroine get tossed aside like a toy, the soul devourer's laughter echoes throughout the battlefield. If it were not for my suppressed powers, how could you, little flame, dare to stand before me? In pain from that blow, Enki Lin gasps heavily, silently calling for help. Master. At the same moment, a Chung Fum suddenly opens his eyes wide in shock. He turns around, Facey still unable to hide his youthful confusion. Neck Lian has been hurt. Donhu gazes down at the tents below, a feeling of desolation washing over him. This sorrow has made New Klein feel hopeless. Senior, I have let you down. He lets out a deep sigh, brushing away the heavy clouds looming over her. As the leader of the righteous forces of the celestial continent, I should feel much more guilt than this. Looking at the distant black smoke, Donhu Nanu sinks into an abyss of despair. Who could have imagined that the demon lord, once suppressed, has now regained its strength and wiped out countless lives on the celestial continent? Enkelian falls into deep thought, conjuring an imposing door tightly shut. When Master emerges from his retreat, I fear he will be disappointed that I have become a celestial being, yet can he handle things on my own. Moments later, he shouts in panic, his face turning visibly pale. This is bad. His warning echoes far and wide, causing all disciples to look up at the sky, where the demon lord is gathering the fate of the entire celestial continent. The tension makes Donhu's lips move incessantly. What is he planning to do? Inside the soul-sealing magic, Van Sen confronts the evil enemy, Fifla Han, directly, before he can stabilize his breath. Chaos erupts in the area. Why are you behaving like this? The devourer of souls stayed silent, listening intently as the Disky's edge pressed on without release. Did you really think you could disregard the heavenly chapter of the immortal world? Don't you forget who helped you break free from the seal of the Emperor of the Celestial Realm, and who nursed you back to health? I can't take any more hits. The guy stammered slowly, clearly grateful to that brat from the heavenly chapter. But he would personally thank him later. The way he spoke so casually only made King Shan more furious. What an arrogant punk. Just wait until I inform my senior brother and see how you handle him. The energy seed he sent out vanished the moment it touched the invisible barrier created by the devourer of souls. Hearing that jarring sound, Kung Shan unleashed all his anger on the person in front of him. Devourer of souls, what have you done? You have even severed the connection between the celestial continent and the myriad worlds. His arrogance had reached a new peak, making it impossible for any threats to penetrate his mind. You think I would pull a stunt like this without being prepared? Just wait until I gather the fortune of the entire celestial continent, heal my wounds, and break through to new heights. I will become the second Lan to you. On the asteroid of the void, the national emblem was splattered with blood, mingling with others as their minds spiraled into chaos. What do you guys want from the heavenly chapter? The plan was more successful than we imagined. Ahofai threw his head back, laughing with glee. How could we let you spread news about the immortal world? Especially regarding our millennium-long schemes. The truth unveiled shook Del to his core. All his composure vanished in an instant. That devourer of souls, was it really released and nurtured by your heavenly chapter? You used us to clean up the mess so he could unify the celestial continent. And you are not worried about backlash. Seeing the shattered expressions of the pawns on the ground, Ahofai scoffed. It is just a dog trained to be obedient. What is there to be afraid of? Once he unifies the celestial continent, I will have him help me seize the inheritance of the celestial emperor Long Utu. Just be patient. I will handle everything meticulously. The deadline loomed, and the beautiful figures screamed curses. You heavenly chapter will surely face retribution. 5STO was nearly stammering with rage. Once I return to the immortal world, I will definitely inform the other immortals in the southern region of the Emperor's Island. Fi Kaing. Diu Hu. And the other celestial beings silently watched the floating skull. The shock was evident in his eyes, and his thoughts were so disordered that his brain refused to function. The gathering of celestial fortune surely harbored a sinister plot. Only Chuvam, who was in seclusion, could possibly stop it. Just as he finished his thought, a pillar of energy shot straight into the sky before him. The faith he had almost lost surged back, and he could not hide his excitement rising within him. Ma Chung Fum must have broken his seclusion. It seemed his cultivation had progressed. As soon as he stepped out, Ngeen Lin rushed over to greet him. Master, you finally emerged from seclusion, already aware of everything. The first thing Channing Fum did was ruffle her hair. You have worked hard. While I was in seclusion, you endured all the hardships, and I did not help you in time. With that, the frustration she had been sealing away burst free. Master knows everything now. There is no time for fluff. You just take a quick look at the mystical energy and offer some encouragement. The old master can relax. Even though I have been in seclusion, I am well aware of everything that has been going on. Your serious tone instantly lifts the spirits of the celestial beings around us. No matter what happens, if someone dares to bully my disciple, we will make sure to fight back. With that solid confirmation, Dia shakes off his despair and returns to his composed demeanor. With Changing Fum stepping up, the old master can finally breathe easy. Chung Fum keeps his usual smile, but his whole being is primed for battle at any moment. It is just a matter of when he will strike. Of course, I am just waiting for them to come after me. Once he gets too cocky, all those lowlifes hiding behind him will start to reveal themselves one by one. The Soul Devourer kicks off his dark performance with flickering lights from my power, and a gleeful smile echoing all around. My injuries are healing quickly. Minions see their master so empowered and start buzzing with excitement, chanting about the Demon Lord's reign over the cosmos. Having regained some of his strength, the Soul Devourer orders a preemptive strike. Everyone, get ready. You must be prepared to obey when it is time to unleash the Southern Emperor. There are plenty of underlings, but only the skull-faced one responds as if he has waited his whole life for this moment. Got it. Demon Lord. His arrogance reaches new heights, howling to the skies. Once I seize control of the cosmic realm, claiming the title of Celestial King, I am about to ascend to immortality. Right now, the only thing standing in my way is the astral sword mountain in this Southern Emperor territory, in the void of the asteroid field. Haiyu Fafite watches everything unfold and can't help but wonder what the Soul Devourer is planning. Is he losing his mind? Van Sun barely escaped that dark trap and is now furious, spilling all the beans. As for the Southern Emperor, he has condensed all the cosmic energy from the realm. Because of this, the Soul Devourer is healing his injuries and cultivating his power without needing us anymore. The Soul Devourer completely forgets about the backing of our celestial realm. We have to teach him a lesson. Gathering enough intel, Haigu Fight activates the rapid jump mode to patch up the precarious situation. I will teach him a lesson, so he knows the celestial realm is not something a country bumpkin like him can challenge. But now's not the time. Just wait a bit longer. When the moment comes, I will give him the chance to deal with it. Thinking back to my embarrassing moment just hours ago, Van Sun rages and bellows. I need to make him regret what he did. The scene outside is as stunning as a blockbuster movie, and Haiyu Fat immediately steps into his role as the antagonist. Don't worry. You won't have to wait too long. The Soul Devourer Greed 1T let him hold back for much longer. After a while, Donghu Num grows anxious about the battlefield situation in the Southern Emperor's territory, even taking on the role of a lookout for that imposing skull. Days have passed. I fear that the power of that Soul Devourer has increased significantly thanks to fortune. In a moment of desperation, I turn to Chang Kongfam and ask if we really should just sit back and wait for the Soul Devourer to get stronger, waiting for him to come knocking. Unlike Donen, who is practically standing on hot coals, you seem relatively calm. Waiting for the right moment, the old master can rest easy to carry the weight of great power, and yet not dare to challenge us at the door. The opponent is clearly terrified of us. Remembering that pale, sorrowful face, his voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Even though the soul-devouring fiend is always suppressed, we still have no idea how many more dark souls are lurking. Chance. Zhang Fan's gaze caught something that forced him to interrupt the opponent mid-sentence. All right. Old priest. It seems like they can't hold back any longer. The army of Death Knights, the real deal, is marching in from the distance, as if prepared beforehand. Yuehun leaned in to report to him. The old priest is gathering the other followers, and when the soul-devouring fiend appears, Zhang Fan will have to step in, watching him fly off with his sword. Zhang Fan took the chance to show off since no one was around. Nang Lian. My master has made significant breakthroughs in swordsmanship recently. Wait until you see this, he added with a grin. And by the way, my master is out for blood for you who dares to bully my disciple. They will regret it. Nang Lian could not help but let out a soft cheer as the celestial beings descended onto the battlefield. Dark, ominous smoke rolled in like a stage curtain being drawn back. Fearing a repeat of the last incident, Yuan Huan coldly reminded everyone. There is no need to panic. The fiend is indeed powerful. But we also have the celestial sword master here. Just as he finished, the area erupted with cheers for Zhang Fan. The celestial sword master has never faced an opponent, and has never known defeat. This time will surely be no different. The fiend, watching from above, looked down at the mere mortals, putting on a show, a bunch of defeated soldiers hiding behind a wanib. Truly a sight to behold. With the overwhelming numbers behind him, the fiend began to strut his stuff. Zhang Fan, you with your extraordinary talent. You are the second person I have encountered after Ling Tiao. Do you wish to serve me? He looked at the fierce crowd across from him, unfazed, and calmly replied, which honestly gave him a bit of a thrill. But who does not feel a bit cocky at times? That sudden surge of confidence felt like a slap to his dormant ego, awakening a fierce excitement within him. I may grant you courage, but you are still too young. How can you compare to someone like me who has survived all this time under the hands of the great Ling Qiao? But whatever. Someone who only inherits a fraction of Ling Qiao's power can't even fathom how strong I truly am. I will use the fortune of this world to recover quickly. And then I will completely control the origins of the celestial cloud continent. The rising emotions got the fiend shouting hoarsely. All those who wish to control me, who want me to submit, will have to bow before me. Zhang Fan listened in stunned silence to every word he said. Control the origins of the celestial cloud continent. How does he know how to control the world's origins? Realizing the opponent knew more than he expected, he inadvertently revealed a face of praise for them. You know the origins of this world too. Seems like the old thief Tiao taught you a lot. But the ominous energy seeping from the cracks made Den Hein jump and gasp. What the heck is going on? Sensing the situation was becoming unpredictably bizarre, Ngin Lin quickly asked, Master, is this the Earth Dragon shifting positions? You did not even bat an eye at what was happening behind you. Your gaze fixated on the boss looming overhead, none other than the soul-eating demon, ready to seize control of the world's origins. Hearing that strange phrase triggered old memories for Dan Hyen, reminding him of the clan records that warned about the dangers of controlling the world's origins. A breakthrough that manipulates destiny. Chunghro Haiyu. Are we just going to stand by and let that demon take complete control of the origins of the Qian Vainan continent? Those thoughts made you hesitate, leaving me a bit puzzled. Right now, in various worlds, those who can claim the world's origins face annihilation as the price. Dean Hyen, panicking, gripped his sword tightly. Shouldn't we hurry and stop that demon? Seeing your frantic movements, Zhang Feng quickly turned to you, recalling that this situation had happened before. The world is currently placing immense importance on the origins. With the emergence of celestial beings, the Tian Ven continent needs to be on high alert. But I wonder, why have not those from other worlds taken any action yet? As soon as he heard that, the Soul Guardian excitedly called for the ghostly minions immediately. Knowing they would not do anything, they rely on their world's prestige to dominate and turn me into a pawn. But little do they know, they are just tools in my hands. Gaining this new piece of information, Trang Fum's face lit up with intrigue. Those guys must be the underlings of the In Trinchang from the celestial realm. Those useless fools are so easily manipulated. That line hit the nail on the head. They truly are a bunch of useless losers, daring to flaunt their arrogance in front of me. I will punish them later, but for now. Trading Fum, I ask you one last time. Will you submit to me? I will make you a powerful ally, protecting your loved ones. Without a moment's hesitation, you raised your sword high and declared, I do not need your approval. I value my own path over becoming some twisted demon like you. Realizing you were not just some average opponent, the soul-eating demon became oddly prideful. Impressive knowledge. I did not expect someone from the Tian Vainan continent to recognize I have turned into a demon. If you are going to be this stubborn, I won't hold back any longer. Den Hyeon's face tightened as he prepared for the storm ahead, setting up formations as the demonic hand shot forward. The steel voidist. And Gyun Vang echoed everywhere. The fate of the righteous on the Cheon Vangon continent rested on this battle. Everyone united to create a formation to keep it at bay. Fia Hun sees this and erupts in fury. Just a bunch of insects daring to defy me. Thanks to the energy I have poured in. That icy ham slams down hard on the massive formation before him, sending Dun Huan reeling with blood, watching the powerful enemy advance. He clutches his wounds, gritting his teeth. Chang Ho Heiyu. It seems a lifetime of cultivation has led me to rely on you after all. Facing Chung Fum, Fi Hen is determined to showcase his recruitment pitch.
Good.
You are all alone now. Still not willing to submit, but unlike the fantasies he had imagined, the kid just flicks his fingers as if this is all a joke.
Hey.
Can you keep it down? I appreciate the compliment, but I really need to say something. The kid's casual remark catches Fi Hun's attention. Let us hear it then. A Chingring Fum, with a smug look, retorts. What I want to say is that a demonic lord like you is nothing but a defeated dog, hiding from the might of the great emperor. So what is there to brag about? Your words are like salt on old wounds, igniting his rage. You foolish brat. How dare you insult me like this? I must have been too lenient with you.
Good.
I am going to imprison your soul in my banner, forcing you to suffer in misery day and night without escape. Seizing the moment while Fian is fuming, the kid swiftly channels his energy, as if he had planned this all along. Single strike aimed at the idol leaves Fia Hen in shock. What? This is familiar sword intent. This kid has only just inherited the legacy of the great emperor. How is this possible? One strike could sever my transformation's fate, enjoying the bewilderment on his opponent's face. A Chung Fum stands firm. Just a coward gathering most of the continent's luck dares to step into the southern wilderness. His authoritative stance paired with that smug expression has completely infuriated Fei Yen.
Good.
Today I will use everything I have to crush you right here. Even if the entire Azure continent had to pay the price, it would be worth it. Seeing that guy take a hit like that, and still have the strength to create an energy bridge, I rushed over without hesitation. I was planning to keep that mud alive to spill the beans on who is pulling the strings. But Senzus not having it. The holy power gathered on the sword net quickly converged and shot toward that misty guy. The soul devourer was pouring every ounce of power into it, making that energy ball swell bigger and bigger. With my unmatched strength and the fortune of the Azure continent backing me, how could I possibly be defeated by a punk like you? Before I could finish my thought, my idol was easily knocked down by a wave of pure energy unleashed by that lowleaf. The pain shot through my body. Intense and sudden, I did not even have time to grasp what was happening. It was just one swift strike. This can be happening. The soul devourer's body was on the brink of collapse. Yet its mouth kept moving like it had not even been hit. I never expected that as soon as I broke free from the seal, I would meet you transforming the seal into a new chance, aiding my dream of domination. That statement echoed in my ears, reigniting the spark of my long-sealed ambitions. A useless loser like you thinks you can dominate the skies. What a pathetic joke. Just before fading into nothingness, he spat out two words: disgusting. The wicked beast has vanished, and the clear sky revealed the joyful cheers of everyone. The Azure Sword Immortal has triumphed. The Azure continent is saved, and the demon lord is defeated. The skull slowly caught up with the situation, its voice lost and confused. How could it be? The demon lord has been defeated by some rookie. Should we run? Seeing that ragtag bunch flee, the immortals were not taking it easy either. They hopped on their swords, ready to chase down those demon cultivators and restore peace to the Azure continent. Dean and Hein, shedding the heaviest burden, spoke softly like we were chatting. A Chingring Fum, I will lead you to wipe out those demon scum. Changring Fum's gaze drifted to the ship in the distance. His words tinged with an unusual cheer. Not so, old master. This is not over yet. Unfortunately, that whispered conversation got lost in the wind, and he could not hear it as he moved away from his spot on that floating ship. Fafifdi stood behind, a lopsided grin on his face. Totally unfazed, Sung Kang stared at the ship soaring through the sky, scratching his head in confusion. Wasn't he that the flag of the upper realm? Why were these clowns showing up in the Azure continent? Changring Fum's voice responded with an unusually cheerful tone. Maybe they never really left. Din Hyen suddenly appeared, chiming in. A Chingring Fum, are you implying that the Soul Devourer has some involvement from them? His watchful eyes scrutinized every action up there. Isn't he that obvious? Old master, send people to hunt down those demon cultivators in the Charnan continent. Just as he finished speaking, Chingring Fum saw Hu Fio leading the group down with an arrogant swagger. He felt a twinge of worry and said, all right. It seems like Song and his crew are not here with good intentions. We can only blame the Azure continent for being too weak. As Then Sen came face to face with the group below, their disdain was palpable. That arrogant soul-devouring fool turned out to be nothing but a pathetic weakling, quickly getting slapped in the face with a harsh reality. If he is the weakling, then what does that make you? The pretentious thoughts bubbled up in him, making him want to utter a feeble comeback. But it was just a moment of carelessness that led him into his scheme. Understanding the situation, Hunufut observed Trajung Fum with a few cautionary words. Given the enemy's capabilities and strength, Trajung's ability to defeat Mephisexuan was no small feat. Just a glance from Than 7 made Trintoning Fum's brows furrow tightly, as if they were about to collide. Maxuan was merely a lucky bumpkin, riding on the coattails of the former immortal King Techdakes. Soon, I will make him hand over that inheritance without a fight. No time to waste. He rushed to the floating platform, ready to assert his dominance. Ladies and gentlemen, I come as a representative of His Majesty, the immortal King Trenjong, to help you eliminate the demonic scourge threatening the Qian Van continent. At those words, the locals could not hold back their disdain. You guys are really something. Just wait until I wipe out that soul devourer. Your skin is thicker than mine. In an instant, the facade of authority he wore was shattered, revealing a devious face underneath. The demonic clan dared to challenge a messenger from the upper realms. Tradering Fum, you clearly did not teach them well. Let me show them how it is done. Trongkong Fum had been silent, but the moment someone threatened him, his skin prickled. Do they really see me as just air? The attack was deflected effortlessly, not even ruffling Than Sen's feathers. Come on, Tradering Fum. Even if you are late, you must understand that the upper realms immortals traveled thousands of miles to assist you. They can't go back empty-handed. Watching the puppet show unfold, he casually chimed in. What do you want from me? Casual demeanor inadvertently triggered his wrath, as the legacy of the immortal emperor was supposed to help him defeat the soul devourer. You should know that a wise person knows when to back down. Just when he thought it was over, Trajung Fum continued to drag things out. What if I do not agree? Not wanting to negotiate any further, Than Sen decided to go all out. I see you are the type who refuses a drink when offered, but wants to down a shot of punishment instead. Seeing the weakling trying to act tough, Trajung Fum could not help but snicker. A light flick of his sword sent the weakling flying. Haiyu fight. Observing from the sidelines, could not help but marvel. No wonder you defeated the celestial demon Mephisexuan from the upper realms. Tradering Fum, you truly live up to your reputation. Hearing that, Trajung Fum immediately shot a question at Venerating. You want to join the fun too? The hawk-like glint in his eyes flickered for the first time, and he replied with a hint of pride. My strength is on par with yours. No need for that. Tradering Fum, you are the one who is overly confident. Why not join the upper realms immortals? That way, the Tian Ven continent will be protected. The other man did not say a word, but Hu fought boldly pressed on. The legacy of the great Emperor Lang Teu not only belongs to the upper realm in a world teeming with other forces. I see you exterminating soul devourers. As long as you relay the message to those who hold the legacy. Well, understanding their scheme, Trong Fuyam merely smiled faintly. Thank you for the reminder. You have helped me realize something. So today, no one from the heavenly realm, not a single soul, should think they can escape. Holy power surged forth, forcing the two goons to stumble back immediately. The sudden action made Higu Fat visibly uneasy, warning Trunjang Fithiam not to bring disaster upon himself by flaunting the royal token before they could counterattack. Something exploded, knocking both of them away. Following the trail of smoke, you tossed out a snarky remark. So what? As if he is going to show up here right now. Thun Sen and Higu Fight had barely escaped death, their minds still reeling, so they did not dare speak a word. On the contrary, Atrang Faram stood firm, brandishing his sword forward. Today, none of you will escape. As soon as the words left his lips, a purple hand materialized from thin air, followed by a booming voice echoing ominously. You have got a lot of nerve. Seeing Trang Min, the two thugs jumped, calling out. Your Majesty, please save us. Sensing something was off, Ingakilian cried out in worry. Master. Be careful. She looked up in astonishment, wondering why the Heavenly King was intervening from afar. Everyone was in a state of panic. Trajang Fem quickly drew his sword, pointing it straight at the colossal palm. No shame. Those from the heavenly realm truly do not know it, walking the path of utter disgrace. Trajang Min, furious, directed his ire at you, his mouth still full of milk, causing chaos, thinking he could scare you. But no. Trajang Fime charged forward, declaring him just an old trickster hiding in the shadows plotting against others. Trong Mun refused to back down and quickly gathered his strength, vowing to show you today what respect really means. Trajang Fum ignored the warning, charging straight ahead, gliding past his hand in front of him. At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted. Witnessing this, Trajang Fum smirked with satisfaction. So it seems your power is only this much. Below, the two disciples could not hide their shock. They exclaimed in disbelief. How is it possible? He could not block the king's attack from afar and actually managed to win. Now that he had taken down Trong Mun, you swiftly turned, aiming your sword at them, your gaze cold and unwavering. It seems even your beloved heavenly king can save you too now. Higu fight. undeterred, shouted out, "Traitoring Fuguime. Just know that behind us lies the mighty upper realm. The consequences of angering one of the 4 seasons are not something your little Tianian continent can handle." He expected Zhang Fam to back down after hearing that. But instead, Zhang Fam just wiped his blade. "This would not have happened if you guys had not been up to no good with the Tianian continent. Right?" Suddenly, Ngok Lion cried out, "Master, watch out behind you." Zhang Fam quickly turned to look back. Thankfully, he spotted it just in time and sliced through the medallion. I knew that crafty old fox would definitely try to sneak attack, even though it was split in half. The medallion still echoed with his voice. Of Zhang Fame. "This time I can personally intervene." Before disappearing, Zhang Ming emphasized one last thing. "But I have already remembered you well." Just as he finished, another explosion erupted. Even in pieces, he still managed to say, "I will make you regret today's insult for the rest of your life." Zhang Fan was not quiet anymore. He spoke up. "You better remember that." Below, someone called out, "Zhang Fame, please spare us. I swear I will be loyal to you." Ignoring their nonsense, he swiftly slashed his sword across the two of them, finishing the job. Zhang Fam landed on the ground as Ngok Lion rushed over. Ecstatic. "Master, you were amazing. I can't believe you beat that emperor." He gently ruffled her hair, saying, "All right. You and that old man get ready to activate the Great Formation." Dinan Hein looked puzzled. "Zhang Fame, can you really step into the void?" he anxiously asked. "Should we think this through before deciding? After all, the opponent is a powerful celestial realm." Zhang Fam turned away irritably. "What celestial realm? We are all just part of countless realms." He raised his hand high, his gaze more determined. "That old fox has plotted against us too many times. If I do not return the favor, that'd be too easy on him." With all his strength, Zhang Fam crushed the medallion. Seeing this, Dean Hein crossed his arms helplessly. If Zhang Fam continues like this, the pressure on the Tianian continent's cultivators will only increase. Regardless of what anyone said, he charged forward, slashing his sword with a whoosh. "That old..." The boundary began to open up, and Zhang Fam's voice echoed inside. "It takes give and take to find peace." Fuck Day felt a little uneasy and spoke up. That was definitely Zhang Fam's voice just now. Kwok Hai also stepped in. Could it be that Zhang Ming, the celestial emperor of the upper realm, has been defeated by that kid? He even dares to fight back. Over here, Zhang Ming sat on his throne, contemplating Jing Fam's words. "That crafty old fox. There is a give and take in everything. And you just received one of my strikes." His face clearly showed his anger. That arrogant brat dared to cause such chaos. Outside, a bright light surged towards the city, and the guards panicked, shouting, "Who had the audacity to trespass into our divine realm?" The emperor would never let this slide. Zhang Ming was well aware of the situation outside, so he unleashed his colossal hand. There is no way the divine realm would let this kid off the hook. In an instant, that divine light was stopped in its tracks. She would personally head to the astral continent to make an example of this fool. Another massive explosion rocked the area, and the guards huddled together, whispering, "Who is the master behind this sword aura? Who would have thought someone could actually challenge the emperor?" But in the end, the emperor still defeated him. Zhang Ming was fuming, his hands trembling with the urge to crush his enemy. Gritting his teeth, he cursed under his breath a kid who just became a celestial had the gall to injure him. Below, and Shu respectfully bowed. "Your Majesty, who is this arrogant one?" He shot a silent glance at Mak Xuan. And Shu and Ziquan, not getting an answer, started to panic. "Your Majesty, could it be that Zhang Fan who defeated Mak Xuan?" "No way. Sure, this guy has talent. But how long has he even been a celestial?" The entire realm fell into an eerie silence. They began to speculate, could it really be that Zhang Fan defeated Mak Xuan? Suddenly, Uncle Ming spoke up, cutting through the fear. "Mak Xuan, do you really believe you can defeat someone who once bested you?" He stood tall before him, declaring, "That is all I needed to hear." Zhang Ming pulled out the token. "All right. You will take this token. Go to the treasure vault and choose your celestial weapon and cultivation essence. I will transfer it to Mak Xuan quickly. Do not let me down again. This is your last chance." After receiving the token, his eyes burned with determination. He would wash away the stain on his sword heart with Zhang Fan's blood and prove himself once more. He pondered for a moment, waiting until he could obtain the inheritance. Meanwhile, on the floating island of the southern wilderness of the astral continent, Zuan-Huan stood lost in thought, observing the martial artist's training from afar. He had thought that with a sword master like Zhang Fan emerging, even if the protective barrier of the astral continent was weakened, it could still become stronger. Zuan-Huan turned to Zhang Fan with a heavy heart. Realizing that things were more complicated than expected, he offered a few words of comfort. After all, the astral continent once had a legendary figure like the Emperor of the Lingxiao. Surely, there would be others like him. Right, then he shifted topics. "Old Daoist, I feel the astral continent can rely on me alone. Everyone must grow stronger. Upon hearing this, Zhuan felt embarrassed and cleared his throat. Old Daoist and fellow practitioners. It is really shameful that as the former celestial sword master, I am not even as good as you. Zhang Fan, he awkwardly clarified. That is not what I meant. I want to open up cultivation resources on the floating island for the astral continent, like spirit fruits. But we need to be selective. His words left him startled. Zhang Fan was willing to open up cultivation resources on the island, but Zhang Fan was incredibly adamant, saying, Of course, your words are like golden advice. But do not forget that you too are an esteemed elder. Those juniors need you to shield them from the storm. Hearing this, Donghine felt a bit relieved. Indeed, the old Taoist would ensure they were well prepared and nurtured. Suddenly, he clasped his hands together, his expression hesitant as if he wanted to say something. In an instant, Donghein's voice echoed through the forest. Who would have thought the old Taoist might actually have a chance to become an immortal? Everything ended beautifully, and Zhang Fan was swept up in the joy. The sword domain was complete. The enemy, just like that mysterious figure from before, would strike again. But even though I am unbeatable, the current times call for allies. Right now, Kuai Wen was intently observing what lay before her. This was the mysterious Xuanfeng continent her senior brothers had investigated. And everything seemed normal. She tightened her grip on the sword hilt, unsure if the immortal's wound had healed. If it were not for the urgent mission from her master, she would be stationed at the Tinian continent by now. Without any hesitation, Kuai Wen drew her sword and charged in. Then, she called out calmly, You guys can stop hiding now. Your ambush here means my senior brothers are in trouble. Instantly, countless figures surged up from the water's surface with astonishing speed. Then, Ling Su feigned concern and explained. After all, the companions of the immortal lady are all talents from the immortal arts world, and we definitely need to be well prepared for her. Hearing this, Kuai Wen decided not to play around and immediately launched an attack. With such knowledge of the immortal realm, it seemed the person's identity was anything but ordinary. Let us see what is hidden behind that mask. Ling Su remained calm, commanding his team to carefully welcome the immortal lady, ensuring she would not escape from the Xuanfeng continent. Meanwhile, she was secretly analyzing the situation. The opponent had set up their ambush early, and even her flying sword messages could not escape from the Xuanfeng continent. Kuai Wen thought with a hint of frustration. Is it all up to Zhang Fan now? Just as the assassins charged, she unleashed a technique that sent them flying. A bunch of lowly minions thinking they could stop me. Seizing the moment, Kuai Wen immediately threw out the jade pendant from her sleeve. Now was the time. At the floating island of Zongyuan, the jade lotus was calmly reporting. Master, this is a message from Ling, sent by the sect leader of the Xuanchen sect, thanking you for providing the immortal fruits and other precious resources. Meanwhile, Zhang Fan casually leaned against a tree, savoring the moment. I just want to create blessings for the world, he mused. After all, I hail from the astral continent, and I certainly hope it grows stronger. Hearing this, Yuan Ling could not help but praise. The immortal truly has a heart that encompasses the world, so noble and righteous. Seeing this, the jade lotus interjected worriedly. It has been a while since sister left the astral realm. I wonder how her mission is progressing. Zhang Fan stroked his chin thoughtfully. It is probably going smoothly. After all, Kuai Wen's sect is a top-tier force in the immortal arts world, a celestial empire with over 100,000 years of history. He then gazed into the distance, lost in thought. A holy place that once birthed a celestial emperor can be compared to an ordinary sect in the immortal realm. Especially now that this holy site has a celestial emperor. When Ningaglin saw the dazed expression on Troningfum's face, irritation bubbled up inside her. Master was starting to reminisce about her elder sister's departure. Clearly, she followed Master first. Then, as if witnessing something shocking, Ingguan Long suddenly shouted, Master! Ingyi Kefi Lin. Everyone look over there. What is that? They instantly shifted their focus to where she was pointing, and Trying Fum jumped up, saying, That is. Before he could finish his sentence, that thing gently landed in his hand. It seemed to be a special way of transmitting news, just for emergencies. Right now, it was radiating waves of light spiritual energy, and Qi Lin immediately voiced her suspicion. Master, you mean that my sister used this jade pendant to send a message? It means she is in trouble. Suddenly, a voice from the jade pendant echoed. Trading Fum. I have been ambushed on the Mystic Wind continent, and I am currently under siege. Summon the sect for help. The words left in Giglin so stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Master, my sister really is in trouble. I can't even imagine what she is going through right now. In stark contrast to her panic, Trajung Fum managed to keep his cool, saying, Of course. We have to go save her. Ingiglian's tone wavered. But, she asked us to call for help from the sect. Trajung Fum turned around to explain. We do not have a way to send news to the celestial listening realm. And even Kai Venon's master does not know where she is. We can just sit here waiting for confirmation. Although that reason was quite convincing, she still felt a bit uneasy. Tron Kong Fum stepped closer and placed a reassuring hand on Nendruki Lian's shoulder. Ingi Kifi Lin, you take care of Shin Van for now. I have to go save your sister. But he quickly cut her off with a determined look. Ingi Kifi Lin, I believe in you. Ing Lin was so flustered that she stammered. Seats, can I really do this? Moments later, Trottering was reflecting on the scene just now. Luckily, Ingi Lin had agreed. But now, he found himself hovering outside the barrier of the floating island. Seeing Ninjiki Lin's excitement made him hesitate to mention the new ability of his sword, how it could bring him back to the sword realm from anywhere. Once he finished checking everything, Trashung Fum gathered everyone and assigned tasks. I will be gone for a while. Please help Minki Line protect Shin Vian and the floating island. Increase your training speed. And if resources run low, ask Devlin to supply more. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly took off on his sword. First, let us save her. It is an emergency. They could only watch his retreating figure. Master, be careful on your journey. After a long trek, Trongam Fum finally reached the outskirts of the Mystic Wind continent. He immediately stopped to observe what was in front of him. This was the world of Kaiva's news transmission he had come to save. Not wanting to hesitate for too long, Trongam Fum decisively flew inside to investigate. He had to see what was going on over there. Trong Fum quickly moved closer to search for any traces of Kavan, but found nothing. Suddenly, he broke into a mocking smile. These pathetic fools. Do not they realize that looking too normal can be a kind of abnormality, and so, you continue to soar across the vast seas. Let us see what exactly you all are up to. Now, on the mainland, in a bustling village. The townsfolk are on the move. Zhang Fan has blended into the crowd, observing everyone intently. With a strong physique and an aura of immense power, it is clear that this world primarily focuses on physical cultivation. Suddenly, Jiang Ming sidles up close and whispers, "Hey, is not Haiyan that foreign cultivator who showed up on our seas not long ago?" He gently reminds him, "This is a place full of ears and eyes, so stick close to me, little bro." Hearing this, Zhang Fan eagerly follows Jiang Ming's lead, his expression lighting up with interest. This continent of Xwanian seems quite fascinating. A moment later, he sets down the bags he was carrying. The two stand in a small courtyard, and Jiang Ming clasps his hands together and introduces himself. "I am Gijia Ming, a cultivator from the Xwanian continent. I did not get a chance to introduce myself back there in that chaotic place, so I hope you will forgive me." "Little bro." Zhang Fan mirrors his gesture. Zhang Fan. From abroad, without beating around the bush, he dives straight into the main topic. "No need to hide. Little bro Zhang Fan. Our Xwanian continent is unlike other worlds. It is obvious just by looking. You mentioned a while back that a foreign cultivator appeared on your island. Do you have any leads on her?" However, Jiang Ming is preoccupied with another issue. Our Xwanian continent has fallen prey to malevolent forces from outside. While most cultivators here were caught off guard, many have already been corrupted. Before he could finish, Zhang Fan quickly interjects, keeping his tone polite. "Brother Gijia. Right now, I am only concerned about the whereabouts of that foreign cultivator. Plus, I can observe and deduce a lot myself." Hearing this, Jiang Ming awkwardly scratches his head and chuckles. "Fair enough. Little bro, you rushed over to Xwanian, so you must be quite eager. I will take you to meet them." He cleverly emphasizes them, hinting at something deeper as he pushes open the door while explaining. On the Xwanian continent, many people are opposed to turning into malevolent spirits, so they have formed a resistance. The injured foreign cultivators from earlier were rescued by our group. After tasting a cup of tea, Zhang Fan can't help but exclaim. Facing the anxious group of Anian in front of him, he finally speaks up, "Brother Anian. I honestly thought you all would end up in a dire situation." He glances over at the soldiers guarding the tent, noting that Senza seems to be living quite comfortably now. Suddenly, Jiang Ming strides in and smirks. "Kid, you know your situation well. Knowing you can escape, you are just settling in as a prisoner." This playful jab does not bother Zhang Fan at all. In fact, he casually retorts, "Yeah, Army. I will be counting on you guys to take care of me." Just one line from him has the other guy gritting his teeth in frustration. Right after, he orders his lackey to seal Zhang Fan's powers with some binding stones. And then, Zhang Fan feigns surprise as he sees his hands being cuffed. "Clearly, you are not even scared. You are just smirking. Did that guy really leave already? I thought he was going to torture me." And Nihim finally spoke up. "Zhang, we're not you and our junior sister supposed to be on the battlefield. What are you doing here?" Mentioning that got serious real quick, after catching up with everyone. It turns out a lot has happened. "Looks like you have all been stuck here for quite a while." And him and the others look worried. "We found out that the Xwanfing continent is plagued by dark forces that have taken control of the leaders. and those controlled cultivators formed a resistance. This news shocked Zhang Fan to the core. What? But then he chuckled, realizing, so they have pulled this trick multiple times. They just suckered us in here with that same old routine. He leaned back, relaxed. All right, let us talk about what has been happening outside. He turned to Feng and said, hey beautiful big sis, could you grab me a cup of tea? Let us make sure our group is cozy while we chat. After the other person left, Zhang Fan filled in Nem and the others in on quite a bit of juicy gossip. And one shocking detail left him stunned. What? The former demon lord really blew up the entire battlefield of Blood Peace, forcibly seizing the world's origin. He added, right. Something similar almost happened on the Tianian continent. But it was not as violent. I managed to stop it. And him nodded. So that is what is going on in the Xuanfeng continent. The dark forces must be secretly controlling it, because it is linked to the world's origin. Suddenly, Zhang Fan turned serious. Actually, there is something else I have not told you guys. His tone made Nem serious too. Zhang, you have not told us why you came here. With furrowed brows, he dropped the next bombshell. Kuai Wen has arrived at the Xuanfeng continent. Once again. And Nem slammed the table and shot up. The junior sisters in the Xuanfeng continent. When did this happen? Zhang Fan stood up too and confirmed. Yeah. Your master sent her here for backup the moment the immortal demon battle arrived at the Xuanfeng continent. I thought I would see her when I got dragged here. This just makes me more anxious. We have not received any news. And during our time locked up, I have not seen her at all. Zhang Fan radiated a powerful energy. You guys have been locked up for so long. You must be bored. Noticing his demeanor, both Feng and Yu stepped forward with determination. But Nihim quickly interrupted. Zhang, we are all locked up like you and can't use our powers. But before he could finish, Zhang Fan unleashed his strength, shattering the chains like they were nothing, just a minor obstacle. A bright flash instantly shattered the stone wall. He sheathed his sword, a cold glint in his eyes. As the dust settled, the Feng and Yu Duo lay sprawled on the stone floor, knocked out, while Zhang Fan stood unscathed, though they did not find Kai Wen. At least he had his friends by his side. He looked up at the large hole in the ceiling and thought, I really want to see who could make Kai Wen send out a distress signal to me. At this moment, Kevin had just survived a brutal battle. Her wounds were not too serious, and she was on the mend. Looks like she managed to shake off the pursuers. Suddenly, a beam of light shot up into the sky, catching her attention. That intense feeling, it must be from Trendrungfum. This left her feeling a bit rattled. But why was he in the Xuanfeng continent? Had he come without notifying his sect, even while being ambushed by a bear? She could not help but feel a bit irritated. Seriously? In a strange world filled with enemies. And that guy shows off like this. The bear did not stand a chance, and was quickly sent to meet its ancestors by Kai Ven. After taking care of it, she started piecing things together. Trendrungfum was signaling to the others that he was the one being chased, trying to say he had arrived. But perhaps the dark forces had seen it too. Meanwhile, at the peak of the central sea island, Enum was gazing at the sky with a sigh. With countless flying ships above him, he could not help but feel disheartened. I can guess what Tradernois is planning. That junior sister must have seen the sword aura back then. But still, in stark contrast to his anxious mood was Trendrungfum's calmness. If K Ven could see it, then the dark forces and their goons certainly could too. Yes? Look, they are here. Even though he had ensured their safety beforehand, he still felt uneasy. The dark forces had infiltrated the Xuanfeng continent for years. They were bound to arrive faster than his junior sister. Finally, Enum turned to advise Trongfim. Trongfri, I did not get the chance to mention this earlier, but our powers have been sealed. We are somewhat affected and can't unleash our full strength, despite his concern. Trongfum confidently reassured him. They are just a bunch of useless lackeys for the dark forces. I can handle this. Trongfum's nonchalance infuriated Jiang Min. What a cocky kid. Listen up. I was planning to let you live comfortably before the Great Ones made you their sacrificial offerings. But I see you all are just itching for a fight. Then, Trongfum poured more fuel on the fire, taunting them. A bunch of lazy bums relying on the dark forces without realizing what they will lose. How pathetic. His words were enough to provoke the minions, who jumped off their flying ships toward Trongfum. Jiang Min rallied them, claiming, let the outsiders witness the power we have received from the Great Ones. Meanwhile, they were still mocking Trongfum. You outsiders have no idea how strong we can become. As they bragged, they were taken aback by their own power and soon faced a painful demise. While Trongfum was already ready to draw his sword in an instant, his strike was enough to knock most of the minions back, leaving them both panicked and terrified. How could this be? For someone who already knew the outcome. Trongfum was utterly dismissive. Just a bit of strength was all it took. But he did not stop there. Trongfum's power even wrecked their flying ship. At this point, Jiang Min still could not believe it. How could this be? With the strength combined with Hua Feng's physical prowess, our defenses should be invincible. This is infuriating. Watching this unfold, Tran Feng could only scoff. They quickly turned tail and retreated, rushing off to report this to their superiors. Now, Tran Feng had the time to turn to Anumem and the others, saying, "Looks like there are a few more unexpected surprises." This statement alarmed Anum. "What do you mean? Look at those defeated minions sprawled out everywhere. They probably have no idea they have been chewed up by Tama. They have lost their former selves." Next, there is Anim's words, which you guys already know, so let me elaborate. Tama has puppeted them like marionettes. His confusion deepens. What he is saying is that the cultivators from the Hu Feng continent have been unknowingly controlled by Tama. Zhang Fan analyzes seriously. Even the words of that fake guy make him feel that these cultivators will become pawns in Tama's sinister plot. Anim's heart is heavy with sorrow yet filled with anxiety. It is heartbreaking. But is it really okay to let them go? We have not regained our strength, and if they return, there will be even more of them. While Anum is still tearing up, Zhang Fan remains incredibly calm. That is even better. This is exactly what he wants. Seeing Zhang Fan's laid-back attitude, Anim continues to question. "Brother Zhang, what are you planning to do?" He tries to guess his intentions. Brother Zhang is deliberately stirring the pot to lure out Tama. Zhang Fan gazes into the distant, his confident smile still on his lips. "Brother N, you guys do not want to stir the pot quietly and investigate. But what happens in the end? We get caught off guard, hitting our weak spots. That is because we let our guard down, not realizing that the Hu Feng continent is already under Tama's control." As he glances up at the sky, he responds. "So they have already taken control of the Hu N Feng continent. I can't hide anymore. So why not just show ourselves?" Suddenly, Zhang Fan smiles and waves at someone, saying, "You have to stir the pot to know what kind of snake you are dealing with." Just then, the mystical sword descends from the sky. And indeed, Zhang Fan is right here. As she lands, he hurriedly explains. "Sister G, I got an urgent message, so I had to come here." Even after hearing that explanation, her cheeks puff up in a huff. "You definitely came here without reporting first, did not you?" This leaves Zhang Fan momentarily speechless. After the tantrum, Ji-won finally focuses on the scene. "Brother N, why are you all here? And why are you with Zhang Fan?" And Nim scratches his head awkwardly. They just arrived at the Hu Nungfeng continent and fell right into Tama's trap. Luckily, Brother Zhang came to the rescue. Then he changes the topic to her. "So when did you get here?" "We have been stuck and have no clue what has been happening outside," Ji-won briefly recounts. After losing contact with Brother, the Sect assigned her this mission. "I came to find a place to rest and strategize first, thanks. Zhang Fan," she says, which surprises him a bit. Seeing her discomfort, Zhang Fan silently wonders. Ji-won must be feeling guilty. It is the first time he has seen her with that kind of expression. Just as he thinks this, Nim reassures her. "When I did not understand anything about the realms, you were there for me. We do not need to say those things between us." Once they arrive, Ji-won starts discussing their plan. "Brother Zhang, I am guessing you think we should wait for Tama here." Their synergy impresses Nim. Brother Zhang has not even spoken, and she has already figured it out. That is incredible. Then she points to a library area, saying, "That is the old base of the fake Jiang Ming. Let us go rest there. It is a perfect spot for them to know we are here." While everyone just touched down, Zhang Fan was lounging on a stone bench, waiting for the others while regaling us with tales of her journey. Meanwhile, in an underground cave, Jiang Ming was kneeling before someone. He was sweating bullets but still tried to make excuses, claiming that the high priest was not a petty person. But it was just that they were too crafty. Yet, Gaiho did not even bat an eye, saying that this matter would not be reported to the higher-ups for now. Then he issued a warning, saying he would add more men to the team, and they better succeed this time. Feeling the invisible pressure, Jiang Ming hurriedly accepted the order, promising he would not let the higher-ups down, clasped his hands in assurance, saying, "Don't he worry. If we fail again, I am willing to be the offering." Seeing this, Gaiho snapped and chased him off, growling, "If you fail again, I swear I will make you the offering. No matter what, get out of here." Jiang Ming quickly bid farewell, stating he was off to catch them right away. As their figures faded into the cave's entrance, Gaiho ordered the dark shadows behind him, "Follow them and find out who is messing up our plans." Among the swirling smoke, the silhouette of a divine guard appeared, waiting eagerly for someone to show. Zhang Fan quietly muttered, "Looks like these folks have been hiding for way too long." I chimed in. "If they were not living too comfortably, they would not have surrendered to us." Suddenly, the notification burst forth. "Someone's coming. Brother N. Sister Yuan, the enemy is here." Zhang Fan's expression shifted to one of excitement, thinking there would be more of them. But it turned out to be the same old face. In the midst of the smoke, Jiang Ming crossed his arms and challenged them. You little brat dare to refuse my goodwill. Now you will regret it. The minions of the dark forces swarmed out, ready to capture them as offerings for the higher-ups. Zhang Fan scoffed, drawing his sword to counter, thinking, another bunch that does not know their limits. Their ending will be pathetic. Just then, a Yai charged forward. Brother Zhang, let me handle this. Turns out he was still mad about the minions from the past. I am a disciple of the Celestial Emperor in the Fengju world, and you guys have imprisoned me. If I do not deal with you, how can I show my face again? In no time, Awai and the others had beaten the minions into a pulp. At this point, Jiang Ming was losing his cool, shouting, You all came to the Xuanfeng continent and still shut your mouths, trying to sabotage our grand plan while resisting. He yelled at the top of his lungs, Give it your all. When we return, you will definitely get praised by the priest. Just as he finished, a loud explosion echoed. The minions transformed into the dark forces, ready to wipe them out, while the priest and the higher-ups watched from afar. Now Zhang Fan was ready for battle. Smirking, these guys are neither human nor demon, just plain ugly. Once again, Zhang Fan defeated the minions with a single move. This left Jiang Ming dizzy, thinking, how is this possible? They are all wearing divine armor blessed by the higher-ups. Who's this kid? He quickly prepared to flee. If he stayed any longer, he would meet the same fate as them. With no way back, he had to hide. A streak of light shot across the sky as Zhang Fan watched him escape. Wondering, should he really just let him go? On your side, you are still so relaxed. Mixed in with that is a hint of disdain. No big deal. Just a pathetic little punk. The scene shifts to a hand with sharp, deadly nails reaching out. That hand of the divine guard swiftly snatched up Jiang Ming. He was silent yet seething with rage. Thankfully, the priest sent us here, just as I thought. A useless person unworthy of trust. Jiang Ming's throat was squeezed tight, making it hard to breathe. But he still struggled. Great divine guard. Spare me. I was just going to fetch someone. Of course. The guard had no interest in his pleas. Trash does not need to explain. With one hand, he tossed Jiang Ming to his subordinates behind him, sending this useless piece of trash back to the altar. As he was dragged away, he cried out, Commander, please spare me. Let me go plead with the priest. But the divine guard remained unmoved. Meanwhile, the spectators below witnessed everything and were quite impressed. It seemed the newcomers held some rank. Still, she was not worried. But had not they met the expectations of the person yet? The subordinates and the divine guard were watching them from above. Zhang Fan was not shy about looking back. Yeah. I thought even if Thomas' main body did not show up, there'd at least be a capable lieutenant. But it seems otherwise, given the current situation. He analyzed that either the cultivators from the mystic continent were arrogantly out of their minds, or Thomas' demands were substantial and crucial at this moment. His intuition was affecting Anim. How's Alave doing? I have wasted too much time already. The divine guard clenched his fist tightly and threatened. Arrogant outsiders. Now's your chance to kneel and beg the gods for mercy. Zhang Fan was ready to engage in battle. Although they had not caught the big snake yet, they could still trace its whereabouts. Hearing this, Ji Yuan nodded in agreement. The most important part of the ambush is speed. Everyone, wait just a moment before we make our move. We are going straight for their lair. Anim felt a bit inadequate in their quick banter. They could understand each other with just a few words. While she and the others were still trying to catch up, just then, the divine guard locked his hands and shouted, A bunch of stubborn fools. You will never understand the greatness of the divine. With that, he ordered an attack, aiming to eliminate the rebellious outsiders. But before anything could happen, his subordinates panicked and shouted, Great divine guard. Ji Yuan's sword has already reached your neck without you noticing. Behave yourselves. We will take you to meet our divine soon. Zhang Fan was still standing outside, quietly thinking that after receiving the inheritance from the celestial emperor Ling Qiao, the sword domain had gained new skills but had not needed to use them yet. His life was now entirely in Ji Yuan's hands. The inner turmoil of the divine guard was palpable. Who were these outsiders? Clearly, Ngai Ming had captured them effortlessly. Anim approached them, puzzled. Junior sister. Senior brother. Are you really going to let them lead us to their den? Is this plan really okay? Zhang Fan could not help but smirk wickedly. Without hesitation, the divine guard has already knelt down, willingly jumping into the boiling water for you all, ready to take risks. Yet, he still chuckled inwardly. You outsiders can never comprehend just how magnificent the divine truly is. He excitedly looked up, but still plotted in his heart. Luckily, you guys are digging your own graves. In the eyes of the gods, I remain a trustworthy believer. He crossed his arms, casting a disdainful gaze at the divine guards. If you all move fast enough, there should not be any problems. With that, Kavian took the lead, urging everyone to fly forward. We can't afford to waste time. Let us hit the road. At the altar, Ingwei and the followers stood before a massive lake. He raised his staff and commanded, "The gods have just sent us a prophecy, telling us to prepare the offerings. The ritual is about to begin." Thandring D quickly reported that everything was ready, assuring the high priest to rest easy. Hearing this, Ingwei showed a satisfied expression. "Great. Just wait for Gai Jiang Min to draw the blood from those foreign cultivators." Suddenly, someone rushed in, panicked, and Thandring D barked, "What happened that you dare to be so rude in front of the high priest?" He hurriedly recounted the situation. "Deputy leader, some foreign cultivators are clashing with our divine guards outside, and they are storming the defense. It seems we won't hold out much longer." Just as he finished, a Trong for him appeared with his sword, greeting them. "Welcome to the den of your evil." Amon Chan pointed at the trio in front of him. "Those are the culprits." And Gai Heng sighed softly and muttered, "You have already broken the great formation. Looks like not only didn't Gai Jiang Min fail, but even our backups are in trouble." Then he pointed at the enemy with certainty. "But you all brought this upon yourselves. And that is just fine." With a burst of enthusiasm, Ninggai Eng declared, "The prophetic ritual is about to commence. You will have the honor of becoming sacrifices for our gods. Feel proud about it." Ngai Heng stood atop a colossal wave rushing towards Trenung Fum's group. He boasted loudly, "The gods are coming to elevate us to the celestial realm. And you foreign cultivators think you can snatch that away? You are all doomed." With that, Ngai Eng launched his attack, declaring, "No one can thwart our grand plan. I will represent the gods and punish you all." Hearing this, Kaveen stood firm, replying, "There is no shame in wanting to take shortcuts. You just say it proudly." Without hesitation, and Nugam unsheathed his sword, ready to counterattack. Tra hung. "Little sister." He charged straight into the massive wave, eager to see which evil would dare to plot against him and his brothers. Ngai Heng sneered, clearly underestimating them. "Looks like you have got some skill." He then raised his staff, preparing to strike. "All of you gods, rise and capture these unruly intruders." The evil spirit swiftly charged in, filled with fervor. As the gods watched over them, Akavan scoffed while drawing his sword. "What a pathetic bunch. Ugly and miserable." Just a few swift slashes sent them flying. One guy, clutching his face in shock, wondered why the divine protection had failed, no longer effective. The female mage observed the unfortunate spirits with a calm gaze. At that moment, Ngainu had lost his earlier confidence. Realizing he had underestimated them, no wonder the ones sent with him had all failed. Yet, he stubbornly wants to fight. "You all completely misunderstand the greatness of the divine being. You can't stop us." In an instant, Ngaichu summoned a towering column of water. "Oh great lord, hear my prayers. Respond to me. Please come here." A gigantic whirlwind engulfed Zhang Fan's group. "Haha. You can't escape. The fish are about to arrive. So get ready to be scared." But when he looked down, he was surprised. "Why are you all just standing there?" he screamed from the top of the waterfall. "Aren't you all supposed to be shaking in your boots? Don't try to stop me." Zhang Fan calmly discussed the plan. "Should we coordinate a bit?" Kei Ven winked in agreement. "Let us do this." Left to his own devices, Ingaiku was furious and lost control. "You all underestimate me and the divine. Hurry up and get your vaccines. Flee." Crying? His words made Zhang Fan extremely annoyed. He was itching to take action. Thinking he might let the guy live a little longer without missing a beat, he jumped up, threatening him. "If you want to taste my sword, go ahead." Perfect timing. I am free right now. But surprisingly, the guy showed no fear. Too late for that. Suddenly, a gigantic hand grasped the edge of the water basin. A voice dripped with disdain echoed. Who would have thought that the alliance of celestial beings would send such rookies? Kei Ven looked at the monster and said, "Finally, you have shown up." Hekfia maintained his condescending attitude. "The alliance of celestial beings is still as slow and lofty as ever." Finally, the arrogant guy declared, "But it is too late for you. Our plan is a success. And the origin of the world of the mysterious wind continent will fall into our hands." Hekfia leaped straight towards Zhang Fan. "Now that we have your celestial powers, we can speed up our extraction of the world's origin." Zhang Fan drew his sword, ready to counter. "You really have no idea who to mess with." In an instant, the guy from the alliance took a heavy blow and flew back. Unfortunately, the place he landed was the rocky cliff behind him. Hekfia gritted his teeth in anger. "How can a young celestial like you have such terrifying strength?" He got a large bruise forming on his back. "But no matter how strong you are, you won't stop us." Right after this declaration, Hekfia suddenly unleashed a powerful force. "We are starting to take the origin of the world from the mysterious wind continent. You are useless now." And Nim quickly dodged the flying boulders. "Sister. Zhang Shidi. What should we do?" Zhang Fan maintained his calm demeanor. "Of course. We need to go through the route he came in and charge straight out to stop him. Upon hearing this, Hexv scoffed. Our blood demon gate specializes in spatial path techniques. How can a rookie like you break through easily? But then, what appeared in front of him made him widen his eyes in shock. No way. How can he open a gate too? A similar portal was effortlessly created by Zhang Fan. This guy is out of tricks, let us take him down. It seemed like Hexv would show fear. But he confidently retorted. I may have underestimated you, but you won't be able to eliminate me. With that, Hexv quickly retreated, leaving Nim just able to shout, stop. Before he successfully escaped through the portal, he shouted in anger, letting it slip away. Kevin edged closer to Nim, thinking, can Hein really believe that Chang Fum just swung his sword randomly and managed to open a path to the Tama? Hearing this, he felt a twinge of annoyance. Without wasting another second, Chang Fum pointed at the gate beside them. All right. Let us hurry and chase after the Tama through this way. The group quickly set off while Nim asserted, we absolutely have to stop them. In the underground cave, as soon as Channing Fum's group arrived, they found Hexv, Talon, and a few other monsters gathered around a massive fireball, annoyed to find himself being followed. He sneered. You lot really do not know when to back off. Do you? Talin seized the chance to mock Hexv, who surprisingly took a heavy beating from those little brats from the celestial realm. Such a disgrace for our bloodline. Meanwhile, Kusira was more pragmatic. Fine then. If they do not know how to back off, and came here to hand over their lives. Even better. He commanded the attack. Let us use their fresh blood to fuel this origin. We might as well relax a little. The dire situation had Nim worried. Why are there so many Tama here? We are in serious trouble this time. But with the main hero's radiant aura, how could this be a problem for Channing Fum? Ansio, do not worry. I can see these Tama are all weaklings. The DxO saw him standing still and charged in like a moth to a flame. Haha. This kid must be scared out of his wits. Kusir smugly added. Let us have some fun with them. The footsteps moved swiftly, and Nim landed gracefully and warned Changkrongfam and K Ven. CZ. Sesamai. There are a lot of Tama. His face tightened. Besides, they are currently halting their ritual, gearing up for an all-out assault. Meanwhile, Ulan arrogantly declared, I truly underestimated you all. But this is where your journey ends. Craving for fresh souls had reached its peak. Devouring these fools' souls would be so satisfying. It has been ages since I tasted the flavor of celestial beings. Other monsters were not about to be left out either. Look at those guys frozen in fear. Let us see who gets to savor the Tasty's soul. Without hesitation, Changkring Fum drew his sword and charged at them. Time to strike. A flurry of sharp slashes ensued. And once he finished, he slowly flicked the sword back towards his hip. The entire horde of monsters was left stunned and speechless. Seeing this, and Nim urged the two. CZ. Sesamai. You two go stop those Tama from stealing the origin of this world. He asserted confidently. Leave the rest to me and my disciples. Kuai Lin furiously ordered the monsters. These celestial beings are really infuriating. Half of you stay to continue the ritual. The rest follow me. Oh, buying him. Kudan prepared to join the fray. If that is what you say, then we will teach these little immortals a good lesson. And Nim, seeing an opportunity to stretch his muscles, flashed a fierce smile. Finally, I have found you all. Let me relieve some stress. Without hesitation, he slashed towards Kudin after that, and quickly urged Trong Pham and Kaivan. You two better get moving. Leave the evil spirits here to me. Hearing that, she reminded him and took off. Brother, everyone be careful. At this moment, Kuai Lin still maintained his arrogant demeanor, chastising them for sending mere juniors to this place. He had underestimated them, but it turned out they had some skill. Over there, the envoy bowed to him. Your Highness, those two are ours. Please continue with the ritual. Kuai Lin confidently declared. Let that kid be the sacrifice. And bring the girl to me. The envoy grinned maliciously at Kaivan, assuring that he would satisfy the prince. Immediately after, he threatened Truong Pham. You two are already here, so just surrender peacefully, and you might get a quick death. With that, they rushed towards him. Kid, you are a bit too cocky. Let us see how proud you are when you are being sacrificed. In an instant, he vanished, leaving behind a gust of wind. Truong Pham's blade flashed toward the envoy as he stayed smug. Looks like you have some skill, kid. Now it is my turn to shine. Truong Pham scoffed. All talk. I am not here to play with you. Ignoring Su Hun's warning, he told Kaivan. We need to charge in now. Those evil spirits are about to succeed. Kaivan ignited a crimson flame on her sword. She then sent the demon back to its master. Her face was filled with determination. I absolutely want to let them achieve their goal. Witnessing the demons fall one by one made Weiling furious. You useless fools. He waved his hand, commanding, Pause the ritual. Deal with those two first. The minions behind him obeyed the order. In the damp cave, a fierce battle was about to erupt. Already, Anim was sweating profusely. Jun and Trui. This plan to storm the enemy's lair might be a bit over the top. Ulin chuckled at his nervousness. Haha, this is going to be fun. In contrast, Truongfam remained calm with his arms crossed. At least he did not have to search for each one of them. The guy was riding high, thinking it was an easy win. Let us make these heavenly beings regret messing with my plans. Gather them up. His followers, pumped up by his spirit, were ready for action. They charged towards their prey with greedy looks. I can already smell the delicious souls. Those dark souls from earlier are mine to devour. Kaivan floated in midair, golden energy radiating from her hands, while Truongfam felt confident, perhaps because he was well prepared. As Truongfam stretched and prepared for battle, he took a moment to compliment. Kaivan is so smart. Let these evil spirits taste the sword techniques I have just mastered, not forgetting to activate the system. He chanted his incantation like calling for a virtual assistant. System. Summon the sword realm. Project the sword realm. Then he got ready from A to Z. System. Project the sword realm in the cave. The sword realm appeared hazily. The ground shook violently. While Truongfam remained steady on the green formation, the dark spirits were in chaos. Shouting, "What is going on? It looks like we are in the territory of that little brat from the celestial realm. Let us show him what we have got and take his soul first. No need for arguments. Let us unleash our moves right away. How? Time for you all to learn about the legacy of the celestial emperor. Lang Tiao. Prepare to meet your doom." Dark spirits. Suddenly, hundreds of swords appeared in the sky, raining down upon the dark spirits still frozen in shock below. Yuling was so stunned by the sight that she almost swallowed her tongue. The sword intent was piercing. How could a mere junior from the celestial realm grasp such sword intent? And how could he even cultivate to this level? The captain standing nearby saw his team turned into shish kebabs and rushed up. "Your Highness. Be careful." An explosive sound erupted as the swords pierced the ground, sending dust flying everywhere. The cold-blooded one was desperately reaching out for help. "Your Highness. Save me." But before he could finish, he was sent back to another server by a flying sword. The demon with the shield was struggling to hold on, thinking to himself, "Your Highness. My precious artifact from the Demon King is about to give out." On the other side, the battle was reaching its peak. Yuling, furious at the dark spirits, gritted her teeth. "I was so close to success. And then this little brat had to interfere. I will remember this grudge." He clenched the purple stone in his hand, unwilling to let go, but ultimately crushed it. A massive shield erupted, protecting the survivors as they rushed towards the teleportation gate. I ran for my life. I grabbed Uling's hand. "Your Highness. We will deal with this brat later." The remaining dark spirits were fuming, screaming in frustration. "He is running away. You will regret this. The demon world will get its revenge sooner or later." Meanwhile, the rain of swords continued to sweep the battlefield, leaving no one unscathed. Finally, Zhang Fan withdrew his magic and assessed the situation. Witnessing this sword realm for the first time is truly the luck of you dark spirits. And Neem looked at the remains of the Yakuma scattered across the ground and could not help but praise. Zhang Shidi truly has extraordinary talent in swordsmanship. I can't believe he has already reached such a powerful level. Zhang Fan, flattered by the compliment, laughed heartily. Haha, it is all thanks to the legacy of Lang Tiao, the Celestial Emperor. Without that, my ordinary cultivation would not be this strong. Just then, Kivan suddenly called out. Zhang Fan. Senior brothers. Come over here and look. Everyone rushed towards her, anxious and asking, what is wrong? Junior sister. Did the dark spirits do something to the world's origin? Anim heard Waith's indignant voice. These dark spirits are truly despicable. At that moment, Thongha angrily shared their past. My senior brothers and I eliminated dark spirits in the small world. But it was so heavily polluted that we had to abandon it. However, Kivan denied this, insisting, it is not the dark spirits that are the problem. Their original plan must have been to steal the world's origin. And Nihim found her junior sister's reasoning quite convincing, and proceeded to theorize towards that direction. If that is the case, according to the demonic plan, the Mystic Wind continent will completely vanish. There is no need for all these complicated steps. So what is the point? Suddenly, K-Ven pointed at a blue formation on the ground and asked his senior brothers. The Chindring Fuguayim. Yes? Take a look at this formation. Doesn't it look super familiar? Hearing this, Chankring Phimem and Anim curiously stepped closer to the circle to investigate. He was stunned when he recognized the formation. How could this be? Chankring Phim crouched down, poking at the formation with his sword like he was on a treasure hunt. KVN. Yes? Spill the tea. Is there something wrong with this formation? And Nim gritted her teeth in anger recalling the incident, holding back her emotions as she recounted. I and the junior brothers barely made it out alive. We almost became sacrificial offerings in a demonic ritual. And there are still people colluding with the demons. Nearby, someone chimed in. The astral connection of the mystic continent just restored ties with other worlds. So maybe Chengen Famhain is not fully aware. She continued to play teacher, sharing knowledge with Chang Pham. This formation is one of those created by the celestial emperors of the Alliance of Immortals and the 9 celestial kings. It is only taught to high-ranking officials and elite disciples. He thought for a moment and concluded. Could it be that these demons were about to pull off their grand scheme on the mystic wind continent? If it were not for the Immortal Guild's timely discovery, they might have succeeded and slipped away. Faced with the tension that felt like a taut string, Aniam immediately made a decision. I will report this to the Sect as soon as we return. He brandished his sharp sword, energy flaring up to showcase his might. Let the Sect leader summon the celestial kings and emperors from the 33 worlds to thoroughly investigate this infestation in the Alliance. With a thunderous crack, the blade of his sword left a sharp mark on the nearby rock. Vin agreed. Given the situation, let us wrap things up here on the Mystic Wind continent and report back to our elders in the Immortal Guild so they can handle it. With that, all the disciples agreed to destroy the place and sword away on their swords. The ground they left behind erupted in a thunderous explosion, dust and debris scattering everywhere, and Nim glanced back at the cave they had just passed through, feeling a sense of satisfaction. Looks like the cultivators of the Mystic Wind continent are finally getting their just desserts. Vin naturally followed up. It seems that while the demons were in the final stages of their ritual, they had to exhaust themselves fighting us while we used them as offerings. Chunkrim Fum turned back, smiling as he concluded. It looks like there really is a resistance on the Mystic Wind continent, and some are not falling for our tricks. They can sort out their own issues here. In the end, they seem to transform into streaks of light, soaring away, leaving the white mist behind as they stood atop the mountain. Watching, at that moment, he was overwhelmed with emotion, unable to hold back his tears. Hands clasped in gratitude, he and the others bowed their heads, thanking the celestial beings for saving the Mystic Wind continent and protecting our world from the devils. Meanwhile, a Chung Faram was returning with everyone, and a Nim kept graciously thanking him. Everything's wrapped up. Thank you, CZ, for your rescue. If we ever need help again, just call on the Immortal Guild. We definitely won't turn you down. He suddenly noticed the grumpy shadow trailing behind, chuckling mischievously. But it seemed like the senior disciple did not really need our help or that of the younger ones. Hearing this, she immediately got upset, turning away in a huff. While brother and the others were all nursing their wounds, we should head back to the Sect soon so you can rest. I still have some matters to attend to in the mainland's astral realm. And him noticed her junior sister feeling awkward and waved her hand dismissively, chuckling. All right, let us get back quickly. And remember, no more solo adventures to random places. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared, stealthily following them and watching from a distance. Seizing the perfect moment, the figure gestured and struck while they were chatting happily. Van suddenly sensed danger creeping up and turned around cautiously. Just as she spoke, her sword was drawn, shattering the ambush plan of their foes like. Where did that sneak attack even come from? The rebels, no longer hiding, surrounded them. No wonder she was the fairy of the celestial realm. Venin Nuing. Her strength and reflexes were impressive, and Neem drew her sword without hesitation. Realizing these guys had been lying in wait for quite some time, we have walked right into their trap. Hun Foch decisively ordered his subordinates to wrap this up quickly. As there were orders from above not to let any information leak, the rebels quickly formed their ranks. And him deliberated on their strategy while preparing for battle. This was bad. These guys were no joke. Let us engage and figure it out as we go. He directed his sword straight at the 3 closest foes. However, what surprised and numb was how easily they formed a counter formation. His eyes widened in shock. Next, he turned back to remind his teammates. This was a formation devised by the 3-man squad of the 9 rulers from the former celestial realm. The way they positioned just now looked eerily similar. From this detail, and Nim deduced their origins. These guys were likely the lackeys of those treacherous rebels from the Celestial Alliance. Once again, his sword was thwarted, and Feich seemed amused and praised him, saying, You really are a brilliant disciple of the Celestial Emperor's students. Your knowledge is impressive. And Nihim did not pay much mind and pointed his sharp sword at the guy, asking, Who exactly are you? Feich replied arrogantly, If you want to know, go down to hell and find out yourself. Realizing he could not extract any information, he turned to warn everyone. These people were elite celestial soldiers who had fought on the battlefield against demons. And among them were quite a few celestial generals. This was going to be tough, but he did come up with an idea. Senior brother, is there a way to optimize our swordsmanship in this situation? Hearing this, the senior shook his head, cutting him off, not in a short time, but for now, just hang tight. And brother, then he turned to Hun Foch, asking cautiously, is your leader the one with the long white beard, a serious demeanor, some major figure from the celestial realm? The guy looked a bit surprised but quickly ordered, so you know a bit. But if you know so much, you definitely can be allowed to survive. With that answer, Tran Fum realized who they were indeed. Vin confirmed her suspicions. They were the minions of that mysterious figure who had ambushed them on the blood-soaked battlefield before. Look at those traitors up ahead. It is clear she is onto something. Yeah. I just sensed some familiar techniques from a few of them, definitely the old bastard style. This encounter is perfect for Zhang Fan to settle the score. But I remember there was a bit of a setup last time. For now, let us handle this situation first. You pause for a moment to think. Sure. You could head straight to the sword domain, but those guys from Kai Wen can't. And since you are outside, there is no way to use your skills right now. Kui Wen worries you lack confidence and turns to an Ying Zhang Fan. Do not think you have not made any progress. I have been stuck in place myself, unable to catch up to him. He praises you while also proving her own worth. Your swordsmanship really is impressive. It embodies the essence of the sword way. But during this time, I have also learned quite a bit. Han Fang, tired of their back and forth, cuts into the conversation. Setting up a formation we can let any of them escape. A burst of green light envelopes Wen, and she seems to sense something new. And Ying, standing beside her, is taken aback. Wait, did you just master the ultimate technique of the sword scripture? A giant, radiant blue phoenix suddenly appears in the sky, and the traitors start murmuring to each other. It is, and Fang decisively orders the traitors to form a barrier. We must stop them. The traitors rush forward, wielding massive swords that radiate destructive power. The giant swords come crashing down like meteors toward the blue phoenix, which spreads its mighty wings to face the challenge. The phoenix directly shatters several of the giant swords, sending the traitors flying, leaving them no option but to beg for mercy. What a and Fang can hide his shock at the sight before him. The Cloud Master technique. Who would be thought Qi Wen could master a divine skill from the celestial realm? He sends a few traitors to retreat immediately to report back. There is no hiding what is happening on the Mystic Wind continent anymore. We need to send someone back to inform the others. The remaining traitors rev up their speed to tail the phoenix. While the rest of us have to keep chasing, we must atone for our mistakes, or we will all end up in deep trouble. After a while, the phoenix flies off to another continent. Once the mission is completed, it vanishes, and Ying finally has a moment to thank Kui Wen Fu. Thank goodness for you. Otherwise, we would not have made it out. She shyly accepts the compliment, humbly responding that, after all, standing beside a prodigy who grasps the essence of sword intent, her junior sister Xuan can't be left behind either. Zhang Fan sees everyone is worn out and suggests, hey, how about we all take a break at my place? I have got some fruit. Before you can finish, and Ying politely interrupts, thanking you while bowing out. This Mystic Wind continent mission is just for me and my junior brothers. Plus, we need to report back about what just happened. But I will need you to look after my junior sister. Zhang and Ying and her brothers bid farewell to Zhang Fan and Kai Wen before moving on. Zhang, junior sister, let us part ways here for now. After saying their goodbyes, you pull out a ginseng root and hand it to her. Kai Wen, I have got some ginseng here. You should replenish your energy first. Kai Wen accepts it, expressing her concern. But we might not be able to return to the celestial continent right away. Those guys know the celestial realm's secret techniques. Tran Fum pondered for a moment and then excitedly commented, looks like the alliance of the immortal realm is really rotting from the inside out. How many secret formations got leaked like that? Who is pulling the strings behind all this? He then unsheathed a sword, saying to Ven, let us head back first. Don't worry about those guys. I have got a plan for them. Hearing Tran Fum's firm assurance, she felt much more at ease and agreed with his suggestion. All right, since both of our sword arts have improved, let us exchange some techniques. Meanwhile, at home, Sichuan rushed back to report to Diam. The old man furrowed his brows, sizing up that guy, and demanded, spill it. Where's the intel coming from? Sichuan noticed the old man's mood was off, so he cautiously stated each word. The chief told me to report that the mission to the Mystic Wind continent has failed, and on top of that, someone escaped. Yum suddenly appeared right in front of him, furiously squeezing his head. What a bunch of useless fools. Whether it is you or that demonic lot. The old man continued to delve into the memories of Sichuan, causing him to scream in pain. Once everything was clear, Tiam burst into laughter. It is that little punk again. Looks like the legacy of that old man Long Tu really got messed up. He tossed Sichuan onto the grass and ordered, send someone to inform Max Xwang to keep an eye on that kid from the heavenly continent. That traitor only knows how to pretend to obey. Just then, a sweet female voice accompanied by light footsteps approached. calling out, "Master." The soft tone of the graceful Taiyem broke the tension, pulling the old man back from his anger. "We should get back to training, right now." Trang Fum and K-Vin had made it to the pod island. As soon as they spotted the two, Emevany jumped up in joy. "Woof woof. The master and sister are back." At that same moment, Ingiklian stepped out to greet them. "Master, you finally returned." Su Thin beside her could not hide his joy either. "Master. Sister. You two are finally back." The bushes atop the cliff swayed gently, as if welcoming the group. At that moment, Patron stood before everyone and sincerely stated, "The master is back, and we met the fairy. Seeing that you are safe puts my mind at ease." Hearing this, Trang Fum could guess what was going on. It seemed that while he was away, everything in the heavenly continent was still running smoothly. Suddenly, Enki piped up, "Master. Sister. What kind of trouble did you two run into?" At this point, Kaveen felt a bit uneasy. She glanced at Trang Fum beside her. After getting his nod of approval, she hesitated before speaking up. "This story is quite long." After hearing this, Su Thin quickly assessed the current situation. "Heavenly Lord, with such a huge incident happening within the Immortal Alliance, the dynamics of the myriad realms will likely face a massive upheaval soon." Following that line of thought, Atung Venin anxiously continued. "Heavenly Lord, if the great war between the immortals and demons takes a turn, what should our heavenly continent do?" With everyone's eyes on her, Kavian quickly tossed that hot potato elsewhere. "Guys, stop staring at me." She then began to explain. "The immortal realm has always kept its hands off the affairs of the Immortal Alliance." At that moment, Zhang Fum revealed something. The heavenly continent also has a tradition of inheritance. Of course, opposing the demons. And about the internal issues of the Immortal Alliance, that is not our concern. Do you hear? Ingrid Lian proudly boasts about her achievements during your absence. Master. Collaborating with Senior Y. She has handpicked a few outstanding disciples, and provided them with plenty of resources to support their growth. That is why Tranang Pham has some kind words to share. Good. But do not be too modest. You all need to hustle and boost your own power. Finally, he turns to Kaven, saying, just take it easy and recuperate. Once you are back on your feet, I will share the legacy of the Long Kai Tu Tin Dai with you. With that assurance, she can rest easy handing over all responsibilities. Alright. I have been curious about the sword path of Lungi Tu Tin Yi for ages. Meanwhile, in another location, the spiritual energy is swirling like a raging storm. Hon Wipe observes my Fexai on training and can't help but comment. No surprise there. The legendary Chang Kaiao Tung from the 33rd layer of heaven Mephi Sexai never forgets to train. Hearing a noise, he opens his eyes. They are not even trying to hide their intentions. I bet the demon lord did not come here just to recruit me for some petty tasks. Hon Wipe approaches my Sexai, her voice dripping with cunning. Of course. There are new orders from above, she whispers in his ear. There is a command from above. The plan to infiltrate the continent of Haiyanfang is linked to the hair of Long Tut and Z. Go handle it. Not only that, but Honjipe also reveals some little-known intel. Just last time, the Supreme Celestial Emperor sent me to deal with that brat. Tradering Pham. Mimsaksuan smirks at the familiar name. Tradering Pham. Just in time. I have finally digested the spoils from the blood-soaked battlefield. Suddenly, he yanks out the sword embedded beside him, furious as he slices through a boulder in front of him. The humiliation from before has been etched in his heart. Menexevan has been waiting for this moment for a long time. There was no opportunity on the blood-soaked battlefield. But now, finally, it is. With a glimmer of hope, he thinks, I will wait for the news from Mexexine. Someone important up there is really interested in True Dong Fume. Just remember to capture him, but deep down, Mexexine has a different plan in mind, a certain major figure. Is not he the immortal from up there? Once I acquire the legacy of the Longutu Tini, each of you will have to bow before me. With this thought racing through his mind, he shouts, where are my people? Then, he barks orders, rallying everyone to march for the Emperor to conquer the celestial continent. At that moment, Tratong Fum is diligently practicing his swordsmanship. Just then, Kei Vin appears, skillfully dodging his swift strikes. She lands gracefully on the ground and comments. No doubt. This is the sword technique passed down from generations of emperors. Hearing this, Tratong Fum opens up. Back then, I thought my talent was unparalleled. But when I saw the legacy of Lung Taiyu Team Li's sword techniques, I realized the ancestors had their own strengths too. Kevin leisurely adds. The arts of the celestial world come with the legacy of the emperors, so we get to witness their greatness. But it also means many of our peers lack artistic flair. Tratong Fum continues the conversation. Now that we both possess the legacy of the celestial emperors, we can exchange ideas daily and sharpen our skills. Meanwhile, in another corner, Nugan Long excitedly exclaims, that fairy is so strong. I wonder when I can be like her. With a strong dislike for this person, Inky Lian declared, I have become an immortal. Why should I waste time chasing after her? You all at Long should aim to ascend too. Do not sell yourselves short. While the opponent's power made Long a bit hesitant, I certainly was not. Just then, Sen Kang burst through the wall from nowhere. Following him was a bit of chaos. Breaking things left and right, Sen Kang was brimming with energy. Shouting excitedly, "Master! We have become immortals too." The chaos did not forget to express gratitude. "I have become an immortal. Thank you for the nourishment, Master." At that moment, Seto Thin appeared, feeling a bit melancholic. "After all these years of training, I still have not ascended. How much longer will it take?" Beside him was Tung Vine, both of them landing gracefully. As soon as Chung Fam saw them, he handed each a precious artifact. Not only that, but he also confidently advised, "You all need to put in more effort. If you are short on resources, just let me know." Tung Vivan and Set Up Thin were overjoyed to receive the treasures. Thanking the High Immortal for such gifts, Chung Fum waved his hands dismissively, urging them to keep working hard on their training. Just as he was about to finish his sentence, something caught his attention. 3 bright spots shot across the sky towards them. It was the people from the Taisheng sect. As soon as they landed, Don Huan seriously delivered the news. "Zhang Dao, we have just heard that an outside force might be planning to attack our great force, Heavenly Cloud." Noticing the urgency in his tone, Chung Fum quickly calmed him down. "I have not even congratulated you on being recognized among the immortals. Take a deep breath first." Suan Kang immediately brightened up. "What? An outside force wants to attack the Great Cloud Continent. This is fantastic." He patted his strong chest, adding, "Back when we were not immortals, we could not join the battlefield, and it felt so suffocating." Eagerly, Suan Kang suggested, "Master, let me go to the outer realms to scout the enemy." Just when he was pumped up, MDA jumped in. "Master, let me out too for some fresh air." Frustrated, Suan Kang grabbed onto the enemy's tail. "You little rascal. How dare you touch me?" MD was not backing down either, biting the opponent's hand. "Let go me, you fap." They wrestled, each demanding the other to release their grip first. This chaotic scene was giving Chung Fum a headache, so he decided, "All right, you two can go together. Just keep yourselves safe. But first, let us hear what the Elder has to say about what happened." Do Huan recounted everything. After receiving support from the Immortal Alliance, the Great Astral Continent had set up several monitoring points outside the protective barrier, allowing them to detect the influx of immortals from outside. At this point, Chung Fam started piecing things together but wanted to ask more. "Sister, do you think this could be the work of that mysterious force?" She agreed. "Very likely." Then Chung Fam turned to give orders. "You two go to the outer realms and use up some energy. But do not forget your mission, find out exactly who they are." Xun Kang and Dollar kept squabbling back and forth. In the end, they split up, each going their own way. "Don't worry, Master. We will definitely investigate thoroughly." Suddenly, an announcement echoed in the air. "Captain, there is a monk from the astral continent who has spotted us." Standing on that little piece of land were 3 brothers. The moment Chech Kaim saw them, he gave the order to turn back and sell them into slavery. Min heard everything loud and clear. Panic setting in. "This is bad. The higher-ups from the celestial realm have found us." Chi Kain, knowing his foes were weak, showed his arrogance, saying, "Is that all you have got, just a bunch of kids? Your sect is truly heartless, sending even those who have not ascended to the cosmos. Not only that, but he also mocked. The one you sent seems quite cruel, does not he?" Suddenly, a thunderous sound shook the air, grabbing Chech Kain's attention. "Who is there?" The arrival of Sen Kang had damaged his ship with that haughty demeanor and arrogant words. "I thought a celestial emperor had come from the central heaven to our astral continent." But those words posed no threat to Chech Kain. He was shocked to find another celestial being in a small place like the astral continent. Not only that, but he arrogantly ordered, "But you are just a lowly beast turned celestial. Activate the formation and capture him." Instantly, a powerful barrier materialized in the sky. Of course, Sen Kang could handle this. "Ha! A mere formation thinks it can suppress me." He was excited to finally unleash some pent-up frustration. Ha ha ha. Finally, a chance to vent. Seeing his opponent still carefree, Chechkheim grew even more furious. "A mere beast dares to act tough in front of me." He channeled his strength into his sword, preparing to attack. Watching intently, just then, a familiar claw appeared, striking through the air. With just a light blow, but Chechkheim was sent sprawling to the ground. The annoying voice of the creature was grating, like a constant yapping. Knowing it was taunting him, Sen Kang shot back, barking like a dog. "Ah! Tell me, who is the leader of your celestial realm?" Chechkheim lay on the ground, gritting his teeth in resentment. Never expecting to be defeated by a beast and a dog. "But Master M6 will avenge me." Hearing that name, Sen Kang showed clear disdain. "What? That M6 again?" Meanwhile, Mem maintained a cold demeanor. casually tossing Chechkain off the ship after seeing the evidence eliminated. The three on the other side bowed, greeting the two celestial beings. As Senkang and Embeda. This time, Senkang spoke seriously. Report everything you have observed during this time, and then pilot this ship back to the astral continent. Still challenging Emdai, said. Let us have a little contest to see who can find the hidden bugs in the universe first. AMD, scratching his shiny fur, replied. Who is afraid of whom? In fact, Msakesine and High and Hype had been watching from the start, and now she spoke up. Young master, are not you going to take action? Unexpectedly, Msakesine remained calm, saying, why should I? They are all just subordinates of that old man Trang Min. Hearing this, Hon Liep burst into laughter. Huh? Who would have thought the young master would have such a ruthless side, acting all cold in front of fellow cultivators and celestial beings? Transformed and carefree. Replied. Is not it because I have been so bored that I thought of every way to approach these guys, and ended up falling flat on my face? With that, he confidently declared, do not worry, I will make my move. But this time it is just to test the waters. I want to see how much progress Trongfam and VNK Ven have made recently. Meanwhile, Trongfam sat quietly in a corner meditating when suddenly, he opened his eyes wide in shock. Wait. Is this the coordinates of the next inheritance of the long UTU-10 Kun? KVN. Sitting nearby, noticed his expression and asked, what is it? A Trongfam jumped up, excitedly boasting about his discovery. He had just made a breakthrough and got a lead on the next inheritance left by the great emperor. As soon as she heard this, Nkilin rushed over, asking, Master, are we heading there right now? Trongfam shook his head, saying we will go. But first, I need to deal with some pesky monsters lurking around the Thien Ven N continent. Before he could finish, he suddenly looked up at the sky, catching KVN's attention. What is wrong? Trongfam said seriously. The sword energy I gave to Senkang and Amandire for protection is currently in use, just as I sensed. They are surrounded by a bunch of people right now, but Senkang showed no fear, realizing that besides the pesky bugs from the celestial world, there were also some sneaky lowlifes among them. The hot-headed leader pointed and ordered. Attack. Eliminate the bad elements of the Thivenar Venin continent. Yet Amdo was even more pumped than Senkang. Fat pig. Let us charge out together. It shot a bolt of energy to hold back the crowd. But the perfect moment was now fat pig time. As soon as he broke free, Senkang arrogantly taunted. Hey, you little punks keep chasing me. I have got to run now. He even jumped onto Endidaba's back in defiance, and then he laughed joyfully, pointing behind him. AMD. Hurry up. They really are chasing us. Being pinned down by someone he despised made Damandiri furious. Stupid pig. Who told you to jump on my back? Get off me now. By now, the two had already put some distance between themselves and the others. The leader waved his hand to signal. Stop. Do not chase them anymore. We need to report back to the boss. The guy behind, scared out of his wits, shouted. Captain, we have not caught that demon pig and dog yet. If we fail the mission, we will be in trouble. Now the leader finally had a chance to explain. Our mission is to lure the celestial cry of Trondheim from the Thin Vine continent to the Thai Age. He should be on his way. Hearing this, they all felt relieved and left together, but in reality, Senkang had been hiding behind a rock. Overhearing everything. Knowing these guys were up to no good, they definitely wanted to use us as bait. When he returned, he found MD still biting his hand. So Senkang had to explain. I told you it was urgent, so I had to drop you. Do you really have to bite my hand like this? You should have just told the master to stay away. But Senkang had a different perspective. With our master's character, once the sword energy is ignited, he will definitely show up. How could we possibly fear these guys? I wonder how long Chong Pham has been standing here. Casually acknowledging. You really know me too well. Do not you? Just seeing you make Sun Kong butter you up. Our master is a hero in both strength and valor. How could he be intimidated by the petty schemes of those little brats? Even MD flipped the script 360 degrees. Confirming it this time. The commander from the celestial realm is none other than Mekasik Sign, and Chung Fum then casually chatted about various topics. While the group from Machi Line was still on the floating island. I came here first to check on your situation. Then he embraced the two of them and assigned additional tasks. If they wanted to lure me out, they surely would not dare to kill you. You all continue to stir the pot. I want to see what Mefek Sign and his crew are planning next. Right now, the folks on Mekasik Sign's side are lined up like they mean business. Be careful. They are really good at deception. We need to tread lightly. Feeling a bit uneasy about the situation, one of the subordinates spoke up. Captain, is not this a bit too obvious? Just thinking back to the humiliation from earlier makes me even angrier. We need to make a big scene. Besides, That pig's words were way too nasty. He insisted on adding another mission. Everyone who sees that pig must unleash everything they have got. I must stew over that cursed pig for 3 whole days and nights to wipe this resentment from my heart. We suspect that the pig is being careful, and all of you need to watch out for that filthy beast. Feeling uneasy about the request, suddenly a shadow appeared right in front of us. The 2 guys who were searching also stepped out from there. MDA stomped on one guy in a black outfit while teasing his partner. I did not expect someone to want a taste of your pig head earlier. He was so strong, but upon seeing the 2 of them, he recoiled in fear. It made him cry out in pain. My lord, save me. Suddenly, figures appeared behind, catching Sen King off guard. Not just one, but a whole crowd surrounded the 2 of them. Sen Kang clicked his tongue. Looks like they were well prepared for us. Yamdi agreed. They were just waiting for us to show up. Then it started gathering its energy. They had already witnessed my divine abilities from the beginning. A cute silhouette formed from the energy around MDM, causing a disturbance among them. Sen Kang also stepped away from the now unconscious black-clad figure. It then clasped its hands together and boldly declared, "This time it seems we can only make a temporary retreat." But suddenly, those people began to vanish, leaving Mdu confused. Why are they setting traps for us and then preparing to leave? Sen Kang uncovered another truth and reminded, "You foolish dog, look over there." Following his gaze, MD gasped in shock. It was the group from the celestial realm. A whole fleet of various sized ships was charging straight towards us. This coincidental appearance led Sen Kang to conclude, it seems those mysterious black-clad folks are connected to the celestial realm. On the ship's deck, standing with arms crossed and a smug attitude, "It has been a while since we last met. Has it turned you into a celestial being?" He has always carried the weight of that old rivalry in his heart. I bet young Master Zhang has gotten even better since that bloody battlefield farewell. Hearing this, Sun Kang let out a dismissive sigh, saying, "Our heavenly cloud continent is not that chummy with you pompous folks from the upper realm." La Hozong, standing behind, declared boldly, "Hell yeah. Just wait. You will see what I can do." Meanwhile, Msexuing kept his cool, knowing that letting his underlings talk such big game was not a good look. He cut straight to the point. "Young Master Zhang, if you have come, why not show yourself?" Finally, Zhang Fam had to reveal himself, proving he really was Msexuing's disciple. And he too had some thoughts after that bloody battle. It seemed Howen had made some serious gains in strength. Msexuing drew his sword, emphasizing, "I did not come here just to hunt down young Master Zhang. That last defeat at your hands, I will never forget it." With that, he swung hard in one direction, but Zhang Fam easily dodged, causing a nearby boulder to explode. It was clear this was a warning from Msexuing. Zhang Fam had no idea how that strike made him feel. He did not mind taking Msexuing's challenge head-on. Thinking, "Is that all you have got?" Msexuing burst into laughter. "Huh. Looks like after receiving the legacy of the Celestial Emperor, young Master Zhang has really improved." But Msexuing added, with a sly grin, "Don't get too cocky, young Master Zhang. Soon, we will see just how strong you really are. I will lay out a formation and treat you right." Suddenly, Sun Kang turned back in a panic, calling out, "Master." He reminded Zhang Fam about what he would discovered those upper realm folks and the mysterious figure in black seemed to be in cahoots. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fam showed his interest. "Looks like our Msexuing has quite a few secrets up his sleeve." Now, Msexuing got straight to the point. "Young Master Zhang, our Celestial King faction gives you one chance. Hand over the Celestial Scripture, and we will overlook your offenses against the upper realm." Zhang Fam felt a twitch of irritation. "No wonder you guys are from the upper realm. Once, twice. Your schemes have failed in our heavenly cloud continent. And yet you still dare to show your face for a third time." Msexuing feigned regret. So young Master Zhang is not interested in a peaceful exchange. Just as he finished speaking, a magic circle appeared right where Zhang Fam stood. Msexuing revealed his true nature. "Although I admire young Master Zhang's talent, that defeat you handed me reignited my training drive. But with such a heavy responsibility, I could only point my sword at you." Little did he know, Sun Kang turned it into a joke. "Master, do you smell something rotten? Because I feel nauseous." Then Zhang Fam chimed in, "It could be some dirt I accidentally got on me during our little scuffle." Being humiliated like that made Msexuing a bit angry. But he had to hold it back. Youth is so arrogant. Another magic circle appeared in the sky, casting its radiant beams down. Sen Kang instinctively grew larger to shield his master. Tradering Fuguim, ready for anything. Seeing this, Msexuing could not help but feel satisfied, wanting to drink as a punishment instead of a toast. The powerful attack made Sen Kang spit out a mouthful of blood. He had to admit, this guy had been scheming for years and struck with true malice. Trashen Vrim took a fighting stance, reminding Sun Kang to recover first. Let him handle these attacks. That wave of power surged again. But Trandrang Phime intercepted it right away. Sexuan felt annoyed by the orders, pouring all his energy into activating the formation, allowing the spacecraft to begin their assault. This command seemed a bit cheap. But my lord, the Emperor's order was to capture Trandrang Phime alive. Unleashing the full power of the formation was sending the spacecraft to attack really necessary. Sexuan turned and scolded him, saying, "Should I just call you my lord, and you lead us from here, out of duty?" He had to comply. His subordinates dared not refuse. So he went off to issue commands. But suddenly, Sexuan grew serious and halted, as he had his own plans. The loyal dog raised by that old man, Trandrang Min, would soon learn what it meant to obey. The energy source in the spacecraft began to intensify, and the shadowy figure shouted a warning. "Master, be careful. Those spacecraft are gearing up for an attack." Trandrang Phime simply swung his sword and blocked it effortlessly. Then, his companions, Tron and Zhubing Hong, KVN, and Luong, should also be arriving soon. Just as he finished speaking, a rift opened in the space, and his subordinates hurriedly rushed to inform their allies. "Be careful. Enemies are launching a surprise attack from the heavenly cloud continent." From the rift, Trandrang Phime's shoulder gradually appeared. Ingi Kefi Lin, riding a sword, excitedly greeted him. "Master, we have arrived." A tongue vine pointed ahead, demanding, "Luo Hong, the floating formation has been fully activated. Summon the immortals to take down those spacecraft." This sudden appearance caused chaos among M6-1's side. They needed to establish a defense formation, no time to waste. The power of the immortal ships was all geared up for an attack. But our magic had been diverted to the formation, so we could not unleash it right away. In a moment, their small ships were shattered. Yet M6-1 remained calm throughout. This attitude made Trandrang Phime suspicious. Why did not this guy seem panicked at all? Instead, he acted like he was fully prepared. Shortly after, M6-1 ordered a retreat, temporarily cancelling this plan and returning to scheme for the next move. M6-1 arrogantly bid farewell from his luxurious ship, saying, "Trong Vri, esteemed fairy, I apologize for the awkwardness of our meeting today. I promise to come bearing gifts to make amends." With that, he clasped his hands in salute. "I take my leave now." Trandrang Phime refused to let him leave so easily and swung his sword fiercely forward. A chilling flash like steel sliced through the air straight towards M6-1, but it did not inflict any harm. Instead, it only amused him further. Trandrang Phime, my brother, there is no need for such a grand send-off. We will definitely meet again soon. He sheathed his sword and watched angrily as M6-1 departed. From behind, Ying Lian sensed the unusual atmosphere and hurried over, curious about what was happening. "Master, what is going on? Those pompous guys from the celestial realm have been chased off by us already." Without wasting time explaining, Zhang Fan turned around to assess the situation. "Kuai Wen, did you notice anything strange about the power Max Xuan used this time?" She took a moment to gather her thoughts in the space he created before speaking. "Just now, when you drew your sword, I was watching closely. It seems like he can manipulate the void around him." Ngok Lion pointed ahead, puzzled, and asked, "Master, what does this prove?" Now she voiced her own speculation. Having been a genius of the celestial realm once, there must be a huge secret behind this. Still not fully understanding their opponent, Zhang Fan led everyone back, wondering what exactly he gained on the Blood Abyss battlefield. "Let us head back to the floating island and get ready." Currently, Max Wan's group had also made it outside. Seeing the situation stabilized, Lai Hung and Bang Ting clasped their hands, asking for orders. "My lord, what should we do next? We have not completed the mission assigned to us yet. This is urgent," Max Wan commanded. "There is no need to rush. Continue sending people to monitor the outside of the heavenly cloud continent, and make sure to contact the spies there before sending anyone." After hearing this, he immediately bowed respectfully. "Yep. My lord, I will find someone to take care of it." Then he solemnly ordered the soldiers below to train diligently, reminding them that this was just a practice run that failed. The soldiers all shouted in unity. "Pumped up." "Understood." At the central villa on the floating island, Zhang Fan sat back, pleased with their performance. "You two did great. But remember, we just broke through to the celestial level, and now we have to face a real battle. How about giving each of them a holocoid as a reward?" He instructed. "Head back to your rooms and rest up." X1 Kang and Emiya savored the meal with boundless joy, thanking their master. After waiting for a while, Zhang Fan turned to make a request. "Kuai Wen, I still need your help to locate the position of the Star of Origin and understand the distribution of power." With that, he opened the star map, his face serious. Everyone leaned in to take a look, and Kai Wen pointed to a location, asking her question. Is the bright spot at the center of the Star of Origin the place of the Emperor's inheritance?" He explained seriously. Once the inheritance letter from the Emperor reaches me at the Mystic Realm, we can find the next clue. That bright spot is the Emperor's tomb. Sensing something was off, Nugok stepped forward and asked Han. Lady Fairy, is the situation here really that complicated? Or is it dangerous? Upon hearing this, Kwai Wen immediately analyzed the unique point on the star map, explaining that this area once experienced a great war of the Celestial Emperors, specifically the battlefield of the Emperor's tomb and his foes. He then expressed the serious threat of dangers to come, stating that the void here is incredibly fragile, making it easy for dark forces to tear through reality. This made her feel a bit uneasy, especially since this chaotic situation is right at the border between the upper celestial realm and the 4 celestial realms of the 24 heavens. Then, Van pointed out the crux of the matter. The forces involved were a chaotic mix of all sorts of people. Van realized that our celestial realm had no influence there, so caution was a must. Based on the information at hand, Zhang Fan ventured a guess. Of course. But the lingering shadow of the immortal Emperor's tomb told me that the Emperor had once moved a small continent from outside the tomb. Thinking about those mysterious individuals, he continued, then gathered a group of refugees to form a tomb-guarding clan. I wonder how they are faring now. Time flew by like a dog chasing its tail, and before I knew it, a month had passed since that day. In the void, I could see the endless nothingness hiding in Immortal Tomb Island. Lin stood high, gazing thoughtfully at the enchanting night sky. Suddenly, from behind came the disgruntled voice of Vin Trine, reporting to the noble lady. The Celestial Four have sent word that this is the final message for our long clan. Upon hearing this, she spun around, pressing for answers. What do they want? The young man hesitated, his face contorted in frustration, unable to find his voice. Seeing this, she sternly ordered, Speak up. Since the rebellion in the Long Clan, what have not we faced? He clenched his fist tightly, revealing. They want us to hand over the sacred sword I am protecting. 1,000 boys and girls. And in the Holy Maiden. As soon as the words left his mouth, Vin Trine could not contain her anger, declaring fiercely, We will absolutely not surrender her. She is the leader of the Long Clan, who helped us escape disaster. The beacon of hope for our people. At that moment, Vinan arrived with Biding and Fun Thigh to discuss strategies. Vin Trine immediately clasped her hands and bowed respectfully. Great Elder, you have arrived. The 3 commanders placed their hands on their hearts, greeting the Holy Maiden. Then, Balodang reported seriously. Holy Maiden, I have ordered all the clan leaders to prepare thoroughly. We need to relocate our people before those Celestial Four arrive. Worry and unease flickered in Nigafline's eyes. Hajia. We before she could finish. Vinan shook his head and gestured for her to stop. I know you trust the words of Thane Tri, but the traitors are aware that we guard the transportation route of the Great Formation. The Celestial Four are all heavenly beings. We cannot stop them. Despite my pleas, Lin remained stubborn. Hajia. I believe that the hero mentioned by Thane Tri will surely come to lead our clan away from this place. Meanwhile, Vin Trine also showed her determination. Great Elder. Deing Thix. We must stand our ground here. I will protect the Holy Maiden with all my strength. While everyone was still discussing, a message arrived urgently. Great Elder. Captain. We have a situation with the Holy Maiden. Although they did not yet know what was happening, tension filled the air. With an exasperated expression, Vin Trine pointed ahead and voiced a theory. Could it be that Tianlang Saidao Jin has broken his promise, bringing people to attack us before the deadline? His face darkened, revealing a hint of panic. No way. He pointed decisively into the distance and reported that a floating island had suddenly appeared in the void. Not attacking right away, but not leaving either. I have set up a formation nearby to keep watch. The 3 of them, Vinan included, looked utterly stunned. What the heck? It did not take long for him to regain his composure and issue orders, telling everyone in the clan to prepare for battle. The ladies and I will head over there to take a look. Lin fell silent, unable to utter a word. At that moment, the group led by Trontrong Pham had arrived at the void outside the Meviteen Island. He excitedly shared what he knew, revealing that this was the location of the Lang Tu TNG inheritance. He built his tomb here and then used a small continent as a disguise to cover it up. Before them lay a mystical and shimmering expanse. K. Ven propped his chin up, deep in thought. It seemed like something had happened here before. We need to stay alert. He shrugged nonchalantly, as if there was nothing to worry about. Having lived through countless millennia, the remnants of the Emperor left on the celestial continent could not predict what would happen next. Hopefully, luck is on our side. Suddenly, Lin hurriedly stepped forward and urged, Master, BT. Everyone look. Someone is coming out from inside. Leading the formation were Vinan and Ninjrek Lin, followed by a swarm of battleships. The old man's voice boomed, kicking off the conversation. Esteemed guests from afar, Tron Vina, humbly greet you. Trong Fum clasped his hands in greeting, politely introducing himself. I am Trong Fum. They are my friends. Here to meet the venerable elder. With a cheerful tone, Ling could not help but express her feelings. The vibes from this young man were completely non-threatening. They were not from the Tianlang Four Paths. Nor were they here to cause trouble in a crisis. Maybe. The elder coldly gestured for her to be quiet. Then, he skillfully probed the visitors. May I ask what brings esteemed guests from afar? If I can assist in any way, please do not hesitate to let me know. The objective in mind. A Trongfum smiled and turned to Kaivrun. Then he straightforwardly asked for a favor. Actually, there is something I would like to trouble you with. Venerable elder, Vinan could not help but exclaim in surprise at this unexpected request. He gently stroked his silver beard, a smile crossing his face that clearly showed agreement. Esteemed guests, I will certainly help, but for you who have traveled so far, why not stay in our clan to rest? It will also give me a chance to hear about the problems you faced. Trongfum immediately agreed. Of course. I would be honored to trouble you. Venerable elder, he then turned and assigned tasks to each member. KVN, Ingi Kifi Lin, and the rest, please come with me. Suning Kang, Nguyen Lang, Lao Tung, Lao Hong, you all take the others and keep watch on the island. Under Vinan's guidance, everyone set off to return to the clan. At that moment, Ngi Lin accelerated and flew over to V8 Chut Venan. Grandpa, do you want to ask them to help us stop the Tianlang Four Paths? The elder candidly expressed his thoughts. After all, I do not want to leave. Without the protection of our grand formation, we could be in danger. This opportunity is in front of us. Of course I want to try. A helpless sigh escaped him. If I did not see any hope, do you think I would agree to stay here and guard like an old ancestor? Hearing these words, her eyes could not help but well up with tears. Oh dear. Soon enough, everyone gathered together, and Venom began the conversation. Introducing the special tea from our clan, the old man took the steaming cup of tea and gently placed it on the table. With a twinkle of pride in his eyes, he was excited to introduce this drink, which has special effects for sword cultivators, so do not hold back. Everyone, after taking a sip, the flavor of the tea spread in his mouth, making him silently exclaim, "This celestial tea is truly exceptional." Once he finished, he felt a sense of enlightenment wash over him. Remembering something, Lin turned to ask, "Right, Senior, when we entered the clan's territory, it seemed like everyone was on high alert, as if facing an enemy. What is going on?" Vinan calmly laid out the difficulties they were facing. This chaotic star field has always been a mess. There is a powerful group of void bandits called the Heavenly Wolf Four Paths targeting our clan. At this point, the old man could not hold back and slammed his hand on the table in frustration. If a traitor had not revealed the transport route of the clan's protective formation to the Heavenly Wolf Four Paths, we would not be in this situation. Both Chuntring Phum and K. Vin exchanged knowing glances. Then, he cleverly proposed a mutually beneficial suggestion. Now that we need your help, we are not sure how to repay you. But if you can trust us, let us assist in dealing with those guys. The old man excitedly jumped from his chair and quickly asked, "Is that really possible?" Without hesitation, Lin also stood up to respond. "Senior, if you need anything, just say the word." Having found a way out, Benin was evidently thrilled, saying, "Thank you all so much." Then the old man turned and decisively ordered his subordinate, "Bai Dang, go to the storeroom and fetch some celestial tea for our esteemed guests." Noticing the old man was a bit hasty, a Chung Fum waved his hand to stop him. "Senior, there is no need to rush that. We have not even discussed why we came to trouble your noble clan." Bunin sheepishly smiled. Acknowledging, "I got a bit too excited and forgot to ask what brought you to the chaotic starfield." He took a delicate sip of tea and casually continued, "I come from the astral continent." The old man and Neki Line suddenly exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting sheer astonishment. He was not too worried and continued his story. "Our sect once had a powerful figure who roamed across the heavens, and he passed away here in the chaotic star field." A Chung Fum elaborated on why he was here, explaining that before he left, this person had used his strength to send back some information, giving us descendants a chance to find his remains and belongings. Unable to contain her excitement, she quickly pressed, "Hein really comes from the astral continent." Noticing her overzealousness, Venom quickly raised a hand to signal her to calm down. Ingi Ki-Lin, with a familiar stroke of his beard, the elder began to explain in detail. "I apologize. Our ancestors passed down that we originated from the astral continent, which is why the girl possesses such vitality." He then ordered his subordinates, "Prepare additional drinks for our esteemed guests from afar, alongside the heavenly tea, to be sent to their floating island." After giving his orders, the elder turned back with his hands clasped. "Feigning respect. Since you have just arrived, why not take some time to rest? In a bit, I will share some crucial intel regarding the tumultuous seas with you all. Zhang Fan cheerfully accepted the arrangements, saying, I hope I am not bothering you, Elder. Just then, Shen Kang spoke up. Master, the guards outside the island are on alert. Aren't you going to discuss something with them? Zhang Fan took the cup back from Zhen Yuan and calmly replied, I agree to assist them. But I have not revealed the whole truth yet. After all, who knows if those guarding the tome still remember their ancestors' mission after tens of thousands of years. With a serious tone, Lion commanded, Go check the situation around us, and gather intel on their clan's reputation. Upon receiving the new mission, and I was thrilled. Yep. Master, I will head out right away. With a bright smile, Kwai-Wan asked eagerly, We are going to rest now, right? But honestly, I am really itching to see that legendary sword. Zhang Fan, filled with excitement, reminded everyone. Me too. All right. Everyone, go rest up first. Meanwhile, Ying'an was discussing strategies with others. Lao San, have we made any contact with the other powers in these past few days? Hearing the question, the elder immediately shook his head. As soon as they heard Celestial Wolf 4 paths, they all declined. His expression grew more serious. I suspected this long ago. The power from the tumultuous seas is barely holding on. Do not expect any help when times get tough. Now, Lin spoke up to check the situation. Ying'an, what is your take? Ying'an stated boldly. Zhang Fan comes from the astral continent. I feel he is not just someone mentioned in the prophecy. Thinking of Zhang Fan's aura, she quickly added, he also hails from the world our ancestors mentioned in the prophecy. Moreover, they have agreed to support us, and we can let them in. Still, the elder maintained a cautious tone, urging, Young lady, only you know what our clan protects. You must understand how dangerous it is to let outsiders know our secrets. She firmly stood her ground, believing he truly was the one from the prophecy. While they were still arguing, Zhang Yu rushed in, shouting, Elder. Young lady, we have got trouble. Boy Dung rushed over to support him, asking about the situation. Wasn't Lao Zhang the one observing the movements of the Celestial Wolf 4 paths? Why is he back, ignoring his injuries? He hurriedly recounted. Today we kept our distance as usual. But suddenly, we were surrounded by the Celestial Wolf 4 paths. As I broke free from the encirclement, I saw their fleet gathering. The elder clenched his fist in anger, cursing, these powerful beings have no sense of honor or ethics. Clearly, it was not time yet. How shameless. At this point, Vinan could not hold back and slammed the table in frustration. Shut it. Our call for backup has probably been compromised. They are not doing anything. Probably to lower our guard. We need to figure out a solution. Like, now. Ingi Qilin, with a serious expression, analyzed their intentions. We are out of time. Since Zhang Shu and his crew have been trailing us, it is clear they have known for a while. They have already made their move. Yet they let Zhang Shu and the others escape. Then, she decisively concluded, this means Qianlang Saidao has been preparing for this, not worried about us scattering or finding allies. One of the anxious subordinates burst in. Captain, the scouts outside are reporting an alert. A ship flying the Tianlang flag is heading our way. Hearing this, Vinus' expression shifted as he gasped. Too fast. Without hesitation, Ning Lin immediately assigned tasks to everyone before bolting out. Big brother, I am heading to the floating island of Zhang Fan. You all need to handle the defense set up on our territory with the elders and the brave ones. Meanwhile, the dark envoy led Zhang Fan's group closer to the cliff. Master, this is the Tianlang Saidao I have been gathering intel on for the past few days. Zhang Fan looked into the distance. Assessing, the Chaos Sea Sphere is considered one of the top powers. Just wondering who is coming this time. Or if all 4 of them are showing up together. Just as he finished speaking, Ngi Lin appeared out of nowhere. As soon as she arrived, she clasped her hands and spoke first. Zhang Fan, I am the humble one. Please forgive my intrusion. Landing gracefully, she quickly added, I am Neki Lin, head maiden of the Long tribe. Here to see you, Zhangong. Her eyes were serious as she urged. Zhangong, our tribe's enemies are upon us. Can you and your friends help us fend them off? Instantly, he glanced at the documents behind him and smiled. Last time I promised Miss Tron and Elder Vinan. I won't break my word. Right after, Ngi Lin clasped her hands together, expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Zhangong. Then he turned to assign tasks to his disciple. Ngi Kifi Lin. Take the elder tongue and lead the group over to the floating island. She quickly accepted the order with a bright smile. Yep. Master. Meanwhile, a fleet of warships was gradually closing in on their location. One of the subordinates knelt down, reporting with a respectful and urgent tone. Fourth Master. It seems there are people ahead trying to block our way. The mysterious figure said nothing, merely observing the newly appeared island silently. Then, he flashed a self-satisfied grin and asked the group, "Didn't I tell you to greet the nearby forces? Does anyone know who owns that floating island blocking our path?" Just as he finished, the enlightened one spoke up. "Fourth Master. We have never heard of a moving floating island existing in the Chaos Sea Sphere." This unexpected situation piqued his interest. "Someone go check it out. Tell the folks up front that our fourth master has laid claim to this floating island. This treasure now belongs to me." His smirk radiated arrogance. Shortly after, his subordinates ascended to the island. As they left, one of them was fortunate enough to get a few bruises on his face. "Fourth Master, you must take revenge for me. Up ahead, there is a weak pig monster." And before I could even say a word, I got knocked around. It told me to speak. Howardin slammed his fist down onto the armrest, furious that even his subordinates dared to strike him. "The reputation of the four-way heavenly wolf is not quite big enough in this chaotic star region yet. It told you to relay a message." Trembling in fear, he recounted that the weak pig monsters said to tell the four-way heavenly wolf to clean up its act and wait for him to come over so it could grovel and wag its tail like a dog. Howardin could not take it anymore and swatted him away like a fly. The insults from that pig monster ignited a furious rage within him, signaling all the ships to speed up. "I want to wipe them out, no mercy for anyone." Just as he commanded, all the ships had closed in and surrounded the floating island. Now Fo Din regained his composure to interrogate the kid. "So it was you who told that weak little pig behind you to take down my subordinates? You even ordered us to kneel before you and grovel." With a swagger that showed no fear, Zhang Fan calmly replied, "I thought the entire Heavenly Wolf faction had come. Turns out it is just you." Feeling disrespected by a mere kid, he exploded with rage. "You must be tired of living." With that, he picked up a splintered piece of wood from the chair and hurled it at the boy. But Zhang Fan effortlessly caught it with one hand. The transformed figure's eyes gleamed with amusement. "Not bad. I see why you are so cocky. You have got some skill. But mess with the Heavenly Wolf faction, and no one here can save you." He pointed ahead and shouted, "Everyone, charge with me. Those beauties next to him look good. But remember, do not hurt them." Noticing the fresh faces behind Zhang Fan, he felt a primal urge. Thinking, "I want to take some of them back to share with the big guys." The group brandished their weapons proudly, swaggering out. "Don't worry. Just watch me catch those beauties." The chaotic battle between the villains and the heroes erupted quickly, with Zhang Fan confidently stepping onto the battlefield first. As soon as he appeared, he issued a fierce threat. "You guys came looking for trouble. Now you will pay." With just a few swift moves, he effortlessly wiped out his opponents in an instant. Their panicked screams echoed louder. "Help, run." The transformed figure seemed to sit back, directing the chaos like a puppet master, giving orders to the leaders below to dive in and feast on the spoils. The henchmen bowed their heads, murmuring, "Yep, Master." Meanwhile, Xuankang was attacking with reckless abandon, laughing maniacally. "You dare challenge me?" Suddenly, a figure swooped down to block him. He grinned slyly and taunted, "Hey, our leader has given orders. You can act so reckless." Faced with the threat, he showed no fear. Such a big mouth. Then, he channeled all his strength into his powerful arms and charged back. "Let us see if you can handle it." With a single punch, he was sent flying through the air. The chaos erupted. "You fools. Stop standing around. This guy is tough. Get over here and help out." Just as he called for reinforcements, 3 more rushed in to meet their doom. "What a bunch of losers. Make sure to invite us for drinks afterward." The henchmen surged forward. From a distance, Zhang Fan observed the battle intently. Then, he spoke up to assign tasks. "You there. Fall back and handle the rest." The response was immediate. "Yep, Master." With that, he dashed over the boulders at lightning speed to join the fray. Witnessing this scene, the tension thickens. Beside that kid, there are truly some formidable experts. As soon as the words left his mouth, he stood up, donning his impressive battle armor. "Looks like he is ready to take matters into his own hands. Let us see if he can go toe-to-toe with this kid and show him who calls the shots in this chaotic sea realm." With a powerful motion, he drew a sharp sword from its sheath. Suddenly, he leaped into the air, unleashing a blast of vibrant purple energy from his blade. "Kid, you have got some skill," he declared, "but I will be the one to take you on." Seeing this, Ingilin shouted out a warning, urging the young master to be careful. Not rushing, but not too slow either. Trachanung Fum timed his sword draw perfectly. With a swift, fierce slash, he sent a cutting blow across him. It landed with a painful impact that left the masked man utterly shocked. Just a young punk, how could he wield such power? He was sent flying back towards his own ship. Despite his heavy injuries, he still managed to shout a warning. "Kid, consider this round a win for you." But my older brother is not someone you want to mess with. After that, the masked man issued a serious command, ordering a quick retreat.
Good.
Wait until my brother comes looking for you. And Gi Lin stood there, mouth agape, realizing that the members of the Tianlang Four Path had actually been driven away by Trang Trang Kang Ti and his crew. Immediately, she clasped her hands and knelt in gratitude. I will never forget the great kindness of Trajan Quang Di towards our clan. If there is anything you need me to do, please just say the word. He looked at her coldly and replied, this is not over. The Tianlang Four Path will be back, and we need to figure out how to deal with their next attack. After hearing this, she stood up without hesitation and said her goodbyes. It is urgent. Trang Kang Di, please forgive me for leaving early. Kei Van quietly watched Inkoki Lin's retreating figure. Once the opponent had disappeared, she stepped closer to ask, was Hai not capturing the fourth elder meant to wait and settle things in one go? Tran Fum smiled, admiring her sharp wit. You really are something. KVN. You figured out what I was thinking in a heartbeat. He laid bare his wicked plans, adding, plus, I hope the Tianlang Four Path is scrambling for backup, bringing all those with ill intentions towards our clan right here. She smiled brightly. Having seen through it all beforehand, that works for me. It simplifies things a bit. I knew you had no good intentions. The battle concluded in a way that left the Thalong clan in stunned silence. After a long pause, the elder finally stammered. So the Tianlang Four Path just retreated. Just like that, Inkeen landed gracefully and responded. Trenchen Kakita and his followers have driven away the fourth elder of the Tianlang Four Path. For now, our clan is safe. The news left him utterly astonished. What? Trangang Fifem actually managed to defeat the fourth elder of the Tianlang Four Path. Faced with his astonishment, Inkeen Lin firmly affirmed.
Yep.
I saw it with my own eyes on Tranchang Kung Ti's floating island. But the danger posed by the demon clan still looms over us. Her vague words left the elder confused and uneasy. They had driven away the Tianlang Four Path. So why was the Saintess still speaking like that? After a moment of deep thought, Vinan suddenly spoke up. I get it now. The Heavenly Wolf Four Bandits will return next time. And the mysterious big shot who sees the dragon's head, but not the tail, will likely show up too. Hearing that, Birem could not contain himself and shouted. What? It is the leader of the Heavenly Wolf Four Bandits, rumored to have single-handedly wiped out the high ranks of the stellar Sea Gong Sao. He will join the fight himself. Seeing how serious he was, Vinan snapped. Calm down. Then the old man turned to asking Yakling. Did that young Master Trong say anything? All he needs to do is willingly help us and take revenge. And we want to let him suffer a loss. Upon hearing this, her expression fell. Young Master Trong did not have any demands. But it is likely that the next time the Heavenly Wolf Four Bandits come, they will come in with even more force, which means we need to recruit more allies. Vinan could only shake his head in frustration. It seems the old man had sent letters for reinforcements to all factions. But no reply. Suddenly, Ngi Len's face turned resolute. Then let us give it another shot. We can just sit here and wait to die. At that moment, the two of them from the K Vine returned to the island. Trajung Fum politely announced the situation. All right. I just received news from T-Sung and Eluan EC. They have left the battlefield and are on their way to find us for some fun. Hearing that, K-Vin quickly added, I also got word from the master. There is a high-level commander in the rear. The former Emperor Di Ho, the king of the mystic Jin immortal realm, who will preside over the internal investigation. After grasping the situation, Tran Fum felt a bit worried. Isn't he that going to stir up trouble? I understand your concern, she lightly replied. I do not know what the 9 emperors and 24 kings think, but perhaps this is exactly the result they want. Moments later, Trang Fum speculated. Or maybe they have other plans in motion. But sadly, the front lines have to retreat to the defensive zone and endure a bit longer. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hepheridian, unable to swallow his anger, pleaded. Big brother, you must take revenge for me, as expected. He did not disappoint him. Kung Sek quickly agreed. Of course, it is about time. Senzeta has not been out in a while, making many forget the brutality of the Heavenly Wolf Four Bandits. With that, he immediately ordered. Luhon Tidre, go inform Luav and Luao Tam. Let all forces in the chaotic Sea Star realm know. Those who want to ally with us should prepare to set out together. He did not forget to throw in a threat. If not, do not blame me for leaving nothing for them. After saying that, Ku Hong Sai smashed the cup he had just drunk from. At the same time, his gaze sharpened. I must make the Long clan disappear completely, so everyone remembers that the Heavenly Wolf Four Bandits are not someone they can mess with. Hao Adin was overjoyed and quickly took his leave. Thank you, big brother. I will go inform second brother and third brother right away. Before he left, he flashed a mischievous grin. Big brother, I noticed there are some pretty ladies on that floating island of that kid. I will keep the prettiest one for you to enjoy. But Kong Set's focus was on the floating island. He sat on his throne, deep in thought. He remembered that the mysterious forces, wanting to recruit him, had mentioned it before. At that moment, high above the floating island, a familiar ship appeared. Zaisung slowly landed and greeted warmly. Senior brother. Senior sister, it has been ages since we last met. Zhang Fan joyfully welcomed them, acknowledging how hard they would been training on the battlefield, and urged them to relax and try his special celestial fruit tea first. In this harmonious atmosphere, a voice chimed in from Riha, expressing surprise at how much had happened after everyone and senior sister left the battlefield. Responding to her was Kai Wen, with a warm inquiry about how much Riha and the younger disciple had changed since their last meeting, especially after all the chaos they faced on the front lines. Before Riha could answer, Zaisung chimed in. Of course. We were a fierce team on the battlefield. Suddenly, his expression turned somber, realizing that while they were fighting on the front lines, trouble was brewing in the rear. Luckily, they caught wind of it just in time, noticing the conversation veering off course. Riha suggested, how about we switch topics? Let us talk about the legendary emperor mentioned by senior brother Zhang. Since she opened the door, Zhang Fan gladly explained. This tome was built by the Emperor Lingxiao, who left the latter half of the Lingxiao sword here. I am his chosen successor. The revelation thrilled the younger disciple, who exclaimed, this is the first time I have heard about this kind of inheritance from the celestial emperor. Outside the celestial realm, senior brother Zhang, when you receive your inheritance, you must challenge me. Zhang Fan paused thoughtfully before responding. The younger disciple was straightforward, and his eyes sparkled with excitement and anticipation, devoid of any ulterior motives. Finally, he replied, once I receive my inheritance, there won't be any issues. But I will need both you and junior sister Leo to help me clear up a few misunderstandings. Hearing this, Ria's face lit up. Of course. No problem at all. I am really looking forward to seeing what your inheritance from the Celestial Emperor is like compared to ours. Then, Zhang Fan suggested, you two should take a break first. We will need to wait a few more days, which gives us time to discuss our recent achievements. Meanwhile, in another location, the commander was boldly interrogating. Have second and third brothers set off as planned? The informant quickly reported from behind. Yep. Second and third brothers have departed. They will follow the plan laid out by Big Brother. He then ordered. Inform the forces ahead that I am pleased they have complied with our orders to come here. They will be rewarded handsomely. With a fierce expression, the commander reminded. But do not forget to tell them to show me their true combat abilities. The informant assured him. I will make sure the message gets through. Otherwise, they will learn what happens when they cross us. Gaining the commander's trust, he swiftly issued the command. All right, let everyone know. It is time to move out. Then he stood tall, shouting the order to depart. After that command, the powerful army set off towards their target. Meanwhile, over on the other side, there was a hint of fear in Bai Deng's voice. Saintess. Elders, the four-way heavenly wolf has led its people here. But we still have not found anyone willing to help us. Contrary to that worry, Vinan calmly declared. We have already found someone a long time ago. All right. Bai Deng. Get all the clan members ready for battle. And women and children. Retreat to the secret chamber. Then the elder turned to give instructions. Ingi Qilin, if things go south, head straight to the island of Tranchao Queenie. Although it was just a prediction, Ngi Lin seemed to sense something ominous. Grandpa. Before she could finish, Vinan took the lead. Come on. Everyone. Let us hold them off with our fake skeletons first to rally the troops. The elder called out to awaken their instincts. The enemy is here. Everyone. Remember our mission: protect the sacred temple that our ancestors have always defended. Those words ignited their fighting spirit as the enemy drew closer. Vinan decisively issued the order to activate the protective formation. Everyone. Get ready for battle. The enemy was getting closer to their target. At this moment, the confident commander ordered. Tell the traitor of the Long clan to get ready. In 1 minute. I want to see the formation go down. Hearing this, his underlings immediately complied. Suddenly, Adidan announced. I heard the leader of the Long clan used to have immense power in the Chaotic Star region. Which has everyone curious about who Lung MZ is guarding. He must have had a strange smile on his face. This question has puzzled everyone in the Chaotic Star region for thousands of years. But we will find out soon enough. A minute later, the barrier surrounding the island began to fade away. Seeing that the situation was turning dire, Biang urgently reported. Saintess. Grand Elder. That traitor is leading people to breach the formation from the rear. The grand formation is down. The moment those words left his lips, Vinan jumped in shock. What? He quickly made a decision. Ingi Qilin. Bai Deng. All high-ranking members. Come with me to face the enemy. The rest stay and guard the mausoleum. Seeing the group approaching, The enemy commander scoffed. Are they really gonna throw themselves at us like that? Not stopping there, he continued to mock. With that grand formation. They are not even in the game. Haha, the masked guy next to him chimes in. What a bunch of fools who do not know their limits. Suddenly, he realizes the one he is dealing with is that brass backup. And he is just waiting for the perfect moment to jump in. But this time, our 4 thieves are all here and ready for action. The masked guy shouts loudly. Big bro. What do you plan to do with that kid over there? Without missing a beat, he delivers his answer. If the kid agrees to kneel and be a dog for our wolf pack, he will spare his life. Otherwise, without hesitation, he gives the order. 4th bro. Tell everyone to get ready to attack. He quickly replies. Yep. Big bro. They are all fired up and determined, gearing up for a fight. The opposing side is not any different. Vinen, the commander, speaks up. Let us get ready to go all out against them. Meanwhile, Itrong Pham is quietly observing everything. 90T, a bit impatient, asks. Trodring senpai. When are we going to make our move? In contrast to her eagerness, he remains calm and instructs. Soon. Liu senpai. You and a junior prepare yourselves. Suddenly, Trodring Pham pulls out his sword from behind him. Now's the moment. Without a second thought, he strikes straight at the target, and moments later, that area erupts into chaos, leaving the masked guy and his crew momentarily stunned. On the other hand, Ingiklin is thrilled that Trong is taking action. He is willingly stepping up to cover for us. Watching Trong Frium's technique, even Vinen can't help but marvel at his powerful sword intent, infused with elegance. Just like this guy. Tradering Fuguim. Meanwhile, across the battlefield, Trong Sut turns to his lackeys and asks, that sword energy just now, it belonged to the kid who defeated me. The masked guy's expression shifts. That is right, boss. It is that brat. I will never forget that sword intent. Realizing his opponent is Trajong Phim, a smirk creeps onto his face. Bring your sword out. Little brother. Looks like I have found a worthy opponent this time. Seeing Trunksest acting like this, his subordinates feel a mix of excitement and dread. Boss. Are you going to take him on yourself? Alright, let us do it. On Trondring Phim's side, things have quieted down. He casually turns to Liu senpai and a junior, saying, I really want to see how you two have improved on the battlefield. Hearing this, Nate quickly responds. You two watch closely. Senpai and Trong senpai. I am really looking forward to our progress too. With that, she and T have already taken off into the fray. After they leave, Trodong Phim reminds them. Ingi Kifi Lin. Take the floating island to assist the wolf clan. Unleash all the power of the island. Then, he and K-Vin quickly vanish from sight. On their way, Trajong Pham is filled with anticipation, hoping that this mysterious great leader does not let him down. Just one swing of Ungfai Li's sword has taken out dozens of enemies, but deep down, she is worried. What is happening with Trajong Konkite over there? That mysterious great leader from the wolf clan seems to be heading straight for Trajong Kongi T. Suddenly, one of the guys from Zhang prepares to ambush. But luckily, someone warns him. Watch out, senpai. Before Engeki Lin can even collect her thoughts, a powerful bolt of lightning strikes down on her. Then, Ineshev suddenly speaks up. And Tronin giggling. You are the sister of that guy. Right. Trying Conti sent me, and T Jr. to help everyone out. Does not that mean the young master's side is missing a stronghold? With that thought, she felt even more anxious. The power of the 4 paths of the Heavenly Wolf is shrouded in mystery, and no one knows just how strong he really is. In response to her worry, and C confidently reassured her. Don't worry. Sister Tron. Brother Trong is a legendary celestial being renowned throughout the 33 realms. He is not some nobody who can be easily defeated. Just as she finished speaking, Sung chimed in, and the battle on the field continued. Both sides racing to see who could take down the enemy faster. No sooner had he said that than he swiftly dispatched several enemies. Witnessing this, Nancy was furious, thinking Sung was just playing dirty. Before heading off, the girl kindly reminded. Sister Tron, be careful out there. Watching the two clash fiercely in the sky, Ninki Lin was momentarily stunned. Is this really the power of young Master Tronong's friends? If so, just how powerful is young Master Trying himself? Meanwhile, over on Troning Fames' side, Audine was feeling overconfident because of his strength. Good. Today my big bro is here. Let us see how you can keep your head held high in front of me. Suddenly, he flashed a sly grin. Of course, if the kid kneels and apologizes to me, then I might let him off the hook. How Adin did not forget to add a condition. He would let him go if he also offered up the beautiful woman by his side. This left Trahangfum speechless. This guy has clearly lived too long. Let K-Vin handle this. He made his decision. KVN. You take care of this guy. Seeing that, he scoffed. The arrogance is off the charts. With that, Hao Adin's gaze shifted somewhere else. With a fierce aura, Kevin declared, I am here to send you off for a bit. His master rushed to give orders. Big bro, I will go meet this future ancestor first. Don't worry. I will handle Hu Tavan. At this moment, it was just Tragong Fram and Kungast facing each other. Suddenly, Kumsesta spoke up. You are Trunchang from the heavenly cloud continent. Right. Someone mentioned you to me before. Tradhong Fum's expression lit up with interest. I can believe someone from the heavenly cloud continent made it all the way here. Kung Sat continued. Not long ago, a mysterious group in black cloaks and masks came looking for me, wanting me to join them. Now, he was stepping closer to Traong Fim. That mysterious force could actually meddle in this chaotic starfield. A Kung Sat rambled on. Clearly impressed. It seemed their influence in the celestial realm was immense. Maybe I should consider joining them. A scheming smile spread across his face. Or maybe I could offer them a gift. Without hesitation, Kung Sesti sprang into action. In that situation, Trtrong Fum remained calm. Thinking, you want to use me? Let us see you try. The two sides exchanged blows, neither gaining the upper hand. The shockwaves from their power left the surroundings in ruins. After a fierce exchange, Kusust could not help but praise. You have got some skills. No wonder that group in black took an interest in you. Kung Seste's face was filled with excitement as he raised his sword. He narrated, Trundring Fime hails from the heavenly cloud continent, a realm that is a drop in the ocean compared to countless others. Every word from that guy was like a tale unfolding, smashing through barriers and echoing on the battlefield, all while carrying the weight of his own reputation as he rallied the alliance of 33 worlds. Hearing this, Zhang Fan just scoffed. It seemed the big shot truly understood him well, responding with a tone laced with excitement. He admitted, I am genuinely curious about you, because it has been a long time since anyone in this chaotic sea realm has sparked my interest like this. With that, he drew his sword. Good. Let me see if you are really strong enough to catch the attention of that mysterious force. Faced with that unexpected attack, Zhang Fan did not flinch. Instead, he calmly countered. Each of his sword strikes danced around the opponent's techniques. That powerful swordplay sent shockwaves through everything around them. Suddenly, Zhang Fan fell into deep thought. The strength of this big shot was no joke, just a casual swing had such terrifying power. Countless speculations raced through his mind. But being able to rampage through the chaotic sea realm proved that this big shot, SS strength, was definitely more than meets the eye. Then, the big shot prepared to attack again. Good. Not bad at all. Let us see how my sword holds up against you. The sword pointed straight at Zhang Fan. He not only showed no fear but also cracked a slight grin with just one strike from Zhang Fan. His opponent's technique was sent spiraling off course, crashing into a ship and generating a massive explosion. The people on the ship yelled in panic, Run. Save me. I can fly in this void. After that hit, Zhang Fan casually remarked, Wait. Can you stop pretending to be broken in front of me? You really do not have the right to test my strength. Sure enough, his words infuriated the big shot, who sneered back, Let us see what you have got then. With that, he decisively swung his sword, which zipped towards Zhang Fan like lightning, but Zhang Fan just laughed dismissively. Your skills are nothing to write home about. As soon as he finished speaking, he intercepted his opponent's sword. The big shot had somehow soared above him. He laughed mockingly. Good. That flower in the greenhouse is looking a bit fragile. Then he swung down hard at Zhang Fan. Luckily, Zhang Fan managed to block the blow with his agile body. He quickly escapes the clutches of the maniac. But a flicker of worry starts to creep into Zhang Fan's heart. This guy has only grown stronger after dropping his sword. If it comes down to pure strength, I am definitely outmatched. All of a sudden, he sprouts massive, terrifying hands that seem ready to swallow Zhang Fan whole. With things escalating like this, he knows he can't hold back anymore. I wanted to ask you a few more things about that power. But now, you better pray for some extra time for yourself. Seeing Zhang Fan so cocky, the maniac can't help but feel furious. You are still talking big. You think this is all it takes to make a name for yourself in this vast universe? Zhang Fan closes his eyes, muttering, Sword Realm. Shadow Strike. After that incantation, a barrier appears around Zhang Fan. The light radiates so brightly that it can be seen from a distance. Indeed, everyone on the boat is left in utter shock. What in the world is happening? What is this kid doing? The situation is looking pretty grim for the maniac right now. Zhang Fan's voice suddenly grows powerful. You have had your fun attacking me. Now it is my turn to try and keep my life intact. No sooner does he finish speaking than countless sword intents shoot through the giant hand, aimed straight at the maniac. His expression is utterly ghastly. The folks on the floating island gasp in disbelief. Look over there. Both Nguyeklin and Vinin turn to see what is going on. After a moment, she stammers. What is happening over there? General. Zhang Fan stands amid the ruins, surrounded by enemy forces. He exudes an overwhelming aura. Alone, Zhang Fan has taken down countless foes. Yet, he casually says, "Looks like I missed my chance to gather intel on that mysterious black-clad organization from this guy's mouth." Meanwhile, the maniac side is thrown into chaos. The general is down. The general is defeated. Brothers, run. This news quickly spreads across the boats. The general has been defeated. Urgent alert. Everyone. Retreat now. The minions, upon hearing this, plunge into despair. There is no escape for the heavenly wolf four paths now. Even Etroadin can't believe it is true. How could the big brother be taken down by some punk? No way. Just as he is lost in thought, a blade whizzes past him, a light warning from the mysterious entity aimed at Etroadin. Is he still focused on other matters? At this point, he is still holding strong. Woman, I just did not want to ruin that beautiful flower. So I have been waiting to unleash my full power. Suddenly, Adine breaks into a strange grin. The boss is already here. I have to make a run for it. Lunub and Lotam, you two better take care of yourselves. He earnestly reveals his intentions. Little lady, I am about to bolt. I am going all out now. So just come along quietly, without hesitation. Adine aimed directly at the mysterious figure. Meanwhile, Han secretly plotted his escape, ready to bolt as soon as the girl dodged his strike, leaving everything behind without a glance back. But reality slapped Hevaden hard suddenly. Trimpering Fum appeared right behind her. The guy clearly did not care about his own safety at all. He then looked into the distance, realizing it was not just him and the girl making progress. Lu Nonjsi and Tixung had also leveled up significantly. The girl gracefully soared on her sword, unleashing a barrage of fierce fire strikes. In just moments, everywhere Nisi passed was left in ruins. She then strutted over to Tixung, bragging, "Look at me. I have surpassed you now. Keep up, cutie." But he just coolly shouted back, "Thunder strikes. Lightning flashes." At his command, every ship was suddenly bombarded by thunderous attacks. Tixung turned back to face Nasi, saying, "It is not so clear-cut anymore. Is it?" The girl was furious. "You want to give me an inch? Will you?" But Nani Sihei shook it off quickly, changing the subject. "Tixung, back when we were in the blood battlefield, did not you want to duel with Tratrungus Hyen?" He shot back at her. "Didn't your master always compare you to that older sister of yours? We are in the same boat." And Sihei's face fell. "All right. Starting now, we have to train twice as hard. I can let there be too much of a gap between me and Bivin T and Tratrungus Hyen." At the same time, news reached the island that the leaders of Thin Lang Teo and Tigangro Ra had all perished. The enemies, sensing disaster, began to flee. Thin Lang Tzo was on the brink of annihilation. "We need to retreat now," Biding quickly reported. "Saintess, Grand Elder, we have won." They are all running away. Nenkilin could not hide her joy. "Grandpa, we won. We actually won because of Tronjon King and Bing Hai." Banan was even more thrilled than she was, telling Biding to gather everyone in the clan for a celebration feast. "Saintess, let us go meet Trenghaho Kum and his buddy." Just then, a Trampering Fum and the others arrived. As Nuthe landed, she could not help but exclaim, "Everyone from the upper ranks is here. This welcome is so grand." Meanwhile, Bainan led the group forward, stating, "On behalf of the Long clan, we thank all the young masters and maidens for reaching out when we were on the brink of destruction." The elder was incredibly enthusiastic, inviting Trengjanaka Kaidi and the young maidens and masters to follow him. "We have prepared a feast to show our gratitude." Tradering Fum, feeling no need to be formal, replied, "Then we can just refuse. Can we?" Vinan clearly valued this meeting, urging everyone to take a seat. "These dishes are all special delicacies from our clan, along with some rare spirit beasts. I hope you will enjoy them." He was so happy he could not stop smiling, telling everyone in the clan to celebrate our survival for 3 days and nights. Vinan then turned to Trongfum. "You are welcome to dig in. Let us not be polite." Now he spoke up. "Trongkundi, you mentioned you had matters to attend to in the Lone Haizai Star region. What is going on?" "The Long clan will definitely lend our full support." Inside, Zhangfan was secretly thrilled. He had not even brought it up yet, and the other party took the initiative. No need to beat around the bush. He raised his glass to toast the elder, thinking, "Well, if you are bringing it up, that saves me a headache on how to start this conversation." Hearing this, Vinan burst out laughing and invited Zhang Gongzi to speak. Finally, Zhangfan revealed his purpose. He was here to find the tomb of an ancient emperor, a certain Emperor Lang Tiao. As soon as he finished speaking, Ingok Lin and Vinan shot up from their seats in shock. What? She could hardly believe her ears. How on earth does Zhang Gongzi know about Emperor Lang Tiao? Sure, he is a young master from the Qin Young continent. But Zhang Fan was not surprised by her reaction. The young lady wanted to know how he knew the tomb of Emperor Lang Tiao was in the chaotic C-star region. Right, Ngok Lin immediately replied.
Yep.
You need to explain. He calmly continued. I have inherited part of Emperor Lang Chao's legacy, and it contains a message stating that his tomb is located in the chaotic C-star region. Her words only shocked Ngok Lin and Vin and even more. What? They were utterly stunned. How could they confirm if Zhang Gongzia's claims were real or just a hoax? Zhang Fan continued to present convincing evidence, saying, I also know that the Lang clan is guarding the very tomb of the emperor, and it lies at the heart of this small continent. Orung stared, mouth agape. What? What we are guarding is the tomb of an ancient emperor. This time, Ngok Lin had no doubts left. She immediately bowed. Ngok Lin of the Lang clan. Pay my respects to the heir of the emperor. The others did not dare to say a word either. Lang clan. We bow to the heir of the emperor. Zhang Fan quickly stopped them. Please. Everyone. Stand up. I am just a lucky kid who inherited this legacy. As for the rest, I need you all to help me get to the tomb. After hearing that, Vinan suddenly looked troubled. What is wrong? Is there something going on with the emperor's tomb? He noticed the elder's face was not looking too good. Well, this story is quite long and involves some dark history of our clan. But since you are the heir of the emperor, we can hide it from you. At that moment, the group was slowly making their way up the mountain. When they suddenly stopped, Vinan solemnly instructed. Boy Rung. Make sure no one gets close to the perimeter. He immediately responded.
Yep.
Vinan then looked at Zhang Fan. Everyone. Please follow me and the saintess inside. He and the others quietly followed the elder. A moment later, Vin's expression grew more serious. Here we are. This is the forbidden area. Only I and the saintess know the secrets that have been passed down through generations of our clan. Zhang Fan felt a rush of tension as he looked ahead. The atmosphere suddenly became more serious than ever. Inside, Nethao was extremely excited. Elder, can you open it for us so we can broaden our horizons? Vinan awkwardly cleared his throat. Ngok Lin stepped forward to answer for him. Right now, the issue our clan faces is that the method to open this forbidden area has been lost. This was something Natha could never have anticipated. What? It has been lost? The girl's mood suddenly plummeted. Behind this massive door lay the legacy. The very reason Zhang Shuhan had come here. And now the door would not budge. Ninklin felt a deep pang of regret, apologizing to the young master for not being able to open the door for him to enter. But the previous saintess had met an untimely death, and a traitor had aided the enemy, causing issues with the legacy. The more Vinan pondered, the heavier the guilt felt. The way to open the door was separate from the legacy. The clan's artifacts from the Grand Elder served as support. The saintess's technique was the key. But 3 of the 9 clan artifacts were missing, taken by the traitor. At that moment, Zhang Pham spoke up confidently. It is all right. The legacy I inherit has another way to activate, but it can only be used once. Her words left Vinan and Nenjik lying wide-eyed in shock. What? Zhang Pham gently reassured them. How could a figure like the Emperor lack a contingency plan? Don't blame yourselves for what has happened. Without another word, he sprang into action. As the sword emerged from its scabbard, it vibrated with power. And witnessing this scene, Ingeki Lin was utterly stunned. This was the essence of the Lang Tiao sword. The sword intent passed down through the ancestral weapons. Just a second later, the door before them slowly creaked open. Everyone present held their breath, eager to discover what kind of world the Celestial Emperor had created beyond that door. There were no treasures or magical herbs in sight. Just a dismal expanse of gray. Kavinan and Tixung stood in stunned silence, wondering what kind of enemy the Celestial Emperor had faced before his death, and why the other emperors had not come to his aid. Finally, she broke the silence. This is the reality of the Dao Palace's secret realm within the Celestial Emperor's body. I can't believe it has been destroyed to this extent. What on earth happened? Tixung felt bewildered. The Emperor fell, and the enemy perished. This was a global shockwave, but there were no records in our clan. Hearing this, Nasihi suddenly recalled. The Celestial Realm's records do not mention anything either. So many strange things made Kevin uneasy. Zhang Fame. Be careful. We have no idea what happened to that man and Emperor fell in battle. Yet there are no records in any Celestial Realm. On the other hand, Zhang Fam showed no signs of fear. We need to check this out. Everyone stay alert. With that, the group ventured into the hidden chamber, sensing something unusual in the atmosphere. The space around them began to shift. At that moment, Nu Si-hee suddenly shivered. The surroundings felt too strange. It was as if someone was watching her intently. Ti-dung quickly agreed. I feel it too, which makes me even more curious. At that moment, everyone shared the same burning question. Who was the first to face the Lang Chao Emperor? Before delving deeper, Zhang Fam reminded the others. Ingi Qi Lin. We do not know if the Emperor's enemies left any traces. You 3 need to stick close and absolutely must not separate. She nodded eagerly. Got it, Master. Both MD and Sen Kang wore serious expressions, assuring him, "Don't worry. We will always protect the young lady." Next, we see Zhang Fan showcasing the qualities of a true leader. "Everyone needs to be ready for battle. I will take the lead. Junior brother, junior sister Li, keep an eye out on both sides. Kuai Wen, you stay in the middle with Chen Xianbo, and the lady will handle the support." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed open the massive door in front of him. Given the scale of this place, Zhang Fan deduced it was the reception area of the central front hall. Confusion flooded his mind, and his brows knitted tightly. This should be the area most heavily destroyed by the enemy. The current situation was so bizarre that anyone would be on high alert, especially someone like Kai Wen. Everyone needed to be cautious. This hall was downright strange. Suddenly, a shadow darted past. Was it a person or a beast? Yet, with her sharp instincts, Ria caught it. But no matter how powerful her techniques were, they could not hit anything. Ziek-sun, overhearing this, raised an eyebrow. "Riha, did you see something?" She replied, "I just spotted a shadow flitting by over there." Kuai Wen emphasized each word, raising the seriousness of the situation. "Everyone, stay alert." Outside, dark clouds loomed with no light in sight. It seems there are some strange things lurking within the tomb of the Lang Qiao Emperor. Zhang Fan had been silent, lost in thought the whole time. A celestial being with powerful perception can't be mistaken. Seems the enemy from the battle with the Lang Qiao Emperor is incredibly strong. He merely reiterated as he kept walking forward. "Everyone, stay alert. Do not separate." But just as he finished speaking, the sword in Zhang Fan's hand sliced straight into something's form. Slicing down, the creature crashed into the cold ground, revealing that everything had been well within his grasp. Ever since entering the hall, Zhang Fan felt like someone was watching him, and spotting the image of junior sister Liu only solidified that feeling. The creature before him, clearly not of any known species, made him realize that a terrifying existence was indeed present. Even Zi, who had fought countless battles, was startled. What kind of monster is this? It looked human but was anything but. Even the beasts of the sheep clan did not evoke this kind of disgust. Kuai Wen stepped forward. Observing it with sharp eyes, there was no scent of the sheep clan, so it likely did not originate from there, though it seemed to bear a token. As soon as Zhang Fan grasped this information, he channeled his spiritual energy to determine its origins. The two words Lang Qiao hit them like a thunderbolt. This was clearly the name of the emperor, whose tomb they were excavating. Upon seeing this, Yao Ling gasped in shock, her mind racing with disbelief. Could this be the Lang Qiao emperor's tomb? But Zhang Fan immediately dismissed the idea, finding it too absurd. This land could not possibly belong to an emperor. If it did, how could he have cut it down with a single strike? This helped her regain her composure as she exhaled deeply, realizing the strangeness of this place might indicate it was once a pursuer of the emperor. Before they could analyze further, the mysterious figure slowly disintegrated into a puddle of blood. Facing this eerie situation, suddenly, T-Sung recalls something crucial. He had heard that the secret realm inside the body of the immortal emperor could transform into a small world, and the tome left behind by the immortal emperor is likely just that. Looking around and reflecting on the scene before they entered, he deduces that the secret realm within the immortal emperor's body has been damaged. Even the pursuers seem to have been devoured by a mysterious power. It is clear that the entity of the emperor is terrifying. At this moment, despite their worries, it is all for naught. So trying Fakrem takes the lead in pushing forward. Who knows how many monsters lurk behind them? Everyone needs to stay focused. If anything strange happens, they must act without hesitation. They tread carefully through the thick, swirling fog, unaware that something is watching them from afar. It even stands in mid-air, challenging them like an ordinary celestial being, commanding its disciples to repel the enemy and assist the emperor. The outcome of that challenge is unknown. But now, facing Troncom Fuzima's group is a wreckage of ruins. And Ging Lin tightens her grip on her sword, feeling an intense wave of tension. What is going on? Why has it suddenly turned this dark? In that moment, Nana His Bird's sensibility proves to be incredibly useful. A flicker of fire spirals around, allowing them to get a glimpse of their surroundings. Trotring Fum senses the unstable atmosphere, quickly furrowing his brow and exclaiming that even though they do not know what is happening, they must hurry into the grand hall. It is unclear when these monstrous beings, neither human nor ghost, arose from the solid ground. But when they finally stand upright, they lunge at the humans before them as if they are hunting for prey. Unfortunately, they are knocked down by T-Sung's lightning strike. How? Hiding in the shadows and trying to ambush us. And they dare to attack the little master. In the end, they even stagger back, completely dazed. But this action does not instill fear in the monsters. Instead, more of them appear. Meanwhile, Tradering Fuguim, with a serious expression, grips his sword tightly, instructing everyone not to stop. The mystical script ahead will lead the way while he holds the rear. Everyone obeys his command without a word of dissent, showcasing their absolute trust in him. Suddenly, Another pitch-black monster leaps out and lets out a menacing growl. They meet it with razor-sharp slashes from the mystical scripts. Everyone, be cautious. The pursuers from before are not the only ones. The corpses of celestial beings in this secret realm will likely turn into monsters. In no time, the entire group unleashes their spells to deal with these creatures. As all the demons converge like a swelling tide, the mystical script urges them urgently, urging them to hurry inside. There are no monsters within. The last one to enter is Trajang Fime, who quickly shuts the door tight. Truly, stepping into this area, no evil spirits can enter here. The group regains their composure and cautiously surveys their surroundings. Suddenly, Engelian spots something and shouts, "Master, be careful up ahead." Turns out, this grand hall does not just contain them. There is also a group of celestial beings in meditation. Strangely enough, it appears that they all seem to have passed away in this posture. Zhang Fan immediately reassured everyone, saying, "Don't worry. It will be fine. I observed this last time. As long as we stay within the range of Chengkai in this grand hall, those shadow monsters won't be able to get close." Just then, Kuan chimed in, "Exactly. That is why I urged everyone to get inside the grand hall quickly." As soon as Nata heard this, she dashed over, unleashing a rainbow of energy with her, proving once again that Kai Wen is not just beautiful but also incredibly careful. While we were all on edge about the situation around us, Tai had already picked up on these details. After a spirited discussion to lift our spirits, her gaze turned serious as she started to theorize. "We are still about 7 grand halls away from the center of the palace group, and I am afraid the number of monsters will only increase as we get closer." Zhang Fan nodded, clearly aware of what she meant. Yeah, it is tough on Kai Wen and everyone else. He even felt a bit guilty because his inheritance had put everyone in this dangerous situation. Ziexung excitedly tossed an item he was holding. "Master Haiyan, that sounds way too formal. I am actually really curious about the great battle that took place here years ago." Zhang Fan pounded his chest and grinned. "All right, I won't talk about that anymore. If you need my help in the future, just call me." Just as the atmosphere was lightening up, a sudden scream from Ngok Lin shattered the calm. "Watch out, young master." He reflexively glanced back. In an instant, a sword shot out and sliced through a monster charging out of the darkness. Faced with the situation, Zhang Fan quickly suggested, "Looks like there are quite a few monsters outside. Let us take a break for now." Moments later, the group gathered around the fire to recuperate. Suddenly, Ngok Lin's voice broke the silence. "Master, why do you think these celestial beings placed 7 bronze middle formations underground?" Seeing her curiosity, Ziexung replied, "Of course. It is to set up the 7 stars formation. This kind of formation is usually used for protection or suppression." Just as he said that, something caught the group's attention, making them look up at the ceiling of the hall. They all stood up, bodies tense, scanning the surroundings with cautious eyes. Ngok Lin's brows furrowed deeply, her expression turning grave. "Master, is there something wrong with the remains of these celestial beings?" Ziexung paused for a moment before speaking. "Does this 7 stars formation still seem to have protective powers? But they still died. That is not the main issue." He pointed to another corner. "I just noticed that the 7 stars formation has lost its protective and banishing effects." Everyone followed his gaze, and their faces changed. Right where Ziexung pointed, the ancient bell that used to be fixed in place had now shifted to a different position. A thought sparked in Zhang Fan's mind as he saw the old mark still lingering. That was the original position of the bronze bell. It had been moved. An uneasy feeling surged within him, so he seriously reminded everyone, "The situation in this secret realm is complicated. Everyone needs to be more cautious." Right now, the strange beings are peering through the hole in the roof, gazing at the sky, waiting for when it is safe outside, so we can bolt from here. Suddenly, a few beams of light flash, causing everyone to grip their weapons tighter. But everything remains eerily silent until the sun shines through that hole in the ceiling the next day. Zhang Fan surveys the situation and urges everyone. There is no sound outside anymore, and it is getting light. We need to get out of here, now. With that, the group begins to file out of the grand hall. As he steps outside, he freezes at the sight of the desolate wreckage, silently guessing that a great battle must have taken place here. And many who pursued the emperor met their end. Zhang Fan immediately shifts into high alert. There should be corpses here, but there are not any. I fear they have all turned into the monsters lurking in the shadows. He warns. Everyone, stay sharp and move quickly. Just as Nyai is about to step forward, she suddenly turns back, her face paling as she senses something strange. Then she quickly warns. The bodies of the immortals in the hall, they are gone. Everyone gasps, instantly turning to look behind them. Without hesitation, Zhang Fan makes a decision. It is still light out. We are not stopping at the next grand hall. We are moving straight through. As soon as he finishes speaking, he takes the lead. Calling out, Zhang Fan speculates as he glances at the wreckage. Before the emperor fell, did he defeat the enemies that fought on that day? Not long after, the group arrives before the main hall. He turns back, solemnly warning everyone. It seems the central area during that great battle is a key location in this secret realm. The situation there is likely even more complicated and dangerous. So everyone, be careful. He immediately commands. Let us move out. Everyone hurry forward. Soon after, Yao Lion spots a multitude of dazzling lights charging towards them and shouts. Be careful. At that moment, Raiha waves her hands to summon the fire birds to combat Su Feng, saying, I will handle this. Do not stop. With their protection, she clears the way for the group, but as her spiritual power dwindles, Raiha stumbles and collapses. A steady arm quickly supports her. Zhang Fan does not hesitate to pull Raiha forward, saying, Raiha, focus on recovering your energy. I will protect you for the next stretch. Another strange object is swiftly taken down by the fire birds. The group presses on relentlessly. Yao Lion still wears a look of astonishment after breaking free from the trap. She can't believe what lies in the Emperor's secret realm. Even the plants in the garden are controlled by some strange force. If it were not for the techniques of immortal Raiha, we might not have made it through so easily. Hearing this, Raiha beams with pride. Haha. Of course. In the celestial realm, we are the best at controlling illusions. Then she adds with a smile. Just call me Big Sister. Yep. Big Sister Raiha. They reply. With dangers lurking, Zhang Fan reminds everyone to stay vigilant. No one knows what remnants the great battle left behind in this wreckage. We absolutely cannot let our guard down. Sun and Kang, Naito T, and T Sung spoke in unison. All right, let us not drop our guard. As they walked, Yingling glided past the remnants of destruction, with broken instruments scattered everywhere. Wondering what on earth had happened, she glanced over at the alchemy furnace, murmuring to herself, before it fell apart, this must have been top-tier elixirs. The surrounding herb cabinets were in shambles too. A Chung From observed everything carefully, piecing together clues that hinted this place once belonged to a great emperor's alchemy workshop. Meanwhile, Venan chimed in softly. What a shame. These herbs and elixirs were truly rare treasures. Trying to lighten the mood, and Keeling joked, even if they still have some potency, this secret realm has been invaded by some weird power. Who knows what could happen if we use them? A Chung Frovum suddenly stopped and announced, we have reached the end of the line. Then he waved his hand, signaling, all right, let us keep moving forward and get through this mess quickly. Kvian added seriously, we do not know when the sky will change, so we need to rush to the main hall. And so, they hurried onward toward their final destination. As they got closer to the entrance, the group paused to assess the situation, and Keelan let out a deep breath, still feeling tense, thinking that the wreckage might still hide some dangerous, strange powers. So she did not dare let her guard down. Trong Hongfum turned back and reminded them quietly, the situation here is complicated. We do not know what happened to that guy, so it is better to be cautious. Just then, the mist around them began to dissipate, and Inigline spotted something, shouting, everyone, look ahead. Her face turned pale. Master, what should we do now? Ingefi Linus' voice trembled as she stared at the countless skeletal remains before them. These corpses, they are all celestial beings. Right, she deduced, noticing each one looked distinct, their poses as if frozen in time, likely snatched away in an instant. Immediately, Trong Fum instructed with a serious expression. Everyone, do not make a sound. Let us pass by them quietly. Hearing this, a Sun Kang quickly covered his mouth. I promise I won't make a noise. Yet as they slipped past, Ingika Lin almost reached out to touch one of the celestial beings nearby, but reminded herself. Absolutely do not touch them. After a moment of tension, and he let out a sigh of relief, feeling the weight lift off her shoulders. We made it through. I did not even dare to breathe while passing by. Tixung smiled and joked. We are all celestial beings here. We can hold our breath just fine. The girl shot him a disinterested look. Someone had to say it. Then she suddenly recalled the celestial beings from earlier, thinking that despite the years, the few corpses still radiated a power reminiscent of elite celestial warriors. Hearing this, Su Unkan raised an eyebrow in suspicion. Are you saying among these corpses are celestial warriors? But why would such a powerful being die mysteriously right in the square? At that moment, a Chung Fum crossed his arms and whispered to himself. This is truly an odd scene. Impossible to comprehend. Those on the brink of becoming saints, even the celestial monarchs and emperors, whether they are the revered generals of their realms or not, all quietly perished here. Unable to contain his curiosity, he turned to the person beside him, Trantine, the holy maiden, asking if their ancestors had passed down any legends about this sacred realm they have always protected. Taken by surprise, Vinan pondered for a moment before answering honestly. Actually, many secrets of our clan are only passed down to the next saintess. But I recall my father saying that Taijia Jia followed a powerful figure, someone who helped establish our clan. But I am afraid I might disappoint you. As he spoke, Vinan seemed lost in thought. After reflecting carefully, He realized that the ancestors who founded our clan passed away quite early. Looking at the celestial beings below, he could not understand why that powerful figure was guarding this place, leading him to suspect his ancestors might have been traitors. Thankfully that celestial general did not pursue them and left the tome in their care. After listening to the story, Trung Fum fell silent, waiting for them to reach the central area. He slowly said that once they stood before the grand gate, everything would become clear. Without hesitation, Trung Fum placed his hand on the door, ready to uncover what happened back then. But just as it began to move, a piercing scream from Muffline rang out. "Master! Be careful. They are suddenly moving." The warning made him pause, instantly switching to alert mode. Trung Fum turned around, his mind racing with questions. What is happening? Are they really moving? Who are they? He was soon stunned as he witnessed the unfolding scene, wondering why the corpses were moving. Everyone froze in place as those celestial beings approached one after another. "Your Highness! Your Highness!" They seemed oblivious to the group, and were solely focused on the inside. The Guardian suddenly exclaimed with emotion. "Your Highness has opened the door. Your Highness has opened the door. The Emperor is back after defeating the enemy." At the same time, the celestial being beside him burst out in excitement. "It is. I am finally safe under His Majesty's protection." Trung Fum raised his hand for silence, then stepped aside to let the procession of undead pass. Ingekilin waited until the last footstep had left before she whispered, "They have gone inside." How terrifying. The strange situation made Trung Fum wonder, could it be that the corpses of the celestial generals were affected by some mutation? But it certainly seemed like it. His gaze gradually shifted toward the ancient palace. There was something inside that captivated them. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Trung Fum suggested, "Let us go inside and take a look." Just as he finished speaking, Anemone shivered slightly. "Master, was that the Emperor whom those celestial generals just called Long Ututni?" The unexpected question made him pause, scratching his head reflexively. Maybe so, but from what they said, while they were alive, they could not enter the Grand Hall. Why could not they get in? A cave furrowed his brow, thinking hard, then quickly came up with a reasonable guess. Not being able to enter means the master of this place had refused them entry. She quietly observed the traces of destruction, and then paused at the only spot that remained untouched. This could be the control center for the formation, well protected and therefore unharmed. But without the proper authority, they could not enter. Trung Fum listened in silence, nodding along. Everything she just said made perfect sense. He recalled the strange expressions on the corpses earlier, no matter their facial expressions. Their bodies automatically moved toward the Grand Hall. They must have wanted to escape inside, and he began to visualize the scene from back then. In the end, they all felt hopeless because they could not get in. What do you think the master controlling this Grand Hall was thinking at that moment? Trung Fum's face lit up as if he was about to uncover a huge mystery. If only they could get inside, they could investigate everything. However, Kvian secretly hoped in her heart that there would not be any difficulties. Ingekilin walked while observing her surroundings. The layout here was very similar to other grand halls they had seen. Just as they stepped inside, Nadia here released a few glowing birds to light the way for the group, illuminating their path. They led the way to where the undead were gathering. And suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment rang out. It was them. There was also a statue, exuding an air of majesty, and they were sitting around the base of the statue. Trung Fum immediately recognized that familiar figure. It was the statue of Long Tiliadi. After a moment of silence, Kvian suddenly posed a question. They were once the subordinates of Lung Utuzij. He stepped closer, reaching out to sense the space around him. Why were there no celestial beings controlling the secret realm in this hall? Where had they gone? Right after that, Nutta he instructed the flock of glowing birds circling around. Let us check it out. A few minutes later, she received information from them and relayed it back to the group. No one else was detected besides them. Trung Fum fell silent for a moment, then spoke slowly. The subordinates in the secret realm offered their strength to the Ia Dai in exchange for his protection. The guardian of this place must be a powerful being, a celestial general, not just any celestial being. His hand instinctively rubbed his chin as he pondered this core issue. Where had those celestial beings gone? Just then, Kven gently reminded him, pulling Trung Fum back from his wandering thoughts. Trading Fum, do not forget our original goal. You should go claim the inheritance first. He nodded, smiling sheepishly at his own forgetfulness. If he thought any longer, he might have completely lost track of it. 90T, standing beside him, also felt guilty for letting her curiosity distract her from their mission. If it were not for Kvan's reminder, she too would have been thrown off by the mysterious circumstances in the secret realm and forgotten their main objective. At this point, Trung Fum finally got down to business and led the group. Based on the intentions left by the Zij, they needed to pass through this grand hall to reach the inheritance site. He took the lead and urged everyone. As soon as they opened the door at the back of the grand hall, A long corridor appeared before them. Trondrong Fum looked up at the path leading deeper inside. Crossing this long staircase would take them to the heart of it all. The whole group fell silent, staring into the abyss before them, each heart swelling with an indescribable feeling. Then, he exhaled deeply, almost as if gathering the courage within him. With a confident look, he turned to his comrades and said, "Just hang tight here for a moment while I go claim the inheritance. Sorry for the trouble." Everyone. Zhang Fan gazed ahead. Feeling the Emperor's presence looming above, an electrifying mix of excitement and nerves surged through him, reminding himself that only one final step remained. But in that very moment, Zhang Fan's expression shifted subtly. An unsettling feeling crept. Someone else was after the inheritance. As expected, the Mount Guardian charged in. Screaming, "The Emperor's inheritance is open. I am the chosen one." Zhang Fan snapped back, coldly unsheathing his blade. But before he could strike, Lang Qiao suddenly appeared, exuding an aura of authority from thin air. The Guardian, seeing him, shouted in glee. "The Emperor has arrived." Lang Qiao said nothing, merely raising a hand in a dismissive gesture. In an instant, a bolt of divine lightning struck down from the heavens, accompanied by a booming voice. "Back off." The Guardian's eyes widened in panic as he screamed, "I won't accept this," and quickly turned to flee. But the lightning was faster, a fierce bolt crashing down upon him. In a fleeting moment, the Guardian's body disintegrated, devoured by the electric force. Witnessing this, Zhang Fan was left in shock, wondering what the legendary Emperor had done in life. Just moments later, Lang Qiao turned to Zhang Fan with a warm smile. "Come here, kid. Looks like my divine vision left in the celestial realm is not too shabby after all." His gaze shifted to the glowing sword. "Now, go ahead and claim my legacy." Suddenly, the smile on Lang Qiao's face turned somber. The world outside has changed over thousands of years. Surely, everyone has forgotten my name. As Zhang Fan approached the energy source, he offered some comforting words. "Even if the world does not know your name, your legacy lives on in the realm of the living. Your inheritance is the prize everyone desires." As he spoke, he touched the radiant energy. Instantly, Zhang Fan fell into an endless void, where he began to absorb the skills and techniques imparted by Lang Qiao himself. Time passed, and when he finally awoke, he sighed in awe, realizing, so this is the immense power of the Celestial Emperor. A single strike can create worlds and unleash chaos. Lang Qiao, pleased with Zhang Fan's potential, smiled. "Kid, train hard and do not tarnish my name. Don't let another prodigy like you pop up outside of me." He continued to motivate Zhang Fan, then shifted to serious matters. "Now that you have inherited my legacy, there are a few things I need you to help me wrap up." Hearing this, Zhang Fan thought to himself, the Emperor must want me to finish what he could not in his last battle. Thoughts of the enemies he would face in this battle swirled in his mind. Noticing Zhang Fan's silence, Lang Qiao added, "You are clever. I am sure you have figured out what I need you to do." You begin to recount the past. Shrouded in the dust of time, in my previous life, I subdued 4 dark entities, planning to wait until they weakened before eliminating them. But I was ambushed, and could not make a move. As he spoke, Lang Qiao pulled out several spherical crystals and handed them to Zhang Fan. Revealing the location where they were sealed away, Lang Qiao warned him to be cautious, speculating that given their power, they might not be entirely dead. However, their essence must have taken a significant hit. When their energy gathers again, it could be used to boost one's strength. Upon hearing this, Zhang Fan accepted the mission without a second thought, thinking to himself how impressive Lang Qiao really was. Even while being suppressed, they could survive for thousands of years without perishing. It must be because of the profound strength of their realm that Lang Qiao managed to contain all 4 of them on his own. Despite trying to hold back, his curiosity bubbled over. "Emperor, what exactly happened here all those years ago?" Lang Qiao sighed deeply, then recounted the entire story. "I do not know their origins. Only that they do not belong to the known realms and possess a bizarre power that distorts the mind." He paused for a moment before continuing. "Back then, I pursued an enemy into this starfield, only to fall into an ambush." Memories of that time flashed back, battling the foes as the secrets within me surged to respond. But there was a traitor who sealed the grand formation, causing chaos within, leaving my power in disarray. Hearing this, Zhang Fan was filled with excitement. Could these be the immortal beings overtaken by that strange power in the secret realm? As Lang Qiao recalled, his brows knitted tightly. "That battle. I could not destroy him, but I emerged victorious. I contained him in 5 locations throughout the starfield. When you inherit my legacy, wield my sword to end it all." With determination surging within him, Zhang Fan felt the weight of the task ahead. He understood that this mysterious enemy still had the presence of the 4 emperors he had previously suppressed. He would see this through. Lang Qiao seemed quite satisfied with his response. Though Zhang Fan could not quite grasp where he came from, only faintly sensing it was linked to the upper realms. 10,000 years have passed. The world has changed. and I no longer hold the same certainties. Be careful. Suddenly, images of the fallen pillars flashed in his mind, and Zhang Fan understood. He must work diligently and cautiously. Once the handover was complete, Lang Tia's figure began to fade. Then I can rest easy. You need to work hard to elevate your cultivation. Your current level is still a bit low. Don't tarnish my reputation. Moments later, a brilliant ray of light, infused with overwhelming power, spread throughout the space, causing those waiting outside the secret realm to feel their hearts race. Gu Lion struggled to peek. Master, nothing bad is going to happen. Right at that moment, from within the radiant glow, a divine sword appeared, hovering before Zhang Fan. He slowly approached the source of that divine energy. As Zhang Fan's hand touched the hilt of the sword, an indescribable sensation washed over him. This was the sword of the Celestial Emperor, which had been by Lang Tia's side all his life. And now, in this flight-restricted secret realm, he could finally soar. His companions rushed over as soon as Zhang Fan returned. Gu Lion exclaimed, Master, Master, have you received the legacy of Lang Tiao? The Celestial Emperor, on his pride was clearly visible, mixed with a hint of uncontainable arrogance. And that was to be expected. But the Emperor had a favor to ask of me, and as the heir, I could not just pass the buck to someone else. Nutta he scanned the room. Where's the Emperor? Although he was not widely known, I had once admired him. A Trong Fum explained. The one who passed this to me was just accepting the legacy left by the Emperor. I have received the inheritance and understood his instructions, so that acceptance will eventually fade away. The girl pouted, feeling disappointed that she could not meet her idol. I was really looking forward to talking to the Emperor about his epic battles. Just then, as Venerating approached and asked, Trading Fum, what did the Emperor tell Hien to do? Ingichi paused, unsure whether to speak. Seeing Trongkung hesitate made her extremely anxious. Don't hide it. Whatever made an emperor give instructions to Hien before fading away can't be trivial. He shrugged, wearing a nonchalant expression, as if it was no big deal. All right. I knew I could not hide anything from someone as sharp as K Ven Mi. Then Trongkung Fum laid out the items left by the emperor. Those 4 points of light were where he had suppressed the evil spirits that fell to his might. What I needed to do now was to handle them and take on the purified essence he had left behind. After hearing this, K Ven pointed to the remaining one. What about this 5th point? It looks like it belongs to the chaotic sea realm. He replied, a bit hesitant. Yeah. They are indeed in the chaotic sea realm. Now, with a thoughtful touch to his chin, he slowly speculated, and Trung's high. Could this be the place where the emperor suppressed them after the great battle against that bizarre foe? Upon hearing this, Trong Fum placed a hand on his hip and praised. You all are really sharp. In just a short while. You figured everything out. So I won't need to explain. That is exactly it. At this point, the scene shifted outside the grand hall, where everyone glanced at the distant immortals, who, despite being dead, still maintained a serious formation. Kevin shook his head. Let us get out of here first. Then we can sit down and talk. The group then moved to another chamber, quietly listening as Trajong Fum recounted the tale. I need to summon the emperor to deal with the enemies he could not face back then. Hearing this, Kevin suggested, then you should go into seclusion to comprehend the emperor's legacy. And afterwards, we will deal with them one by one. Lin also offered to lend a hand. Don't worry, young master. During your seclusion, the clan and I will gather intel from the Misty Realm. Trong Fum readily agreed. Then I will trouble Tron Teen Bai and Miss Thine N, he added, since I have received the inheritance. I do not need to guard the tome anymore. After all, no one knows what power lies within the secret realm. So it is better for everyone to think carefully about our clan's future. Vinan stroked his beard confidently. Rest assured, Trong Kun Di, we have had our plans in place for a while, and we are already preparing to leave this place. With that, Trong Fum felt relieved. All right then, I will take my leave now to go into seclusion. I apologize for any inconvenience caused to everyone. Some time later, their familiar ship sailed through the vast expanse of space. Ingiki Lin seriously reported what she knew to Trong Fum, saying that this place was one of the 5 areas where an emperor had sealed something. And due to the complex environment, things were chaotic here. He furrowed his brows and asked, is this the case everywhere in the Chaos Sea? Noticing Yanklin hesitating to reply, Ngi Lin chimed in, clearing her throat. Master, according to the latest intel we have gathered, even though the Chaos Sea is quite turbulent, the situation here is rather unique. That made Trevang Pham stroke his chin thoughtfully. As the strange words immediately confirmed his thoughts, he was not wrong. The 5 sealed spots by the Emperor were all incredibly special places within the Chaos Sea. Ingiki Lin continued. Master, although we have not pinpointed the exact location of the seal yet, we can identify a few distinct areas. The natives here are also quite extraordinary. She went on to explain more clearly. The natives from these 2 continents possess unique abilities. They can control their shadows as they mature. Initially, our people, and those from the Chaos Sea, thought this was an innate gift of their race. Trangfum gazed ahead, realizing that the enemies resembled the oddities we encountered in the Emperor's secret realm. Ngin Lin immediately agreed.
Yep.
The natives in those 4 places also had their quirks. Some tribes could transfer injuries, while others had unstable mental states that could go haywire at any moment. Just as they were speaking, their ship was suddenly blocked by another one. The pirate crew laughed heartily, pointing at their vessel. Look at that. A ship flying through the void without the black BC Chai Hone flag. How bold. The group of pirates quickly turned their ship toward them, sensing Trangfum's confusion. Nianglin earnestly warned. Master, this is also a peculiar aspect of the Chaos Sea. You just get used to it. Meanwhile, the crew on that ship was ecstatic, laughing and shouting. So many beautiful ladies.
Bro.
I can't believe we just snagged a fat sheep like this. We better move fast. At that moment, Tisung stepped up, saying, let me handle this. Nu Hoon over there suddenly burst into laughter. Did you hear what that kid just said? He thinks he can take us all by himself. Nevertheless, Tisung remained unfazed and snapped his fingers. The pirates on the ship were struck as if by lightning. Screaming, we are done for? We ran into a tough one. Please, spare us. Witnessing this, Trangfum's expression was like he wanted to ask, is this for real? Are all the pirates around here like this? They were being utterly decimated, sprawled out everywhere. He found it even more puzzling. They did not scout the terrain or probe first, just charged in. Were they asking for trouble? On this site, Nud here also found it amusing. This was also a characteristic of the Chaos Sea. The chaos made the pirates extremely reckless. Trangfum continued to direct after that little interlude. Let us head straight in. We need to get close to the seal. The long Tu Emperor sword should definitely have some clues left behind. Ingi Qilin, receiving orders, said. I will get them to maneuver the ship and set sail. You are reminding everyone to be careful. This strange realm is pretty chaotic, and we all know that. The ship is slowly venturing deeper into the cosmic void. Seeing Zhang Fan lost in thought, someone from the crew asked, hey, Brother Zhang, are you scared by the chaos around here? He walked over to stand next to you, saying, I was just like you when I first came here. I had no idea there was such a wild place in the myriad realms. Ningok Lin, standing behind, quickly explained. There are some unique reasons for this chaos. In front of them lay a scene of colossal proportions, from massive continents to tiny boats. Not only were rogue cultivators gathering, but the chaos was also orchestrated by the locals, who seemed to revel in it. Zhang Fan could not help but chuckle. 3 parts amused and 7 parts bewildered. Who actually enjoys living in such chaos? Truly, every place has its quirks. She gave a warning. Young master, you need to be careful. The locals here are brutal, fighting amongst themselves, led by their clans, with 6 major families as the dominant forces. Suddenly, a voice broke the tension. Hey, speak of the devil and he shall appear. Looks like our mission just got a lot more complicated. A flag appeared right in their line of sight. Moments later, a massive fleet of ships came rumbling in. Ngoklin quickly recognized them. Coming from a tribe that was one of the 6 major families. Her brows furrowed slightly as she recalled that this family had a reputation for being notoriously reckless. Yet, the ship on the other side greeted them warmly. Brothers over there, what brings you to the chaotic black domain? It is pretty wild here. You might want to leave quickly if there is nothing urgent. Zhang Fan echoed her words. Reckless and ruthless. I do not see it. Makes me want to join their little parade up the mountain. Huh. The friendly greeting was ignored, prompting the black-clad man to respond. Brother, I am genuinely advising you do not brush this off. Zhang Fan finally acknowledged their presence. My bad. Young master, I did not mean to overlook you. It is just surprising to meet someone so articulate in such a chaotic place. The other man's expression darkened. That is because some families are behaving badly, tarnishing the black domain's reputation. You guys should really leave this place. You smiled politely, refusing. Thanks for the kind advice, but I have some important matters to attend to. With that, he turned away, adding, suit yourselves. Just be careful. So the 2 ships passed each other in silence. Zhang Fan's vessel gradually approaching its destination. He turned to Nugok Line. Miss Cheng, tell them to stop the ship. Up ahead is where the Emperor Feng's seal lies. She quickly responded. Got it. Everyone, be alert. Let us power up the formation to its maximum potential. Then, Zhang Fan drew a sharp sword from its sheath. The moment it was out, a powerful vibration surged. Raihao observed. Surprised. Is this the reaction of the Ling Qiao Emperor's sword to the Feng seal? He dashed ahead, declaring, let us get to work. At the same time, he warned everyone following him. Be careful. The enemies here could take down an emperor. And even if they are under the Feng seal, we can't underestimate them. With a fierce shout, Zhang Fan swung his sword, slicing through the space above him. A dark ripple spread out, releasing a terrifying black mist that sent shivers down the spines of those following him. Everyone felt the overwhelming pressure, realizing why he was the nemesis of the Celestial Emperor. Just the sheer aura he radiated made ordinary immortals tremble in fear. Suddenly, Zhang Fan shouted in alarm. Kuai Wen. Everyone. Be careful. We are surrounded by a horde of this black mist. Kuai Wen quickly sprang into action, commanding the flying swords to strike at the source of the ominous mist. They were immediately drawn back as if caught in a powerful suction. In that critical moment, she quickly arranged. Fourth brother, junior sister Roha. You two face them head-on and stop this strange mist from dissipating. The four of them swiftly formed a protective formation around the crack. Zhang Fan harnessed the power of the Celestial Emperor's sword, plunging it straight through the gap, awakening whatever lay inside it. The nefarious demon erupted with a sinister glee. Ha! So that old loving to you has finally fallen. Ah! What is it to me if I have crushed thousands of men? Little brat. Are you really the heir of that Long Taiyu? Ha! The mocking voice of the demon echoed. Lung Taiyu could not handle me. And now he has left it all up to a kid like you. Zhang Fan felt a surge of anger. Did they really think he had not prepared anything after the Emperor sealed him? With that, he commanded the loving Tao sword to rise and take action. Golden chains materialized from the void, ensnaring the nefarious demon's head. Demon roared in fury. You think you can trap me? Lung Taiyu was already severely injured by me and now wants to eliminate me. Little brat, do not get too cocky. Beside him, the purple sun also unleashed its power, showing such arrogance that it made the demon sick to his stomach. A defeated foe like you is still acting tough. As the nefarious demon was struck by the purple sun's power, it howled in resentment. Once I break free, you will all be my next meal. Just then, Yaling rushed in with urgent news. Not good. Young master. Cultivators from both sides of the twin continents are approaching. The Zhang Fan turned to see a group drawing closer. Shen Kang and An Yi quickly volunteered. Master. We will go intercept them. You focus on the fight. Meanwhile, the nefarious demon sneered menacingly. Little brat. I have been sealed here for thousands of years. Did you really think I would not do anything? But you underestimate me. I have got tricks up my sleeve. The Emperor has long prepared for this. As he formed a seal, Zhang Fan shouted. Kuai Wen. Ruha. Purple sun. Lend me your strength. The nefarious demon eyed the Celestial Emperor's sword, a frown crossing its face. Feeling a twinge of fear, it bitterly laughed. Lung Taiyu. Why can't you just let me be? Even in death, Zhang Fan focused his energy, urging. Kuai Wen. Ruha. Purple sun. Unleash your power. The three responded to his command, pouring their energy into the sword. As a result, the sword radiated a formidable aura. Sensing the impending doom, the nefarious demon tried to sweet-talk Zhang Fan. Little brat, if you let me go, I will grant you supreme creation. No need to sacrifice yourself to a dead old man. But those words did not waver Zhang Fan at all. The loving Taiyu sword surged with energy, ready to strike the demon right on its head. And just like that, the Venerating pops out of nowhere, criticizing. Who the hell do you think you are, trying to take down our ancestral god? That voice caught the attention of Tisung and Enri He, who saw him leap toward Cha Jingfeng. He turned to you and said, Senior brother Trutao, the Emperor's seal has been completely broken. Nine Sihai and I will hold them off for you. Just keep going. Hearing this, VCR got furious. You little brat with milk still on your breath. I am the head of the Vitting family, one of the 5 great clans of the twin continent. No one here dares to be that arrogant with me. Finding energy around Naibuma surged violently, catching him off guard. So Veen Tree declared, I do not know what you outsiders want with our ancestral god, but if you destroy it, you are going against the 5 great clans. Tisung chanted a spell with disdain. Just a bunch of frogs sitting at the bottom of a well. On Chentring Fum's side. Ma still threatened. You human brat. Do you really think being sealed here for thousands of years means I can't do anything, yet you still do not register in his eyes? Just some pathetic tricks. Both the Emperor and I have been ready for this. You think what you are doing is smart. The energy surrounding the Lang Taiyu sword has never been stronger. Changing Clefum leapt toward it. Ni Yu Mai. It is time to end this battle between you and the Emperor from thousands of years ago. He grasped the sword wrapped in golden chains. With a firm grip, Kanchung Fum got serious, ready to cast a spell. In the thick space, even though Yuma was tightly bound, he still threatened. Kid, you can still put down that sword. Otherwise, even if you manage to destroy a part of my clone, you won't escape the black binding circle. Amidst the bragging, a Chung Fum smirked. The Emperor can defeat you and leave it to the next heir. Why would not I be able to handle a local like you who was brought low? As soon as those words left his mouth, he unleashed a tight burst of energy, while Ninuma screamed in rage. I want to accept this. As his power reached its peak, Chankring Fum shouted while launching the sword. In the name of the Long Taizi, today I slay demons and banish evil. The sword light erupted, surging with relentless energy straight toward the target. Facing the destructive light, Ngu Mai still flailed, declaring defiantly, I will not die. You cannot destroy me. Ignoring the desperate roars echoing through the void, the sharp blade sped forward, carrying devastating power and piercing straight through Mu Yu Ma. The impact made his body explode amidst his final scream. In the lingering aftermath of the battle, a strange figure approached from afar. It glanced at the ruins, then tilted its head toward Chang Fum. Have you dealt with it thoroughly? After a brief pause, he turned to the opposite side. The Emperor's arrangements should be flawless, but we still have a few pests to deal with. Over there, the rebels led by Vigsasi faced off against Unisihi and Tier Sung. You all are going to meet the Grim Reaper. The group displayed fierce energy, showing no hesitation as they engaged in a numbers game. Without letting the silence drag on any longer, the 5 fighters roared in rage. Destroy the ancestral god of the dark binding circle. I will make your restless souls wail in despair. Looking at the situation before him, Zhang Fan can only shake his head in disbelief. These illusions are still caused by the seal, and we must deal with them. Plus, we will have to do this 4 more times. Moments later, the battle erupted fiercely as Ruohai drew his sword and unleashed a fiery phoenix, summoning the army of darkness. You thought you could backstab us while plotting to free the dark forces. You will be punished for your treachery. Seeing the chaos unfold before them, they were momentarily stunned. How could these young ones be so powerful? Unable to overcome the spirit beasts, they could only scream and retreat. The scorching heat from the phoenix made the traitors lose all their courage. Watching their comrades tremble, the king could not help but feel furious. Everyone, unleash the full power bestowed upon us by the ancestors. But just as he raised his head, a sight rendered the king speechless. What? Right in the middle of the battlefield, Zirong funneled all his energy into Zhang Fan, causing his power to surge uncontrollably, thanks to Ruoha buying time to set up the lightning trap. Brother Zhang, I will coordinate with you from here. Next comes Zhang Fan's furious declaration. Serve in the dark forces. You are just inviting your own doom. No sooner had he finished speaking than Zhang Fan swung his sword, sending a blazing arc that tore through the air. The sheer force caused the king to howl before disintegrating into dust. He watched as the remaining foes crumpled under a single blow. Once he was sure everything was secure, Zhang Fan declared resolutely, without the dark entity sealed away, the tribes of the continent will no longer suffer separation. From behind, Ruoha rubbed his tired forehead, realizing that just thinking about the 4 more locations left was giving him a headache. At that moment, Enya and Xuankang rushed in. Boss, we have taken care of those guys. Hearing this, Zhang Fan silently glanced at the abandoned ship ahead. Then, he gave a thumbs up and flashed a passionate smile, saying, thanks for all your hard work. Everyone, let us board the ship and rest before heading to the next location. A month later, the group with Zhang Fan was gathered around the table. Feeling exhausted, leaning on the table, they waved their hands in dismay. Brother Zhang, you owe us a treat. This past month has been brutal. In response, he raised his glass with enthusiasm. Of course. We could only accomplish this smoothly thanks to the help of our allies, Di and Ruoha. If it was not for them, we would be in deep trouble. Ruoha, who had been sulking, perked up at his words. Brother Zhang, could you spare me some ginseng? My sisters love it, and it would make a perfect gift to take home. Zhang Fan chuckled brightly, reassuring her. Don't you worry, Ruoha. I still have plenty of ginseng left. He then leaned over and commanded. Chun Yuan, go grab some for us. He nodded in acknowledgement. Yep. Master, seeing him being so generous, the girl beamed with joy. Then I want to hold back. Just then, Zai Sung leaned back and lazily spoke up. Brother Zhang, I have been meaning to ask you and sister about something.